Darkness. Corpses. Then, a monstrous tentacle through Xuaning's chest. My life force burned, turning me into a dying man before the final, monstrous assault. Then, boom asterisk. I woke up back in my classroom, my second talent awakening. Beast control, the instructor sneered, but this time, something was different. A system. Shan Hai Jing empowerment. A lottery. 100 times vitality boost. I went from a pathetic beast master to a 9-star servant-level powerhouse in an instant. Xuening, my cold half-sister, the frost goddess, even she noticed the change. They called me trash, but my 50 gold coin blue bird egg, a Kuanping bloodline, shattered their expectations. Now, I'm a bounty hunter, and those who doubted me? They'll regret it. January 2260, 1 AD. The icy mechanical radio crackled in my ears, a midnight bell tolling the start of the final immortal disaster. The last Pure Land in China was already a battlefield. I heard the broadcast detail the desperate struggles, the 3 remaining Buddhist Kongs defending the West, the 4 Taoist masters in the North drawing on ancient power, the last Southern Confucianist composing a defiant poem, his lifeblood fueling his final words. Huaxia, indeed the entire human race, faced its darkest hour. My eyes scanned the devastation. A Taoist expert plummeted from the sky, crashing into a heap of corpses. He tried to speak, a slight twitch of his lips his last effort. Everywhere I looked, ruins and corpses, a grotesque mix of human and monster, blood staining the earth. The stench of death hung heavy in the air, a stark contrast to the city's former peace. A clear, strong voice cut through the horror. Natural disaster approaches. Any human left, follow me. A breathtakingly beautiful woman rose from the dead, a Taoist robe concealing her missing right arm. A few others staggered to their feet, each bearing the scars of battle. Then, a monstrous tentacle erupted from the ruins, piercing her chest. Blood sprayed, a horrifying fountain. Xuaning! I screamed, a gut-wrenching wave of agony washing over me. She looked at me, a smile on her blood-soaked face, before collapsing. One by one, our strongest warriors fell, their bodies creating a macabre wall. I looked around, only a handful remained. My imperial beasts, one by one, perished in the monstrous tide. My soul was wounded, blood pouring from my lips, my pale face drained of color. Yet, I refused to surrender. I began to desperately burn my life force. My youthful face aged rapidly, my black hair turning white, transforming me into a dying man. I stood alone, a sea of corpses before and behind. From every direction, monsters surged, blotting out the sun, engulfing this last sanctuary. Darkness consumed all. Then, a voice, sharp with anger, Jiang Chen. Your talent test begins. My eyes snapped open. Familiar surroundings. My classmates. This was the time of my second talent awakening. Reborn? The faces around me, so familiar, confirmed it. I'd been sent back to this moment. Jiang Chen, such a slacker, a voice sneered. Beast master talent, again, I bet. Their disdain was a familiar sting. Even my instructor was dismissive, if you won't test, leave. I finally came to my senses, raced to the testing stone, and pressed my palm onto its surface. Boom! A snow-white beam of light erupted. Jiang Chen, second awakening, beast control, the instructor announced, his voice dripping with contempt. The ridicule started. Beast control? Trash, they jeered. Our school's disgrace. I stood silently, recalling my last life. After that second awakening, I'd given up. Beast masters were extinct. This second awakening confirmed my worthlessness. But now something was different. Descending the steps, I passed the instructor, murmuring, "Teacher, have you heard? Even a dog looks down on a man." Before he could respond, I was gone. A mechanical voice echoed in my mind, "Ding. Host detected as Beast Master. Shan Hai Jing empowerment and ancestral system bound successfully. Congratulations on obtaining empowerment ability. Use your cultivated vitality to empower your beasts. Random multiplier, 1 to 100, for vitality return. A system? Feedback after empowerment? A catalyst for beast master growth? Vitality return? This changed everything. The system continued, free lottery available? Start the lottery, I commanded, watching the virtual roulette spin. It landed on, Beast Familiar returning to Ancestor Experience card. One use, allowing 80% ancestral bloodline restoration for a commanding level or higher beast. As the notification faded, I saw a crowd gathering. At its center, a tall woman with long, flowing hair. My heart skipped a beat. Xuan Ning. Her eyes met mine. She began to walk towards me. I felt a pang of loss and longing. Let's go home, I said quietly. An icy voice Jiang Xuening. She materialized before me, the school's frost goddess, as cold as ever. I knew instantly why she was here. Go home, I said, shaking my head. Several classmates, witnesses to my pathetic second beast master awakening, emerged from the crowd. Seeing the frost goddess speaking to me, they exploded. A waste. Only because he's Goddess John's brother does she even bother, one sneered. Goddess Jiang, second Taoist awakening. The instructor said if she doesn't slack off, she'll reach the Yangshan realm. Yangshan? Unbelievable, another exclaimed. Goddess Jiang, countless men swoon for her. A word from her worth dying for. The surrounding onlookers, oblivious to the situation, erupted in excited chatter. Xuening ignored them, her gaze fixed on me. Jiang Chen, she said, her voice cold. I smiled, meeting her eyes. Go home, I repeated, then bypassed her and strode away. Their whispers followed. He ignores even Goddess Jiang. Unworthy brother. A beast master waste is nothing. Xuening slowly turned, facing the crowd. A hush fell. Their bodies froze. One more word about Jiang Chen, and I'll make you regret it, she hissed, the chilling aura of a Taoist master filling the air. Later, at the pet market, I frantically searched for a suitable beast. My past self-abandonment had cost me dearly, I wouldn't let that happen again. Vendors hawked their wares. Commander-level pet egg, only, gold coins. Monarch level, gold coins. Warrior level, gold coins. I approached a stall selling monarch-level eggs. The owner, seeing me, gushed, little brother, a monarch-level Geniataten egg, risked our lives for it. He showed me the egg. My system chimed, monster name, four-clawed magic eagle, monster qualification, commander level, monster quality, first grade, not a monarch-level monster. A commander level. He was trying to rip me off. I walked away. I checked another stall with commander-level eggs. Monster name, Flame Wolf, monster qualification, commander level, monster quality, first grade, better, but still not ideal. My search proved fruitless. Looks like I'll return empty-handed, I sighed, about to leave when the system pinged again, monster name, Blue Bird, monster qualification, servant level, growable, monster beast quality, third grade, bloodline level, %, I spun around, dumbfounded. A stall full of warrior-level eggs. A pitch-black egg. How much? I asked, holding the egg. 50 gold coins, the vendor said. Fine. I paid, leaving the stunned vendor. Could it be? Back home, I placed the egg down. Kuanpeng bloodline. For 50 gold coins? Whether to enable empowerment empower. I sat cross-legged, channeling my cultivated vitality into the egg. Ding. 10 days cultivation injected. Initiation repair function triggered. Multiplier turntable open. A virtual roulette appeared, numbered 0 to 100. The higher the number, the smaller the segment. A 100 was nearly impossible. Start repair turntable, I spun the pointer. It landed on the 0 to 100 boundary. Then, it flickered, settling asterisk above asterisk 100. Congratulations! 100 times crit bonus. 10 days cultivation, 100 times reward. 1,000 days returned. My vitality surged, breaking through several realms. The influx finally ceased. I was now a 9-star servant level beast master, from a single star. Today's empowerment repairs used, please do the empowerment tomorrow. My cultivation had skyrocketed. The blue bird egg cracked. A knock at the door. Xu Wenning, in plain clothes, stood there, still breathtakingly beautiful. Even I, her constant companion, felt a jolt. Jiang Chen, what took you so long? She frowned, peering into my room. Nothing, I said, shaking my head. She hesitated. Jiang Chen, what about the beast master talent? Father was one too. Shouldn't everyone respect that? I looked at my half-sister, Xu Wenning, a slight smile playing on my lips. Don't worry, I've got this. She visibly relaxed, her frosty demeanor returning. Jiang Chen, we're almost out of money, food's running low. I frowned. Even with the 50 gold coins I spent on the pet egg, we shouldn't be this strapped. Xu Wenning explained, 2 days ago, Taoist school Jindan experts approached me about joining their sect. 300 gold coins. You paid? I asked. Yes. I studied her, not angry, but smiling. You need funds for Taoist techniques, and you're talented. They say you'll reach the Yangshan realm. Focus on your training. I'll handle the money. She'd braced herself for a scolding. Instead, she froze. Jiang Chen, she whispered, you've changed. The Bounty Hunters Guild, I murmured, walking the streets, searching for it. In an unassuming corner, I found it, Bounty Hunters Guild. Inside, it wasn't as bustling as I imagined. A few people huddled together, discussing something. A stunning woman reclined in a large chair, legs elegantly crossed. Little guy, she said, her eyes on me as I entered, mission or reward order? Her smile was captivating as she approached, her perfume filling the air. I want to be a bounty hunter, I stated, meeting her gaze without flinching, even as I noticed the glimpse of skin beneath her clothing. At your age? Not afraid of losing your life, she asked, unfazed by my stare. Lose my life? I countered. I can't afford to. The woman paused. She'd asked that question countless times, always receiving the same answer. My response was different. The guild has rules, she reminded. You need to handle servant-level monsters, otherwise, we won't take you. I'm confident, I said, a small smile playing on my lips. 3 religions, 100 schools? What realm? She inquired. 9-star servant-level beast master, I replied clearly. Beast master? She frowned. Beast masters becoming bounty hunters these days? Unheard of. A scornful voice interrupted. A group of well-dressed young men entered, one of them sneering at me. The woman, Vice President Shen, frowned. Wang Kai, I've said it before, all talents are equal. She knew these bounty hunters, they were regulars. Wang Kai, apologize, the team captain urged. Dream on, Wang Kai scoffed. The captain sighed, turning to me. Apologies, this one has a temper. He then addressed Vice President Shen. We heard about a silver-level reward order. Is it true? Vice President Shen nodded. 30 gold coins for capturing 3 adult one-eyed magic wolves, alive. I frowned. One-eyed magic wolves travel in packs, making individual capture incredibly difficult for the small team here. Captain Li Mofan, of the Qingshan team, looked troubled. Our team wants that order, he said, then his eyes landed on me. Little brother, care to join us? Vice President Shen shook her head. He's not a bounty hunter yet. How do I become one? I asked. Pay the fee, she replied. How much? 10 gold coins. I handed over my last coins. I was officially a 1-star bronze-ranked bounty hunter. I'll join, but on my terms. How much of the reward do I get? I asked Li Mofan. For gold coins, he offered. 6, I countered calmly. After a long pause, he agreed. Vice President Shin, the Qingshan team accepts the silver level reward, Li Mofan declared. 7 days, she confirmed. Return with the wolves, and you'll get your payment. The next morning, I initiated the 5 elements Qingwan's empowerment. Ding! 100 days cultivation injected. Initiation repair function triggered. Initiation repair multiplier, 5 times, 500 days cultivation gained. My vitality soared, and my cultivation base surged, breaking through to Star Warlord level. Crack! The blue bird egg shattered, revealing a cyan bird with a phoenix crown. It chirped. Ding! Beast binding detected. Royal beast name, blue bird, beast familiar level, servant level, growable, beast royal qualification, 3 stars, bloodline level, %, bind? I bound the bird instantly. Xiaoqing, I named her. She nuzzled me. Then, cross-legged, I began practicing the yin-yang breathing method. I needed to boost my strength, a looming disaster demanded it. I couldn't repeat past mistakes. The system's help made my cultivation effortless. Beast mastery alone isn't enough. Luckily, I have a backup plan, I muttered. I began practicing the yin-yang exhalation technique, a superior sword technique I'd stumbled upon in my past life, its origins unknown. I couldn't rely solely on Xiaoqing, I needed these sword skills to enhance my strength. Noon arrived quickly. I placed Xiaoqing on my shoulder and headed to the Bounty Hunters Guild. The Qingshan team waited. Li Mofan, their captain, was relieved to see me, he'd feared I'd be a no-show. That little thing's adorable, Lu Jejia, a young woman in white, gushed, her eyes fixed on Xiaoqing. We set off for the Monster Beast Mountain Range, a treacherous place. The Qingshan team had 4 members, Li Mofan, Wang Kai, and 2 others, Shi Zhongping and Lu Jejia. Shi Zhongping and Lu Jejia, while competent, were mostly support. Lu Jejia, however, was stunning, her long legs were captivating. What kind of monster is Xiaoqing? Lu Jejia asked, her eyes filled with curiosity. Just an ordinary beast, I replied vaguely, concealing Xiaoqing's Kunping bloodline, a secret even a golden core Taoist master would covet. She dropped the subject, continuing to admire Xiaoqing. Suddenly, a piercing screech. White magic falcons! Li Mofan exclaimed. The sky was swarming with them. Escape was impossible. Li Mofan's face fell, he hadn't expected to encounter them so soon. Individually weak, in a flock, they were terrifying. Ready to fight, he commanded, mobilizing his energy. The falcons swooped. Damn birds! Wang Kai spat, charging into the fray. Li Mofan and Shi Zhongping followed. Jiang Chen, watch out! Lu Jejia warned. A falcon aimed at me. I smirked. Xiaoqing, go! Xiaoqing leaped, wings flashing. In an instant, she ripped a wing from a falcon, sending it plummeting to the ground. Lu Jejia expertly kicked another aside. The falcons swarmed us, overwhelming us. Then, Xiaoqing darted into their midst. A strange phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme erupted around her, sweeping the falcons to the ground. A natural ability? I murmured, astonished. Lu Jejia gasped. Jiang Chen, she's incredible. She's my beast, of course, she's strong, I said, grinning. You've got a thick skin, she chuckled. Xiaoqing returned, the falcon flock scattered, many dead. The remaining birds were too injured to fight. Li Mofan, relieved, praised Xiaoqing. Wang Kai scoffed, big deal. Just a beast. Lu Jejia retorted, without her, we'd all be dead. You're just jealous. Crack. My fist connected with Wang Kai's face. A tooth flew out. I stared coldly at him. Think before you insult someone. Crack. Another tooth followed. Xiaoqing stood ready to attack. Li Mofan intervened, preventing a fight. After resting, we resumed our search. The mood shifted, respect for Xiaoqing was evident. A wolf howl echoed. We found 5 one-eyed magic wolves, feeding on the remains of another beast. A pack, Li Mofan warned. Ignoring him, I commanded, Xiaoqing, attack. She soared, seizing air superiority. Li Mofan's face hardened. Zhang Chen, I said no unauthorized actions. I glanced at him calmly. Captain Li, just 5 one-eyed wolves? Are you scared? Dozens of white magic falcons were no match for Xiaoqing, 5 wolves were nothing. He frowned, his voice sharp. I'm the captain. Obey my orders. If you spent less time lecturing and more time collecting wolf corpses, you'd be better off, I retorted. Xiaoqing might not leave any alive much longer. He finally reacted, staring at the wolves. In moments, all 5 were on the ground, wounded, one already foaming at the mouth, dead. Xiaoqing, high above, landed, the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind whine / phoneme subsiding. Xiaoqing, you're amazing. Lu Zhezhou exclaimed, surprised at the ease of this silver-level mission. Return, I murmured, and Xiaoqing settled back onto my shoulder, radiating an aura of authority. Captain Li, I'm done here. I'll collect my payment at the Bounty Hunters Guild. I turned and walked away. Zhang Chen, what's the meaning of this? Li Mofan called out. We caught 3 wolves, my job is done. Staying would only slow me down, I explained, striding away. Lu Zhezhou stared at my back, lost in thought. He's so cool, she murmured. Later, I directed Xiaoqing to effortlessly dispatch several servant-level monsters using her phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind whine / phoneme blades, honing her skills. Then, a loud asterisk boom asterisk. A giant gopher, a servant-level scale-claw gopher, blocked my path. These creatures were known for their burrowing and sharp claws. I remained calm. Xiaoqing. She transformed into a blue blur, attacking the gopher. One strike from her claws drew blood. The gopher retaliated, digging a hole and hiding. I smiled. Xiaoqing created a powerful gust of phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind whine / phoneme, forcing the gopher out of its hole. A shrill cry, the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind whine / phoneme tore it apart. Xiaoqing landed on my shoulder, more confident than ever. I surveyed the scene, the hole and the shredded remains of the gopher with satisfaction. She was exceptional. Her phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind whine / phoneme control had improved tremendously. I didn't return home. Servant-level monsters were no longer a threat. I aimed for the outer inner circle border, an area rumored to hold stronger monsters, even commander level. It was a perfect place to further hone Xiaoqing's skills. But something was amiss. There were no monsters, which was strange. Then I heard rustling in the ground. Countless mounds of earth rose, revealing a swarm of over 20 scale-claw gophers. No wonder the area was empty, I'd stumbled into their territory. They stared, teeth bared, poised to attack. Looks like someone walked into a trap, I muttered, a smile playing on my lips. This was clearly orchestrated by a scale-claw gopher king. They encircled me, but hesitated, clearly wary of Xiaoqing. With a thought, she shot into the air. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind whine / phoneme blades erupted, tearing through the gophers. Within seconds, most were dead. I scanned the area for the king. Then, a flash of light, a mound erupting, the king attacked. I dodged, unleashing sword energy, severing the king's claws. He was sent flying. He tried to escape, but I wouldn't let him. Trying to leave? The sword energy finished him, he was torn apart. The remaining gophers, leaderless, were swiftly dispatched by Xiaoqing's phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind whine / phoneme blades. I continued my journey with Xiaoqing. Many more servant-level monsters appeared, but they were all easily eliminated by her enhanced phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind whine / phoneme blade attacks. Xiaoqing was far stronger, more capable than before. From my perspective, Xiaoqing could now handle general-level monsters. I pressed on towards the mysterious area where the outer and inner circles met. Xiaoqing, scout ahead, I instructed. She darted into the woods, returning shortly after. she chirped, signaling me to follow. We reached a pool. Servant-level and warrior-level monsters circled it, refusing to enter. Only Xiaoqing had ventured phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme. I examined the pool, sensing nothing unusual. Xiaoqing cried out, hovering above the water. I approached cautiously. Then, an old voice, didn't expect to find living folk here. My face tightened. I stepped back, Xiaoqing alert, wings fluttering, phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine slash phoneme blades ready. Forgive my intrusion, senior, I said respectfully. Such politeness is rare these days. I haven't seen a soul in ages, the voice replied, calmer now. I looked around, sensing something amiss. Senior, would you reveal yourself? Ripples formed in the center of the pool, a black shadow emerged. The warrior-level monster's fear was clearly linked to this. The shadow slowly surfaced, revealing a giant turtle. I was stunned. A turtle? I stammered. I am the Turtle Master, loyal to the world's greatest beast master. You punks call me Grandpa Turtle. The ancient turtle addressed me with a booming voice. My jaw dropped. Monsters rarely possessed human-level intelligence, only emperor-level creatures could normally speak. I'm Grandpa Turtle, you hear, the old turtle yelled, angrily. He materialized beside me. My eyes widened. The Turtle Master, the Beast Master of the world's first Beast Master. Could this be the Beast Master who served my ancestors? That seemed impossible, my ancestors lived millennia ago. Yet, the thought lingered. 1,000-year-old turtle wasn't so far-fetched. Boy, are you a descendant of the Beast Master lineage? The Turtle Master asked, looking at Xiaoqing. Yes, I replied. A Star Warlord Beast Master at your age? Impressive talent, he commented. I couldn't tell him about the system, though. Care to be my pet, he continued. I was a legendary figure. Even Golden Core and nascent soul Taoists called me Grandpa Turtle. My face fell. This boastful turtle was ridiculous. If he hadn't spoken, I might have roasted him. Charcoal grilled turtle would be delicious. Think it over, boy. I was a world ruler. Many want to be my pet. It's your lucky chance. I'd had enough. Xiaoqing, attack. Xiaoqing unleashed a barrage of phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win slash phoneme blades. They bounced harmlessly off his shell. Tough shell, I commented. Xiaoqing's phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win slash phoneme blades usually overpowered even warlord-level monsters. Easy there, young'un. I'm not petty. If you don't want to be my pet, find me a beautiful woman and I'll help you out. I am Grandpa Turtle, after all. I facepalmed. How could my ancestors have such a ludicrous beast master? Being his pet? He wanted a beautiful woman as a pet? Despite his eccentricities, his strength was undeniable. I couldn't pass up a powerful defensive ally. Don't worry, once I'm stronger, beautiful women will be all over me, I declared. The Turtle Master seemed to sense something amiss. A strange energy cut his connection to the pool. He looked shocked. Seems your ancestor wants my help, he said. Don't forget my request for a beautiful female pet. I raced back to the Bounty Hunters Guild with Xiaoqing and the Turtle Master. The Qingshan team would have finished the mission. My reward was theirs, I couldn't let them get away with it. Vice President Shen handed me 4 gold coins. Wrong. It should be 6, I said, frowning. Li Molfen and the others had agreed to 6. Wang Kai stepped forward, brimming with arrogance. The Qingshan team caught the wolves, not you, Jiang Chen. He and his burly companions stood at the guild entrance. I stared at Wang Kai. You cheated me. He scoffed, unafraid. Your beast is strong, but these are Hangzhou's Foundation Establishment Taoist masters. You're done for. Before he could finish, I grabbed him by the neck. With my free hand, I slapped him repeatedly. Several crisp slaps echoed through the guild. I tossed him aside, then emptied my pouch of coins, selecting 6. "This is mine." I pocketed them. "And this covers what you owe me." 6 more gold coins joined the others in my pocket before I tossed the empty wallet onto Wang Kai's chest. "You," he snarled, seething. "You're despicable." "Despicable?" I countered, stepping on his chest. "Are you even human?" I sneered. A faint energy emanated from me. In the Monster Beast mountain range, he'd be dead. But here, in the Bounty Hunters Guild, I had to restrain myself. "Want to join the fun?" I asked, my gaze sweeping over the Foundation establishment Taoists who'd arrived to back him up. They exchanged nervous glances, they seemed wary of me. Little brother Jiang Chen, Wang Kai is from our Taoist school." "This isn't right," one stammered. "Scram," I spat, the single word making them flinch. Ignoring them, I walked past Wang Kai and out the door. Back home, Xu Wening's worried frown eased when she saw me. "You did well," she said. "I never thought you'd be so capable." The Turtle Master gasped at Xu Wening's beauty. "Wow, such a stunning woman." Xu Wening noticed him immediately. "Jiang Chen, what's that?" she asked, pointing at the Turtle Master. Before I could answer, he announced, "Ahem, I'm Master Gue. Call me Master." Her face darkened. She picked him up, asking me, "Can I fight him?" I nodded. She unleashed her energy, slamming her fist into his shell. The shell remained unscathed. The Turtle Master just yelled, "Such a feisty woman." "I love it." I sighed and retreated to my room. Later, I sat with Xiaoqing. She was strong now, but still docile with me. "Empowerment," I said, placing a hand on her head. The 100 days' worth of cultivated energy flooded into her. She became even more vibrant, her eyes sharper, aura different. Ding! 100 days cultivation injected into Bluebird. Initiation repair function triggered. Initiation repair multiplier, 3 times return, rounded up to 1 year's cultivation. A surge of energy coursed through me, invigorating my body. Using the yin-yang exhalation technique, I refined it. White light emanated from me, reinforcing my body. I was now a 2-star warrior-level beast master. I exhaled. Xiaoqing, energized, excitedly flapped her wings. Even as a servant-level beast, she could rival a general warrior level 1, especially with her phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind/phoneme blades. Outside, I practiced my swordsmanship, using a branch as a makeshift sword. It might look simple, but I incorporated intricate moves. I had used this sword intent to defeat the Scale-Claw Gopher King. Now stronger, I could likely handle a similar foe without Xiaoqing's help. As I finished, the energy around me dissipated. "Jiang Chen boy, you're a sword cultivator." The Turtle Master's voice startled me. Relief washed over me when I saw him, mud-caked from Xu Wening's assault. He was my own now, no secrets needed. And his incredible defense made him the perfect training partner. The sounds of combat erupted. Xu Wening and the Turtle Master were at it again. "More training is needed." "This feels good," I said, watching them fight. Finally, I left to go to school. Many eyes followed me, or rather, Xiaoqing. She was far from an ordinary bird, emanating a powerful aura. The current decline of the Beast Master lineage made this unusual. "Excuse me, brother," a voice called. A young man approached. "Are you a Beast Master? Your beast is amazing." He reached towards Xiaoqing. I warned him, but it was too late. Xiaoqing launched into the air, phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind/phoneme blades forming. I signaled her to stop, her phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind/phoneme blades were deadly to humans. The young man, disheartened, muttered and left. I sighed, Xiaoqing wasn't as docile as she seemed. At school, the grounds were deserted. I needed to collect my Beast Master badge. I should have done it days ago, but the bounty hunt and Xiaoqing's training had delayed me. "Jiang Chen," a familiar voice called. I turned to see Lu Jia, looking stunning in a white shirt and black shorts. She was surprised to see me here. I thought I was mistaken, she said. Lu Jia fell into step beside me, a blush rising on her cheeks. You're a student here, too, she asked, smiling brightly. Just awakened my talent, I replied, nodding. Then you're a year younger. Call me senior sister, she chirped. I was speechless for a moment. Senior Lu, where is everyone? I asked. She frowned. The school competition starts in 2 days. Everyone's busy registering. School competition? I hadn't heard anything about it. It's understandable, you were probably still in the Monster Beast mountain range when the announcement came out, she said, her eyes twinkling. Today's the last day to register. Let's do it now. You'll be amazing. Before I could react, she took my hand and led me to the registration point. I didn't resist her gentle touch. Mentor, can he register? She asked the registration instructor. He glanced at me dismissively. A beast master in the school competition? Lu Jia thumped her chest confidently. Trust me, he's strong. He smirked, but registered me. Afterwards, Lu Jia accompanied me to get my beast master badge. We exchanged numbers before parting ways. Back home, I resumed training. The competition was imminent. The next day, I empowered Xiaoqing again. Ding! 1 year of cultivation empowered to Blue Bird. Empowerment repair function triggered. Initiation repair multiplier, twice. 2 years of cultivation returned. A massive surge of energy flooded my body. Using the yin-yang exhalation technique, I absorbed it, soaring from a 2-star to a 4-star general level beast master. I exhaled, satisfied. Xiaoqing's transformation was remarkable. Golden scales adorned her claws, her phoenix crown shimmered, her eyes glowed with intelligence. It seemed like she'd awakened her own intelligence. She flew up, meeting my gaze. I can communicate with her, I realized. While the empowerment hadn't fully awakened her latent Kunping bloodline, it significantly boosted her intelligence. Royal Beast name, Blue Bird, Beast Familiar level, Warrior level, Growable, Beast Royal qualification, 3 stars, Royal Beast bloodline, Kunping, bloodline level, %. I couldn't believe it, my servant level Xiaoqing was now general level. Warrior level monsters were nothing outside the Monster Mountain range. More importantly, her Kunping bloodline had increased by 1%, a huge jump from its original %. With more empowerments, her bloodline would strengthen further. I was tempted to pour all my energy into her. The next day, our connection deepened. Xiaoqing responded instantly to my thoughts. She perched on my lap, nuzzling my hand. Her feathers gleamed, her crown even more magnificent. I began another empowerment. My energy rapidly depleted. Ding! 1 year of cultivation instilled into Blue Bird. Empowerment repair function triggered. Initiation repair multiplier, 3 times. 3 years of cultivation returned. A tremendous surge of energy filled me. Without the system, I couldn't have contained it. I channeled the yin-yang exhalation technique, purifying my body. I eliminated impurities, enhancing future training. Finally, the energy settled. I'd reached 5-star warrior level beast master. It was a relatively small jump, but advancements become exponentially harder the higher you climb. Less than a week since my second awakening, and I'm a 5-star warrior level beast master. If this gets out, Huaxia's high-ups will dissect me for study. It is now January 2261 AD, and we are in the last piece of Pure Land in China. With the sound of the midnight bell, we are about to face the last immortal disaster. In China, the last 3 King Kongs of the Buddhist sect are guarding the western regions, leading the last masters of the Buddhist sect to resist the attack of the monster group led by several master-level monsters in the west. The 4 strong men of Taoism in the north who crossed the tribulation realm pulled out the Taoist luck gathered by the Taoist ancestors of the past dynasties from the ancestral home of the Taoist family in Wudong Mountain, and led the Taoist disciples to guard the northern sky. The last Southern Confucianist who was able to establish a life state uses his own essence and blood as a reference to write a magnificent poem. The Taoist scholar has no guts, dare to let the world sink into the sea. Huaxia, including the human race all over the world, ushered in the darkest moment in history. Jiang Chen listened to the icy mechanical radio broadcast in his ears, and his eyes swept across the already devastated battlefield in front of him. What? A wailing sound sounded, and a Taoist expert fell from the sky and landed heavily in the pile of dead people. He struggled to raise his head and wanted to say something, but in the end he only moved the corner of his mouth slightly, and then there was no more sound. Jiang Chen looked around, and wherever he looked, there were ruins, and countless corpses fell on the ground in a haphazard manner. The corpses of humans and monsters piled up in a mess, and the muddy blood continued to flow towards the surroundings. Looking around, there are scenes of flesh and blood flying everywhere. The flesh and blood of humans and monsters are intertwined, and the stench hangs over the originally peaceful city. Natural disasters are coming. There is still one fighter in the human race. Follow me to kill. I only heard a sonorous female voice, and saw a cold and beautiful woman standing up among the dead people. The woman was wearing a Taoist robe, and when she looked closely, her right arm was missing. Only the sleeve robe moved with the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win/phoneme. Several people stood up one after another among the dead people beside the glamorous woman. Everyone forced a breath of fresh air, but none of them was complete. Put. Just as the cold and beautiful woman finished speaking, a thick tentacle rushed out of the ruins and directly penetrated the cold and beautiful woman's chest. Fresh blood spewed out from the glamorous woman's chest, flesh and blood flew everywhere, and a strong smell of blood spread at this moment. Xuaning. When bits of minced meat sprayed out, Jiang Chen's heart seemed to be torn apart at this moment, and a feeling of suffocation welled up in his heart at this moment. The glamorous woman seemed to have heard Jiang Chen's call, and slowly turned her head to look at Jiang Chen. A smile appeared on her blood-stained face. The next moment, the thick tentacle was withdrawn, and the glamorous woman who lost her support just fell straight down, lifeless. At the same time, on this battlefield, the bodies of countless strong human races fell one after another, and the corpses piled up together, forming a great wall of corpses on the narrow street. Jiang Chen looked around. There were only a few people standing in such a huge city. One by one, the imperial beasts that he cultivated died in the sea of monsters. Jiang Chen's soul was also damaged. The corners of his mouth were bleeding profusely, and his already pale face was even bloodless at this moment. Even so, he still didn't choose to give up, gritted his teeth and started to burn the source crazily. In an instant, the originally young face quickly aged, and the black hair turned into white hair, like an old man in his dying years. The white-haired Jiang Chen stood alone on the street, with the great wall piled up with bones in front of him and behind him. At this moment, dense numbers of monsters swept from all directions, covering the entire sky, the sunlight, and this last piece of pure land. It was dark. Jiang Chen. It's your turn to test your talent. A slightly angry reprimand sounded at this moment. Jiang Chen suddenly opened his eyes, looked at the familiar things around him, and froze in place for a moment. Isn't this the time when I awakened my talent for the second time? He looked around and found that all the people around him were his former classmates. Am I reborn? Jiang Chen looked at the extremely familiar faces all around, and muttered to himself. He didn't expect that he would travel back to the time when he had just awakened his second talent. Jiang Chen is such a smudge. No matter how many times I call him, I don't even bother to answer him. This guy had the garbage beast mastering talent in his first talent test, and I think he's probably also beast mastering talent this time. If the second awakening is still the talent of beast control, it will be really embarrassing. Several students who had completed the second awakening looked at Jiang Chen and said with disdain. Even the instructor next to the test stone said coldly, Jiang Chen, if you don't want to test, just leave, don't waste everyone's time here. It took Jiang Chen a long time to come back to his senses, and he saw that he came to the test stone in 3 steps at a time, took a deep breath and pressed his palm on the test stone. Boom! A snow-white beam of light shot up from the test stone, and the white light flickered. Jiang Chen, the second awakening, the talent of beast control. The instructor at the side looked at the snow-white beam of light on the test stone with a look of disdain on his face. Ha ha, let me just say that Jiang Chen is a waste. The second awakening is actually a talent for controlling beasts. Jiang Chen really has lost face to our school. Beast familiar talent is such a rubbish talent, I think he can only be reduced to a low-level figure in his life. That's right, today's beast masters are trash, and so is Jiang Chen. With the lighting of the snow-white beam of light, everyone present began to ridicule. Jiang Chen was just standing quietly beside the testing stone at this moment. He still remembered that in his last life, he started to give up on himself after awakening the talent of beast control for the second time. After all, the lineage of beast masters has already withered talents, and the beast masters have already existed in name only. And the second time I awakened the talent of beast control, it proved that I had no other talents at all. It's just that compared to the self-abandonment in the previous life, Jiang Chen's state of mind at this moment is already different from the past. He slowly walked down the steps next to the test stone, and said softly when passing by the tutor, "Teacher, do you know that there is a saying that a dog looks down on a person?" Just when the mentor was still puzzled, Jiang Chen's figure had already disappeared into the crowd. The moment Jiang Chen stepped out of the school, a mechanical electronic prompt sounded in his mind. Ding! The host is detected as a beast master. Shan Hai Jing Empowerment and Ancestral System bound successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the empowerment ability. The host only needs to use the vitality accumulated in his own practice, empower and pass it on to his own beast. You can randomly draw a multiple between 1 and 100, and return your vitality to yourself. P.S. Confucian Realm, Enlightenment, Self-Cultivation, Benevolent Man, Confucian Scholar, Virtue, Gentleman, Life Setting, Great Confucianism, Sage, Taoist Realm, Condensing Qi, Building Foundation, Yin God, Golden Elixir, Nascent Soul, Yang God, Crossing Tribulation, Land Immortal, Dao Zun, Buddhist Realm, Shami, Dharma Master, Zen Master, Lawyer, Ascetic Monk, King Kong, Arhat, Bodhisattva, Buddha, Monster Realm, Servant Level, General Level, Commander Level, Monarch Level, Emperor Level, Ancient Level, Master Level, Immortal Level, Ancestral Level System? Can I still get feedback after the empowerment? In this way, wouldn't it be equivalent to adding a catalyst for the growth of the Beast Master? And give back to yourself. The short board of the Beast Master is no longer a short board. Just as Jiang Chen's thoughts were spinning, the system's cold mechanical sounds sounded again. Is there a free lottery? Start the lottery. Jiang Chen didn't hesitate at all, and looked at the turntable that appeared on the virtual screen in front of him. When he spoke, the turntable on the virtual screen began to scroll. With the beating of the pointer, the turntable stopped slowly. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Beast Familiar Returning to Ancestor Experience Card. Use times, 1 time, function introduction. The host can choose a royal beast above the commanding level that is bound to him, so that his blood can return 80% to his ancestors. Atavism time limit, 1 hour. After use, the Beast Familiar Returning Experience Card will disappear. Beast Familiar Returning to Ancestor Experience Card? It's a good thing. When the system's notification sound slowly disappeared, Jiang Chen realized that a group of people had gathered not far in front of him. Among the crowd, a tall, long-haired woman with a shawl-shaven appearance was at the center of the crowd. When seeing this woman, Jiang Chen's already calm heart suddenly trembled. Xuaning. Zhang Xuaning in the crowd also noticed Jiang Chen at the school gate, and saw her walking out of the crowd and walking towards Jiang Chen slowly. Seeing Zhang Xuaning walking towards him, Jiang Chen was actually a little lost. Let's go home. An icy voice sounded, and Zhang Xuaning had already appeared in front of Jiang Chen. As the frost goddess recognized by the school, Zhang Xuaning had always been as cold as ice. Jiang Chen was slightly taken aback, and quickly guessed the reason why Zhang Xuaning appeared here. He shook his head slightly. Go back first. At this moment, several people came out of the crowd one after another. All of them were students of the same class who had witnessed Jiang Chen's second awakening of the talent of beast control. When they saw the frost goddess in their minds talking to Jiang Chen, they immediately burned with anger. It's just a waste who has awakened the talent of beast control for the second time. If it wasn't because he is the elder brother of Goddess Jiang might not even look at him. Who says it's not? You must know that Goddess Jiang is the proud daughter of heaven who has awakened her Taoist talent for the second time. Even the instructor of the test bluntly said that as long as Goddess Jiang doesn't waste her cultivation, her future cultivation will directly point to the Yangshan realm of Taoism. Talent directly points to Taoist Yang God realm masters? This kind of talent is appalling. Who is Goddess Jiang? She is the goddess of frost who has made countless men fall under her pomegranate skirt. If I can have the honor to have a word with Goddess Jiang, then death will be worth it. Accompanied by the sound of exclamation, the surrounding crowd who didn't know what happened suddenly exploded. Jiang Xuening didn't care about these. She looked at Jiang Chen and said coldly, "Jiang Chen." Jiang Chen smiled slightly, his eyes met Jiang Xuening's. "Listen to me, you go home first." After the words fell, Jiang Chen bypassed Jiang Xuening who was standing in front of him, and strode forward. This Jiang Chen really doesn't know what to do, he doesn't even listen to the words of Goddess Jiang. If you ask me, this Jiang Chen doesn't deserve to be the elder brother of Goddess Jiang at all. That's right, a waste with beast master talent is not worthy at all. Seeing Jiang Chen's departure, trivial voices rang out from the crowd of onlookers. Jiang Xuening, who was standing there, slowly turned her head to look at the crowd of onlookers. The crowd of onlookers suddenly felt countless chills covering their bodies. If you dare to say one more thing about Jiang Chen, I'll let you come in standing up and go out lying down. Jiang Xuening's voice was icy cold, every single word. The chill of the Taoist sect overflowed at this moment. Huaxia Hangcheng, Pet Market. Jiang Chen came here non-stop, and now he urgently needs to find a beast that suits him. After all, it was because of self-abandonment at the beginning that it was too late to step into the beast familiar. In the end, he could only watch his relatives and friends die in front of him. Now that I have been assisted by the system, I must not let the tragedy happen again. Don't miss it when you pass by. The pet egg of a commander-level monster only needs gold coins. Outside the name, the strong man in this store risked his life to bring back the pet egg of a monarch-level monster. You only need gold coins to bring it home. Integrity Management, our store has recently received a new batch of warrior-level monster pet eggs, and you can take them home with only gold coins. As soon as we arrived at the pet market, there was an endless stream of shouts. Jiang Chen quickly walked to a stall, which was the same merchant who was selling pet eggs with monarch-level monsters. When he saw Jiang Chen coming, the stall owner cheered up immediately. This little brother looks like a dragon and a phoenix at first glance, and the strong man in the shop put his life on the line to find it from the lair of the monarch-level monster Jinyataten. Such a pet egg. As he said that, the stall owner took out the so-called Jinyao Titan pet egg. Jiang Chen looked at Jinyataten's pet egg, and a system notification sound appeared in his ear. Monster name, Four-Clawed Magic Eagle, Monster Qualification, Commander Level, Monster Quality, First Grade. Listening to the notification sound in his ear, Jiang Chen's gaze towards the pet egg no longer had the previous frenzy. He originally thought that this pet egg belonged to the Monarch-level monster Jinyataten, but who would have thought that it was the Commander-level monster Four-Clawed Magic Eagle? Although the Four-Clawed Magic Eagle is also very strong, it is not worth gold coins at all. The stall owner obviously regarded himself as a fool and wanted to take a fortune. Without the slightest hesitation, Jiang Chen left directly, and came to the booth with the commander-level monster pet eggs. Monster name, Flame Wolf, Monster Qualification, Commander Level, Monster Quality, First Grade. Compared with the previous one, this stall owner seemed much more sincere, but it still didn't meet Jiang Chen's expectation. Jiang Chen wandered around the pet market for a long time, but still couldn't find any pet eggs that met his expectations. It seems that this time I will return without success. Jiang Chen let out a long sigh, and was about to leave the pet market when the system notification sound suddenly sounded. Monster name, Blue Bird, Monster Qualification, Servant Level, Growable, Monster Beast Quality, Third Grade, Bloodline Level, %. Jiang Chen, who was about to leave the pet market, was slightly taken aback, looked around, and was dumbfounded for a moment. He looked at the stall full of warrior-level pet eggs, walked up to it, and found a pitch-black pet egg. Staller, how do you sell this? Jiang Chen held the pet egg and looked at the stall owner. Little brother, 50 gold coins, no fools. It is good. Without saying a word, Jiang Chen paid 50 gold coins to the stall owner, and quickly left the place. The stall owner who took the gold coins was stunned. He had never seen such a non-bargaining customer. Could it be that I have misread it? Jiang Chen, who returned home, put the pet egg on the ground. His eyes were full of fanaticism. The monster with Kuanping's bloodline got it into his bag for only 50 gold coins. This is definitely a big mistake. Whether to enable empowerment, open the empowerment. Jiang Chen sat cross-legged. An invisible force slowly flowed from his body into the blue bird's pet egg. This force comes from the vitality in Jiang Chen's body. The so-called vitality is the breath cultivated by Huaxia cultivators, absorbing the breath of heaven and earth into their bodies. Ding! The host injects 10 days of cultivation into the blue bird pet egg. Trigger initiation repair is a function. Initiation repair is multiplier turntable open. When the system's notification sounded, a virtual turntable suddenly appeared in front of Jiang Chen. A random value from 0 to 100 is marked on the turntable. Looking at the value on the turntable, he felt speechless for a moment. The first few values are still normal, but the latter values are really powerless to complain. The larger the value, the smaller the area it occupies, and the area engraved with a value of dash is much smaller than the pointer of the turntable. Who can turn to 100? Please host to start repairing as a turntable. Facing such an unfair turntable, Jiang Chen lightly moved the pointer on the turntable, only to see that the pointer rotated rapidly, and the speed gradually slowed down. The pointer gradually stopped, and it landed on the junction of 0 and 100 impartially. Just when Jiang Chen thought he was going to fetch water from a bamboo basket for nothing, the virtual screen in front of him flickered, and the next moment the pointer actually pointed above 100 impartially. Congratulations to the host for being lucky and triggering 100 times crit bonus. The host empowers the 10-day cultivation base, gets 100 times the crit reward, and returns the 1000-day cultivation base. The next moment, Jiang Chen felt the vitality in his body soar rapidly. The vitality in his body was like a broken bamboo, breaking through several realms in a row. The momentum did not decrease at all. After a long time, he felt stagnation of the vitality pouring into his body continuously. Feeling his current cultivation base, Jiang Chen suddenly showed a smile on his face. His cultivation has indeed increased 100 times, and his realm has been directly promoted from the 1st star of the servant-level Beast Master to the 9th star. Today's empowerment repairs have been used. Please do the empowerment tomorrow. With the sound of the system prompt, everything around began to return to its original state. It's just that what's different from before is that Jiang Chen's cultivation now has directly leaped from a slave-level Beast Master to a 9-star level. And the blue bird's pet egg also has a few cracks. It looks like it is about to break out of the shell. Dong dong dong. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. Opening the door, Jiang Xuening in plain clothes appeared at the door. Even in plain clothes, it is still difficult to conceal her curvy figure, coupled with her dusty temperament that seems to be otherworldly. Even Jiang Chen, who was with her day and night, couldn't help swallowing. Jiang Chen, what are you doing in the room? Why did it take so long to open the door? Jiang Xuening frowned and looked into Jiang Chen's room, but because Jiang Chen blocked her, she couldn't see clearly. The latter came back to his senses, shook his head and said, "It's nothing." Hearing this, Jiang Xuening hesitated for a moment and said, "Jiang Chen, so what about the talent of a beast master? Our father is also a beast master. Can't everyone respect him?" Jiang Chen looked at his half-sister and said with a slight smile, "Don't worry, I know how to measure." Only then did Jiang Xuening breathe a sigh of relief, and then she returned to that frosty look again. "Jiang Chen, we don't have much money at home, we will run out of food in a short time." Hearing this, Jiang Chen immediately frowned. If he remembered correctly, even if he bought pet eggs with 50 gold coins, the family wouldn't be in short supply so quickly. Seeing Jiang Chen's expression, Jiang Xuening said, 2 days ago, several Jindan experts from the Taoist school came to me and said that if I want to enter the Taoist school to practice, I have to pay a fee of 300 gold coins. You handed it in? Handed in. Jiang Chen looked at Jiang Xuening. He was not angry, but smiled and said, "You do need money for a lot of Taoist techniques. However, you have a Taoist talent. They all say that you can become a master of the Taoist Yang God realm in the future. Now you just need to concentrate on practicing. As for the money, I will find a way." Jiang Xuening was already prepared to be scolded, but after hearing Jiang Chen's words at this moment, she froze in place for a moment. "Jiang Chen. Okay? You've changed. If I remember correctly, the Bounty Hunters Guild should be around here. Jiang Chen was walking on the street, looking around from time to time, as if he was looking for something. Finally, in an inconspicuous corner, he saw a few large characters. Bounty Hunters Guild. After entering the gate of the guild, Jiang Chen realized that it was not as lively as he had imagined. There were only a few people sitting together, as if they were discussing something. A glamorous woman was sitting on a Grand Master's chair, her white jade legs raised up, as if she was captivating. Little guy, are you here to accept the mission, or to issue a reward order? When Jiang Chen walked into the gate, everyone's eyes were focused on him alone. The glamorous woman showed a smile, and slowly came to Jiang Chen, exhaling like blue. I want to be a bounty hunter. Jiang Chen looked at the 2 touches of Snow White exposed under the glamorous woman's clothes, without squinting. Little guy, at your age, you want to become a bounty hunter. Are you not afraid of losing your life? The glamorous woman never cared about Jiang Chen's gaze. Lost? I can't lose my life. Jiang Chen opened his mouth lightly, and looked directly into the beautiful woman's eyes. Little guy, do you know what a bounty hunter stands for? Lick blood on the tip of the knife. Then you are not afraid? Why be afraid? As soon as Jiang Chen's words came out, the beautiful woman froze in place for a moment. As the vice president of the Bounty Hunters Guild, she has met many people who want to become bounty hunters for money, and she will ask those people the same question. But the answers are all the same. Only the boy in front of him gave a different answer. Little guy, the Bounty Hunters Guild has clear regulations. If the cultivation level is not enough to deal with slave-level monsters, we will not take them. The glamorous woman reminded. Since you've come here, you naturally have confidence. Jiang Chen smiled slightly, without changing his expression. Little guy, are you a cultivator of the 3 religions, or a cultivator of the 100 schools, what realm? 9-star servant level Beast Master. Jiang Chen's words were clear. Beast Master? The glamorous woman frowned slightly. I didn't expect that even a beast master would dare to come out to be a bounty hunter these days. At this moment, a voice sounded, and several well-dressed young people walked into the gate. One of them looked at Jiang Chen with a look of disdain on his face. The glamorous woman looked at the bounty hunter, frowned slightly and said, Wang Kai, I have said many times that there is no distinction between high and low talents. The group of bounty hunters in front of them were obviously regular customers of the Bounty Hunters Guild, and the beautiful woman immediately called out the name of the bounty hunter who spoke rudely. What Vice President Shen said was, Wang Kai, quickly admit your mistake to this little brother. The captain of the bounty hunter team hurriedly spoke. Let me admit my mistake to him and dream. Wang Kai remained unmoved, and stared at Jiang Chen with eyes full of disdain. Seeing this, the captain of the bounty hunter shook his head helplessly, then cupped his hands to Jiang Chen and said, This little brother, don't take offense, this guy Wang Kai has such a temper, if he offends, please Haihan. Then he turned to Vice President Shen and asked, Vice President Shen, we heard that someone recently issued a silver-level reward order. I don't know if it is true or not. Vice President Shen nodded, and smiled lightly. Someone has indeed issued a silver-level reward order, and the reward for the reward order is not low, a full 30 gold coins. The content of the reward order is quite simple. It is to go to the outskirts of the Monster Beast mountain range to capture 3 adult one-eyed magic wolves, and they must be kept alive. Jiang Chen on the side frowned slightly. One must know that one-eyed magic wolves phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme in packs, and usually appear in groups, and it is extremely difficult for the few people in front of them to capture them individually. One-eyed magic wolf? Captain Li Mofan frowned. Our Qingshan team wants to accept this reward order. You can't take it. Vice President Shen shook his head. The silver reward order is different from the bronze reward order. Although your Qingshan team is not weak, according to the requirements of the silver reward order, at least a team of 5 people can take it. Hearing this, Li Mofan found himself in trouble. After all, his Qingshan squad was full of only 4 people, so how could he find a 5th person to join him at this hour and a half? Suddenly his eyes fell on Jiang Chen, who was at the side. This little brother, I wonder if you are interested in joining our team. Li Mofan came to Jiang Chen in 3 steps and 2 steps in parallel, and after hesitating again and again, he still chose to throw an olive branch at him. Vice President Shen shook his head after seeing this scene. He is not a bounty hunter yet. Jiang Chen looked at Vice President Shen and asked, "What should I do to become a bounty hunter?" "Pay the money." "How much is it?" 10 gold coins. The two looked at each other, and after Jiang Chen pondered for a moment, he handed out 10 gold coins. This is already all his belongings. After paying the money, Jiang Chen officially became a 1-star bronze-ranked bounty hunter. "I can join your team, but there are some things that need to be agreed in advance." "How much will I get paid?" Jiang Chen looked at Li Mofan, who was extending an olive branch to him, and asked calmly. 4 gold coins. The latter thought for a while and offered a price. "Too little, I want 6 gold coins." Jiang Chen looked at Li Mofan calmly. This after pondering for a long time, Li Mofan finally chose to compromise. "Vice President Shen, our Qingshan team accepted this silver-level reward. The silver-level reward order is valid for 7 days. Come here after 7 days, and you will pay the money and deliver the goods." "It is good." In the early morning of the next day, Jiang Chen gave initiation to 5 elements Qinghuan's pet egg. Ding! The host injects 100 days of cultivation into the bluebird pet egg. Trigger initiation repair is a function. Initiation repair is multiple extraction. Initiation repair is multiplied 5 times. The host empowers 100 days of cultivation, 5 times the return, and the host gains 500 days of cultivation. When the system's notification sounded, Jiang Chen once again felt the vitality in his body soaring wildly, and his cultivation base was directly impacted from the 9 stars upwards. Boom! A crisp voice sounded in his body. Jiang Chen felt as if his cultivation base had broken through. When the soaring vitality gradually calmed down, a look of horror appeared on his face. His cultivation level has reached the level of a star warlord at this moment. The cultivation base directly broke through a big realm. Crack! At this moment, there was a crisp cracking sound. I saw the cracks on the blue bird's pet egg began to spread towards the surroundings. The crackling sound continued, and the cracks began to gradually expand. The next moment, the entire pet egg shattered directly, and a cyan bird with a green body and a phoenix crown appeared in front of him. Choo choo choo. The blue bird let out a small call. Its eyes were full of confusion. Ding! It has been detected that the beast can be bound. The name of the royal beast: Bluebird, beast familiar level, servant level, growable, beast royal qualification, Samsung, bloodline level, %, whether to bind. Looking at the bluebird in front of him, Jiang Chen directly activated the binding without the slightest hesitation. Binding is successful. Bind royal beast, Bluebird. The mechanical system prompt sounded, and Jiang Chen could clearly feel some kind of bond between himself and the bluebird. Being a beast master for 2 lifetimes, Jiang Chen knew that the bluebird in front of him had completely become his own beast master. "I'll call you Shaoqing from now on." Shaoqing seemed to have understood Jiang Chen's words. At this moment, she spread her wings bouncingly and rushed towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen smiled slightly, let Shaoqing slap him on his body, and put him aside after a long time. I saw him sitting cross-legged, and began to practice the yin-yang breathing method. Now he wants to try his best to improve his strength. After all, natural disasters will come in the near future. If he lives again, he must not repeat the same mistakes. With the blessing of the system, Jiang Chen's cultivation became more and more like a fish in water. It's not enough to rely solely on the strength of the beast master. Fortunately, I still have a backup. With the yin-yang exhalation technique being used, an unusual breath began to circulate around Jiang Chen's body. This is a sword technique that Jiang Chen obtained by accident in his previous life. I don't know the source, but it is definitely a superior sword technique. It is obviously extremely reluctant to rely on Shaoqing to fight now. Jiang Chen must pay phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme attention to cultivating this set of sword skills before that to make himself stronger. Time flies, and before you know it, it's already past noon. Jiang Chen put Shaoqing on his shoulders, and then rushed towards the Bounty Hunters Guild. In front of the Bounty Hunters Guild, the Qingshan team had been waiting here for a long time. Seeing Jiang Chen's arrival, the Captain Li Mofan breathed a sigh of relief. He originally thought that Zhang Chen was going to miss the appointment. Hey, this little guy is so cute. In Qingshan Squad, a young woman in snow-white clothes stared at Xiaoqing on Zhang Chen's shoulder, her eyes were shining brightly. After everyone assembled, they headed towards the periphery of the Monster Beast Mountain range. The terrain of the Monster Beast Mountains is steep, and monsters phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme there all year round, so the danger is self-evident. There are 4 people in the Qingshan team, besides the Captain Li Mofan and Wang Kai, there are 2 more. Among them, the men are ordinary in appearance and average in strength, and they act as laborers in the team. The other woman is different, her figure is extremely graceful, her appearance is also excellent, especially her pair of slender and straight snow-white jade legs, it is simply the object of people's dreams. Zhang Chen, what kind of monster is Xiaoqing? It's really interesting. The young woman's name is Lu Jejia, a Taoist Qi condensation master, and the other man's name is Shi Zhongping, who is also a Taoist Qi condensation master. It's just an ordinary monster. By chance, it became my royal beast. Zhang Chen would not tell Lu Jejia about Xiaoqing's origin, but Xiaoqing is a monster with % Kuanpeng bloodline. Even a master of the Golden Core realm of the Taoist school would salivate over such a qualified beast master. Seeing that Zhang Chen didn't intend to tell him Xiaoqing's background, Lu Jejia didn't continue to ask, and continued to tease Xiaoqing on Zhang Chen's shoulder. Call out. An ear-piercing cry suddenly came from above everyone's heads. Not good. It's the white magic falcons. Li Mofan, who had been haunting the Monster Mountain range all year round, was the first to notice something was wrong, but when they realized it, the sky was already surrounded by white magic eagles. There are dozens of them at a glance. Zhang Chen looked at the white magic eagle hovering in the sky and frowned slightly. Facing the mighty flock of white magic falcons, it was obviously too late to evacuate to a safe place. Li Mofan's face was solemn. He didn't expect to encounter a group of white magic falcons just after he entered the Monster Beast Mountain range. Although the individual strength of the white magic falcons was not strong, when they encountered a group of white magic falcons, they would be extremely difficult to deal with. A little carelessness, I'm afraid their Qingshan team will be buried in Inko. Get ready to fight. Li Mofan gave an order and began to circulate his vitality. SHHHHHH. The group of white magic eagles in the sky also began to gallop downward at this moment, preparing to quickly end the battle with a numerical advantage. A bunch of little bastards. Wang Kai spat out a mouthful of saliva, punched out, and directly fought with several white magic eagles. Li Mofan and Shi Zhongping rushed forward one after another, and for a while the 3 of them were fighting with the white magic eagle. Zhang Chen, be careful. When the 3 members of the Qingshan team faced off against the group of white magic eagles, Zhang Chen and Lu Jejia in the rear were not idle phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either/phoneme. Zhang Chen looked at a white magic eagle galloping towards him in front of him, a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. Xiaoqing, do it. Little Qingtan on his shoulder fluttered his wings for a moment, with a ruthless look in his eyes. Choo choo choo. The next moment, Xiaoqing on Zhang Chen's shoulder jumped up, fluttered her wings, and rushed towards the white magic eagle in front of her in a few turns. Just a face-to-face meeting, Xiaoqing tore off one of the wings of the originally aggressive white magic eagle, and fell to the ground, dying. Naturally, Lu Jejia was not idle phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either/phoneme, she kicked forward with her snow-white long legs, and kicked the oncoming white magic eagle away. He looked at the white magic falcon on the ground with a look of surprise. There are more and more white magic eagles around, and it becomes more and more difficult for Zhang Chen and Lu Jejia to deal with them. At this moment, I saw Xiaoqing moving phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals close/phoneme to her figure, fluttering her wings to face the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win/phoneme, and rushed straight towards the white magic eagles that were culling them. When it rushed into the encirclement formed by those white magic eagles, there were bursts of subtle breeze waves erupting around it for no reason. The next moment, with Xiaoqing at the center, a gust of phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win/phoneme suddenly appeared among the group of white magic falcons. Facing the sudden gust of phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win/phoneme, the group of white magic falcons that came to slaughter had no time to react. They were instantly swept by the gust of phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine slash phoneme, and fell to the ground one after another. Is this a natural skill? Jiang Chen looked at Xiao Chang, who was shuttling among the white magic eagles. His complexion changed slightly. Lu Jiajia on the side opened her mouth even more. Jiang Chen, is Xiaoqing so strong? It's not bad, it's my beast master after all, how could it be weak? You really have a thick skin. Just as Jiang Chen was talking with Lu Jiajia, Xiao Chang, who had returned triumphantly, had already returned to Jiang Chen's shoulders. The flock of white magic falcons that had been overwhelming the sky had long been scattered, and many of them had died on the spot. Even the few dying white magic falcons left on the ground were injured by Xiaoqing's violent phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine slash phoneme. Seeing the group of white magic falcons receding one after another, Li Mofan and the others breathed a sigh of relief after a fierce battle. Brother Jiang Chen, your beast master is really powerful, even a group of white magic eagles can be repelled by it. No wonder you want to become a bounty hunter. With such a powerful imperial beast by your side, wouldn't it be easy to deal with the ordinary bronze-level reward order? Li Mofan came in front of Jiang Chen, looked at Xiaoqing on Jiang Chen's shoulder, and couldn't help giving a thumbs up. TCH, what's the big deal, it's just a beast. Wang Kai on the side sneered. Wang Kai, I think you just can't see others being stronger than you. Without Xiaoqing's help, we might not be able to withstand the attack of the white magic falcons. Hearing that someone slandered Xiaoqing, Lu Jiajia immediately became unhappy. After all, if Xiaoqing hadn't joined the battle in a thunderous manner this time, how could their Qingshan team have escaped without casualties? I need the help of such a beast? I really laughed out loud. Wang Kai pouted, his eyes full of contempt. Crack! At this moment, a huge fist hit Wang Kai's face. The latter had no time to react, and a front tooth was knocked out in an instant. I saw Jiang Chen slowly withdrew his hand, his eyes were full of coldness. Before you say that others are beasts, you should first think about whether you are a human being. Wang Kai covered his mouth, blood spit out from his mouth. He glared at Jiang Chen and said angrily, his grandma's bastard, how dare you hit me? Crack! As soon as the words fell, another front tooth fell to the ground. Jiang Chen looked at Wang Kai coldly, and Xiaoqing on his shoulders had already made a forward posture. If Wang Kai continued to speak rudely, Xiaoqing would definitely give him a thunderous blow. Seeing this scene, Li Mofan immediately stepped forward to smooth things over. Everyone present had seen Xiaoqing's strength, so naturally they didn't want to fight among themselves at the moment. Lu Jiajia and Shi Zhongping on the side also intervened to bring this farce to an end. After some rest, the group of five started looking for the one-eyed magic wolf again. It's just that after the previous battle, the atmosphere in the Qingshan team has undergone subtle changes. Ow! Everyone hurried all the way, and soon there was a wolf howling in their ears, accompanied by the sound of howling wolves. Jiang Chen and the others finally saw the trace of the one-eyed magic wolf. It's just that the one-eyed magic wolf in front of them is not one, but a total of 5. Beside the 5 one-eyed wolves, the bones of a monster beast appeared. Apparently they had just eaten. There is a group of one-eyed demon wolves ahead. Everyone should not act without authorization. Li Mofan looked at the pack of one-eyed demon wolves in front of him, and began to tell the people behind him. Xiaoqing, do it. Jiang Chen ignored Li Mofan, and immediately called out to Xiaoqing, who was on his shoulder. Xiaoqing left Jiang Chen's shoulders, soared into the sky, and instantly grasped the air supremacy. Seeing this scene, Li Mofan's face changed slightly. He came to Jiang Chen, and said with a cold face, Brother Jiang Chen, didn't I say not to act without authorization? Jiang Chen glanced at Li Mofan, and said calmly, Captain Li, there are only 5 one-eyed demon wolves, are you afraid of them all? One must know that even dozens of white magic eagles are no match for Xiaoqing, let alone 5 one-eyed magic wolves. Hearing this, Li Mofan frowned. He glanced at Jiang Chen, and then said in a deep voice, Jiang Chen, you have to know that I am the captain of this team. You should obey my orders. Hearing this, the latter said lightly, Captain Li, if you have the time to say these words, you might as well collect the corpses of those one-eyed magic wolves. If you don't make a move again, Xiaoqing might not be able to keep anyone alive. Li Mofan reacted and looked towards the direction of the one-eyed demon wolves, and took a deep breath for a while. At this moment, the 5 one-eyed magic wolves fell to the ground covered in wounds. One of them was even foaming at the mouth, and died in the next moment. Xiaoqing hovered high above the sky, shaking her wings, and the raging phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win/phoneme gradually dissipated. Xiaoqing, you are amazing. Lu Jia looked at Xiaoqing and couldn't help clapping her hands. She originally thought that this silver-level reward order was very difficult, but who would have thought it would be so easy? Return. Jiang Chen called softly, and Xiaoqing fell back onto his shoulders again. At this moment, Xiaoqing exuded a faint royal aura, as if the king had descended. Captain Li, I will leave the rest to you. I've done everything I need to do. After you've settled this place, I'll go to the Bounty Hunters Guild and ask you for a bounty. Jiang Chen glanced at Li Mofan, then turned around and walked in one direction. Jiang Chen, what do you mean? After all, Li Mofan couldn't help but questioned. I remember that the purpose of this trip was to catch the 3 one-eyed magic wolves. Now that the purpose has been achieved, there is no need for me to go with you again. What's more, being with you will only hold me back. Jiang Chen strode away, leaving only a few members of Qingshan's squad. Lu Jia looked at Jiang Chen's back, and was in a daze for a while. He is so handsome. Xiaoqing used the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win/phoneme blade to tear it apart. With Jiang Chen's order, Xiaoqing went straight into the sky. The next moment, countless gusts of phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win/phoneme blew up with the flapping of its wings. A monster beast that was as tall as a man above the ground was instantly torn into pieces under the strong phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win/phoneme. Seeing this scene, Jiang Chen nodded in satisfaction. Along the way, he has directed Xiaoqing to kill many slave-level monsters, and Xiaoqing's control over her phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win/phoneme attribute has become more and more like a fish in water. Jiang Chen walked forward, while Xiaoqing was circling in the sky. Boom! There was a loud noise. I saw a huge gopher crawling out from the ground not far ahead, blocking Jiang Chen's only path at this moment, with no intention of giving way at all. Jiang Chen recognized this monster. It was a servant-level monster with scale claws. It was a monster that was good at punching holes. Its combat ability was not weak, and its claws were sharp, so it could easily penetrate rocks. Facing the road squirrel blocking the way, Jiang Chen didn't show the slightest panic on his face. Little Cheng. With a soft call, Xiaoqing has turned into a blue light and rushed straight to the scaled claw gopher. In just one face-to-face meeting, the scaly gopher was scratched by Xiaoqing's sharp claws, and muddy blood flowed from the wound. The scale-clawed gopher roared, swiped its claws, and threw a big hole directly on the ground, and then hit its body in the big hole. Jiang Chen, who saw this scene, smiled faintly. Xiaoqing flapped her wings in midair, and the next moment a strong phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win/phoneme quickly formed on the ground. Dust was flying above the ground, countless sand splashed in all directions, and the scale-clawed gopher that had been hiding underground appeared in Jiang Chen's field of vision. What? A shrill scream sounded, and the body of the scale-claw gopher was quickly torn into pieces by the strong phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win/phoneme. Whoosh! After dealing with the scale-clawed gopher, Xiaoqing fell back on Jiang Chen's shoulder again. At this moment, Xiaoqing is not what it used to be. After experiencing several battles, she gradually reveals an extraordinary arrogance. Jiang Chen glanced at the huge hole on the ground and the corpse of the scale-clawed gopher that had been turned into pieces of flesh, with a look of satisfaction on his face. Today's Xiaoqing is already considered top-notch in terms of strength and fighting skills. In addition, since these few battles, his control over the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win/phoneme attribute has become even more dexterous. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, who would have believed that Xiaoqing was still a pet egg that no one cares about 2 days ago? After dealing with the scale-clawed gophers, Jiang Chen had no plans to go back home. Now these servant-level monsters on the outskirts of the Monster Mountain range no longer pose any threat to him. He wanted to go a step further, looking towards the junction of the outer and inner circles. There is a mysterious area in the outer and inner circles, where there are servant-level monsters gathered, warrior-level monsters appear, and there are even rumors that commander-level monsters appeared. Jiang Chen wanted to go there to have a look, and improve Shaoqing's strength by the way. Walking along the way, Jiang Chen felt that something was wrong. One must know that he was heading towards the inner circle. Logically speaking, there should be many monsters along the way. But along the way, he didn't even meet a servant-level monster, which seemed a little strange. Just when Jiang Chen was frowning and thinking, there were small sounds next to his ears. Jiang Chen looked around, only to see countless mounds of dirt raised above the ground at some point. Scaly-clawed gophers poked their heads out from the mound, and there were more than 20 of them. Scale-clawed gophers. Jiang Chen looked at the scale-clawed gophers that were constantly gathering towards him, and didn't feel panic. No wonder I didn't see any monsters along the way. It turned out that I had already broken into the territory of the scale-clawed gophers unknowingly. Squeak! The scale-clawed gophers all around bared their teeth and stared fixedly at Jiang Chen, as if they would launch an attack at any moment. It seems that someone who was not long-sighted has come to seek death. Looking at the scale-clawed gophers who kept closing the encirclement, Jiang Chen smiled lightly. The gathering of these scale-clawed gophers here is obviously premeditated, and it can only be the scale-clawed gopher king who can control so many scale-clawed gophers. It seems that since he stepped into this place, the scale-clawed gopher king has been manipulating all this behind the scenes. The encirclement of the scale-clawed gophers gradually narrowed, but none of them launched an attack on Jiang Chen. Apparently he was extremely afraid of Shaoqing. With a thought in Jiang Chen's mind, Shaoqing immediately turned into a blue light and shot straight into the sky. The next moment, it was fluttering its wings, and phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine slash phoneme blades followed its wings to attack and kill the group of scale-clawed gophers below. In an instant, countless phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine slash phoneme blades came overwhelmingly. The scale-clawed gophers forming an encirclement on the ground were instantly submerged by countless phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine slash phoneme blades, and were cut into pieces by the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine slash phoneme blades in no time. In just an instant, more than a dozen scale-clawed gophers died under the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine slash phoneme blade. Watching Shaoqing use the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine slash phoneme blade to kill all directions, Jiang Chen naturally didn't stay idle. He looked around and began to look for the scale-claw gopher king who was secretly commanding the scale-claw gopher to launch an offensive. Call out! The next moment, a cold light flashed past, an amount of dirt quickly rose up under Jiang Chen, and a pair of sharp claws approached him. Finally waiting for you. Jiang Chen didn't panic at all, he dodged the blow with a dodge. Then an invisible force enveloped Jiang Chen, and a sharp aura swept away towards the surroundings. Sword Chi. When the scale-clawed gopher king was about to attack again, his sharp claws were cut off by the sword energy around Jiang Chen in an instant. A huge force impacted its body, and it was thrown flying in an instant. This blow almost killed the scaled claw gopher king in an instant, but it gave up the attack and was about to run away. However, Jiang Chen, who saw this scene, would not let it go easily. You're here and want to leave? The surrounding sword energy attacked and killed the scaled claw gopher king, and a cold phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine slash phoneme pierced through its body. The sturdy scaled clawed gopher king froze in place for an instant, his body began to tear apart gradually, and several streams of blood gushed out. The scale-clawed gopher king is dead. Seeing the death of the scale-clawed gopher king, the surrounding scale-clawed gophers became even more chaotic without their backbone. Swept by Shaoqing's phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine slash phoneme blade, the few remaining scale-clawed gophers also died on the spot. When the strong phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine slash phoneme dissipated, only a mess and the corpses of scale-clawed gophers were left on the ground. None are complete. After dealing with the scaled-clawed gopher clan, Jiang Chen took Shaoqing to continue heading deeper. Along the way, I encountered many servant-level monsters, but they were all dealt with by Shaoqing's phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine slash phoneme blade. It has to be said that Shaoqing's strength has already made a qualitative leap compared to before. At least from Jiang Chen's point of view, Shaoqing now has the power to fight against monsters of the general level. Galloping all the way, Jiang Chen soon came to the mysterious area where the outer and inner circles meet. Xiaoqing, explore the way. With Jiang Chen's order, Xiaoqing rushed directly into the woods, and came back after a while. Choo choo choo. Xiaoqing fluttered her wings, signaling Jiang Chen to follow it. The two galloped all the way, and soon came to a pool. I don't know why, no matter whether it is a servant-level monster or a warrior-level monster, they are just wandering around the periphery of this pool, and they are still unwilling to step into this pool. Only Xiaoqing ran amok all the way and brought Jiang Chen here. Looking at the water pool in front of him, Jiang Chen frowned slightly. He couldn't feel anything unusual about this water pool at all. Choo choo choo. Xiaoqing hovered above the pond, crying continuously. Jiang Chen came to the pool, not knowing why. I didn't expect to meet living people in this place. Suddenly, an old voice sounded. Jiang Chen's face changed drastically. He took a few steps back and looked around. 5 elements. Qingwan quickly returned to Jiang Chen's side. With fluttering wings, the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win/phoneme blade was ready. I don't know which senior is here. If the junior Jiang Chen bothers, please forgive me. What a polite young man. It's been so many years, and I haven't seen a living person. The old voice sounded again, but it was a bit more peaceful than before. Jiang Chen looked around, noticed something was wrong, and asked tentatively, "Where is Senior? Can you come out and see?" When Jiang Chen's words fell, it was as if the water pool in front of him started to happen, only to see ripples in the center of the water pool, and a black shadow slowly emerged. Jiang Chen stared at this scene with bated breath. He felt that the reason those warrior-level monsters dared not come here was because of this black shadow in the pool. It was only when the black shadow slowly surfaced that it revealed its true face. Ah, a bastard? Jiang Chen looked at the black turtle shell in the water, and was instantly dumbfounded. Fuck you, bastard. I am the Beast Master who follows the world's first Beast Master. You juniors should call me Grandpa Turtle no matter what. The old tortoise in the pool slowly raised his head to look at Jiang Chen, and the next moment his old voice sounded again. Let's go, it's still a talking bastard. It's really amazing. Jiang Chen stared fixedly at the old turtle in the pool, with a look of horror on his face. You must know that the spiritual intelligence of monsters is very low. Unless it is a monster above the emperor level, it is possible to speak human words. Fuck your grandma's bastard, I'm Grandpa Turtle. Do you understand? Grandpa Turtle. The old turtle in the pool was furious, and the next moment he appeared beside Jiang Chen. Looking at the old tortoise in the pond in front of him, Jiang Chen's eyes showed a hint of doubt. All joking aside, he clearly heard the old turtle in the pool introducing himself, the Beast Master of the world's first Beast Master. One must know that one's ancestor was the originator of the lineage of Beast Masters. Could it be that this old tortoise in the pool was the Beast Master who followed his ancestors back then? Thinking of this, Jiang Chen shook his head and denied this guess. You must know that the ancestors of the Beast Master's lineage lived thousands of years ago, so this old tortoise in the pool couldn't really have lived thousands of years ago. But if you think about it carefully, there seems to be nothing wrong with a 1,000-year king and 8-year tortoise, and a king who lives for 1,000 years. Fortunately, Patriarch Gui didn't know what Jiang Chen was thinking, otherwise it would definitely explode the turtle's shell in anger. Boy, are you a descendant of the lineage of the Beast Master? Master Guizhu looked at Xiaoqing, who was ready to go beside Jiang Chen, and guessed Jiang Chen's identity. Ah. Jiang Chen nodded. I didn't expect you to be a Star Warlord level Beast Master at such a young age. It seems that you have a good talent as a Beast Master. Master Guizhu nodded in satisfaction. Jiang Chen kept silent when he heard the words. He couldn't tell the bastard in front of him that he was so strong because of the system, right? Boy, I like you very much. I don't know if you would like to be my favorite. You have to know that back then, I was a majestic tortoise ancestor, and I was considered a figure who called the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win/phoneme and reign in the entire China. Those little brats from the Golden Core realm and Yuanying realm of the Taoist school should respectfully call me Grandpa Turtle when they see me. At this moment, Master Gui raised his head up and spoke proudly. As soon as these words came out, Jiang Chen's expression suddenly changed. He frowned and looked at this unscrupulous tortoise ancestor in front of him. The more he looked, the less he looked like an outsider. If it wasn't for this guy being able to talk, he might have put it on the fire long ago. Charcoal grilled tamba should be good. Seeing that Jiang Chen didn't speak, Master Gui said again, "Boy, think about it carefully. I am a dignified Master Gui, and I was also a figure who ruled the world thousands of years ago. How many people want to be my favorite? I can see you, that's your luck." Hearing this, Jiang Chen couldn't bear it. "Shaoqing, do it." Shaoqing shot straight into the sky in an instant, and in the next moment countless phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine slash phoneme blades swept towards Master Guizhu. Clang clang. When the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine slash phoneme blade hit the tortoise shell of the tortoise ancestor, there was a crackling sound instantly. The bastard shell is quite hard. Jiang Chen looked at Master Guizhu, who was unmoved, and couldn't help but make a comment. One must know that Shaoqing's phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine slash phoneme blade would even shy away from warlord level monsters, but at this moment it can't have the slightest influence on Master Guizhu. Young people, don't be so irritable. Grandpa Turtle is not a petty person. If you really don't want to be my pet, then you can find me a beautiful girl and let her be my pet. As long as you are willing to find me a beautiful woman to pet, then I will provide you with shelter. I am a majestic tortoise ancestor, and I can speak my words. Looking at the sullen Gizushi, Jiang Chen's forehead was covered with black lines. He couldn't believe how the patriarch of the Beast Master accepted such an incomprehensible bastard as the Beast Master. Beloved? Does it have to be the pet of a beauty? Think beautiful. It's just that Master Gui's strength is obvious to all. Jiang Chen doesn't want to give up such a strong defensive existence. Immediately patted his chest. "Don't worry, as long as you are my training partner, then when I become stronger, beautiful women will spoil me everywhere?" Master Gui frowned, obviously realizing something was wrong. It's just that before it could react, a strange force cut off its connection with the pool it was in before. Master Guizhu's expression changed, and he looked at the water pool, and found that the restriction that trapped him disappeared at this moment. "It seems that even the ancestor of your Beast Master wants me to help you. Since that's the case, kid, don't forget to agree to my beauty's favor." Leaving the Monster Beast mountain range, Jiang Chen rushed back to the Bounty Hunters Guild with Master Gui and Shaoqing nonstop. He parted with the Qingshan team for a day, and during this day, the Qingshan team must have already completed the reward order. "My bounty is still in the hands of the Qingshan team and others, so I can't make a trip in vain." Coming to the Bounty Hunters Guild, Vice President Shen immediately called Jiang Chen to come to him. Then handed him 4 gold coins. "Vice President Shen, is it wrong? It should be 6 gold coins." Jiang Chen looked at the 4 shining gold coins, and frowned. The members of the Qingshan team clearly agreed to give him 6 gold coins. "The 3 one-eyed magic wolves were captured by our Qingshan team, and we handed them over to the Bounty Hunter Guild." "What does it have to do with you, Jiang Chen?" Before Vice President Shen could speak, a voice full of pride sounded. "I saw a group of people standing at the gate of the Bounty Hunters Guild, and the leader was obviously Wang Kai from the Qingshan squad. And beside Wang Kai, there are a few men with big arms and round waists, who can be seen as Lianjiazi with good strength." Jiang Chen looked at Wang Kai quietly, and said coldly, "It turns out that you are playing tricks." The latter showed no fear at all after being exposed. At this moment, with his hands in his pockets, he said disdainfully, "Jiang Chen, I know that the beast beside you is very powerful. But I'm not afraid to tell you that the few around me are the masters of our Taoist Foundation building in Hangzhou. You are bound to die today." As soon as the words fell, a figure quickly passed through several Taoist Foundation building masters standing in front of Wang Kai. Jiang Chen held Wang Kai's neck with one hand, and greeted his face with the other without saying a word. Snapped. A crisp sound resounded throughout the Bounty Hunters Guild. Clap clap clap. Before everyone could react, there were several crisp sounds one after another. Jiang Chen threw the bruised and swollen Wang Kai on the ground, stretched out his hand to touch the wallet at his waist, and poured out more than 10 gold coins from it. "These 6 are what I deserve." Jiang Chen picked up 6 gold coins and put them into his pocket. "These 6 coins are what you owe me." Another 6 gold coins were in his pocket before Jiang Chen threw the empty wallet on Wang Kai's chest. You deceive people too much. Wang Kai clenched his teeth, already burning with anger. Too deceiving? Are you worthy of being called a human? Crappy. Tay. Jiang Chen stepped on Wang Kai's chest with one foot, and a faint vitality radiated from his body. If this was the monster beast mountain range, according to Jiang Chen's temperament, Wang Kai would have already become a corpse on the ground. It's a pity that this is the Bounty Hunters Guild. Jiang Chen still can't be too presumptuous. Why, do you guys want to join in the fun too? Jiang Chen slowly raised his head, his eyes swept over the few Taoist foundation building masters who came to help Wang Kai. Several people looked at each other. For some reason, they actually felt a little bit of fear for Jiang Chen in front of them. That. Little brother Jiang Chen, this Wang Kai is from our Taoist school, isn't it a bit strange for you to do this? A Taoist foundation building master spoke. Roll. Jiang Chen slowly spit out a word. For a moment, everyone present felt their hearts tremble. Jiang Chen didn't pay attention to them, he just walked straight forward, stepped on Wang Kai's body and stepped out of the gate. Jiang Chen, you're back. When Jiang Xuening saw Jiang Chen who had returned home, her brows that were originally full of sorrow finally relaxed. I'm a good boy, Jiang Chen boy, I didn't expect you to be really capable, to be so charming in the Golden House. After following Jiang Chen back home, Master Guizhu immediately gasped when he saw Jiang Xuening's face that could fascinate thousands of men. At this moment, Jiang Xuening noticed the existence of Master Gui. She pointed to Master Gui, frowned and asked, Jiang Chen, what is this? Before Jiang Chen could answer, Master Gui said, Ahem, let me introduce myself. My name is Master Gui. You can call me Master. Jiang Xuening's expression darkened when she heard Master Guizhu's words. She picked up Master Guizhu on the ground and asked Jiang Chen, can I fight? The latter nodded slightly. The next moment, I saw Jiang Xuening's vitality burst out from all over her body, gathered on her fist, and directly blasted towards Master Guizhu. Oh my god, it's still a bad temper, I like it. The tortoise master immediately retracted his head into the tortoise shell. No matter how Jiang Xuening hit it, the tortoise shell would not have the slightest crack. Seeing this scene, Jiang Chen slightly sighed, then ignored the two of them and returned to his room. After resting for a while, Jiang Chen put Xiaoqing on his lap. Although the current Xiaoqing has gradually revealed her formidable strength, she is extremely docile towards Jiang Chen. Initiation. Jiang Chen pressed one hand on Xiaoqing's head, and the incomparably majestic vitality began to surge towards Xiaoqing's body. In just a split second, all of the 100 days cultivation was poured into Xiaoqing's body. After this indoctrination, Xiaoqing's energy and spirit obviously improved a lot, her eyes became sharper, and her aura was different from before. Ding! The host injects 100 days of cultivation into the blue bird. Trigger initiation repair is a function. Initiation repair is multiple extraction, initiation repair is multiplied, 3 times, the host empowers 100 days of cultivation, 3 times the return, rounded up to get 1 year of cultivation. The next moment, the incomparably surging vitality began to pour into Jiang Chen's body, wandering through his internal organs in an instant, and then flowing through his meridians. After feeling the ferocious tide-like vitality in his body, Jiang Chen ran the yin-yang exhalation technique without saying a word, refining the vitality as much as possible. Along with the operation of the yin-yang exhalation technique, a faint white light began to glow on Jiang Chen's body, and an invisible force blessed Jiang Chen's body. After absorbing the vitality from the feedback, Jiang Chen's cultivation level logically rose to the level of a 2-star warrior level beast master. Jiang Chen slowly let out a mouthful of foul air. After feeling the changes in his body, he nodded in satisfaction. At this moment, Xiaoqing, who had obtained a day cultivation bonus, was already flapping her wings to express her inner excitement. Jiang Chen can be sure that even though Xiaoqing is only a servant-level monster, her strength can definitely match that of a general warrior-level monster. Coupled with the blessing of Xiaoqing's phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine/phoneme blade, Xiaoqing's strength should not be underestimated. Jiang Chen came outside and began to rely on his own memory to practice swordsmanship. The most difficult thing in swordsmanship is holding the sword. Jiang Chen didn't have a sword, so he could only pick up a branch to act as a sword. With a stab and a slash, it looks like it's just an ordinary swing. In fact, Jiang Chen had already incorporated sword moves into it. When fighting against the scaled-clawed Gopher King yesterday, Jiang Chen relied on the sword intent he had comprehended to kill it. Now that his strength has gone a step further, if he encounters an existence of the same level as the scaled claw Gopher King again, he can handle it without Xiaoqing's help. Jiang Chen doesn't know how strong he is now who has practiced sword moves. After waving a set of simple sword moves, the vitality around Jiang Chen began to dissipate, and the surroundings regained calm. Jiang Chen boy, I didn't expect you to be a sword cultivator. Just after Jiang Chen withdrew his sword intent, a voice suddenly sounded not far away. Jiang Chen's expression changed, he hurriedly looked around, he didn't want his secret of sword practice to be discovered by others. I saw the tortoise master not knowing when it appeared not far away. At this moment, the tortoise shell was covered with mud, obviously it was severely beaten by Jiang Xuening. Old turtle, is your shell hard? Seeing that it was Master Guizhu, Jiang Chen breathed a sigh of relief. If someone else finds him practicing swordsmanship, then he must be careful. And Master Gui is already one of his own in Jiang Chen's eyes, so there is nothing to hide. It just so happens that Master Gui's defense is extremely strong, so it's just right to use it as his training partner. What do you mean? Don't come here. Hey, why are you still making a move? Damn it, why do you two have violent tendencies? Shouts sounded, and countless vitality raged at this moment. Sure enough, I still have to find a training partner. It's really comfortable. After some sword practice, Jiang Chen also nodded in satisfaction. At this moment, Master Gui turned over and fell to the ground, covered in dust all over his body, with a look of lovelessness on his face. After a little rest, Jiang Chen got up and went to school. Walking on the road, countless eyes were all looking at Jiang Chen, to be precise, they were looking at Xiaoqing who was on Jiang Chen's shoulder. Today's Xiaoqing has begun to show differences from ordinary blue birds, exuding a unique aura all over her body. Jiang Chen was unmoved by these gazes. After all, the lineage of beast masters is weak now, and there are very few beast masters who can be seen carrying beasts while walking on the street. It was no wonder that this group of people were attracted by Xiaoqing. This brother, wait a moment. Jiang Chen walked slowly, and there was a burst of greetings from behind. Turning around, I saw a young man running straight towards where he was. What happened? Jiang Chen frowned and asked. Brother, are you a beast master? Ah. This is your imperial beast, really domineering. As he spoke, the young man involuntarily extended his hand towards Xiaoqing. Be careful. Just as Jiang Chen was about to speak to remind him, he found that the young man's hand had already touched Xiaoqing's wings. Sensing that the danger was approaching, Xiaoqing immediately flew into the air, flapping her wings, and was about to cut off the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind whine / phoneme blade. Fortunately, Jiang Chen gave Xiaoqing a wink in time, so Xiaoqing did not launch an attack. You must know that Xiaoqing's phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind whine / phoneme blade can cut up the slave-level monster scale-clawed gopher. If it hits an ordinary person, it may kill someone. Seeing Xiaoqing flying into the air, the young man obviously lost interest. It's really stingy, you don't even let people touch it. The young man muttered a few times, then left. Jiang Chen was also very helpless about this. After all, Xiaoqing was far from being as docile as she appeared on the surface. After this episode, Jiang Chen brought Xiaoqing to the school. Everyone who has passed the second awakening of talent has to go back to school to receive their own badge. This badge is a symbol of what talent you have awakened. Jiang Chen was supposed to come here to collect the badge a long time ago, but because he accepted the reward order from the bounty hunter and took Xiaoqing to practice for a few days, he was delayed for a few days. The purpose of coming to school this time is to get the badge of the Beast Master. When Jiang Chen came to the school, he found that there was no one at the school gate, even the usual security guards were gone. Jiang Chen? Just when Jiang Chen was puzzled, a gentle female voice came from behind him. He turned his head, and two straight and slender white jade legs came into view. Lu Jiajia? Jiang Chen turned his head, and saw Lu Jiajia wearing a white short sleeve. Her white jade legs looked even fairer against the black shorts. He was very surprised why Lu Jiejia appeared at school. I didn't expect it was really you. I thought I was wrong. Lu Jiejia stood side by side with Jiang Chen in 3 steps, 2 steps in parallel. A blush appeared on her face, and she smiled brilliantly. Are you a student here too? She asked. Well, I just awakened my talent. Jiang Chen nodded. Then you are a year younger than me, called senior sister, he. Lu Jiejia had a bright smile, like a silver bell. Jiang Chen was speechless for a while, and then asked, Senior Lu, I want to ask, where did everyone in the school go? Don't you know, the school will hold a school competition in 2 days, and all the teachers and students should be busy with registration during this time. Lu Jiejia frowned slightly, and looked at Jiang Chen with blinking eyes. School competition? Jiang Chen frowned, apparently not knowing about it. It's normal if you don't know. After all, when the school was notified of the competition, you should still be in the Monster Beast Mountain range. I almost forgot, today is the last day to sign up. Hurry up and sign up with me. With your strength, you can definitely become a blockbuster in the school competition. As if thinking of something, Lu Jiejia took Jiang Chen's hand without saying a word, and went straight to the registration point. Jiang Chen didn't resist the gentle touch for a while. Mentor, can you sign up for him? Lu Jiejia, who came to the registration point, asked the registration tutor. The latter glanced at Jiang Chen, with a look of disdain on his face. The Beast Master also participates in the school competition? Trust me, mentor, he is very strong. Lu Jiejia patted her huge chest and said confidently. The instructor who signed up gave a disdainful smile, and then filled in Jiang Chen's name. After the registration was completed, Lu Jiejia accompanied Jiang Chen to the instructor's office to get the Beast Master's badge. After exchanging phone numbers with Lu Jiejia, Jiang Chen returned home and continued to practice. The school competition is coming soon, and he must hurry up to practice. The next day, Jiang Chen gave Xiaoqing the initiation again. Ding! The host empowers the blue bird for a year of cultivation. Trigger empowerment repair is a function, initiation repair is multiplied, twice. The host empowers 1 year of cultivation, double the return, and returns 2 years of cultivation. As the system prompt sounded, countless vitality poured into Jiang Chen's body overwhelmingly. Feeling the surging vitality in his body, Jiang Chen immediately used the yin and yang exhalation method to absorb all the vitality into his body. All of a sudden, his cultivation was so powerful that he broke through directly from a 2-star general level Beast Master to a 4-star general level Beast Master. Who exhaling slowly in one breath, Jiang Chen finally absorbed the vitality returned by the system. I didn't expect that I could only inject 100 days of cultivation at most before, but now I can inject a year of cultivation, which is not bad. After this empowerment, Xiaoqing's appearance has undergone earth-shaking changes. Golden scales began to attach to its claws, and the color of the phoenix crown on its head became brighter, especially its pupils, which were particularly bright at this moment. It's like awakening your own wisdom. With a thought in Jiang Chen's mind, he saw Xiaoqing flying directly into the air, meeting his eyes. It seems that I have been able to communicate with Xiaoqing. Injecting a year of cultivation would naturally not revive the hidden Kunping blood in Xiaoqing's body, but it also made it more intelligent. With the mind-to-art connection, it will be easier to direct Xiaoqing's actions in the future. The name of the royal beast: Bluebird, Beast Familiar Level, Warrior Level, Growable, Beast Royal Qualification, Samsung, Bloodline of Royal Beast, Kunpeng, Bloodline Level, %, I don't know, I'm scared. Jiang Chen never expected that Xiaoqing, who was originally only at the servant level, would be directly promoted to the general level after this empowerment. Although the warrior level monsters are not very powerful, they are enough to rule the roost outside the Monster Mountain range. The most important thing is the % Kunpeng bloodline. If Jiang Chen remembered correctly, Xiaoqing only had % Kunpeng bloodline at the beginning. Now there is 1% more, which is really a big improvement. So, wouldn't Xiaoqing's Kunpeng bloodline become stronger with a few more initiations? Thinking of this, Jiang Chen's heart itched, wishing to pour all his cultivation into Xiaoqing's body. Another day has passed, and Jiang Chen has established a unique connection with Xiaoqing. As long as Jiang Chen's thoughts move, Xiaoqing will act according to his thoughts. Choo choo choo. Xiao Qing jumped onto Jiang Chen's knee and rubbed her head against Jiang Chen's palm. Xiao Qing, don't worry. Jiang Chen laughed dumbfounded and gently patted Xiao Qing's head. He found that Xiao Qing's feathers began to become brighter, and even the phoenix crown on her head was different from before. Gradually restraining his mind, Jiang Chen began to give initiations. In an instant, Jiang Chen felt that the countless vitality in his body began to disappear rapidly, and the originally full dantian began to become vain. Ding! The host instills a year of cultivation into the blue bird. Trigger empowerment repair is a function, initiation repair is multiple extraction, initiation repair is multiplied 3 times, the host instills 1 year of cultivation, 3 times the return, and 3 years of cultivation. An incomparably majestic vitality burst out from his dantian suddenly. Jiang Chen was about to spit out a mouthful of blood, but luckily he endured it. Feeling the tumbling vitality in his body, Jiang Chen can be sure that without the system's blessing, it is absolutely impossible for him to hold on. The surging and majestic vitality wandered through the limbs and bones, and began to wash away the impurities in his body. Jiang Chen calmed down, and began to comply with the flushing of vitality, thus expelling impurities from his body. A monk cultivates not only external force, but also internal force. If there are impurities in the body, it will make it more difficult to practice in the future. Jiang Chen cleaned out the impurities in his body this time, so that whether it is practicing yin-yang breathing method or sword moves, he will become more at home in water. I don't know how long it took before Jiang Chen felt that the majestic vitality began to calm down. He was surprised to find that his current cultivation had actually improved again. Directly promoted from a 4-star warrior level beast master to a 5-star warrior level beast master. Although it seems that the improvement is not large, but you must know that the further you go, the harder it is to improve, and the vitality required to reach the next level also increases geometrically. It has only been less than a week since Jiang Chen awakened his talent for the second time, and he has the strength of a 5-star warrior level beast master. If this spreads out, I'm afraid it will be caught and dissected by Huaxia's high-level officials as a monster. Jiang Chen, eat. A cold voice came. Jiang Chen hurriedly packed up and rushed to the kitchen. When he came to the dinner table, he found that Jiang Xuening was staring at Master Gui, obviously disliked each other. After all, Patriarch Gui wanted to make Jiang Xuening a favorite, so the two had fought no less than 3 times. Although the tortoise master is very strong, facing Jiang Xuening's attack, he still can only curl up in the tortoise shell, not daring to resist at all. The moment he saw Jiang Chen, Master Gui's face, who was still arguing with Jiang Xuening, changed instantly. It was clearly a turtle, but its actions were extremely fast, and it appeared in front of Jiang Chen in an instant. Boy Jiang Chen, did you secretly eat some kind of treasure from heaven and earth? Your cultivation base. Before the tortoise master finished speaking, Jiang Chen stuffed its head into the tortoise shell. He didn't want his secret to be exposed because of Master Turtle. After a brief lunch, Jiang Chen and Jiang Xuening rushed to the school after explaining a few words to Master Guizu. Today is the day before the school competition. Those students who participated in the school competition need to draw lots to determine the order. When Jiang Xuening appeared at the school gate, she immediately attracted countless eyes. After all, she is recognized by the school as a high-cold schoolgirl, the dream lover of countless boys, and many people flocked to her. It's Goddess Jiang. Goddess Jiang, I love you. Who is that next to Goddess Jiang? That's Jiang Chen, a guy who has awakened the talent of a beast master. Oh, it turned out to be Goddess Jiang's good-for-nothing brother. No wonder Goddess Jiang stood side by side with him. Jiang Chen beside Jiang Xuening also quickly attracted a wave of hatred. After all, following Jiang Xuening, a school-recognized goddess, Jiang Chen was naturally regarded as an enemy by those Jiang Xuening's suitors. Jiang Chen didn't take it seriously, he was already used to these cynicisms in his previous life. Jiang Chen, you're here. At this moment, a familiar voice came from behind Jiang Chen. I saw Lu Jejia wearing snow-white clothes, with pure white jade legs stepping on flat white shoes, walking towards Jiang Chen slowly. It's Goddess Lu. Oh my god, hasn't Goddess Lu already joined the Taoist Association? Why did she appear here? Could it be possible that Goddess Lu also participated in this school competition? Look, Goddess Lu is walking towards us. TSK TSK TSK, this pair of straight and slender white jade legs, the legs of the New Year series. There were exclamations of surprise, and half of the people's eyes were attracted by the sudden Lu Jia. Lu Jia passed through the crowd and came straight to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, I guessed that you would come today. Lu Jia looked at Jiang Chen with a bright smile. You have lived a long life, why did Goddess Lu take the initiative to talk to this trash like Jiang Chen? Pinch me quickly, am I dreaming? What kind of charm does this trash have, that it can keep Goddess Jiang and Goddess Lu, the peerless twins of the school, by my side? For a while, voices of doubt, remorse, and anger rang out incessantly. I didn't expect you to be so popular in school, Jiang Chen said to Lu Jia calmly. The latter smiled lightly, looked at Jiang Xuening who was beside Jiang Chen, and was slightly taken aback. Then the jade hand lifted the 3,000 green silks that were hanging down, and said with a smile, Little sister, you are the goddess Jiang who has been rumored in the school recently, Jiang Xuening. Jiang Xuening glanced at Lu Jia and nodded slightly. It seems that you are the same as the rumors, the frosty beauty who is as cold as ice. Lu Jia didn't care about Jiang Xuening's attitude at all. After all, the latter's cold temper had already been spread in the school. Jiang Chen, Xiaoqing is handsome again, no matter how I look at it, it seems to be different from before. Lu Jia looked at Xiaoqing on Jiang Chen's shoulder, and quickly noticed that it was different from the previous one. The food is good recently, and I may have gained a little weight, Jiang Chen prevaricated. The three of them soon came to the school's competition venue surrounded by everyone. I have to say that the school has worked hard for the school competition this time. At this moment, countless school students are queuing up to draw the competition number plate. This time, the school competition was divided into 3 groups and lasted for 3 days. The game is a 2x2 group, and the opponent who draws the same number plate is the opponent. At the end of each game, the winner will automatically advance to the next game. The final winner will receive gold coins or the training method Taoist ice element breathing method provided by the school. When the three of Jiang Chen arrived at the competition venue, there was an uproar immediately. To be precise, it was because of the appearance of Jiang Xuening and Lu Jia. You must know that Jiang Xuening is called the goddess of frost, while Lu Jia is called the goddess of passion. The two have always been the dream lovers of many boys in the school. With the two of you, I can clearly feel the killing intent. Jiang Chen looked around, and found that all the boys present were staring at him covetously, their eyes seemed to want to tear him into pieces. Jiang Chen, let's get the number plate. Lu Jia smiled lightly, not paying any attention to the gazes from all around. She took Jiang Chen's hand and was about to rush into the crowd. Don't trouble you, I've already got Jiang Chen's number plate for him. At this moment, Jiang Xuening came out with 2 number plates. Obviously, he went to get 2 number plates when Jiang Chen was beheaded by many eyes. Jiang Xuening handed the number plate with the number 123 to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen took the number plate and said to Jiang Xuening, "Thank you." Jiang Xuening just nodded, and glanced at Lu Jia intentionally or unintentionally. Lu Jia and Jiang Xuening met each other's eyes and frowned. Then he said to Jiang Chen, wait for me here, I'll go get a number plate, and I'll be back soon. It was too late to say it, and then it was too fast. Lu Jia rushed to the front of the line in 3 steps at a time, and said a few words to the student who was in the first place, and the latter immediately gave way to her, with a bewildered expression on his face. Smile. It stands to reason that the behavior of jumping in line is likely to arouse excitement, but when the person who jumped in line was one of the peerless twins in the school, everything was different. Soon Lu Jia came back with a number plate. Jiang Chen, I'm number 520. Lu Jia shook the number plate in her hand, and the number on the number plate was exactly 520. I don't know who I will compete with. I really look forward to it. Lu Jia looked around and found that no one had drawn the 520 number plate. The rules of the game stated that the opponent who drew the same number plate was the opponent. Lu Jia was very curious about who her opponent was. 520, me too. Jiang Xuening slowly raised her hand. The number on the number plate in her hand was also 520. Looking at the 520 number plate in Jiang Xuaning's hand, Lu Jiajia was slightly taken aback. Then teach me a lot. Lu Jiajia held out a hand. Ah. Jiang Xuaning nodded, not intending to shake hands with him at all. After feeling a rising smell of gunpowder, Jiang Chen hurriedly found an excuse to leave this place of right and wrong. Coming to the classroom, Jiang Chen found his seat and sat down. Several students came in one after another, and when they saw Jiang Chen, they were all taken aback. Jiang Chen? A curly-haired man frowned and looked at Jiang Chen with doubts on his face. Aren't you dead? The next moment, the words came out astonishingly. Jiang Chen's expression changed when he was sitting on the seat. He slowly stood up and came to Curly Hair's side. Who told you I was dead? Brother Ming. The curly hair looked at Xiaoqing, who was ready to go on Jiang Chen's shoulder, and immediately opened his mouth. The brother Ming he was talking about, whose real name was Wang Xiaoming, was their classmate, who had awakened the talent of Buddhism for the second time, and was one of the few students in the whole school who had the talent of Buddhism. Wang Xiaoming. Jiang Chen sneered. He was already at odds with Wang Xiaoming, but the other party spread rumors that he was dead, which violated his bottom line a bit. What do you want your grandpa to do? At this moment, a short-cut man in a light blue vest walked into the classroom, followed by several tall students. At first glance, it was his follower. Today's Wang Xiaoming is not what he used to be. He has awakened the talent of Buddhism and has been valued by a teacher in the school who is also a Buddhist. With the support of that Buddhist teacher, Wang Xiaoming could already walk sideways in the school. Facing Jiang Chen, a waste who only awakened the talent of a beast master, he had no fear at all. You said I was dead? Jiang Chen looked at Wang Xiaoming calmly. His voice was cold. As a Buddhist, I have seen you, and you will die tomorrow. And the cause of death was being beaten to death. Wang Xiaoming spoke solemnly, as if there was indeed such a thing. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that Wang Xiaoming was talking nonsense. Beating to death? Jiang Chen sneered, and with a thought, Xiaoqing on his shoulder flapped his wings instantly and rushed towards Wang Xiaoming. What? Wang Xiaoming couldn't dodge in time, and was directly scratched by Xiaoqing's claws on the cheek, and the blood flowed down the cheek and dripped to the ground. The few people who saw this scene were stunned for a while, unable to recover for a long time. Jiang Chen slowly walked in front of Wang Xiaoming, and Xiaoqing fell back on his shoulder, raising her paw as if she was going to strike again at any moment. Wang Xiaoming covered his face with his hands, looked viciously at Xiaoqing on Jiang Chen's shoulder, and cursed, "Beast!" Xiaoqing, who already had spiritual wisdom, flew into the air again in an instant, and was about to land a blow from the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme blade in the air. Stop! Suddenly there was an angry shout, and a bald man wearing a mentor's clothes quickly walked towards Jiang Chen and the others. The breath of Buddhism exudes from his whole body, giving people a feeling of conversion. What happened? Looking at Wang Xiaoming's blood-stained face, the Buddhist teacher's face darkened. Jiang Chen glanced at the Buddhist teacher, and said lightly, "He speaks rudely." Speaking rudely? Why didn't I hear him say something rude? What's more, even if he speaks rudely to you, you can't beat him. Look at the wound on his face, you have killed yourself. The Buddhist teacher glared at Jiang Chen, his whole body burst out with vitality, as if he was going to attack the latter at any moment. Teacher, I didn't speak rudely. It's because he couldn't understand me joining Buddhism, so he let the beast on his shoulder scratch me with its claws. Wang Xiaoming opened his mouth at this moment, and with the support of his Buddhist teacher, he instantly regained his energy. Hearing this, the Buddhist teacher's face became even more ugly. You must know that Wang Xiaoming is the only student in this class who has awakened the Buddhist talent, and the awakened Buddhist talent is not low, and his future achievements are very likely to reach the level of the Buddhist lawmaster. For such a good seedling, the Buddhist teacher will not let it go. Jiang Chen, I didn't expect you to be so vicious at such a young age. Fortunately, I met him today. If I didn't stop him, are you going to kill him? The Buddhist teacher's voice was cold, and the vitality in his body began to wreak havoc. As a Buddhist Zen master, the Buddhist teacher naturally cannot let Jiang Chen go easily. After all, in his opinion, Jiang Chen is just a waste who has awakened the talent of a beast master. How can he be compared with Wang Xiaoming, who will become a lawmaker in the future of Buddhism. No matter who made the mistake first, in his eyes only Jiang Chen was the one who made the mistake. Jiang Chen looked at the Buddhist teacher and sneered, "A raccoon dog." Insulting the mentor, "Jiang Chen, you really have great abilities." The Buddhist teacher scolded angrily and slapped Jiang Chen with one hand. In an instant, countless vitality shrouded the Buddhist teacher's palm. Although Jiang Chen would not die with this palm, he would definitely be seriously injured. Shaoqing. Jiang Chen naturally couldn't sit still and wait for death. I saw Shaoqing leaping into the air, flapping her wings, and began to gather the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme blades. Jiang Chen knew that he couldn't be the opponent of the Buddhist teacher, but he was definitely not someone to be cowardly. Since you have come to frame me indiscriminately, don't blame me for not respecting teachers. With one hand behind his back, Jiang Chen began to circulate the vitality in his body to perform sword moves. As long as the Buddhist teacher wants to kill himself, then he must send out the ultimate move at the bottom of the box. Just when the Buddhist teacher's palm was about to fall, two figures rushed out from two different directions on the left and right, and came to Jiang Chen's side. "Mentor, the school has school rules, and the instructor is not allowed to take action on the students. Have you forgotten?" Panting, Lu Jia put one hand on her chest, and the other hand between herself and the Buddhist teacher. Zhang Shui on the side said coldly, "Teacher, if you don't stop, I will report to the school board." At that time, even if you are a teacher sent by Buddhism, you must be punished. Looking at the school's peerless pair of prides standing in front of Jiang Chen, even the Buddhist teacher did not dare to act rashly towards the two. You must know that both Lu Jia and Zhang Xuening are geniuses who have joined the Taoist Association. Among them, Zhang Xuening is known as the Yangshan realm, whose realm will point directly to Taoism in the future. Compared with Wang Xiaoming, she is more valued by the school board. Seeing the Buddhist teacher slowly dissipate the vitality around him, Jiang Chen also dissipated the sword intent he had condensed, and then called Shaoqing back to his shoulders. "Jiang Chen, I will thoroughly investigate this matter. If it is really your fault, then you will not be able to escape." The Buddhist teacher glared at Jiang Chen, and then left with Wang Xiaoming. "Jiang Chen, it looks like you are being targeted by this mentor." Lu Jia looked at the departing Buddhist teacher, turned around and said to Jiang Chen, "Soldiers will block the water and cover it with soil, so there is nothing to worry about." Jiang Chen's expression was calm, without any worries. "Now I have many trump cards. Even if the Buddhist teacher targets me, then I may not be a soft persimmon in the eyes of the other party. If you want to beat me up, it depends on whether you have the ability." After returning home, Jiang Chen began to practice intensively. With the assistance of Master Gue, Jiang Chen's attainments in the way of sword became more and more prominent. When he has practiced all the basic sword moves, he can be regarded as entering the room on the way of swordsmanship. After being hearty and hearty, Jiang Chen began to give Shaoqing the initiation. This time Jiang Chen put all his eggs in one basket and directly empowered his cultivation for 2 years. In an instant, Jiang Chen felt that the vitality in his body was exhausted, while Shaoqing, on the other hand, emitted a faint blue halo. A strange power blessed Shaoqing's body, making it look more and more different from ordinary bluebirds. Ding! The host instilled 2 years of cultivation in the bluebird. Trigger empowerment repair is a function, initiation repair is multiple extraction, initiation repair is multiplied 4 times, the host instills 2 years of cultivation, returns 4 times, and returns 8 years of cultivation. The next moment, countless vitality surged out of Jiang Chen's body, and it seemed as if his body would explode in no time. Even though Jiang Chen had experienced many initiations and repairs, but only this time he felt a feeling of being unable to continue. Constantly having vitality began to leak out. Jiang Chen at this moment is like a deflated ball, enduring inhuman pain. Choo choo choo. Shaoqing, who had completed the empowerment, saw this scene and started chattering for a moment, and saw it quickly fly to Jiang Chen's chest, and opened its mouth to absorb Jiang Chen's overflowing vitality. For a moment, one person and one bird faced each other in a very strange posture. Who fortunately held on. I don't know how long it took before Jiang Chen broke free from the pain. When he opened his eyes, he found that his body was covered with pitch-black sticky substance, and he knew that these were impurities accumulated in his body. He could clearly feel that his body had been completely reborn, and his cultivation level went directly from a 5-star warrior level beast master to a 7-star warrior level beast master overnight. Even Xiaoqing in front of him has undergone earth-shaking changes because he absorbed his overflowing vitality. The phoenix crown on the top of the head began to turn bright red, the feathers on its body turned dark green, and even its size increased a lot overnight. The most important thing is Xiaoqing's claws. The dragon scales on them are more and more obvious, and the whole looks beyond the category of blue bird. The name of the royal beast, blue bird, beast familiar level, warrior level, growable, beast royal qualification, 5-star, bloodline of royal beast, Kuanpeng, bloodline level, 5. 00%. When Zhangchen saw Xiaoqing's phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals det data / phoneme, he took a deep breath for a moment. Unexpectedly, Xiaoqing's aptitude has changed from 3 stars to 5 stars, and even the Kuanpeng blood in his body has reached 5. 0%. If it continues at this level, wouldn't it be possible to completely awaken the Kuanpeng blood in Xiaoqing's body? Zhang Chen suddenly felt motivated. He first cleaned the black impurities attached to his body, and then rushed to school with Xiaoqing. Today is the opening ceremony of the school competition. After a night of hard work, I have already missed the time to arrive at school. Fortunately, the opening ceremony was not important. After simply announcing the rules of the competition, the school competition began. The previous fights were all ordinary fights. You must know that most of the awakened talents of the students are not strong, and they can rarely be used in actual combat. After a morning of fighting, there was still no eye-catching battle. The next match will be number 123 Zhang Chen versus number 123 Zhang San. Soon it was Zhang Chen's turn to play. And his opponent is a skinny man who has awakened his Taoist talent. When Zhang Chen walked up to the competition stage, there was a sigh of relief from the audience. It's just a good-for-nothing beast master. It's really embarrassing to come to participate in the school competition. Brother, why don't we make a bet and guess how many minutes this trash named Zhang Chen can last in Zhang San's hands? Okay, I guess he's up to 3 minutes. Immediately, someone started betting at the opening. Too much, up to 1 minute. People kept calling, and the auditorium was very lively for a while. At this moment, a cold and arrogant female voice sounded, I bet 30 gold coins. I bet 20 gold coins. Then came another female voice. Okay, how long can you two bet on him? Looking at the 50 gold coins, the students who opened the handicap immediately burst into smiles. I bet he wins. The two bettors spoke in unison. As soon as these words came out, everyone's eyes immediately focused on the two of them. Goddess Jan, Goddess Lu. On the competition stage, Zhang Chen looked at Zhang San in front of him with a calm face. The other party looked sickly, and Zhang Chen even suspected that the other party had kidney deficiency. I didn't expect my opponent to be such a waste. It's really boring. Zhang San looked at Zhang Chen, with a look of disdain on his face. Oh? I find it boring too. Originally, Zhang Chen wanted to have fun with the other party, but after hearing the other party's words, he immediately changed his mind. Xiaoqing, beat him up. Zhang Chen was also not polite, and directly called Xiaoqing to attack. I saw Xiaoqing leaping into the air, flapping her wings, and instantly a strong phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme blew up on the fighting platform. A phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme blade cut directly at Zhang San through the strong phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme. The latter had no time to dodge before he was hit squarely. Like a kite with a broken thread, the whole person flew out of the fighting platform and landed heavily on the ground, spitting blood, dying. Return. After Zhang Chen put his hands on his hands, Xiaoqing immediately flew back to his shoulders, and the surrounding phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme dissipated in an instant. Seeing Zhang Chen standing proudly on the competition stage, the noisy audience suddenly fell silent. Zhang Chen wins the 123rd match. With the referee's order, the winner has been born. This is impossible. The classmate who opened the handicap was even more dumbfounded. He never thought that Zhang Chen would win this battle. Nothing is impossible. Give the money. Lu Jijia and Zhang Xuening stood in front of him, reaching out their hands to beg for gold coins. Since only the two of them chose Jiang Chen to win, the gold coins of all other bettors went into the pockets of the two of them. Shady, absolutely shady. I don't believe that a piece of trash like him can defeat Zhang San, who has awakened the talent of Taoism. I demand a thorough investigation to see if Jiang Chen is cheating. The person who lost the money suddenly made a dissatisfied voice. To shut up. Zhang Xuening, who had taken the bet and was about to leave, paused slightly, a faint chill radiated from her body, and stared at the group of complaining students. Feeling a penetrating breath approaching, the people who were still shouting about the shady shut their mouths tightly for a while, and no one dared to say a word. After Zhang Xuening left, everyone present began to discuss carefully. What do you guys think happened to Goddess Jiang? How could she care so much about a trash? If you ask me, it must be Jiang Chen, that trash who gave the Goddess Jiang some kind of ecstasy soup. Don't you guys know that Goddess Jiang is Jiang Chen's younger sister? I'll go, it shouldn't be. At this moment, a graceful figure appeared in front of everyone. I saw Lu Jijia holding the winning bet in his hand and looking at the crowd with a smile on his face. Who dares to talk nonsense again? Don't blame me for tearing his mouth. Jiang Chen, who left the arena, didn't know this. As soon as he returned to the classroom, he noticed something was wrong with the way his classmates looked at him. Especially the few people sitting in the corner stared at him with fearful eyes. Regarding these, Jiang Chen didn't care at all. It's just that when he sat on the seat, several people immediately surrounded him. Jiang Chen, are you really a beast master? Jiang Chen, was there something shady about the competition you just had? Jiang Chen, did you bribe Zhang San a long time ago? Jiang Chen. A steady stream of questions came out of several people, and even Jiang Chen felt irritable. Sensing the change in the master's mind, the originally calm little Qingtun suddenly showed a fierce look. Seeing Xiaoqing's ready-to-go appearance, the people who originally wanted to continue asking questions were shocked for a moment, and quickly retreated to a safe position. They didn't want to be scratched by this guy. You must know that Wang Xiaoming was scratched by its claws on the face, and he is still lying in the hospital. Seeing that no one was bothering him, Jiang Chen lay down on the table, and it was time for school to end this afternoon. Seeing the classmates leaving the classroom one after another, Jiang Chen stretched his waist, woke up the sleepy Xiaoqing, and prepared to leave. Jiang Chen. The moment he stepped out of the classroom, Lu Jijia appeared in front of him. I saw her holding a ham sausage in her hand, with a bright smile. Jiang Chen, I bought this at the supermarket, and I didn't know what Xiaoqing likes to eat, so I bought a ham sausage. As she spoke, she fed Xiaoqing the ham sausage in her hand. Chirp. Xiaoqing turned her head away, ignoring the ham sausage that Lu Jijia handed to her mouth. Jiang Chen said lightly, it doesn't eat. Then what does it usually eat? It eats meat. Before Jiang Chen could answer, a cold voice came from behind Lu Jijia. Zhang Xuening, who was dressed in an ice blue shirt, appeared behind her. Jiang Chen, go home and eat. Zhang Xuening glanced at Lu Jijia, then spoke to Jiang Chen, understood. Jiang Chen nodded. Looking at Jiang Chen's leaving back, Lu Jijia stomped the ground fiercely with her slender and straight jade legs. Jiang Chen. After returning home, after having a simple dinner, Jiang Chen found Master Guizhu. You two brothers and sisters really eat too much all day long. Grandpa Turtle, I am also a big man who follows the ancestor of the Beast Master. Why have I become a sandbag since I came to your house? Boy Jiang Chen, if you don't do me any favors, then don't blame Grandpa Turtle for being rude. Turtle Master glared at Jiang Chen. Benefit? What benefits do you want? Jiang Chen was very curious about what request this unscrupulous bastard in front of him could make. Grandpa Turtle, I don't have high requirements. Say. Let your sister be my pet. Roll. Sure enough, it's not a serious turtle. After briefly discussing the sword moves with Master Gue, Jiang Chen left Master Gue, who was curled up in the turtle shell with his feet on his back, and returned to his room. As soon as she returned to the room, Xiaoqing couldn't wait to get into Jiang Chen's arms. Choo choo choo. Hearing Xiaoqing's urging voice, Jiang Chen couldn't help laughing. He didn't expect that this little guy actually started to urge himself to give it alms. I saw Jiang Chen sitting cross-legged. Xiao Qing skillfully leaned her head under his palm. The vitality in the body seemed to break a bank, and it quickly gathered towards Xiao Qing, pouring 2 years of cultivation into Xiao Qing's body in an instant. This time Xiao Qing did not undergo any particularly obvious changes, but Jiang Chen could still feel that Xiao Qing definitely had a qualitative leap compared to before. After all, 2 years of cultivation into the body, this is no joke. Ding! The host instilled 2 years of cultivation in the blue bird. Trigger empowerment repair is a function, initiation repair is multiple extraction, initiation repair is multiplied, twice, the host instills 2 years of cultivation, returns twice as much, and returns 4 years of cultivation. Immediately, an extremely huge vitality poured into the body, instantly making up for the shortfall in the cultivation level that was lacking from the previous empowerment for Xiao Qing. Every time he returns his cultivation base, Jiang Chen will feel a hearty pleasure. It's just that as the strength is getting stronger and stronger, it is already difficult for the returned cultivation to improve Jiang Chen's cultivation at one time. But the full vitality in his body cannot be faked. Jiang Chen can be sure that even if he is not relying on Xiao Qing now, facing alone a Taoist 9th level foundation building master or a Buddhist 9th level mage level master, both have the power to fight. Feeling that the restless vitality in his body began to subside, Jiang Chen just slowly let out a mouthful of turbid air. In just 1 week, his realm has reached the level of a 7-star warrior level beast master. This level of cultivation speed is simply unprecedented. Fortunately, there is a system that can hide his aura for him, otherwise, he would have been discovered abnormal by those mentors long ago. Glancing at the energetic Xiao Qing, a smile appeared on Jiang Chen's face. You performed very well today, but you have to be careful in the future. Don't show your strength easily without my order. Otherwise, we are afraid that we will be in big trouble. Choo choo choo. Having received the praise, Xiao Qing seemed extremely excited, and began to flap her wings, continuously flying around Jiang Chen. I don't know if it was Jiang Chen's delusion, or because Xiao Qing changed after the empowerment. He could vaguely see where Xiao Qing passed by, like scattered raindrops falling. Xiao Qing didn't know how many laps she flew before she finally stopped. Only at this time did Jiang Chen fully realize that what he saw was not an illusion, but real raindrops. Where Xiao Qing passed, the ground was already wet, and the mist could already be clearly felt in the air. It seems that the empowerment for so many days was not in vain. Jiang Chen hugged Xiao Qing, with a smile on his face. Choo choo choo. The latter also let out a cry, as if echoing. Early the next morning, Jiang Chen took Xiao Qing to school. Although Jiang Chen didn't compete today, but he had to come to school. Looking at the two people on the competition stage at this moment, Jiang Chen only felt a headache. Today's Goddess Jiang is simply too beautiful. Goddess Jiang, forever God. Goddess Jiang, I want to give birth to a monkey for you. Goddess Lu, we will always support you. Slender jade-legged willow goddess, you are the eternal god. Watch my goddess Lu swish her tail and win the victory. The two forces in the auditorium are constantly shouting. Jiang Chen looked at the nearly crazy crowd, and when he thought of being targeted by such a group of people, he felt a chill down his spine. Zhang Xuening was wearing an ice blue dress, with her proud breasts standing out from it, and with her uneven figure, it was hard not to let people fall. On the other side, Lu Jejia was also not to be outdone. She was wearing a light blue dress, and her slender legs stood tall, making it difficult to look away from her. The two stood facing each other like this, and everyone present could clearly feel the smell of gunpowder emanating from their bodies. Don't show mercy. Will not. Lu Jejia spoke, and Zhang Xuening answered. The next moment, the two were fighting fiercely together. The happiest thing in life is to watch women fight. To say it is even more pleasant, it is to watch two beauties fight. Both Zhang Xuening and Lu Jejia were recognized as goddesses in the school. When the news spread that the two of them were going to compete, the auditorium was already overcrowded. When the two fought together, there was an endless stream of cheers and cheers from the audience. Both of them had awakened their Taoist talents, and for a while they were inseparable from each other. Lu Jejia's slender jade legs were raised high on the platform, and she kicked straight towards Jiang Xuening. The same is true for Jiang Xuening. With two jade legs intertwined, a sense of beauty emerges. Sigh, who can withstand this? Brother, step aside, I took a few photos, and now I'm going to the toilet. Good brother, good things should be shared together. Add me one. After a long time, the battle between the two finally came to an end. After all, Jiang Xuening was hailed as an existence whose cultivation would point directly to the Taoist Yang God realm in the future, and narrowly defeated Lu Jiejia. Everyone who watched the battle between the two all exclaimed with joy. The school's two goddesses, who can stand up to this? On the competition stage, Jiang Xuening pulled up Lu Jiejia, who was slumped on the ground. The latter is opposite to its four eyes. I'll win it back. You will not. Not long after returning home, I saw Jiang Xuening leisurely walking into the house. Jiang Chen, if you're okay, go shopping with me. Jiang Xuening spoke to Jiang Chen for the first time. The latter originally planned to find Master Guizhu to practice sword moves, but when he heard this, he immediately forgot about practicing sword moves. It is good. Jiang Chen nodded. Since the death of her parents, Jiang Xuening rarely asked herself out. This time was unprecedented. Take Xiaoqing and follow Jiang Xuening to leave the house. The two walked towards the nearest commercial center non-stop. Jiang Xuening was silent all the way, as if she had something on her mind. Walking in front of a clothing store, Jiang Xuening's footsteps suddenly stopped, and she turned her head to look at Jiang Chen. Slowly said, Jiang Chen, can you accompany me to try on clothes? Of course can. The two walked into the store, and soon a salesperson came over. When she saw Jiang Xuening's appearance clearly, she was immediately astonished. After all, Jiang Xuening's appearance is excellent, and with her extravagant temperament, even a girl can't stand it. Under the recommendation of the salesperson, Jiang Xuening quickly matched a few clothes and tried them on. When she walked out of the fitting room, she immediately attracted the attention of everyone in the clothing store. My God, which female star is this? Pinch me quickly, am I dreaming? How could there be such a beautiful girl? Oh my God, just look at this, and I can lose 10 years of my life. Jiang Xuening ignored the exclamation of everyone present. Slowly came to Jiang Chen and asked softly, Jiang Chen, is it good looking? You look good in anything. Jiang Chen nodded with a smile, and he has to say that Jiang Xuening is a real beauty, and even more of a natural clothes hanger. No matter where it goes, it is the object of everyone's attention. After hearing Jiang Chen's words, a rare blush appeared on Jiang Xuening's face. Wrap up. Before Jiang Xuening could speak, Jiang Chen stood up and spoke. This dress is worth 6,000 coins, Jiang Chen, isn't it too expensive? Jiang Xuening frowned. In addition to gold coin transactions, there are also currency transactions in China, and, coins are equal to 1 gold coin. Jiang Chen smiled slightly and said, it's not expensive. For him now, coins is really not that expensive. After all, he had previously received the reward from the silver reward order, plus the money he received from Wang Kai, a total of 12 gold coins. In his opinion, it was worth spending 6,000 coins on Jiang Xuening. The salesperson quickly bagged a new piece of clothing and carefully handed it to Jiang Xuening. Little sister, your boyfriend is so sweet. He's my brother. When the salesperson whispered into Jiang Xuening's ear, Jiang Xuening shuddered and hurriedly explained. It's just that her explanation is obviously weak. The salesperson looked at the two of them with a look that I understood, and the smile on his face couldn't be concealed. When Jiang Chen and Jiang Xuening returned home, Jiang Chen's body was already covered with bags. He bought these for Jiang Xuening. Recalling that in the previous life, because I awakened the talent of the Beast Master, I gave up on myself, and I cared a lot less about Jiang Xuening. This time he didn't want to be an incompetent brother again. Jiang Xuening took the purchased clothes and shoes from Jiang Chen, with a smile on her face. Jiang Chen. Okay? You will win tomorrow. That is for sure. Jiang Chen chuckled. Back in the room, Jiang Chen began to think about tomorrow's battle. Now that the first battle has come to an end, the remaining opponents will not be ordinary people. Even though Jiang Chen is now a 7-star warrior level beast master, he still cannot relax his vigilance. Early the next morning, Jiang Chen started the empowerment. With previous experience, this time the empowerment seems to be more and more familiar. Ding! The host instilled 2 years of cultivation in the blue bird. Trigger empowerment repair is a function, initiation repair is multiple extraction, initiation repair is multiplied 3 times, the host instills 2 years of cultivation, returns 3 times, and returns 6 years of cultivation. Accompanied by a flood of vitality, Jiang Chen was fully prepared this time. Even though the majestic vitality washed over his internal organs, he insisted on not saying a word. After a long time, he felt a sound of something breaking, and then his cultivation broke through the barrier, and he directly became an 8-star warrior level beast master. Breakthrough directly. Jiang Chen clenched his hands into fists, his eyes were full of determination, this time his confidence was even stronger. Bringing Shaoqing to the school immediately attracted the attention of a large group of people. After all, Jiang Chen's first battle was too eye-catching. No one thought that a mere useless beast master could knock out a talented Taoist student in an instant. Especially when the news that Jiang Chen beat Wang Xiaoming, who was talented in Buddhism, and confronted the Buddhist teacher again, it caused an uproar for a while. Of course, the core of this uproar is not Jiang Chen, but the peerless twins of the school who stood up for Jiang Chen. The high-cold goddess Jiang Xuening and the passionate goddess Lu Jejia dared to speak harsh words to the school tutor for Jiang Chen's sake. This is simply unbelievable. For a moment, everyone became interested in Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen drew the number plate. This time his opponent was a senior who had awakened the talent of Confucianism. The senior was dressed as a scholar, holding a folding fan inlaid with gold in his hand, like a gentleman. The next match, Jiang Chen will face Morong Gong. As the referee's voice sounded, Jiang Chen and Morong Gong stepped onto the competition stage at the same time. I didn't expect that the opponent in the second match would be you. As soon as Morong Gong stepped onto the stage, he first nodded slightly to Jiang Chen, and then spoke calmly. Scared? Jiang Chen also nodded to indicate that he was not at all afraid of Morong Gong, who was a year ahead of him. Hearing this, Morong Gong slightly shook his head and said, "How is it possible? I just didn't expect Lu Jejia to fall in love with a guy like you. You don't want good looks, and you don't want strength, how could she fall in love with you?" Jiang Chen was taken aback when he heard this. Good chance, this is Lu Jejia's suitor. No wonder the other party didn't give him a good face when he came to the stage. Compared to me, you are not much better. Awakening Confucian talent, holding a fan, dressing like a scholar, will you think you are a great Confucian? It's ridiculous. Jiang Chen didn't intend to talk nonsense with the other party, and with a thought, Shaoqing quickly flew into the air. In an instant, gusts of phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win wine slash phoneme emanated from its body, and then a phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win wine slash phoneme blade slash towards Morong Gong. Come, this trick again. Where did Jiang Chen find this imperial beast, and why is it so powerful? In the previous match, Zhang San was defeated by relying on this trick. I don't know what will happen this time. In the auditorium, countless people watched this scene with bated breath. They were all very curious about whether Jiang Chen's blow would affect Morong Gong. Is this the trick again? Tips for carving insects. Morong Gong looked at the oncoming phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win slash phoneme blade and smiled disdainfully. With a big wave of his hand, he opened the folding fan, and a large gilt character was written on the folding fan. Shield. When the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win slash phoneme blade slash down, it dissipated suddenly within 1 meter in front of Morong Gong. It was as if there was some barrier protecting Morong Gong. What kind of treasure is in Morong Gong's hand? To be able to block that blow from the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win slash phoneme blade, this Morong Gong is amazing. Don't you know, Morong Gong was born in our scholarly family in Hangzhou, and I heard that there was a Confucian scholar in his family. Do you think this folding fan is the treasure of that Confucian scholar? That's not certain. Seeing that Morong Gong was safe and sound under the blow of the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win slash phoneme blade, the audience suddenly burst into exclamations. This is a treasure left by my ancestors. In my eyes, your attack is not worth mentioning at all. Morongong had done his homework a long time ago and knew that Jiang Chen was good at using phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win slash phoneme blades, so he invited out this folding fan left by his ancestors in his family. This folding fan followed the ancestor of the Confucian scholar in his family, and he already had divine will. As long as the shield on it does not dissipate, he can always protect himself. Jiang Chen looked at the folding fan overflowing with golden light in Morongong's hand, with a calm expression. I only know that the ants who hide in the shelter of the ancestors dare to speak boldly. Shaoqing, let him know how powerful you are. After hearing Jiang Chen's words, Shaoqing immediately restrained her breath, and then faint water mist appeared all over her body. Countless water mist condensed together, turned into a water column, and went straight towards Morongong. Useless. Morongong dismissed it. I saw the water column shooting straight towards Morongong, just when the latter thought he could block this attack with the folding fan in his hand. The water jet hit the folding fan directly. The word shield that was originally overflowing with golden light was submerged in an instant, and the handwriting was blurred. Without the protection of the folding fan, Morongong couldn't resist the water jet, and his body was blown away. He fell heavily on the edge of the Bidu platform, and fell off the Bidu platform only by a hair. So phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme. Morongong panted heavily and patted his chest, so phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme? Actually, you should regret why you didn't fall down. Jiang Chen's figure appeared in front of Morongong, and one foot directly stepped on Morongong's body. Then he kicked him flying, and his body hit the ground directly, creating a big hole in an instant, and the whole person fell into the hole, spitting blood, unconscious. The winner of this competition, Jiang Chen. As the referee's shocked voice sounded, the original auditorium was completely silent. Everyone couldn't believe what they saw. They had conducted in-depth discussions on Jiang Chen, and finally came to the conclusion that Jiang Chen was relying on the powerful Imperial Beast, and the ability of the Imperial Beast only had the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win slash phoneme blade. It's just that everything that happened at this moment completely subverted their cognition. How can that be? Isn't that beast of the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win slash phoneme attribute? Why did it use the water element trick? Isn't Morongong's folding fan belong to a strong Confucian scholar? Why can't it withstand this water jet? Is this Jiang Chen really just a beast master? Can a beast master really be this strong? For a moment, there was a doubt in everyone's heart. Jiang Chen slowly walked down the competition stage, and slowly left the competition field under everyone's surprised eyes. At this moment in the auditorium, a young man dressed in Taoist clothes slowly stood up, looking at the direction Jiang Chen left. He muttered in his mouth, "It can break through the treasures of Confucian scholars with one blow. This royal beast is a bit interesting." Back in the classroom, Jiang Chen began to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme his eyes and meditate. The previous battle made him understand that the students participating in the school competition were far from being as simple as he imagined. You must know that although Morongong is not strong, but relying on the precious body protection of his ancestors, he was able to survive Shaoqing's first wave of phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win slash phoneme blade attacks safely. And there are many family disciples like Morongong in the competition, and now he can defeat them by relying on the water column. But if he was to face a family member who could have more treasures, then he would have to join the battle himself. In this case, one's own cultivation is bound to be exposed, and the consequences will be absolutely unimaginable. Just as Jiang Chen was thinking like this, a pure white jade leg suddenly appeared on his desk. Lu Jejia was looking at her with a smile on her face, holding a ham sausage in her hand. As I said, it won't eat. Jiang Chen looked at the ham that had been peeled by Lu Jejia, and said slowly, "Who said it was for Shaoqing?" Lu Jejia smiled sweetly, and then directly stuffed the ham sausage into Jiang Chen's mouth. The latter was slightly taken aback, obviously not expecting this scene. The students in the classroom were all stunned. No one could believe that Lu Jejia, one of the peerless twins, would actually feed a boy himself. Countless gazes with killing intent fell on Jiang Chen. After all, Lu Jia is also the goddess of the school, and there are countless admirers, not inferior to Jiang Xuening. What is this for? Jiang Chen took out the ham sausage, frowned and looked at Lu Jia, who was smiling brightly. Jiang Chen, I have something I want to trouble you with. Lu Jia nodded slightly, her eyes fell on Xiaoqing, who was on Jiang Chen's shoulder. Say. Jiang Chen opened his mouth slowly. I recently received a silver-level reward order. The reward order needs a corpse of a monster whose strength has reached the general level, so I think. Lu Jia hesitated to speak. What do you want? If you want me to sell, this price is not ordinary. Jiang Chen cleaned up the ham sausage and said calmly. If you succeed this time, I will give you 30 gold coins. Lu Jia waved her hand and spoke very generously. 30 gold coins? Jiang Chen frowned, very puzzled. You must know that when the Qingshan team received the silver-level reward order, the reward was only gold coins. Each person can share at most 6 gold coins. This time, Lu Jia was paid gold coins for opening her mouth. Could it be that the reward for the silver-level reward order this time will be higher? Is it okay? Lu Jia asked tentatively. The price is reasonable and can be negotiated. Jiang Chen nodded. If you don't make money, you don't make it for nothing. You must know that Xiaoqing can already run rampant among the warrior-level monsters. I believe it wouldn't be too difficult to hunt down a warrior-level monster. Upon hearing this, Lu Jia immediately let out a long sigh of relief. Originally she thought that these 30 gold coins could not be sold by Jiang Chen. After all, Jiang Chen's current strength is already unfathomable compared to before. In this case, when the school competition is over, we will go to the Monster Beast Mountain range to hunt down the warrior-level monsters. It is good. Seeing Lu Jia hopping away, Jiang Chen shook his head slightly. Naturally, he knew what the little girl was thinking, but it was just that feelings were not something that could be cultivated overnight. The most important thing for me now is to hurry up and practice, first to win the championship in the school competition. Then go to deal with the catastrophe that the whole Hangzhou will usher in next. After leaving the school, Jiang Chen didn't rush to the house immediately, but called Master Guizhu out of the house. Boy Jiang Chen, why did you ask Grandpa Turtle to come out? Could it be that you have found a beautiful woman for me? In fact, I don't want to pick anything, as long as I'm as pretty as your sister. The tortoise master was carrying a heavy tortoise shell, but he appeared in front of Jiang Chen at an extremely fast speed. Seeing Master Gui with an unscrupulous face, Jiang Chen had already gotten used to it. Old turtle, I have something I want to ask you. What's up? Master Gui frowned and looked at Jiang Chen. You said you have lived for 1,000 years. During these 1,000 years, have you found any abnormalities in the Monster Beast Mountain range? Jiang Chen looked directly at Master Gui and asked. I have been trapped in that pool for thousands of years, and I know nothing about the outside world. If you want to say that it is abnormal, it happened once. 10 years ago, a beast master broke into the inner circle of the Monster Beast Mountain range and alarmed a monarch-level monster that was dormant inside. That time, there was a wave of beasts in a small area in the entire Monster Mountain range. After that beast died, the beast master disappeared, and the monarch-level monster was blind in one eye. Master Guizhu thought for a moment, and slowly said one thing. The beast master who broke into the Monster Mountain range. Jiang Chen's pupils suddenly shrank. Yes, if I remember correctly, the beast master is not weak, and should have the strength of a monarch-level beast master. It's a pity that he provoked that monarch-level monster that is even stronger than him. Otherwise, with his strength, he can come and go freely in the Monster Mountain range. As he spoke, Master Gui let out a sigh of emotion. At the beginning, he also wanted to help, but because he was restrained by the restriction in the pool, he couldn't help the beast master. After that battle, the sovereign monster was blinded in one eye and was seriously injured. But the beast master was missing. According to Master Gui, he probably died. No one noticed that at this moment, Jiang Chen clenched his hands into fists, and there was a strong killing intent in his eyes. Boy Jiang Chen, what's wrong? Could it be that the beast master is related to you? Master Guizhou noticed Jiang Chen's strangeness, and asked immediately. After the latter took a deep breath and stared at Master Guizhou for a long time, he remained silent. Seeing the other party, he didn't want to talk about it, and Master Guizhou naturally didn't intend to break the casserole and ask the end. Boy Jiang Chen, although I don't know what method you used to improve so quickly during this period of time. But I want to tell you one thing, haste makes waste. You may not have noticed it, but you have been targeted by many forces. I need you to know that Tianjiao can only become a strong man if he grows up. If he can't grow up, he can only be Tianjiao in the end. Hearing this, Jiang Chen nodded his head. I've been taught. After wandering around with Master Guizhou, Jiang Chen began to practice sword moves. It has to be said that Master Guizhou is an extremely competent sandbag. No matter how Jiang Chen uses his sword moves, he can't hurt it in the slightest. After some practice, Jiang Chen's sword moves became more and more fierce. Even if only a branch is used to make a sword, it can display impressive power. After bidding farewell to Master Gui, Jiang Chen came to a place without stopping. Wanhuafang. As the name suggests, Wanhuafang is the largest trading market in the entire city of Hangzhou, where there are many rare and precious treasures in the world. Someone even picked up a big leak from it. Jiang Chen didn't come here for anything else, he just hoped that he could find something he wanted. After all, if the two sides are fighting, if the other party has treasures to protect him but he does not, then it is destined to be extremely unfavorable to him. As soon as he walked into Wanhuafang, he saw a graceful young female servant walking towards her with small steps, bouncing around her breasts, as if she was about to get out of trouble. Hi sir, welcome to Wanhuafang, what service do you need? The young female attendant quickly came to Jiang Chen, and looked at the latter with a smile on her face. Jiang Chen's eyes inadvertently caught a glimpse of the two bulging whites of the young female servant, and he couldn't help but praise the food in this Wanhuafang. I saw him walking to a display cabinet in 3 steps and taking 2 steps, staring at a pair of armor in the display cabinet, thoughtful. The female attendant hurriedly introduced, Sir, this armor is made of black iron by the casting master Oyenzi, and it can defend against the attacks of warrior-level monsters. If Mr. likes it, I can ask someone to take out the armor for Mr. to have a closer look at. No need. Jiang Chen opened his mouth slowly, and then looked at the 3 pocket flying swords next to the armor. Frowning slightly, he asked, What are the origins of these 3 flying swords? The female attendant hurriedly said, Mr. Hui, these 3 flying swords were obtained by a Taoist strong man in the Yin God realm in a secret place. Please ask us to sell them in Wanhuafang. How much is it? Jiang Chen didn't talk nonsense, and directly asked about the price. Sir, this is a customer consignment treasure, we need to verify it, please wait a moment. The female servant apologized, and then quickly came to a middle-aged man with a big belly, and whispered a few words in his ear. The middle-aged man walked over quickly. Hi sir, I am the supervisor of Wanhuafang. The middle-aged man introduced his identity, and then his eyes fell on Xiaoqing who was on Jiang Chen's shoulder. He frowned slightly, but soon relaxed. Although it was only for a moment, Jiang Chen also felt the disdain in the eyes of the director of Wanhuafang. What's the price of these 3 flying swords? Jiang Chen didn't care about this, and asked. Not expensive, 10 gold coins. When the director of Wanhuafang reported this price, the female servant at the side was obviously taken aback, and she opened her mouth to say something, but was stared back by the former. 3 flying swords cost 10 gold coins, isn't that a bit expensive? Jiang Chen frowned, showing displeasure. You must know that although these 3 flying swords are good, they are not worth the price at all. In Jiang Chen's opinion, 5 gold coins are enough. Mr. Who said that 3 flying swords cost 10 gold coins, 1 flying sword costs 10 gold coins, and 3 flying swords cost 30 gold coins. The manager of Wanhuafang glanced at Jiang Chen indifferently, and his tone was full of disdain. As soon as these words came out, Jiang Chen's face instantly darkened. Good guy, this fat pig has taken himself for granted. Before Jiang Chen could open his mouth, a figure quickly walked into Wanhuafang, followed by an elderly man with gray hair. When will Wanhuafang have to watch people order dishes? A soft female voice sounded, and Lu Jia, who was well-dressed, appeared in front of Jiang Chen. When she appeared, she immediately attracted the attention of everyone present. This lady is a bit harsh. The price of these 3 flying swords is the same. If you don't believe me, you can ask everyone present. The manager of Wanwofang is worthy of being in old Jianghu, so he immediately replied in official language. If I remember correctly, these 3 flying swords seem to be placed in your Wanwofang by the old man himself. At this time, an old voice sounded, and the gray-haired old man slowly walked to Lu Judge's side, holding a cane in his hand, showing displeasure on his face. Master Lu. When the manager of Wanwofang saw the elderly man, he trembled for a moment, and hurried to meet him. Master Lu, what kind of phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win/phoneme brought you here? You are really serious, and you didn't notify me in advance when you came here, so we have to make a lot of preparations. The manager of Wanwofang burst out with polite words for a while. Prepare? What do you need to prepare? How do you plan to sell the old man's things for a sky-high price? Master Lu snorted coldly, his eyes were full of anger. As soon as these words came out, the supervisor of Wanwofang was stunned, with cold sweat dripping from his forehead. Master Lu, you have misunderstood. I didn't mean that. This price was quoted by this girl, and I also feel that something is wrong. At this moment, he pointed the finger at the female servant beside him, wanting to let the latter take the blame. For the manager of Wanwofang, the female servant did not dare to resist at all, so she could only lower her head and remain silent. Are you blind or deaf as an old man? Master Lu's crutch fell heavily to the ground, and a majestic vitality surged towards the surroundings in an instant. Taoist Yin and God Realm Powerhouse. Jiang Chen felt the aura emanating from Master Lu, and his expression changed instantly. He didn't expect that the old man in front of him would be a strong Taoist Yin god. Grandpa, he obviously wants to slander our Lu family's reputation. If others know that our Lu family does business like this, it will ruin our Lu family's reputation. Lu Jujia stamped the ground with her slender white legs, filled with righteous indignation. Then she winked at Jiang Chen, and said softly, Jiang Chen, we met again, what a coincidence. Master Lu. It's not what you imagined, me. Feeling the vast vitality of Master Lu, the director of Wanwofang was already panicked, and even started to speak incoherently. You don't need to explain anything, and the old man doesn't want to listen to your nonsense. Although the old man is very old, he is neither blind nor deaf. I can see clearly what you are doing. I will have a good talk with the owner of Wanwofang about this matter, and ask him how much money in Wanwofang's family property is illegal money. As soon as these words came out, the supervisor of Wanwofang knelt down on the ground with a plop. Master Lu, you see that I have worked hard for Wanwofang for so many years, and there is hard work without credit. You don't remember the faults of villains, please forgive me this time. In the face of such a well-known figure in Hangzhou as Master Lu, even if he is the supervisor of Wanwofang, he still has to respect him. Master Lu didn't take this kind of trick, only saw him standing on the crutch in his hand, with a majestic look on his face. He said coldly, don't gossip with the old man here, today you dare to tamper with the treasures that the old man put on consignment in your Wanwofang. Baobuki other people's treasures were also manipulated by you in private. If the old man doesn't pursue it, can you still tolerate it? As soon as the words fell, the supervisor of Wanwofang only felt his eyes go dark, and he staggered and fell to the ground. Master Lu slowly withdrew his overflowing vitality, and looked at Jiang Chen beside Lu Jujia. He opened his mouth and asked, Beastmaster? The latter nodded. Thinking about how glorious the line of Beastmasters was in those days, it's a pity that the descendants didn't help, and the line of Beastmasters declined. Even if Jiang Tiandao, a rising star who became a monarch-level Beastmaster, came out later, it's a pity that after the battle in the Monster Mountain Range, he was nowhere to be found. Boy, what's your name? Master Lu looked directly at Jiang Chen, a faint vitality attached to his pupils, as if he wanted to see through the person in front of him. Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen cupped his hand slightly towards Master Lu. Jiang Chen? A member of the Beastmaster Zhang's family? Master Lu frowned slightly. Exactly. Who is Jiang Tiandao? My father. When Jiang Chen said these words, Master Lu was obviously taken aback. Then only a hearty laugh was heard. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect Jiang Tiandao to have descendants in this world. Master Lu suddenly focused his gaze on Jiang Chen. Boy of the Jiang family, Jiang Tiandao and the old man were friends who have forgotten their age. Now that he is missing, the old man, who is a friend, naturally cannot stand by and watch. Your boy is a descendant of Jiang Tiandao, and this old man must fulfill his duties for Jiang Tiandao. The 3 flying swords you are looking at are kept by the old man in Wanwufang. Since you like them, I will give them to you as a gift. With a wave of Master Lu's hand, the 3 flying swords on the counter broke through the restraint and landed in his hands. When he handed the 3 flying swords to Jiang Chen, the latter shook his head. You don't get rewarded for your merits. The 3 flying swords offer a price, and I'll buy it. Jiang Chen's eyes fell on the 3 flying swords in Master Lu's hands, and his tone was calm. Boy, the old man said to send you off. I'll buy. Jiang Chen's expression didn't change. He knew that if he took these 3 flying swords, it would be equivalent to owe a favor to this old man from the Lu family in Hangzhou. He doesn't want to do that. You get what you pay for, the other party bids and you counteroffer. This is the correct way to buy. Originally, the old man had some doubts about your identity, but looking at it now, you really have exactly the same temperament as that guy Jiang Tiandao. That's all, the 3 flying swords. The old man bids a gold coin. Master Lu sighed slightly, and quoted a price. Anyone with a discerning eye knows that the value of these 3 flying swords is definitely more than 5 gold coins. The reason why Master Lu quoted this price is because of his relationship with Jiang Tiandao in the past. It is good. Jiang Chen slowly handed out a gold coin, and then put the 3 flying swords into his arms. Having bought the treasure he wanted, there was no need for Jiang Chen to stay in Wanwufang, so he immediately bid farewell to Master Lu. Looking at Jiang Chen's leaving back, and looking at his granddaughter's eyes full of affection, Master Lu seemed to have guessed something. Slowly came to Lu Jiejia's side, and said softly, Silly girl, have you taken a fancy to her? The latter nodded without hesitation. Then hold tight, this kid is a descendant of Jiang Tiandao, and his achievements will definitely be good in the future. Master Lu smiled lightly, not intending to stop the 2 of them at all. I'll do my best. After returning home, Jiang Chen began to use these 3 flying swords to perform sword moves. It's just that the control of the 3 flying swords is too cumbersome, so he had to change the control of the flying swords from 3 to 1. Since he had been practicing sword moves before, Jiang Chen was able to master the flying sword very quickly. After exchanging ideas with Master Guizhu, he put away the 3 flying swords and returned to the room. As soon as she saw Jiang Chen coming back, Xiaoqing rushed to meet him. Good guy, have you learned to ask for empowerment by yourself? Looking at Xiaoqing rubbing against his pants vigorously, Jiang Chen couldn't laugh or cry for a moment. He was sitting cross-legged, and Xiaoqing was lying obediently on his lap. Wisps of vitality flowed out from Jiang Chen's body and infused into Xiaoqing's body. Ding! The host instilled 2 years of cultivation in the blue bird. Trigger empowerment repair is a function, initiation repair is multiple extraction, initiation repair is multiplied, twice, the host instills 2 years of cultivation, twice the amount will be returned, and 4 years of cultivation will be returned. Feeling that his lost vitality began to recover, Jiang Chen held his breath and began to absorb the returned vitality into his body. It's just that this time he didn't break through directly, but wandered between the 8-star warrior level beast master and the 9-star warrior level beast master. He can be sure that he is only 1 step away from the 9-star warrior level beast master. Xiaoqing slowly opened her eyes at this moment, and an ancient majestic aura emanated from her pupils. It was as if a ferocious beast had awakened at this moment. But this feeling was only for a moment, and it returned to its original state in an instant. Feeling the changes in Xiaoqing's body at this moment, Jiang Chen couldn't help sighing how powerful the system is. If the system hadn't covered up his realm today, he would have been seen through by Master Lu long ago. The 8-star warrior level beast master, if it gets out, it may cause a sensation in the whole city of Hangzhou. Soon Jiang Chen and Xiaoqing both fell asleep. As soon as he woke up, Jiang Chen rushed to school. Today is the semi-final of the school competition. As the saying goes, know yourself, know your enemy and win 100 battles. Prepare yourself in advance. As soon as I came to the school, I saw that the entire competition venue was overcrowded. Jiang Chen, come here quickly. At this moment, Lu Jiajia's voice came from the crowd. Jiang Chen looked around and saw Lu Jiajia surrounded by stars like the moon, and standing in front of her was a young man in Taoist robes. Holding a bouquet of flowers in his hands, the young man half kneeled on the ground at this moment, saying something with great emotion. "What's going on?" Seeing this scene, Jiang Chen froze in place for a moment. After hearing Lu Jiajia's shout at this moment, the people watching all around turned their gazes to the puzzled Jiang Chen. "Jiang Chen!" Lu Jiajia's shout came again. Regardless of everyone's gaze, Jiang Chen walked straight into the crowd and came to Lu Jiajia's side. "What happened?" Jiang Chen looked at Lu Jiajia and the Taoist-robed man in front of him. His brows were tightly furrowed. He always felt that this scene seemed familiar. "Lu Jiajia, just promise me." The Taoist-robed man raised the flowers above his head and looked at the graceful Lu Jiajia in front of him affectionately. The latter was actually a little at a loss at this time, but instead hugged Jiang Chen's arm tightly with both hands. It's like grabbing a life-saving straw. The Taoist-robed man who raised his head saw this scene. His face darkened immediately. He glared at Jiang Chen, who didn't know why, and scolded, "Where did you come from? Put your hands away." Jiang Chen's expression changed upon hearing this. It was clear that Lu Jiajia was hugging her arm, but the man in the robe said that he was holding Lu Jiajia's hand. "Keep your mouth clean." Jiang Chen's voice was ice-cold. Shao Qing on his shoulder flew into the air at this moment. Everyone who saw this scene took a few steps back in unison to make room for the two. They have all seen Shao Qing's horror before, so they dare not get angry at this moment. "Beast Master?" The Taoist-robed man saw Shao Qing flying into the air, and looked at Jiang Chen with disdain. "A mere beast master dares to be my fiancé. It's really his grandma's life and death." Suddenly a whisk appeared in the Taoist-robed man's hand, and with a wave of the whisk, the vitality in his body surged out, rushing towards Jiang Chen. Shao Qing, phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme blade. Just when that vitality was only a few steps away from Jiang Chen, Shao Qing, who was in midair, waved his wings for a moment, and directly chopped the vitality of the Taoist-robed man to pieces. Before he could react, Jiang Chen's figure appeared in front of the Taoist-robed man. Picking up the neck of the Taoist-robed man with one hand, he said coldly, "If you don't want to die, get out." In an instant, an invisible murderous aura erupted from Jiang Chen's body. The Taoist-robed man, who was the proud son of heaven, trembled all over, feeling a wave of death coming. When Jiang Chen threw him to the ground, he didn't have the slightest intention to make another move. He stared at Lu Jiajia viciously, and said angrily, "Bitch, his grandma dares to find a wild man to protect her, just wait, roll." Before the Taoist-robed man could finish speaking, another phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme blade / down in midair. The Taoist-robed man rolled and crawled out of the arena. "Aren't you leaving?" Jiang Chen's eyes swept across the crowd watching. His voice was cold. The crowd around suddenly dispersed. "Jiang Chen, thank you." At this moment, Lu Jiajia just breathed a sigh of relief. "Who's that person?" Jiang Chen's tone was calm. The second young master of the Bai family in Hangzhou, Bai Lianhua, is also one of the few arrogance figures in the Hangzhou Taoist Association. Lu Jiajia said categorically. "Why did he call you fiancé?" Jiang Chen looked directly at Lu Jiajia. The latter trembled all over, and said after a long time, "The older generation in the family used to marry their fingertips, but don't worry, I don't have any feelings for him at all, it's true." Lu Jiajia seemed to be afraid of Jiang Chen's misunderstanding, and explained frantically. "You don't have to explain to me." Jiang Chen opened his mouth lightly, and then walked into the competition field. After this wave of episodes, the school competition was held as scheduled. Through layers of selection, the school competition has reached the semifinals. There are 10 people standing on the competition stage at the moment, and everyone is a rising star with impressive strength. Jiang Chen and Jiang Xuening stood side by side, looking directly at the other 8 people around them. Everyone, this time is the semifinal competition. There are 10 people participating in the semifinal, and the 10 people will have a scuffle to determine the last winner. The final winner will enter the finals, and the opponent in the finals will be our school's previous champion. With the referee's brief introduction, the 10-person melee competition quickly kicked off. Among the 10 people, only Jiang Xuening was a girl, but everyone present did not dare to underestimate Jiang Xuening. After all, the latter was bluntly said by the mentor when he was awakening his talent that his future achievements would point to the existence of the Taoist Yang God realm. This kind of talent is extremely rare in the Taoist association. Beast Master can also enter the semifinals. It seems that he really walked through the back door. At this moment, a voice sounded, and a muscular man slowly walked towards Jiang Chen, holding a Taoist peachwood sword in his hand. You don't need to think about it to know that this person is a Taoist. A mere Beast Master dares to stand here. It seems that you are fighting with a bunch of trash. Immediately afterwards, another voice sounded, and a short man with a short stature and facial features that seemed to be put together sneered. Just let me meet you. An angry shout sounded, and another person stood up, looking straight at Jiang Chen. The wooden stick in his hand was already about to move. Seeing this scene, Jiang Chen was quite helpless. I clearly didn't do anything, just because I am a Beast Master, so standing here is a mistake. Looking at the 3 people who spoke rudely to him, a trace of disdain flashed in Jiang Chen's eyes. Don't just know how to talk, let's go together. Jiang Chen's tone was calm, vitality radiated from his whole body, and he was ready for defense. Boy, you are so rampant. Big words, how can I kill you? What are you? How dare you talk to me like that? The 3 figures exerted force on their feet, and they all rushed towards Jiang Chen at the same time. The weapon in his hand was waving in mid-air, with vitality covering it, quite a bit of killing intent. Jiang Xuening at the side saw this scene, and was stopped by Jiang Chen just as she was about to help. A bunch of rotten fish and rotten shrimps are nothing but bad things. Jiang Chen's voice was indifferent, and with a wave of his big hand, Shaoqing jumped into the air in an instant. The wings flapped, and the next moment, several phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme blades descended from the sky, slashing towards the 3 people below. Ho-hoo! There were 3 consecutive sounds of piercing through the air, and the 3 people who were rushing towards Jiang Chen in a threatening manner had already collapsed on the ground the next moment. The chests of the 3 were torn apart, and blood spattered everywhere. How is this possible? The burly man in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead / phoneme covered the bleeding wound on his chest with his hands full of disbelief. The 3 of them had already joined forces in secret, and this time when they attacked Jiang Chen, they had already probed into each other's details. It's just that they didn't expect that the 3 of them would be knocked down by the opponent with a single blow after just meeting each other. Nothing is impossible. If it weren't for the inability to kill, you might have died long ago. Jiang Chen opened his mouth lightly, and the next moment he kicked forward forcefully. The 3 of them immediately turned into 3 beams of light and fell directly onto the fighting platform. When the 3 of them fell off the competition stage with one blow from Jiang Chen, except for Jiang Xuening, the faces of the other 5 were full of astonishment. No one could believe the scene in front of them. A good-for-nothing Beast Master was able to knock down 3 talented contestants to the competition stage. This completely overturned their cognition. What to look at? It will be your turn next. Jiang Chen looked at the 5 people in the arena. His voice was indifferent. He knew he had been targeted from the start. It's just that the group of people in front of me can't make a difference in my eyes, and I don't need to do anything myself. I can solve it only by relying on Shaoqing. Intuition, how dare a waste be so rampant? Do you really think that if you defeat those 3 idiots by chance, you will be invincible? I didn't expect that one day I would be ridiculed by the Beast Master. It's really embarrassing. Little bastard, let me teach you what modesty is. In an instant, everyone looked at Jiang Chen in unison, weapons appeared in everyone's hands, and killing intent rose in their eyes at this moment. Seeing this scene, Jiang Xuening snorted coldly. Covered with vitality all over his body, he took a step forward with his slender jade legs, and appeared next to one of them the next moment. Apart from anything else, it was an elbow strike, and the majestic vitality directly hit that person's body, making him dizzy in an instant. Before the others could react, Jiang Chen's figure also moved at this moment. The little green phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme blade and the water column shot out in mid-air, attacking the people in front of them. Facing Shaoqing's offensive, they all took a defensive stance. It's a pity that they really overestimated themselves, and at the same time underestimated Xiaoqing too much. Now Xiaoqing, who was already a warrior-level beast master, even if he only used % of his strength, it was enough to beat everyone present to pieces. Boom! An explosion sounded, and smoke and dust filled the platform. In the auditorium, everyone watched this scene with bated breath. The Jiang family brothers and sisters fought 5 people with 2 people. This kind of courage really impressed the group of people present. When the smoke and dust dissipated slowly, there were only 2 people standing on the competition platform. Jiang Chen and Jiang Xuening stood side by side. At the feet of the 2 of them, the 5 people who spoke rudely before were lying on the ground like dead dogs. Everyone's body was covered with blood. Although they were seriously injured, they were not fatal. You shot too hastily. Jiang Chen slowly spoke to Jiang Xuening beside him. The latter stepped on the person with snow-white jade legs on the ground, curled his lips and said, "Jiang Chen, you still have the nerve to talk about me, didn't you just make a move yourself?" Looking at Jiang Xuening, Jiang Chen slightly shook his head and asked, "You win or I win?" Jiang Xuening glanced at Jiang Chen and asked softly, "The last champion was a tough guy, how sure are you?" The latter said casually, "Very sure. I mean it. I'm also answering seriously." Looking at the firm gaze in Jiang Chen's eyes, Jiang Xuening smiled slightly. "Good luck then." Under the watchful eyes of everyone in the auditorium, Jiang Xuening walked down the stage slowly with her snow-white jade legs. "What's going on here?" Goddess Jiang gave up. "Really or not, shouldn't Jiang Chen be allowed to enter the finals this time? It can be fake, look at those lying on the ground, can they stand up? My god, is this Jiang Chen really just a beast master? He's too strong." Seeing Jiang Xuening's departure, there was a burst of shock in the auditorium. Countless people's eyes fell on the competition stage. Looking at Jiang Chen with a royal beast standing on his shoulder, his eyes were full of surprise. 10 people melee, the final winner, Jiang Chen. As the referee's voice fell, the surrounding audience suddenly cried out one after another. Jiang Chen looked at the referee calmly and asked, "When will the finals start?" The latter was slightly taken aback, then said, "Afternoon." Jiang Chen nodded and then left the place. When he left the arena, the entire arena exploded in an instant. Countless exclamations, doubts, and abuse sounded. It's just that no matter how dissatisfied this group of people is, it can't change the fact that Jiang Chen qualified for the final. Jiang Chen was walking around the campus, and the people around him kept pointing and pointing, but compared to the previous sarcasm, these people seemed extremely afraid of him at this moment. "Jiang Chen, are you hungry? Let's have dinner together." Lu Jejia jumped out from nowhere, hugged Jiang Chen's arm without saying a word, and asked with a smile on her face, "Lu Jejia, now that you have a fiancé, you still hold on to my brother? Do you know what shame is?" At this moment, Jiang Xuening appeared on the other side of Jiang Chen. "Fiancé? I said that it was just a marriage between the fingertips of the older generation in the family. I have no interest in that guy at all." Lu Jejia explained. "No matter how you say that guy is your fiancé, this is an established fact." Jiang Xuening sneered. Seeing the 2 people facing each other tit for tat, Jiang Chen had no choice but to act as a peacemaker. "Stop talking, what's the fuss about? Let's go, let's eat." Hearing Jiang Chen's words, Jiang Xuening and Lu Jejia unexpectedly closed their mouths at the same moment. "Jiang Chen, I know there is a shop. The owner of that shop has been selling barbecue for more than 10 years, and the taste is absolutely amazing." Lu Jejia frowned suddenly and said to Jiang Chen, "Then go where you said." Jiang Chen nodded. The 3 of them walked side by side, and because Jiang Xuening and Lu Jejia were 2 peerless beauties by their side, Jiang Chen attracted a lot of attention along the way. This kid is really a great blessing, to be accompanied by 2 peerless beauties. A man looked at the fair and beautiful Jiang Xuening and swallowed hard. "What, envious? How can you not be envious? Who can resist those 2 pairs of pure white jade legs? Don't say anything, take 2 photos, and find a place to post them later." Just when the man was about to raise his phone to take a picture, a figure appeared in front of him. Jiang Chen slowly stretched out a hand and snatched the phone from the man's hand. He said coldly, "Give me some respect." The man was slightly taken aback when he saw this scene, and quickly reacted, and immediately said angrily, "What are you? I can shoot whatever I want. I not only want to shoot, I also want to use synthesis technology to play big. I want to benefit everyone." Hearing these words, Jiang Chen's face changed, and a chill radiated from his whole body. He slowly stretched out one hand to pick up the man's neck, with murderous look in his eyes. "How do you want to die?" Accompanied by a burst of screams one after another. In front of Jiang Chen, there was only one man lying on the ground who was sobbing continuously. "Grandpa, I was wrong, so please forgive me. I promise I won't have any unreasonable thoughts about the two sister-in-laws in the future." The man snibbled and burst into tears, and said while covering his mouth that was already swollen by Jiang Chen's slap. "Sister-in-law? I think you still don't have a long memory." Regarding the address of the other party, Jiang Chen frowned slightly. Just about to slap again, Lu Jiejia stopped her. Okay, if the fight continues, I'm afraid he will be sent to the hospital. It's getting late. If you don't go to eat barbecue, I'm afraid you won't be able to grab a seat." While talking, Lu Jiejia hugged Jiang Chen's arm and pulled it away. Seeing this scene, Zhang Xuening shook her head slightly. As soon as they came to the barbecue stand, the three of them caused a sensation. But Lu Jiejia and Zhang Xuening were too stunning, so that the eyes of those who ate barbecue here fell on them and couldn't take their eyes off them. Regarding this, Jiang Chen was also very helpless. After simply ordering a few skewers of barbecue, Jiang Chen found a place to sit down with the two girls. As soon as he sat down, he met a few young men with dragon and tiger tattoos coming over with wine, their eyes wandering over Lu Jiejia and Zhang Xuening. His tongue licked his lips, and it seemed that he was plotting something. This brother is so lucky to bring two beauties to have a barbecue. The leading young man sat boldly across from Jiang Chen, looking restlessly at the graceful figures of the two girls in front of him. He couldn't help but praise him. "Is something wrong?" Jiang Chen calmly looked at the menacing small group of people in front of him, and he didn't feel scared at all because of the opponent's superiority in numbers. "It's all right, just come here to make friends and have a drink." The young man waved his hand, his eyes fell on Lu Jiejia's slender white legs, and he couldn't move his eyes for an instant. Swallowing it in one gulp, he said involuntarily, "His grandma's, it's really amazing." Looking at the young man's eyes, both Lu Jiejia and Zhang Xuening showed disgust. Seeing this, Jiang Chen said coldly, "If it's okay, you can get out." The young man who heard this was slightly taken aback, frowned and looked at Jiang Chen with a look of foolish eyes. "You do not know who I am?" he asked. "I just know you'd better get out now." Jiang Chen's voice was indifferent. "Boy, let me tell you, the person in front of you is the leader of this street, the third brother who was nicknamed Desperate Saburo." A dog leg next to the young man spoke at this moment. His words were full of arrogance. "Oh, and then what?" Jiang Chen said casually. "Third brother eats at the same table with you to save face, don't be ungrateful." The rest of the dog legs also spoke at this moment. Okay, don't scare this little brother." The young man waved his hands, looked at the two girls beside Jiang Chen and said, "This little brother, Lu Laosan, is also a respectable person in the world. I can also pretend that I didn't hear what you said earlier. It's just that I think the two chicks beside you are pretty good. I think you can't handle them alone. It's better. Roll." Before the words finished, Jiang Chen shouted angrily. The next moment, Jiang Chen's fist had already been thrown towards Lu Laosan. The latter let out a cold snort, and the vitality from all over his body radiated out. He also swung out a punch, and had a head-on collision with Jiang Chen. What? Only a shrill scream was heard. Lu Laosan clasped his hands and knelt down on the ground with a painful expression. If you look closely, you will find that one of his hands is dripping with blood, and the blood drips down the fingertips to the ground. Before the other dogs could react, Jiang Chen threw out a few more punches, directly sending those people flying, and smashing them to the side. "You don't come here." Lu Laosan looked at Jiang Chen, who was slowly walking towards him. His face was full of fear. Snapped. A crisp slap sounded, and a bloody slap print appeared on one side of Lu Laosan's face. Snapped. Another palm print appeared, and the faces on both sides appeared much more symmetrical. Jiang Chen stepped on Lu Laosan's chest with one foot, slightly stimulated the vitality in his body, and a huge force fell on the latter. Pfft, a mouthful of blood spat out from Lu Laosan's mouth. At this moment, his face was pale and he was dying. Roll. Jiang Chen kicked hard. I saw Lu Laosan's body flew upside down like a kite with a broken thread, and directly smashed those dog legs that had finally stood up with difficulty to the ground again. When the onlookers saw this scene, they all gasped. No one thought that the desperate Saburo who was domineering on this street would be beaten like a dead dog. Jiang Chen's eyes swept over everyone present, and no one dared to look at him at this moment. Even the eyes that looked at Lu Jijia and Zhang Xuening became extremely pure. Such a terrifying woman, who the hell would dare to think anything wrong? When Jiang Chen returned to his seat, Lu Jijia hurried up and asked, "Jiang Chen, are you okay?" "It's just a bunch of short-sighted guys, nothing happened." Jiang Chen picked up a skewer of meat and started to eat it. Seeing this, Zhang Xuening and Lu Jijia also started to eat. Soon the three of them swept away the barbecue in front of them. After simply paying the money, Jiang Chen returned to school with the two girls. "Everyone, after fierce competition, we have finally decided the winner of the finals, Jiang Chen." With the sound of the referee, the final also kicked off at this moment. His opponent is our last champion, the youngest genius of the Hangzhou Taoist Association, Bai Zhanji. This time the competition will adopt a different method than before. The contestants on both sides will use the weapons provided by the school to fight. In this way, the fairness and openness of this battle is guaranteed. Now invite two contestants to come on stage. Jiang Chen slowly walked up to the fighting arena, and casually took out an iron sword from the arsenal beside him. The iron sword has not been opened, so there is no need to be afraid of hurting others. Standing in front of him was a man in a Taoist robe. The man held a dust whisk in his hand, and exuded a faint Taoist aura from his whole body. At first glance, he was a favorite student of Taoism. When the two stood facing each other, Jiang Chen always felt that the Taoist robe man in front of him gave him an extremely familiar feeling. "You are Jiang Chen?" Bai Zhanji put the whisk on her shoulders, and looked at Jiang Chen in front of her with a calm expression. The latter nodded slightly. "It's you who robbed my brother's fiancée? It's you who robbed my brother's fiancée?" Bai Zhanji's tone was calm, but the Taoist aura exuding from her body became stronger and stronger. "Fiancé?" Jiang Chen frowned, a little confused. But when he saw another man in Taoist robes standing on the edge of the fighting platform, he understood it instantly. "Bai Lianhua. It looks like you're here for revenge." Jiang Chen calmly looked at Bai Zhanji, who was exuding vitality in front of him, not at all afraid of the Taoist aura shrouded in her body. For the current Jiang Chen, he has entered the ranks of the 8-star warrior level beast master, and if he unleashes his full strength, he will definitely be able to kill Bai Zhanji in front of him. It's just that he doesn't want to expose his true strength, and he doesn't intend to end the battle quickly at this moment. "Stop talking nonsense, let you stand here as a beast master, you have already lost the face of this school. In this case, I don't mind cleaning up the trash for the school." As soon as the words fell, Bai Zhanji waved the whisk forward lightly, and a wave of Taoist aura surged towards Jiang Chen like water breaking a bank. Feeling this aura, Jiang Chen's face changed slightly, and he dodged the blow while moving around. When this shot hit the ground, a cloud of dust was instantly raised. Taoist Foundation Building Realm. There was an instant exclamation in the audience. With just this blow, they can be sure that Bai Zhanji in front of them has stepped into the foundation building realm of Taoism. A foundation building powerhouse under 20 years old, this Bai Zhanji's talent can be said to be extremely strong. Seeing Jiang Chen dodging his own attack, Bai Zhanji showed disdain on his face. "It seems that you are not as powerful as the rumors, but you are just a mouse who only knows how to escape." Jiang Chen snorted coldly, and Shaoqing appeared in midair in an instant. With one blow, the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme blade fell, and went straight to Bai Zhanji's head. Tips for carving insects. Bai Zhanji waved the whisk in his hand, and a majestic aura enveloped his surroundings. The phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme blade was disintegrated when it was only one step away from him. Taoist luck is phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close / phoneme to you. It seems that you have some skills. Jiang Chen frowned slightly, but soon felt relieved. Shaoqing in midair did not give up the attack, as the blow of the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme blade dissipated. Several phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme blades followed. Under the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme blade, there are still several water columns rising slowly, pressing towards his face. Your beast master is very strong, but I am stronger. Bai Zhanji sneered, and the dust whisk in her hand made a golden light, and thousands of Taoist breaths radiated out, which directly blasted away the attacking phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme blade water column. At this moment, a voice rang in his ears. Strong? No, you are not worthy at all. The iron sword in Jiang Chen's hand had already touched Bai Zhanji's back, and a cold aura enveloped the latter in an instant. When Bai Zhanji reacted, Jiang Chen and Shaoqing had already launched an attack at the same time. In midair, several phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme blades galloped downward along with the water column. And on the competition stage, Jiang Chen had already broken through Bai Zhanji's defense with his vitality. The phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme blade and water jet hit Bai Zhanji's body in unison, only to hear the latter let out a muffled grunt, and blood spurted out of his mouth. The whole person staggered a few times before falling to the ground. Behind him, Jiang Chen held the unopened iron sword in one hand, and beckoned Shaoqing back with the other hand. When Shaoqing landed on his shoulder, Jiang Chen didn't hesitate at all. He raised his foot and kicked Bai Zhanji, who was lying on the ground flying. The audience who saw the scene fell silent for a moment. Everyone covered their mouths with their hands and looked at the scene in disbelief. No one could believe that Bai Zhanji, who was a strong Taoist foundation establishment realm, would be beaten to the ground in an instant by Jiang Chen, the trash beast master in his eyes. It's fake. Someone's voice trembled and looked at the people around him. It's impossible. How could a dignified Taoist foundation builder be beaten down so easily? Some people yelled that they couldn't believe what they saw. This Jiang Chen, what kind of monster is it? What's more, they were short of breath, and their eyes were full of fear. It seems that he did not lie to me. At this moment, a cold female voice sounded. I saw Lu Jiejie and Jiang Xuening standing in the core area of the auditorium, and the eyes of the two women were all fixed on the person standing on the competition stage. As expected of the man Lu Jiejie, is looking for, how domineering. Lu Jiejie had a bright smile, and her laughter was like a silver bell, which made people intoxicated. Goddess Jiang and Goddess Lu, what happened to them? Don't worry about that. You didn't see that Goddess Lu is wearing a short skirt today. I'll go, brother, did you take a picture? The admirers of Lu Jiejie and Jiang Xuening now set their eyes on the two of them, and the admiration in their eyes has already been revealed. The two girls didn't care about this at all, and their eyes only fell on Jiang Chen on the competition stage from the beginning to the end. The school competition, the winner, Jiang Chen. With Bai Zhanji being kicked out of the competition ring, this time the school competition also officially gave birth to a winner. In an instant, from a high platform in the school, several figures jumped and landed on the competition platform. They are all the tutors of this school. One of them has a big belly, thinning hair, and glasses with rims. Jiang Chen, congratulations! This person is the principal of this school, and he is also the most powerful person in the whole school. Jiang Chen looked at the principal and nodded slightly. There are two options for the championship reward this time. The first option is that our school will reward you with gold coins. The second option is to use a secret breathing method provided by the school, the Taoist ice breathing method. The headmaster said with a warm smile. I choose the second one. Jiang Chen had already made his choice without the slightest hesitation. The principal was slightly taken aback when he heard this. You must know that the Taoist ice-type breathing method can only be used by those who have awakened the Taoist talent. And Jiang Chen is a beast master from beginning to end. He can practice ordinary breathing method, but practicing Taoist ice-type breathing method is simply overkill. But this is Jiang Chen's choice, and the principal has no intention of persuading him. Immediately, a teacher took out the Taoist ice element breathing method and handed it to Jiang Chen. After accepting the prize, Jiang Chen simply thanked him, and then quickly left the competition venue. Everyone present looked puzzled. After leaving the competition venue, Jiang Chen found Jiang Xuening. "Congratulations." Jiang Xuening looked at Jiang Chen and smiled lightly. The latter took out the Taoist ice element breathing method from his arms and handed it over. "What is this for?" Jiang Xuening frowned, looking puzzled. "You have awakened the talent of Taoism, and your achievements will definitely not be low in the future. If you continue to practice with the usual method of breathing, it will inevitably make your improvement slower than others. Although this Taoist ice-type breathing method is not top-notch, it is the most suitable for you. Anyway, it's useless for me to keep it, you just take it." Jiang Chen handed the Taoist ice element breathing method to Jiang Xuening's hand, and spoke casually. Jiang Xuening shuddered when she heard this. She never expected that Jiang Chen would give herself such a precious Taoist ice-type breathing method. To know that the school can take out this exercise as a reward for the winner, it proves that this exercise is definitely not a vulgar thing. Jiang Chen. Just as Jiang Xuening was about to say something, she saw Jiang Chen shaking his head. "Don't say those polite words that you have or don't have, it seems too much." Jiang Chen waved his hand, signaling to Jiang Xuening that there is no need to continue talking. The latter hesitated for a long time, but finally accepted the Taoist ice element breathing method in his hand. After taking a few deep breaths, he said, "Jiang Chen, I need to report to the Taoist Association in the next few days. At that time, the members of the Taoist Association will phoneme alphabet equals IPA equals lead / phoneme our group of new members to the Monster Beast mountain range to practice. During this time, you need to take care of yourself." Jiang Chen smiled slightly and said, "You can't die from hunger." Back home, Jiang Chen gave Xiaoqing alms without stopping. When he pressed his hand on Xiaoqing's head, a huge suction instantly sucked his cultivation into Xiaoqing's body. In an instant, all the 10 years of cultivation were empowered to Xiaoqing. Ding! The host instilled 10 years of cultivation into the blue bird. Trigger empowerment repair is a function, initiation repair is multiple extraction, initiation repair is multiplied 8 times, the host instills 10 years of cultivation, 8 times the return, and 80 years of cultivation will be returned. 80 years. When Jiang Chen was in a daze, incomparably surging vitality gathered towards him from all directions. Without the slightest hesitation, he frantically operated the yin-yang exhalation technique, inhaling all of this majestic vitality into his body. For a full 80 years of cultivation, the endless vitality crazily washed Jiang Chen's internal organs like a vast river, and instantly broke the barrier of the 8-star warrior level beast master in Jiang Chen's body. Jiang Chen's cultivation began to climb like a carp leaping over a dragon gate. Along with the improvement of his realm, the pressure Jiang Chen received was also enormous. At this moment, he was sweating profusely, his teeth were clenched, and his veins were bulging all over his body. A terrifying aura enveloped him, as if it would tear him apart at any moment. Fortunately, there is a systematic protection. After a night of struggle, Jiang Chen finally absorbed all of these 80 years of cultivation into his body. Who crack clap? Slowly spit out a mouthful of turbid air, and with the sound of bones colliding in his body, Jiang Chen slowly stood up. At this moment, his cultivation is not what it used to be, and his strength has jumped directly from an 8-star warrior level beast master to a 6-star commander level beast master. And Xiaoqing, who has been empowered for 10 years, has undergone earth-shaking changes. Under its blue feathers, more and more golden feathers appeared, sparks began to flicker on its tail, golden threads grew from the phoenix crown above its head, and more scales were attached to its body. An extremely primitive aura emanated from it. The name of the royal beast, Blue Bird, Beast Familiar Level, Warrior Level, Growable, Beast Royal Qualification, 5-star, Bloodline of Royal Beast, Kuanpeng, Bloodline Level, %. Looking at Xiaoqing's current state, Jiang Chen couldn't help but lament the little guy's good life. Only a few days after hatching, it has already become so powerful. After walking out of the house, I searched around but found no trace of Jiang Xuening. She must have reported to the Taoist Association. The Taoist Association in Hangchang is controlled by the three major families in Hangchang: Lu family, Bai family, Su family. The three major families have been rooted in Hangzhou for hundreds of years, and their roots have long been deeply rooted. It can be said that few people can shake their status in Hangzhou. Under the control of these three major families, the Taoist Association has also become the largest force in Hangzhou, which is stronger than the Buddhist and Confucian forces in Hangzhou. Jiang Xuening can join the Taoist school, and with her talent, she will definitely be able to soar into the sky. Boom, boom, boom. Just as Jiang Chen was thinking, there was a hasty knock on the door. That girl Xuening must have forgotten something. Jiang Chen quickly opened the door, and was taken aback for a moment. Who is Jiang Xuening outside the door? It is clearly the eldest lady of the Lu family in Hangzhou, Lu Jejia. Why you? Jiang Chen frowned and looked at Lu Jejia. Why can't it be me? Do you still think about your sister? That's right, Jiang Xuening is so good-looking, even I would be tempted, let alone you. Lu Jejia showed a funny face. Say something. Jiang Chen's expression darkened. If it wasn't for Lu Jejia in front of him, he might have slapped her directly. Don't be angry, I was joking. Lu Jejia noticed the displeasure on Jiang Chen's face, and hurriedly spoke. Jiang Chen, remember that you promised me to accompany me to complete a silver-level reward order? Remember. Now that your school competition is over, and Jiang Xuening has also gone to the Taoist Association, you should be free to accompany me to the Monster Mountain Range. Let's go now. Correct. Lu Jejia nodded, blinking her big eyes, looking pitiful. Let's go. Jiang Chen spoke without the slightest hesitation. He had promised Lu Jejia a long time ago, so it was impossible for him to go back on his word. Coming to the Bounty Hunters Guild, Jiang Chen and Lu Jejia accepted the silver-level reward order. This time it was surprisingly easy to receive a silver-level reward order. Vice President Shin didn't raise any conditions at all, but just reminded the two to be more careful. You must know that the last time the Qingshan team wanted to receive a silver-level reward order, but they needed a 5-member team. But Jiang Chen didn't want to think about these things. The most urgent task now is to get the bounty as soon as possible. The two took the train and soon came to the vicinity of the Monster Beast Mountain Range. When the train arrived at the station, Jiang Chen and Lu Jejia galloped towards the outskirts of the Monster Beast Mountain Range without any hesitation. Although there are many monsters in the Monster Beast Mountain Range, these monsters will not enter this train station where the Taoist Foundation establishment powerhouse sits. After all, most of the monsters on the periphery of the Monster Beast Mountain Range are at the servant level, and it is impossible for them to be the opponents of the strong Taoist Foundation establishment realm. Lu Jejia seemed to be very familiar with the Monster Mountain Range, kicked her white jade legs forward, and began to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead lead slash phoneme the way. Jiang Chen smiled slightly. Without any hesitation, he followed her directly. The two galloped all the way, and soon came to a cave. Jiang Chen, it's here. Lu Jejia and Jiang Chen stood in front of the cave, neither of them moved forward. Miss Lu, you found this place so easily, you must have known that there are warrior-level monsters here. Jiang Chen looked at Lu Jejia, and said calmly. The latter was slightly taken aback, and then said, it's all thanks to the Lu family's intelligence network, otherwise I wouldn't have found this place. Let's not talk about that. According to intelligence records, there are 3 bewitching spiders whose strength has reached the warrior level in this cave. These bewitching demon spiders are good at fighting in the dark, and their spider silk is highly poisonous. As long as they get a little bit, even the Taoists who are strong in the foundation building stage may not be able to withstand it. I have the baby body protection given by my grandfather here. You will follow me when the time comes, and I will protect you. Lu Jejia patted her chest, and the necklace of a jade 3-inch sword around her neck was shining faintly. Hearing this, Jiang Chen didn't speak, but just nodded lightly. He knew that Lu Jejia's strength was nothing more than the 8-star Qi condensation realm of the Taoist school. Without the protection of the necklace, coming here would be like courting death. And now, after one night, his strength has reached the 6-star commander-level beast master, and he is not afraid at all when facing the mere warrior-level bewitching demon spider. What's more, with Xiaoqing by his side, there is no need for him to make a move. Jiang Chen, be careful. Lu Jiajia opened her mouth and rushed into the cave with one stride. Jiang Chen took Xiaoqing and followed closely behind. The cave was pitch black, but fortunately, both of them were monks, so they quickly adapted to the dark environment. Although the cave looks unremarkable from the outside, it is ridiculously large inside, and it is full of twists and turns. It's extremely easy to get lost if you don't mark them well. As soon as he entered the cave, Jiang Chen felt that something was wrong, and saw his eyes looking at the top of his head. What are you looking at? Lu Jiajia stopped, frowned, and asked. Careful. In an instant, a large patch of faint green light appeared on the roof of the originally dark cave. Hiss! A shrill roar sounded, and the green light above the head started galloping towards Jiang Chen and the two in groups of two. What? Lu Jiajia had never seen such a scene before, and immediately screamed out. Just when that piece of faint green light rushed towards the two of them, a cyan light flashed across Jiang Chen's shoulder. Shhhhhh. There was a sound of breaking through the air, and pieces of green light above the head fell on the ground in pieces. Crackling. It sounded like rain. Lu Jiajia looked at the scene in front of her and frowned. What was that? After a while, I saw Xiaoqing slowly flying back from the front, and landed firmly on Jiang Chen's shoulder. Good job. Jiang Chen patted Xiaoqing's head. Jiang Chen, what are those? Lu Jiajia quickly walked to Jiang Chen's side, hugged Jiang Chen's arm, and asked in a trembling voice. The latter did not answer immediately, but took her a few steps forward. Not far in front of the two of them, pieces of bat corpses fell on the ground, and most of them were torn into pieces. Only a few of them still retain half of their bodies, and the dark green light is emitted from their pupils. This is a servant-level monster cave method, a kind of social monster that likes to phoneme alphabet equals IPA-PH equals live/phoneme in dark caves. Their hearing is sensitive and they move extremely fast. We should have alarmed them when we entered before, so we were attacked by them. Jiang Chen pointed to the dilapidated corpses on the ground, and spoke to Lu Jiajia. In the previous life, Jiang Chen knew a lot about these monsters, and even many powerful monsters were tamed by him and became his royal beasts. Listening to Jiang Chen's explanation, Lu Jiajia nodded. Suddenly looking at Xiaoqing on Jiang Chen's shoulder, he asked, Did Xiaoqing solve these cave methods? At this time, Xiaoqing raised her head proudly and let out a cry. Xiaoqing, you are too strong. Lu Jiajia expressed sincere emotion. You must know that even she may not be able to retreat under the hands of this group of cave methods. But Xiaoqing wiped out this group of cave methods in just an instant. This level of strength is really impressive. Jiang Chen was very calm about this. If Xiaoqing exuded the aura of a warrior-level monster, I'm afraid these cave methods would have already fled away. After all, this level is suppressed among monsters, but it is extremely important. Stepping over the corpses of cave methods all over the ground, the two rushed forward without stopping. Along the way, Xiaoqing didn't stay idle, but used the phoneme alphabet equals IPA-PH equals win-win/phoneme blade to open the way, and wiped out many cave methods hiding on the top of the cave waiting for an opportunity to move. Shhhhh, the sound of breaking through the air continued to sound, and the corpses of cave methods fell all around. For these, Lu Jiajia has long been familiar with it. Along the way, the two of them encountered at least 4 waves of cave methods ambushing. But whenever these cave methods are about to attack, Xiaoqing will destroy them with the phoneme alphabet equals IPA-PH equals win-win/phoneme blade in advance. It only takes a moment to attack, and nearly 100 cave methods can be wiped out. This made Lu Jiajia more and more curious about Xiaoqing's origin. What? Suddenly, Lu Jiajia screamed. Holding Jiang Chen's arm tightly, the latter suddenly felt a burst of softness from his arm. Not far from Lu Jiejia's body, a white skeleton was lying in disorder in the middle of the road ahead. She was so frightened that her hair stood on her head. She buried her head under Jiang Chen's arm. She didn't know if she was frightened or did it on purpose, but she let out a few coquettish moans from time to time. It's just a skeleton, so there's nothing to be afraid of. Jiang Chen couldn't understand why Lu Jiajia would be afraid of this kind of thing. You must know that when natural disasters strike in the future, the entire city of Hangzhou will be covered with mountains of corpses and seas of blood. At that time, there will be corpses everywhere, and thousands of corpses will fall on the ground, forming a great wall of corpses. Jiang Chen, who was used to seeing this, didn't feel the slightest wave in his heart when he faced the skeleton in front of him. Lu Jijia didn't care about these. She tightly held onto Jiang Chen's clothes with her slender hands, not intending to let go at all. Jiang Chen, can you protect me? Lu Jijia's voice was trembling, and she slowly raised her head, and she could see that tears were shining in her eyes, and she looked very pitiful. Miss Lu, didn't you say you wanted to protect me at the beginning? Jiang Chen also jokingly said. One must know that Lu Jijia boasted that Haikao wanted to protect herself when she first came here. How long has it been before it's his turn to protect her? Jiang Chen, Lu Jijia was speechless for a moment, not knowing what to say. Stop making trouble, I'm here to keep you safe. Jiang Chen didn't intend to continue teasing Lu Jijia, so he said it seriously at the moment. That's what you said. After Lu Jijia heard this, the tears in her eyes disappeared instantly, and a very bright smile appeared on her face. Seeing these, Jiang Chen understood that he had been tricked by the other party. Good guy, I really can't figure out girls' minds. The two stepped over the corpse and continued to walk forward. Jiang Chen guessed that the corpse was probably a cultivator who had previously entered this place to explore the secrets, and it might have accidentally provoked the group of cave mephits, and was divided and eaten. Another possibility is that it was swallowed by the 3 bewitching demon spiders in the cave, leaving only this skeleton lying on the ground. If it is the latter possibility, then it proves that the 2 of them are not far from the bewitching demon spider's lair. Along the way, Jiang Chen and Lu Jijia saw a lot of skeletons. The more they walked in, the more skeletons appeared on the ground, and many of them still had a little bit of flesh and blood left. It seemed that they had just died not long ago. Jiang Chen, are we almost there? The further you go in, the colder the atmosphere becomes stronger. At this moment, Lu Jijia was holding a 3-foot mahogany sword tightly in her hand. Her whole body was filled with vitality, and she was very vigilant. As the eldest lady of the Lu family in Hangzhou, the 3-foot mahogany sword in her hand was personally wielded by her grandfather, Master Lu, and it has impressive power. That string of necklaces and this 3-foot mahogany sword are what gave Lu Jijia the confidence to come here. Jiang Chen suddenly stopped, looked around, and a faint aura emanated from his body. The breath slowly spread around. Suddenly, his eyes turned to a corner ahead, and he said in a concentrated voice, "It seems that we have arrived." As soon as the words fell, the surrounding temperature suddenly dropped. A cold breath rushed towards the 2 of them. Hiss! There was a sharp and piercing cry. In front of them, 2 scarlet spots of light suddenly appeared. The scarlet light spot began to move, approaching the 2 of them at an unhurried speed. Lu Jijia's face was serious. She held the 3-foot peachwood sword in front of her, and stepped forward to block Jiang Chen behind her. Jiang Chen, hide behind me, this guy is the bewitching demon spider. Lu Jijia said in a deep voice. Seeing her slightly trembling arm, Jiang Chen couldn't help showing a smile. It is clear that her strength is only at the 8-star Taoist Qi condensation realm, but she dares to stand in front of her with courage. This silly girl is a bit interesting. Fizz. The sharp and ear-piercing voice sounded again, and the bewitching demon spider in front of him walked towards Jiang Chen and the other in an extremely strange posture. Taoist Golden Light Technique. Looking at the bewitching demon spider approaching step by step, Lu Jijia unleashed her strongest attack without the slightest hesitation. She took out a talisman from her bosom, and then saw a flash of golden light, and a golden light rushed straight towards the bewitching demon spider. When the golden light rushed in front of the bewitching demon spider, the latter roared, and a ball of spider silk spewed out from its mouth, instantly enveloping the golden light. The golden light dissipated, and the golden light talisman in Lu Jijia's hand also disappeared instantly. Seeing that her strongest blow could not cause any damage to the opponent, Lu Jijia's face became paler. Jiang Chen, I underestimated the strength of this bewitching demon spider. I'm here to delay time, you get out of here. Lu Jijia held the 3-foot peachwood sword in front of her, and said to Jiang Chen, how about you? The latter was slightly taken aback, then asked softly. I have the treasure bestowed by my grandfather for self-defense, so I can be safe and sound. You go now, or none of us will be able to leave. Lu Jiajia's voice was hurried, constantly urging Jiang Chen to leave. Miss Lu, do you want to be a hero here alone? I won't let you do that. Jiang Chen took a step forward and stood side by side with Lu Jiajia. The corners of his mouth were slightly raised, and he said calmly, "What's more, facing such a monster, why do we have to run away? Since it wants my life, it's fine if I kill it." Before Lu Jiajia could react, she saw a blue light rising into the sky. Xiaoqing flapped her wings and flew into the air. Countless phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme blades condensed around her body. Call. There was a sound of piercing through the air, and under Xiaoqing's control, the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme blade condensed in midair was moving towards the bewitching demon spider below. Hiss. Sensing the approaching danger, the bewitching demon spider roared and spewed out spider silk, trying to block the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme blade, just like blocking Lu Jiajia's golden light technique before. But obviously it overestimated the strength of its own spider silk. Faced with Xiaoqing's phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme blade, its spider silk was cut off in an instant like a layer of paper. Countless phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme blades hit the body of the bewitching demon spider straightly, cutting off several of its spider legs in an instant. Even the hard shell on its body had cracks, as if it would be shattered by the next attack. Fizz. When the spider leg of the bewitching demon spider was cut off, roars resounded throughout the cave. Along with the stench, the scarlet blood has already dyed the ground red. Killed directly. Looking at the bewitching demon spider who already had the desire to run away, Jiang Chen would not sit idly by. When Jiang Chen gave an order, Xiaoqing launched an attack again. Several phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme blades fell one after another, and the body of the bewitching demon spider was instantly torn apart, and it didn't even struggle before it died. Looking at the corpses all over the floor, Lu Jiajia felt nauseous for a moment. But fortunately, she soon regained her senses, looked at the remnant body of the bewitching demon spider in front of her, and fell into deep thought. What happened? Xiaoqing flew back to Jiang Chen's shoulder, rubbing the latter's head as if asking for credit. Lu Jiajia pointed at the bewitching demon spider that had been dismembered in front of her, and sighed. This time, the reward order requires the corpse of a monster whose strength has reached the level of a warrior. Although he didn't specify whether the integrity of the corpse of the monster beast is required, but it is. At this point, Lu Jiajia stopped abruptly. Jiang Chen looked at the ground full of minced meat in front of him, and was a little stunned for a moment. If this piece of minced meat is taken back for business, it doesn't seem very suitable. It's really not easy to deal with. Jiang Chen nodded, and soon felt relieved. This bewitching demon spider is considered to be a hand practice. Didn't your information say that there are 3 bewitching demon spiders here? The remaining 2 bewitching demon spiders must be enough for the task. Upon hearing this, Lu Jiajia stared at Jiang Chen with wide eyes. With a face full of shock, he asked, "Jiang Chen, don't you want to find another 2 bewitching demon spiders? Anyway, I killed one of them, so let's take it all at once." How easy it is. Jiang Chen said casually. It was as if he was talking about an ordinary thing. Lu Jiajia was astonished when she heard this. You must know that she has no power to parry against a bewitching demon spider, if she wants to kill this nest of bewitching demon spiders. This is simply unimaginable. Jiang Chen, are you serious? Lu Jiajia asked tentatively. It can be false. Jiang Chen opened his mouth lightly, without the slightest hint of panic. Although Xiaoqing is very strong, she might be able to deal with one bewitching demon spider, but facing the pincer attack of 2 other bewitching demon spiders, I'm afraid. Before Lu Jiajia could finish speaking, Jiang Chen said with a smile, "Don't be afraid, they will be killed anyway, it's not bad for 1 or 2. Seeing Jiang Chen's relaxed expression, Lu Jiajia also let out a long sigh and said nothing more. After a brief rest, the 2 headed deeper into the cave. Although there are many forked roads in this cave, there are many twists and turns. But fortunately, the 2 of them left a lot of marks along the way, which led to the 2 not getting lost. Soon they discovered the whereabouts of the other two bewitching demon spiders. Following the trail left by the bewitching demon spider, they immediately came to the deepest part of the cave. I saw a water pool in the deepest part of the cave, and standing beside the water pool were two other bewitching demon spiders. The size of these two bewitching demon spiders is several times larger than the one encountered in the cave, and the aura emitted from them is also much more dangerous than the previous one. Jiang Chen, I feel something is wrong. Lu Jia looked at the bewitching demon spider below, her brows were furrowed, and her face was serious. With me here, don't be afraid. Jiang Chen smiled lightly, and Xiaoqing on his shoulders jumped into the air in an instant, and with a wave of wings, two phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win slash phoneme blades instantly attacked and killed the bewitching demon spider below. Sensing the approaching threat, the bewitching demon spider instantly became vigilant, and dodged the two phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win slash phoneme blades falling from the sky. So fast. Seeing this scene, Lu Jia's expression changed suddenly. Fizz. One of the bewitching demon spiders fixed its eyes on Xiaoqing in midair and let out a roar. Chirp. Not to be outdone, Xiaoqing let out a clear cry. Hiss. I don't know what the two communicated, but it is obvious that the bewitching spider below is starting to agitate. The next moment, a ball of spider silk spewed out from the mouth of one of the bewitching demon spiders, and went straight to Xiaoqing at an extremely fast speed. However, Xiaoqing's speed was not unreasonable, she just dodged the oncoming tangle of spider threads in a split second. When this ball of spider silk fell on the rock wall, it instantly corroded a big hole in the rock wall. After Xiaoqing dodged the blow, he started to fight back. Countless phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win slash phoneme blades swept towards the bewitching demon spider like rain, and the entire field by the pool was covered by phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win slash phoneme blades in an instant. The bewitching demon spider didn't hesitate at all, and directly built a ball out of spider silk, and then the two bewitching demon spiders hid in the ball, trying to resist Xiaoqing's phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win slash phoneme blade. Boom! The phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win slash phoneme blades fell all over the sky, and all of them slashed on the ball built by the bewitching demon spider's silk. I don't know if the power of the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win slash phoneme blade has decreased, or the spider silk ball is too strong. Xiaoqing's phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win slash phoneme blade couldn't hurt the spider silk ball at all. Seeing this scene, Jiang Chen frowned. You must know that Xiaoqing's current strength is definitely second to none among the warrior-level monsters. Logically speaking, facing the bewitching demon spider in front of him, he should be able to kill it with ease. Hiss. Soon Jiang Chen noticed the tricks in it. It turns out that Xiaoqing's every phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win slash phoneme blade attack will damage the spider silk ball. The reason why the spider silk ball looks unharmed to the naked eye is because the two bewitching demon spiders hiding in it are constantly strengthening the spider silk ball. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen immediately had a solution. Xiaoqing, use the water jet to soak the ball, and then use the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win slash phoneme blade to focus on the attack. Following Jiang Chen's voice, Xiaoqing also changed her combat strategy. Streams of water flowed out from the pool, directly soaking the spider silk balls. At the moment when the spider silk ball was completely soaked, dozens of phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win slash phoneme blades descended from the sky, heading towards one direction of the spider silk ball. Boom! A huge roar sounded, and smoke and dust were all around. When the smoke and dust dissipated, Xiaoqing was seen hovering in midair, and the spider silk ball below was already damaged. Even the two powerful bewitching demon spiders hiding in the ball of spider silk were dying. Apparently, the two took Xiaoqing's blow from the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win slash phoneme blade forcefully. Seeing this scene, Lu Jia opened her mouth wide, her face full of disbelief. She originally thought that Jiang Chen would have nothing to do with these two bewitching demon spiders, who would have thought that the other party would be able to catch them all in one go. Although the two bewitching demon spiders are not dead yet, the current state is no different from being dead. Jiang Chen came in front of the two bewitching demon spiders, looked at the two who were already dying, and shook his head slightly. Give it to you. Jiang Chen looked at Lu Jejia beside him and said calmly, "Pass it to me?" The latter frowned, obviously a little confused. "Don't you need the corpse of a bewitching demon spider? I'm afraid you won't even get a whole corpse." "Then please raise your hand high and let me do it." Lu Jejia didn't talk nonsense, and circulated the vitality in her body to bless the 3-foot mahogany sword in her hand. With one strike of the sword, a bewitching demon spider was beheaded. Just when she was about to slash at another bewitching demon spider, the latter forcefully stood up as if going crazy, trying to attack her. Just as the bewitching demon spider was about to spit out its silk, a flying sword fell from the sky and pierced directly into its head. The majestic sword energy raged against the body of the bewitching demon spider. In just an instant, the bewitching demon spider, which still had enough energy to send out its silk, collapsed to the ground. A pocket flying sword fell into Jiang Chen's hands, and was quickly put away by him. "You know swordsmanship." Lu Jejia, who saw Jiang Chen's tricks, had a look of disbelief. Boom! Before Jiang Chen could reply, the body of the bewitching demon spider exploded instantly. Countless flesh and blood flew out and exploded in all directions. Fortunately, Xiaoqing fanned her wings in time, and used the strong phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme to blow away the flesh and blood in front of Jiang Chen and Lu Jejia. "I said, if I make a move, you won't be able to leave a whole body behind." Jiang Chen opened his mouth indifferently, his eyes suddenly looked at the remnant body of the bewitching demon spider that exploded. In the remnant body, a dark green round bead was shining with a dark green light. Jiang Chen waved his hand, and the bead fell into his hand. Looking at the bead, Lu Jejia was shocked. "This is demon pill." Looking at the dark green demon pill with a faint green light in front of him, Lu Jejia felt like a dream. You must know that generally speaking, only monsters that have reached the commanding level can be conceived in the body. And the bewitching demon spider that died in front of him, whose strength was only a warrior-level monster, was able to conceive a demon core in its body, which is really unbelievable. It seems that the strength of this bewitching demon spider is infinitely phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close / phoneme to that of a commander-level monster. Looking at the bewitching demon spider that hadn't completely cooled down on the ground, Lu Jejia came to such a conclusion. As soon as she thought of this, her eyes unnaturally looked at Xiaoqing, who was on Jiang Chen's shoulder. If the strength of the bewitching demon spider in front of him is infinitely phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close / phoneme to that of a commander-level monster, but Xiaoqing can kill it so easily. Doesn't that mean? Thinking of this, Lu Jejia gasped. At this moment, what she felt was not surprise, but horror. What happened? Jiang Chen noticed Lu Jejia's gaze, and asked with a frown. "Jiang Chen, what kind of beast is Xiaoqing?" After Lu Jejia pondered for a moment, she finally expressed the doubts in her heart. In fact, she had already guessed Xiaoqing's identity long ago, but Jiang Chen prevaricated them all. Seeing Xiaoqing's strength today can't help arousing her curiosity. Xiaoqing is just an ordinary blue bird. Jiang Chen and Lu Jejia met each other's eyes, their faces full of sincerity. "It's really just an ordinary blue bird?" The latter obviously didn't believe it. "There can be fakes, the most is that it is more edible than ordinary blue birds." Jiang Chen smiled slightly, and didn't intend to describe too much on this matter. "Xiaoqing is indeed a blue bird, but Xiaoqing is not an ordinary blue bird, but a blue bird with the blood of the ancient Kuanping. In addition, during this period of time, I have already empowered it for nearly 100 years, so its strength is naturally extraordinary." It's just that Jiang Chen didn't want Lu Jejia to know about these things. "Can eat?" When Xiaoqing heard these two words, she suddenly showed displeasure. "Where can I eat? I just eat a little bit more. Definitely not billions of points." Hearing Jiang Chen's explanation, Lu Jejia was still full of suspicion. As the eldest lady of the Lu family in Hangchang, she naturally knows the habits of monsters like blue birds, and Xiaoqing is much stronger than normal blue birds. Even the feathers and body shape on the body are very different from ordinary bluebirds. Moreover, the strength of an ordinary bluebird can only reach the level of a warrior-level monster at most, but the strength displayed by Xiaoqing is definitely more than that of a warrior-level monster. Since Jiang Chen didn't want to tell him, then he didn't need to get to the bottom of it. Jiang Chen, although this demon pill is for bewitching demon spiders, it seems that the quality is definitely not bad. Since you killed this bewitching demon spider, then this demon pill belongs to you. Lu Jiazhou spoke very generously. Jiang Chen was also polite, and directly put the demon pill into his pocket. Although it is useless to take this demon pill by myself, the value of the demon pill in the Hangzhou market is extremely high. Once, a demon pill was even sold for a sky-high price of gold coins. No matter how bad the demon pill in my hand is, it is worth several thousand gold coins. Who can have trouble with money? The two simply put the complete body of the bewitching demon spider into the cosmos bag, and then began to circle around the cave for a while. It's just that since seeing Jiang Chen's strength, Lu Jiazhou's hand has never left Jiang Chen's arm. Miss Lu, there is no danger in this cave, you can let go. Jiang Chen stopped slowly, looked at Lu Jiazhou who was almost hanging on his body, and opened his mouth helplessly. Although Lu Jiazhou was indeed incredibly beautiful, she still couldn't arouse much interest in her. Hearing this, Lu Jiazhou's face turned red immediately, and she hurriedly got off Jiang Chen's body. Jiang Chen, am I afraid? The delicate female voice sounded at this moment, making people feel numb. You have the mahogany sword and necklace that Master Lu gave you for self-defense. Ordinary warrior-level monsters can't do anything to you at all. Jiang Chen doesn't like this. Damn, you are more equipped than myself, what are you afraid of? Seeing that Jiang Chen didn't know how to tease, Lu Jiazhou sighed slightly, and didn't say anything more. I didn't expect that there were not only those 3 bewitching demon spiders in this cave. Suddenly Jiang Chen stopped in his tracks, a smile appeared on his face. What's wrong? Lu Jiazhou bumped her head against Jiang Chen's back, scratched her head and asked suspiciously. The latter stretched out a hand, pointing to the dark pool where the bewitching demon spider had previously inhabited. Miss Lu, you should still have a lot of golden light spell talismans in your hand. There are 3 more. Lu Jiazhou took out 3 talismans from her bosom. These were given to her by her grandfather for self-defense before coming here. Generally speaking, things like talismans can only be made by Taoist masters, and their value is simply unimaginable. Even the simplest and most common talisman, its value is definitely not low. And Lu Jiazhou was able to take out 3 golden light talismans at will, which shows that her family background is rich. Proper rich woman. Looking at the 3 golden light talismans in Lu Jiazhou's hands, Jiang Chen smiled slightly. Cast golden light towards the water pool ahead. As soon as Jiang Chen finished speaking, he saw Lu Jiazhou lit the talisman and cast the golden light technique without the slightest hesitation. Everything is between lightning and flint. Don't you feel bad? Jiang Chen was slightly taken aback. A golden light talisman is worth hundreds of gold coins. Why do you feel distressed? There are still a bunch of them in my grandfather's study. I'll just go and get them when the time comes. Lu Jiazhou's face was full of indifference. Jiang Chen was also quite emotional about this, as expected of the Lu family in Hangzhou, they really are rich and powerful. When the golden light technique fell on the water pool, the originally extremely dark water pool was instantly illuminated. The next moment, ripples suddenly appeared on the originally calm water surface, and then the water surface began to shake violently. In an instant, several jets of water shot up into the sky from the pool, heading straight for the location of the golden light technique. Seeing this scene, Jiang Chen smiled slightly. Sure enough, he was hooked. I saw that the pool was split apart in an instant. A huge anaconda as thick as a water tank jumped up from the bottom of the pool. The head of the python went straight to Jing Guangshu, opened its bloody mouth and swallowed Jing Guangshu. As the golden light dissipated, the golden light talisman in Lu Jiazhou's hand also instantly turned into fly ash. Seeing the huge monster appearing in front of her eyes, Lu Jiazhou was stunned for a moment. Jiangchen, Lu Jiazhou's voice trembled, and she could not help whispering softly. I'm here. Jiang Chen looked calmly at the huge anaconda emerging from the bottom of the pool. I didn't expect such a cave to hide a blue-eyed sky python. The well-informed Jiang Chen recognized the origin of the huge anaconda in front of him at a glance. Command-level monster, blue-eyed sky python. Hearing this, Lu Jiazhou's face changed drastically, and the hand holding the 3-foot peachwood sword began to tremble wildly. "Jiang Chen, are you sure this is just the blue-eyed sky python?" Lu Jia asked Jiang Chen with a trembling voice. The latter nodded, and said lightly, "The blue-eyed sky python lives in a cold area, and its pupils are a rare green-blue. When it grows up, its figure is comparable to a towering giant tree. The blue-eyed sky-reaching python in front of us seems to be underage." After sizing up the blue-eyed sky python in front of him, he confirmed that the other party was indeed underage. It's just that even though the blue-eyed sky python in front of him is not an adult, its strength is definitely not something that Lu Jia can shake. Even though she has the 3-foot mahogany sword and necklace bestowed by her grandfather to back her up, it is impossible to fight against a commander-level monster. "Jiang Chen, before it gets angry, let's evacuate quickly. Anyway, we've got what we want, there's no need to mess with it." At this time, Lu Jia was already thinking about quitting. At this moment, Jiang Chen walked forward with big strides, and Xiao Cheng, who was on his shoulders, jumped up into the air in an instant. "A blue-eyed sky-reaching python is right in front of you, aren't you tempted?" A pocket-flying sword slowly emerged in Jiang Chen's hand, surrounded by faint vitality. Xiao Qing in midair also fluttered her wings, condensing dozens of phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win/phoneme blades in an instant. "Jiang Chen, don't be brave, this guy is not something we can provoke." Seeing this, Lu Jia hurriedly stopped her. It's just that she was obviously speaking slowly. As soon as she spoke, Jiang Chen and Xiao Qing launched an offensive at the same time. SHHHHHH. Countless phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win/phoneme blades pierced through the air and slammed on the body of the blue-eyed sky python. It's just that facing the attack of the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win/phoneme blade, the blue-eyed sky python did not dodge, but forced it with its body, and the emerald green brilliance flowed, and it was unscathed. Immediately, I saw it move, and rushed towards Lu Jia, who was on the bank. In the blink of an eye, the huge figure of the blue-eyed python appeared in Lu Jia's body. The huge snake head spat out snake letters, and stared with interest at the panic-stricken peerless beauty in front of him. Facing such a huge monster, Lu Jia froze in place for a moment, her face turned pale, and a breath of death welled up in her heart. She held the 3-foot peachwood sword in one hand, and took out the 2 remaining golden light talismans in the other hand. If the blue-eyed sky-reaching python in front of her wanted to attack, she would do so at all costs. The moment the blue-eyed python appeared in front of Lu Jia, Jiang Chen and Xiao Qing also launched a siege attack at the same time. "Xiao Qing, facing it, there is no need to hide your strength." Choo choo choo. I saw Xiao Qing spread her wings, and there was a gust of phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win/phoneme all around. Countless phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win/phoneme blades condensed in the sky, sweeping toward the blue-eyed sky python like rain. In just an instant, Xiao Qing rushed in front of the latter with countless phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win/phoneme blades. Without the slightest hesitation, hundreds of phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win/phoneme blades landed on the body of the blue-eyed sky python. Fizz. Facing Xiao Qing's attack, the Bayan Tongtian python still didn't take it seriously. After all, Xiao Qing's aura is nothing more than a warrior-level monster, and he is not a commanding-level monster that he can provoke. Just when the blue-eyed python opened its mouth wide and was about to swallow Lu Jia and Xiao Qing together, a sneer appeared on Jiang Chen's face. He handed out the pocket-flying sword in his hand, and the endless sword energy cut through the sky, heading straight for the head of the blue-eyed sky python. With Xiao Qing's one-shin foamblade falling, Jiang Chen's pocket-flying sword directly pierced into the head of the blue-eyed sky-reaching python with the help of its cover. Boom! With a loud bang, the entire cave began to splatter blood. I saw that the originally aggressive blue-eyed Tongtian python had lost its head at this moment, and its body was already riddled with holes. It only took a moment for it to fall to the ground. Seeing this scene, Lu Jia frowned, her face full of disbelief. Just such a single blow can kill the commanding-level demon beast, the blue-eyed heavenly python. If this gets out, it's fine. The husband I chose is really extraordinary. Jiang Chen quickly put away the pocket-flying sword, then searched through the corpse of the blue-eyed sky python, and finally found what he wanted in a corner. A demon pill. It's just that this demon pill is very different from the one that killed the bewitching demon spider earlier. The blue-eyed sky python is a genuine leader-level monster. The demon core in its body is scarlet red, and there are traces of green dots on the top, which looks extremely extraordinary. Without the slightest hesitation, Jiang Chen directly pocketed the demon pill. The quality of this demon pill is much better than the previous one, and the value is definitely not low. In this way, the problem of expenses at home was finally solved. Seeing Jiang Chen walking towards her, Lu Jiajia's face was full of shock. After a long time, she regained her composure and asked, "Jiang Chen, how strong are you?" Jiang Chen smiled slightly, just a little stronger. Hearing this, Lu Jiajia bit her lower lip lightly, and looked at him pitifully with big eyes. It's just that Jiang Chen couldn't see the slightest fluctuation in his eyes when facing such a charming and peerless beauty. After taking a deep breath, Lu Jiajia finally gave up. Everyone has secrets. Since Jiang Chen doesn't want to tell her, then she doesn't want to make fun of herself. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme. Let's go, the commotion we just had is too big, and it won't take long for people from the Taoist Association to come here. Jiang Chen tidied up briefly, and said to Lu Jiajia beside him. The latter nodded, glanced at the body of the blue-eyed sky python lying on the edge of the pool, and hesitated to speak. That stuff doesn't taste good, and it's a burden for us to hold it. Hurry up, I feel that a few masters of the Taoist Foundation establishment realm are approaching here. The two of them didn't hesitate anymore, they rushed out of the cave, and quickly returned to the outside with the marks left earlier. It's just that they didn't relax because of this, but continued to run wildly in one direction, and soon disappeared without a trace. Not long after Jiang Chen and the others left, 3 middle-aged men in Taoist robes appeared here. When they saw the corpse of the blue-eyed sky python beside the pool deep in the cave, they all gasped. Block the news. Notify the top management of the association that the corpse of a commander-level monster was found outside the Monster Mountain range. When the entire Taoist Association was in panic because of the discovery of the body of the blue-eyed sky python. The culprit who caused this incident, Jiang Chen, has already returned home. The fair and beautiful Lu Jiajia came back with him. Boy Jiang Chen, I didn't expect you to be so trustworthy and find such a beautiful woman to favor Grandpa Turtle so quickly. Although the strength is not as good as your sister, but the beauty is not bad, so I can barely get it. Seeing Lu Jiajia's visit, Master Gui appeared out of nowhere. He admired Lu Jiajia, and then nodded with satisfaction. Seeing Master Turtle squinting at her, Lu Jiajia frowned and looked at Jiang Chen. The latter coughed a few times and said, "Let me introduce, my turtle shell sandbag." "Can you fight?" "Of course can." Only screams could be heard, and Master Guizhu fell to the ground in all directions. It's just that there is no anger on its face, but a look of satisfaction instead. As if she hadn't hit enough, she hoped that Lu Jiajia would touch her lovingly again. "Jiang Chen, why is this turtle shell sandbag a bit cheap?" "Used to it." Facing Lu Jiajia's question, Jiang Chen immediately waved his hand. "It's getting late, I should take the body of the bewitching demon spider to exchange for gold coins. There will be an auction in Wanwofang in 2 days, come and take a look at that time, I can just give you the gold coins I promised you." Lu Jiajia did not forget to remind her before leaving. Jiang Chen nodded. For these rewards, he will not give up just because he got 2 demon pills. Mosquitoes are meat no matter how small. Hey, don't go. Seeing Lu Jiajia's flawless white legs leave, Master Gui swallowed hard. Reluctantly looking back at Jiang Chen, he said with a smile, "Jiang Chen boy, don't look at that girl slap on me, it's all a loving caress for me. In the future, if you still have such a beautiful woman, you must take it home." For Master Gui, Jiang Chen was speechless for a while. After finally returning to the room, Jiang Chen gave Shaoqing the initiation without stopping. Ding! The host instilled 10 years of cultivation into the blue bird. Trigger empowerment repair is a function, initiation repair is multiple extraction, initiation repair is multiple, 10 times, the host instills 10 years of cultivation, 10 times will be returned, and 100 years of cultivation will be returned. A steady stream of vitality began to fill the vacancy caused by Jiang Chen's initiation. After 100 years of cultivation, Jiang Chen's aura has undergone earth-shaking changes. The barriers in his body were all washed away by the extremely turbulent vitality at this moment, and his cultivation level leaped thousands of miles, directly from a 6-star commander-level beast master to an 8-star commander-level beast master. Inhaling all the vitality into his body in one breath, Jiang Chen was no longer as difficult as before, but extremely relaxed. This is because he had been secretly transforming his physique when absorbing the backfeeding vitality several times before, and now his physique has been able to absorb such a vast amount of vitality smoothly. Looking at Xiaoqing, who had absorbed 10 years of cultivation and fell into a deep sleep in front of him, Jiang Chen had a smile on his face. Putting Xiaoqing on his knees, Jiang Chen began to operate the yin-yang exhalation method to regulate the vitality in his body. Soon the next day came. Jiang Chen took Xiaoqing to a place. Hangqing Pet Market. As soon as they entered the pet market, there was an endless stream of yelling and shouting. This is the second time Jiang Chen came here. The last time he missed out on Xiaoqing from the mid to low price, this time he still wants to try his luck. When Jiang Chen brought Xiaoqing into the pet market, he immediately attracted the attention of countless people. Is this the servant-level monster Bluebird? It doesn't look like it, maybe it's a hybrid. Little brother, it looks familiar. Just as Jiang Chen was wandering around, a greeting came from beside his ear. Turning his head, he saw that the stall owner who had previously sold him pet eggs was waving at him. Staller, long time no see. Jiang Chen greeted him familiarly. Little brother, is really you, the one on your shoulder? Isn't this the pet egg I bought back earlier? A blue bird was hatched by luck? Blue bird? It doesn't look like it. What's the difference? It's just that the food is good and I'm a little fat. The stall owner nodded suspiciously upon hearing this. Is there any good goods during this time? Take them out and show me. Jiang Chen looked at the stalls full of pet eggs, and asked. Of course there are good ones. You wait, I'll bring it to you. Seeing the stall owner's eyes glowing, he hurriedly searched for it, and took out a snow-white pet egg from dozens of pet eggs. Little brother, this pet egg has a lot of background. It was found by the masters of our shop from the inner circle of the Monster Mountain Range. I believe that the little brother should know how dangerous the Monster Mountain Range is. This pet egg has been identified by us. At worst, it is a pet egg of a commander-level monster. The stall owner held the pet egg and talked about the origin endlessly. Monster name, Snow River Ice Tiger. Monster qualification, commander level, monster beast quality, second rank, bloodline level, %. When he saw this pet egg, the system's mechanical reminder suddenly sounded in Jiang Chen's mind. Jiang Chen, who originally didn't have the slightest hope for this pet egg, suddenly felt overjoyed. He didn't expect his luck to be so good. When he came to the pet market, he came across the pet egg of Shuichuan Bingu, who had the blood of a white tiger. It's just that Jiang Chen wasn't overjoyed. Instead he frowned and asked, Stand owner, you must be aware that it's very difficult to hatch the pet eggs of such commander-level monsters by manpower. What's more, I still have great doubts about whether this pet egg belongs to a commander-level monster. Upon hearing this, the stall owner knew there was something to be said for the deal. Immediately said, Little brother, there is nothing wrong with what you said, but buying a pet egg of a commander-level monster is a gamble. If you win the bet, you can have a commander-level monster as your pet. If you can't win the bet, then it's in vain. Jiang Chen opened his mouth lightly, his expression calm. Little brother, we are also regular customers. If you really like it, I will offer 250 gold coins for this pet egg. What do you think? The stall owner offered a price after thinking for a moment. Be honest. How could Jiang Chen not know about the flamboyant stall owner? You say a price. 200 gold coins, if possible, then deal. Jiang Chen played with the pet egg and met the stall owner's eyes. Seeing the embarrassment on the latter's face, Jiang Chen slowly stood up. Little brother, don't go, I'll sell it. I sell. Without the slightest hesitation, Jiang Chen directly took out 200 gold coins from his pocket and handed them to the stall owner. These were left by Jiang Xuening before going to the Taoist Association. Although I don't know where they came from, I will use them now. The big deal is to wait until the 2 demon pills in his hand are sold, and then returned the money to her. After pocketing Shuechuan Ice Tiger's pet egg, Jiang Chen quickly left the pet market. Seeing Jiang Chen paying the money so readily, even the stall owner who took the money touched his bald head, and said to himself with a puzzled face, "Could it be that I was wrong again?" Back home, Jiang Chen put the newly bought pet eggs on the table, and carefully looked at them. Xiaoqing next to him kicked the Shuechuan Ice Tiger's pet eggs with his paws from time to time, as if to vent something. The Shuechuan Ice Tiger with the blood of the white tiger is quite interesting. Today's empowerment opportunity has been used up, so Jiang Chen didn't intend to give him empowerment. Putting the pet eggs away, Jiang Chen rushed to the biggest library in Hangzhou. As soon as I entered the library, I saw that it was already full of all kinds of people. Jiang Chen didn't stop at all, and went straight to the second floor of the library. On the first floor of the library are books used for daily study. The second floor of the library is a collection of various exercises in Hangzhou. These exercises are relatively common, so you can borrow them at will. I still remember that Jiang Chen in his previous life was immersed in this day and night, and finally relied on his rich knowledge, and he was like a fish in water in the subsequent cultivation journey. After simply paying the entrance fee, Jiang Chen entered the second floor of the library. Compared with the crowds on the first floor, the second floor of the library is a bit deserted. After all, only a group of monks who have awakened their talents can enter this place. Because of the assistance of the system, Jiang Chen's aura is just a rookie who has just stepped into the path of cultivation in the eyes of others. Apart from being a little interested in Xiaoqing on his shoulder, he doesn't care much about others. Shangyang unicorn arm? Jiuyin crotch skills? It happened one night? Looking at the pile of weird exercises in front of him, Jiang Chen showed doubts on his face. He had never seen so many strange exercises in his previous life. I saw Jiang Chen searching the bookshelves, constantly looking up some information. Soon he was attracted by a book of exercises. Qingfeng Yujianshu. Jiang Chen slowly picked up Qingfeng Yujianshu, and he could see that the surface of this exercise book was covered with dust, and it looked like it hadn't been phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red phoneme for a long time. After briefly understanding the cultivation background of Qingfeng Yujianshu, Jiang Chen decided to practice it. After paying the money, Jiang Chen brought the exercises to the courtyard of his home. Gather your energy and concentrate your mind, and rest your mind on the sword. Jiang Chen opened up the exercises, and began to learn the records of Yujian. Although he has extremely powerful sword moves, they are all used in phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme combat. And the 3 pocket flying swords that I have now are completely impossible to use phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to me. I can't swing an inch-long sword there. Obviously it is unrealistic. That's why Jiang Chen chose this book Yujianshu. Vitality circulated all over his body, connecting with the pocket flying sword in his hand. With Jiang Chen's thought, the pocket flying sword pierced straight towards a big tree in front of him like an arrow that was flying from the string. In an instant, a tree trunk was chopped down. With another thought, the pocket flying sword rushed straight into the sky, and Xiaoqing, who was hovering in midair, began to compete in the air for speed. The next moment, the pocket flying sword fell straight down, and suddenly hovered in midair when it was only an inch away from Jiang Chen's palm. Is it that easy? Jiang Chen stared blankly at the pocket flying sword in his hand, a little unbelievable. You must know that he only followed the records in the book to perform the sword control technique, and he could make the pocket flying sword fly freely following his own thoughts with just a movement of his mind. This must be too easy. Jiang Chen, who couldn't believe it, flipped through the Qingfeng Yujianshu again, but he flipped through it again and again. After all, he still couldn't find a single mistake. According to the records in the book, at this moment, he has already learned the art of controlling the sword. For a moment, even Jiang Chen was a little at a loss in his state of mind. He never imagined that with his talent, he would be able to learn how to use sword control in an instant, and he could even use it like a fish in water. Soon Jiang Chen returned to the library and returned the book. The librarian was very surprised to see Jiang Chen go and come back. After all, ordinary monks usually practice for a month or 2 before returning the exercises. But it only took Jiang Chen an hour or 2 to go and return, and it was simply a fantasy to practice a book of exercises for an hour or 2. But when he thought clearly that Jiang Chen was a beast master, he was relieved. For a beast master, it is indeed a bit difficult to practice swordsmanship. Giving up is also normal. It's just that no matter how much he thinks about it, he won't think that Jiang Chen has already mastered the mastery of the sword control in such a short 1 or 2 hours. With a thought, the pocket-flying sword can take someone's head. After returning home, Jiang Chen simply tidied up the house first, and then began to practice the yin-yang breathing method. In a blink of an eye, it was the second day. Jiang Chen, who was originally going to give Shaoqing the initiation directly, hesitated. He looked at the snow-white pet egg beside him. Although he only had one chance to give initiation every day, he still wanted to see what the Shuechuan ice tiger in this pet egg looked like. It's just that when he saw Shaoqing's resentful eyes, his desire to empower the pet egg disappeared immediately. Ding! The host instilled 10 years of cultivation into the blue bird. Trigger empowerment repair is a function, initiation repair is multiple extraction, the multiplier for the restoration of the empowerment, 20 times, the host instills 10 years of cultivation, returns 20 times, and returns 200 years of cultivation. 200 years of cultivation. For a moment, even Jiang Chen was dumbfounded. In the next moment, countless vitality surged towards Jiang Chen like a flood breaking a bank. In an instant, blood spewed out from Jiang Chen's mouth, and a whole 200 years of cultivation was sucked into his body like this. Who could resist this? But fortunately, Jiang Chen had seen the big world, so he hurriedly called Shaoqing over, and then leaked part of his vitality to Shaoqing. The 200 years of cultivation that the two absorbed the feedback from the system together soon fell into a deep sleep one after another. When Jiang Chen woke up, a whole day had already passed. After a day of absorption, Jiang Chen finally inhaled all 200 years of cultivation into his body. His cultivation base has also climbed to a 1-star monarch level beast master at this moment. The name of the royal beast, Bluebird, beast familiar level, commander level, growable, beast royal qualification, 5-star, bloodline of royal beast, Kuanpeng, bloodline level, %. In just one night, Shaoqing has already become a commander level beast master. Even Jiang Chen couldn't help but marvel at the power of the system. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, there was a hasty knock on the door. Opening the door, a man in Taoist robes appeared outside the door. After seeing Jiang Chen, he immediately handed an invitation in his hand to the latter. The eldest lady asked me to give it to you. She will wait for you at the auction in Wanwufang. After finishing speaking, the man in Taoist robes strode away. Auctions? Jiang Chen thought for a long time, and finally remembered that he had promised Lu Jejia 2 days ago to attend the Wanwufang auction. It's just that I have been busy these 2 days, so I forgot for a while. Looking at the invitation card in his hand that was outlined with gold thread, Jiang Chen smiled slightly. If you don't go for nothing, you just sold the 2 demon pills in your hand. He brought Shaoqing to the gate of Wanwufang, and saw a large group of people gathered at the gate. Seeing this, Jiang Chen hurriedly asked Shaoqing to do something to cause a gust of phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win/phoneme, and then squeezed through the crowd to the gate. Just as he was about to step into the gate, 2 guards guarding the gate stopped him. Wanwufang is holding an auction today, and no one is allowed to enter. Hearing this, Jiang Chen took out the invitation from his bosom that the robed man had given him earlier, and put the invitation in front of the guard. The Lu family in Hangzhou? The guard took the invitation card, looked at the gilded willow characters on the top, and recognized it at a glance as the invitation card from the Lu family in Hangzhou. Who are you from the Lu family? The guard looked at Shaoqing on Jiang Chen's shoulder, and immediately guessed that the other party was a beast master. You must know that the Lu family in Hangzhou is one of the 3 major families of the Taoist Association, and there is no possibility of a beast master among them. He's my fiancé. Before Jiang Chen could answer, a delicate female voice sounded, and the crowd consciously made way for the person who spoke before the gate. The person who came was none other than Lu Jejia. It's just that Lu Jejia is wearing a long white dress at this moment, with her jade legs looming, giving people infinite reverie. Miss Lu. The guards of Wanwufang naturally recognized Lu Jejia, and immediately bowed to her. In Hangzhou, the Lu family, the Bai family and the Su family are the absolute ceiling, and no one can offend these 3 families. He is my fiancé, and he has an invitation card from my Lu family, isn't it normal? Lu Jia looked at Jiang Chen beautifully, and smiled sweetly. Fiancé? The people present were shocked when they heard this. If I remember correctly, the second young master of the Bai family is Miss Lu's fiancé. That's right, the old head of the Bai family was married to the old head of the Lu family back then. But Miss Lu said it herself, it shouldn't be. Don't talk nonsense, beware of getting killed. For a moment, everyone held their breaths and concentrated, as they had already guessed many possibilities in their minds. I'm not your fiancé. Jiang Chen looked at the smiling Lu Jia and said in a concentrated voice. I think so, that's fine. Lu Jia's laughter was like a silver bell, and she didn't care about the people talking around. She directly wrapped her hands around Jiang Chen's arms. I, Lu Jia, declare here that I will become Jiang Chen's woman. Without waiting for everyone to react, she dragged Jiang Chen into the Wanwufang with quick steps. As soon as she entered Wanwufang, Lu Jia let go of her hand, and the smile on her face became more intense. Jiang Chen, I said in front of them that I am your woman, and you must be responsible for me. I am not interested. Jiang Chen was not used to Lu Jia. At this moment his gaze was attracted by a huge plaque in front of him. There are 3 big characters written on the plaque. Auctions. I didn't expect the little brother to be the son-in-law of the Lu family. This old man is at a loss. Just as Jiang Chen was looking around, an old voice rang in his ears. Turning his head, he saw an old man in a green shirt holding a folding fan in his hand, nodding towards Jiang Chen with a smile on his face. Master Su Duan. When Lu Jia saw the old man, a smile spread across his face instantly, and he came to him without saying a word. Girl from the Lu family, if you are an old man, you are absolutely fine. Back then, you were married to the second boy of the Bai family. What's the reason for this commotion in my Wanwufang today? Master Su Duan gently stroked Lu Jia's head with a warm smile. It's as if a respected elder is seeing the love of his extremely spoiled junior. Master Su Duan, it's the older generation's rhetoric to say that marriage is based on the fingertips. I, Lu Jia, am not the one who accepts fate. Of course, I have to choose the person I like and grow old forever. Lu Jia spoke with a smile on her face, pouring out the thoughts in her heart without hesitation. Is this the choice in your heart? Master Su Duan pointed to Jiang Chen and asked. Lu Jia nodded emphatically, then quickly walked to Jiang Chen's side, took Jiang Chen's arm, and said with a smile, let me introduce you, this is my fiancé, Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, this is Master Su Duan, the second master of Wanwufang, and my grandfather's best friend. I have seen Master Su Duan. Jiang Chen cupped his hand slightly towards Master Su Duan. Boy, it's not easy to be a son-in-law of the Lu family, but I already knew about your life experience from Old Man Lu. Your boy is the same as that guy Jiang Tiandao. You will definitely not be a carp in the pond in the future. Old Man Lu chose to hand over his granddaughter to you this time, so you have to be careful. Master Su Duan looked at Jiang Chen and said with a smile. Before Jiang Chen could explain, Lu Jia on the side said, Master Su Duan, just rest assured, Jiang Chen treats me very well. As soon as these words came out, Jiang Chen was speechless for a while, and was about to explain the relationship between the two. Jiang Chen, didn't we get 2 demon pills from the Monster Mountain range? If you bring it with you, show it to Master Su Duan. He is the second master of Wanwufang. Maybe he will be interested. Just when Jiang Chen was speechless, Lu Jia asked. Demon Dan. Only now did Jiang Chen react. Slowly take out the 2 demon pills, one is scarlet and the other is green, both of which are shining with different lights. When he saw these 2 demon pills, Master Su Duan's eyes lit up for a moment. I saw them slowly taking the 2 demon pills from Jiang Chen's hand. After carefully looking them over, he showed a satisfied expression. If the old man's guess is correct, these 2 demon pills should come from the bewitching demon spider and the blue-eyed heavenly python. Master Su Duan was so well informed that he immediately recognized the origin of the 2 demon pills. Ah! Jiang Chen nodded, and didn't intend to say anything more. Master Su Duan looked at it carefully for a moment and said, "Zhang family boy, this blue-eyed sky-reaching python's demon pill is of excellent quality and has a market value of 1 gold coins. And this demon pill that bewitches the demon spider, as we all know, the bewitching demon spider is a warrior-level monster, and those who condense the demon core are generally commander-level monsters. A warrior-level monster that can condense a demon core must be infinitely phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to a commander-level monster in strength, and has a good talent. Although the quality of the demon pill of this bewitching demon spider is not high quality, it is extremely rare, and its value should be around gold coins." Master Su Duan couldn't put it down for the 2 demon pills, and offered his own offers one after another. Jiang Chen was also aware of the value of the demon pill of the blue-eyed sky python, but when he learned that the demon pill of bewitching demon spiders was also valuable, he was slightly stunned. "Boy from the Jiang family, these 2 demon pills are very popular with the old man, and I don't want a bargain. The 2 demon pills are worth a total of 2 gold coins. Are you willing to sell them?" Master Su Duan looked at Jiang Chen, waiting for the latter's answer. "It is good." Jiang Chen readily agreed to Master Su Duan's offer. Soon 2 gold coins entered Jiang Chen's card number. "Boy of the Jiang family, wait a little longer and the auction will start. There are a lot of good goods in this auction, and there must be something you like." Before Master Su Duan left, he spoke to Jiang Chen. After watching Master Su Duan leave, Jiang Chen's eyes fell on Lu Jia, who looked sad. "What's the matter? Aren't you happy to be my fiancé?" The latter, who sensed something was wrong, immediately straightened out his huge chest and said arrogantly, "People's words are terrible." Jiang Chen didn't intend to fuss too much. With the ringing of a bell, he and Lu Jia entered the auction venue. Because Lu Jia is the eldest lady of the Lu family, she is more noble than the others who came in, and has her own independent box. The inside of this auction box is huge, and there are sofas and coffee tables, and the coffee tables are already filled with fresh fruits. There is also a beautiful female servant serving on the side. When the 2 entered the box, Lu Jia immediately asked the maid to wait outside the box. For a noble person like Lu Jia, the female servant dared not have the slightest disobedience, and immediately waited outside the box. "Jiang Chen, this is the box of my Lu family. It is absolutely secret here. No matter what happens inside, it is impossible for anyone outside to know." Lu Jia was reclining on the sofa, her white jade legs under the skirt were raised above the coffee table, giving people a vague and hazy beauty. If there are other people here, they will definitely salivate 3,000 feet. It's a pity that Jiang Chen's mind is not on Lu Jia. At this moment, he is looking through the window of the private room to the auction site below. At this moment, many people have entered it one after another. Most of these people are powerful figures in Hangzhou, and they come here to buy something they like. After all, the quality of Wanhuafang's auctions is undeniable, and they are definitely top-notch treasures. After everyone enters the venue, the auction will officially start. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our Wanhuafang auction in your busy schedule. There are 13 items in this auction, and there are 2 heavyweight items in the finale. I believe that many people have already learned about the origin of these 2 items through gossip. Not much to say, please invite us for the first lot. Following the auctioneer's order, the first lot was brought up by a young woman dressed as a bunny girl. The first lot is a kung fu. This kung fu was consigned by a boxing master in our Wanhuafang. This kung fu is suitable for people with all talents. A blow stronger than those at the foundation establishment realm. The starting price is gold coins, and each price increase should not be less than gold coins. Let's start the auction. Following the auctioneer's voice, someone soon quoted a price of 1,000 gold coins. It's just that someone soon quoted a higher price. A boxing technique that can be applied to all talents, this will indeed attract the attention of many people. Jiang Chen looked at the crowd below who kept raising their prices, his face was calm. It's just a boxing book, yet it was overthrown by so many people. Soon this boxing book was auctioned off at a price of 1,300 gold coins. The atmosphere of the entire auction also became hot with the previous successive quotations. Seeing the situation, the auctioneer took out several lots one after another. Without exception, they were all skills. These skills were relatively rare and were quickly auctioned off. Regarding this, Jiang Chen felt quite helpless. Although these exercises were excellent, they were not worth so many gold coins at all in his opinion. There is no need to spend thousands of gold coins to buy a book of exercises. Some things are better than lacking. The 8th lot, nourishing pill. This pill can help women stay young forever, and can improve their physical fitness, making people phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme younger and younger. There are very few nourishing pills in existence, so don't miss it. The starting price is 100 gold coins. Seeing the nourishing pill being pushed onto the table, Jiang Chen frowned slightly. This kind of elixir for beauty and beauty is also put up for auction, and the price of 100 gold coins is simply sky high. Who would spend 100 gold coins to buy such a pill for beauty? At this moment, a voice rang in Jiang Chen's ear. I will offer 200 gold coins. Turning his head, he saw Lu Jiajia excitedly making an offer. I'll offer 300 gold coins. I'll pay 500. 1,000. I'll offer 1,000 gold coins, don't grab it from me. I want beauty pills for just 1,000 gold coins, so I'll offer you 200 gold coins for 1,000. In just an instant, the price of nourishing pill was raised to 1,200 gold coins, and the upward momentum remained unabated, 2,000. The fanaticism in Lu Jiajia's eyes remained undiminished, and he immediately called out an offer of 2,000 gold coins. For a moment, the entire auction venue was silent. All eyes were on the box where Lu Jiajia was located. Fortunately, there was a restriction outside the box, and people outside could not see what was going on inside. It seems to be the box of the Lu family in Hangzhou. 2,000 gold coins to buy the nourishing pill. The Lu family in Hangzhou is really rich. Honey, I want that beauty pill. What do you want? Didn't you see that it was the Lu family in Hangchun who made the bid? You are getting old, so give me some peace. Seeing that it was the Lu family in Hangchun who made the bid, everyone present had no intention of continuing to compete with it. After all, the Lu family in Hangzhou has a big business, so if I was targeted by such a behemoth for a mere beauty pill, it would be too worthless. Congratulations to the distinguished guest in the box for getting the beauty pill. The auctioneer dropped the hammer, confirming the ownership of this beauty pill. Inside the box, Jiang Chen looked at the relieved Lu Jiajia, with a puzzled look on his face. Spend 2,000 gold coins to buy a beauty pill, you are really a rich woman. What do you know, beauty pills are hard to find in the market now. This kind of pill will lose one after you take it, of course you have to grasp it when you see it. Facing Jiang Chen's words, Lu Jiajia was unceremonious. Wealthy and powerful. Seeing this, Jiang Chen could only spit out 4 words. It's only 2,000 gold coins, anyway, it's my grandpa's card, so he shouldn't be heartbroken. Lu Jiajia was smiling. Good guy, it turned out that Master Lu's bank card was used, no wonder the bid didn't hurt at all. At this moment, exclamations came from below. I saw a rusty sword with a simple style on the auction table. The hilt of the rusty sword was half broken, and it looked like garbage. This is... Jiang Chen stared at the rusty sword on the auction stage, frowning. This is the number 11 lot in our auction. I believe everyone is familiar with this lot. After all, this lot has been sold 3 times. If no one starts bidding this time, then this lot will be put on the auction blacklist. Not much nonsense, this lot was obtained by a Taoist Foundation building strongman from our Wanwufang in a secret place. At that time, this rusty sword was stuck in the chest of a dead commander-level monster. At the beginning, this rusty sword still had a trace of divine light shining, but I don't know if the divinity disappeared or what. This rusty sword gradually became what it is today. Although there is no divinity, the material of this sword is still good, and it can definitely be called a good sword. As the auctioneer spoke, he looked down, only to see that no one paid attention to him. The starting price is 10 gold coins, and each increase is no less than 1 gold coin. Start shooting. When the voice fell, there was a burst of sighing from below. Why is this rusty sword still being auctioned? Who would spend 10 gold coins to buy a broken sword? Hurry up and put away this broken sword, and look at the people who respond. That's right, the auction has been passed 3 times, so Wan Wufang still doesn't give up? Hurry up and let the next auction come on stage, I'm here this time just for the next 2 blockbuster auctions. Hearing this, the auctioneer let out a long sigh, just as he was about to announce that the rusty sword had passed the auction. A voice sounded from a high place. I want this rusty sword. When everyone looked up, they saw the voice coming from the box where the Lu family in Hangchang was. The bidder was none other than Zhang Chen. What's wrong with the Lu family in Hangcheng? First they bought the nourishing pill at a high price, and now they bought such a broken sword. Who knows, maybe they are rich and powerful, so they like to squander. I don't understand the world of the rich. As if seeing a savior, the auctioneer made a final decision without hesitation. Congratulations to the distinguished guests in the box for bringing up the treasure again. Jiang Chen, who bought the rusty sword, heaved a sigh of relief, and his frown that was originally frowned gradually eased. Jiang Chen, this rusty sword has already passed the auction 3 times in Wanwufang, it is not a treasure at all. Lu Jejia came to Jiang Chen's side and spoke to him. Some things are rubbish to others, but not to me. Think about it, if such a rusty sword can be put on the auction, isn't there really nothing special about it? Jiang Chen smiled lightly, and didn't want to explain too much. Some things, just understand it yourself, there is no need to talk to others. Hearing this, Lu Jejia nodded half understood, and then said, Jiang Chen's next 2 auction items are the highlights of this auction. The highlight? Jiang Chen frowned, and looked down at the auction site. I saw the auctioneer put a plate wrapped in red cloth on the auction stage. Guys, everyone must have gathered here for the next 2 auction items. I'm not here to spoil everyone's interest, just get straight to the point. With a wave of the auctioneer's hand, the red cloth covering the plate was instantly lifted off. A folding fan was placed on the plate, and a big bronzing character was written on the fan. Wave. When this folding fan appeared, the scene exploded in an instant. Countless people exclaimed, and there was yearning in their eyes. This folding fan is a treasure that a strong Confucian scholar brought with him during his lifetime. Before his death, this strong man also stored a ray of his own life in it. It can be said that this folding fan has a trace of the natal aura of a strong Confucian scholar. At critical moments, this natal aura can save the life of the holder. Even in the face of the attack of a monarch-level monster, he can retreat safely. As the auctioneer's words fell, everyone in the audience was impatiently preparing to bid. Presumably, everyone can't wait anymore. Without further ado, the starting price is gold coins, and each increase is no less than gold coins. I'll offer gold coins. I'll offer 70,000 gold coins. 75,000 gold coins. My Bai family in Hangzhou offers gold coins. Just as everyone kept bidding, an offer came from the box next to Jiang Chen. After hearing this quotation, everyone present who wanted to continue bidding instantly swallowed the words that came to their lips. Hangzhou Baijia. They didn't expect that not only the Lu family in Hangzhou, but also the Bai family in Hangzhou came here today. I offer 81,000 gold coins. Just when everyone dared not speak, a lazy voice sounded. I saw a young man in Confucian costume standing up slowly, glanced at the box of the Bai family, and spoke unhurriedly. He dared to snatch things from the Bai family. This man is really brave. Who says it's not? The Bai family in Hangzhou is very aggressive. If you offend them, there will be no good fruit to eat. While everyone was discussing, Jiang Chen's eyes had already landed on the Confucian man who spoke out. 90,000 gold coins. There was another bid in the box of the Bai family in Hangzhou. 91,000 gold coins. The Confucian man once again quoted in an extremely lazy voice. 100,000 gold coins. 111,000 gold coins. 12 million gold coins. I give up. When the Lu family in Hangzhou quoted 12 gold coins, the Confucian man slowly sat back on his chair, not intending to continue bidding. Congratulations to this distinguished guest in the box for acquiring the folding fan of a Confucian scholar. The auctioneer dropped the hammer and immediately announced the winner. Jiang Chen slowly sat back on the sofa and said to Lu Jejia, who was beside him, I bought a folding fan with 12 gold coins. did this member of the Bai family get kicked by a donkey? It's okay, the Bai family in Hangzhou was rich and powerful, and 12 gold coins is at most a pain in his flesh. Lu Jejia had already guessed who was in the box next to her, but she didn't tell Jiang Chen. Following the auction of this folding fan of a strong Confucianist, Jiang Chen no longer cared what the last blockbuster item was. After all, the price that can be auctioned for this kind of finale auction is extremely high. I only have more than 2 gold coins in my pocket, which is not enough for the starting price at all. There is no point in continuing to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read / phoneme. Seeing this, Lu Jejia also followed Jiang Chen and left the box, and the two soon arrived at the place to pick up the auction items. After handing over the gold coins, both of them got their lot as they wished. Looking at the rusty 3-foot-long sword in his hand, Jiang Chen showed a rare smile on his face. Others can't see through the secret of this rusty sword, but he can see it at a glance. It's just that there are too many people in this place, and I can't let the secret of this rusty sword be revealed to the public. After bidding farewell to Lu Jejia, Jiang Chen brought Xiaoqing back home without stopping. As soon as he got home, Jiang Chen brought Master Gui over. When the latter saw the rusty sword in Jiang Chen's hand, he was stunned. "Boy Jiang Chen, where did you get this thing?" Master Gui's eyes widened, and he asked with a puzzled expression. "Bought at an auction." "How much did you spend, boy?" 10 gold coins. "Let me go, is this auction so bad? There is no one who knows the goods." When Master Turtle learned that Jiang Chen had picked up this rusty sword with 10 gold coins, he breathed out the fragrance immediately. Don't look at the rust on this sword, but whether it's the sword casting material or the casting process, it's definitely a top-notch work. Even today, it's worth at least a few thousand gold coins. "You kid just spent 10 gold coins, it's a big mistake." Master Guizu's face was full of surprise. "Old Turtle, I need your help with something." Jiang Chen looked at Master Gui in front of him, with a smile on his face. Seeing this pervasive smile, the latter only felt his scalp go numb, and his figure involuntarily took a few steps back. "What do you want to do, kid?" Seeing Jiang Chen's malicious smile, Master Gui's voice trembled. "You see it's still early, why don't you practice sword with me again?" Jiang Chen walked forward slowly, tightly holding the 3-foot rusty sword he had just obtained in his hand. "I do not." Hey, don't come near me. Let me tell you, I am very strong, and no one can get into me." "Ah, stop hitting. I was wrong, please forgive me." Accompanied by a hoarse cry, the tortoise master fell to the ground in all directions. In front of him, Jiang Chen held the 3-foot rusty sword in his hand, with a satisfied look on his face. "Sure enough, I didn't miss it. This sword is indeed a treasure." Jiang Chen put away the 3-foot rusty sword, ignored the tortoise ancestor whose shell was on the ground, and walked straight towards his room. Back in the room, Jiang Chen first stimulated the vitality in his body, and polished the indication of the 3-foot rusty sword once. The rust on the rusty sword was quickly cleaned up. Then he slowly poured his vitality into the rusty sword, only to see that the originally ordinary rusty sword actually trembled slightly, and a ray of light flickered in the next moment. Seeing this scene, Jiang Chen didn't dare to relax in the slightest, and poured his vitality into it with all his strength. It's just that rusty sword seems to be a bottomless pit, which cannot be filled with vitality at all. Good opportunity, there is something about this thing. Jiang Chen stopped instilling vitality. After all, he needs to empower Xiaoqing next, but he can't instill all vitality into rusty sword. Just when he called Xiaoqing over to prepare for the empowerment, the rusty sword, which had already calmed down, instantly burst into golden light. The golden light shrouded the rusty sword, and then it hovered over Xuechuan Ice Tiger's pet egg, and the faint golden light fell down, as if it was pouring into the pet egg. Jiang Chen looked at everything in front of him, and countless doubts suddenly arose in his heart. When he saw that the rusty sword had no ill intentions towards Xuechuan Ice Tiger's pet egg, he didn't plan to intervene in it. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either / phoneme. He called Xiaoqing over, put one hand on Xiaoqing's head, and began to give the empowerment. Ding! The host instilled 10 years of cultivation into the blue bird. Trigger empowerment repair is a function, initiation repair is multiple extraction, initiation and repair is a multiple, 11 times, the host instills 10 years of cultivation, returns 11 times, and returns 110 years of cultivation. In an instant, the incomparably majestic vitality gathered towards Jiang Chen from all directions, just when he was about to be sucked into his body by Jiang Chen. There was a huge suction force, and the golden light on the rusty sword became more intense, and it crazily pulled the majestic vitality towards the sword body. For a moment, the vitality fed back was unexpectedly divided into two parts. One part was sucked into Jiang Chen's body, and the other part was sucked into the sword body by Rusty Sword. Seeing this, Jiang Chen was at a loss for a moment. He never thought that the rusty sword he bought would dare to compete with him for vitality. How the hell did he buy a treasure? He clearly bought a disaster. But Jiang Chen soon felt relieved. After all, this rusty sword can absorb such terrifying vitality. Its strength is absolutely extraordinary. This rusty sword will definitely be a great help to him in the future. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen no longer cared too much about Rust Sword's division of his vitality. He fell asleep drowsily, and woke up the next day. Not long after Jiang Chen woke up, a phone call came in. "Hello, who is it?" "Jiang Chen, it's me, Lu Jia." "What's up?" "Jiang Chen, something is wrong." The new members of our Taoist association went to the Monster Beast mountain range to practice, and everyone disappeared. Even the Taoist Foundation building expert who led the team couldn't be contacted. Lu Jiajia's voice was hurried. "It's not my business." Jiang Chen opened his mouth lightly. He had already ignored the life and death of others. Hearing Jiang Chen's calm tone, Lu Jiajia immediately shouted, "Jiang Xuening is in that team." "What? Lu Jiajia, what's going on?" As soon as Jiang Chen got the news, he rushed towards Lu Jiajia's residence without stopping. Lu Jiajia was very anxious at the moment. "I don't know the specific situation, but the foundation building expert who led the team to practice in the Monster Mountain range today suddenly reported that they encountered an ambush. We have had no contact with them since then." Jiang Chen's face was serious when he heard these words. He turned around and left without the slightest hesitation. "Jiang Chen, where are you going?" "Monster Mountain Range." Inside the Monster Mountain Range. In a hidden cave, a middle-aged man in a Taoist robe held a mahogany sword in one hand, spitting blood from his mouth. Behind him, the faces of several Taoist disciples who followed him to practice here were all pale. "Qi Dao Chang, do we still have a chance to leave here?" A Taoist disciple approached the man in the Taoist robe and asked cautiously. The latter did not speak, and looked directly outside the cave with a dignified expression. "Taoist Qi, that monster is still wandering around, we may not be able to leave." At this moment, Jiang Xuening, who was dressed in Taoist attire, appeared next to the man in the Taoist robe and reported what she saw. Taoist Qi's face darkened immediately when he heard this, and he looked around and said in a concentrated voice, "I made a mistake this time, and brought you little guys to this dangerous place. However, I have sent news to the Taoist Association. I believe that the Taoist Association will send experts to rescue us in a short time." Fizz. Before the words fell, a deep roar came from outside the cave. "Damn it, it's coming again." Taoist Qi looked solemn, struggling to stand up, protecting the disciples behind him. Outside the cave, a huge centipede curled up on the ground, and the centipedes around it were swimming above the ground, heading towards the cave where everyone lived. The speed is extremely fast, and the entire hole has been tightly wrapped in just a moment. Seeing this scene, Qi Daochang gritted his teeth tightly, his whole body burst out with vitality, and stood in front of him with a 3-foot mahogany sword in his hand. "All disciples obey the order and hide behind me." "Jiang Chen, I can already feel the aura of that Taoist foundation builder." On the outskirts of the Monster Beast mountain range, Lu Jiajia followed closely behind Jiang Chen. Wherever they passed, the corpses of countless monsters fell on the ground in such a disorderly manner. Without exception, they were all killed by Shaoqing with one blow. Jiang Chen was constantly shuttling through the forest at an extremely fast speed, trying to find the missing Jiang Xuening. "Where are they?" Hearing Lu Jiajia's words, Jiang Chen stopped in his tracks, with killing intent already in his eyes. If my perception is correct, that team has most likely entered the inner circle of the Monster Beast mountain range. The inner circumference of the monster beast mountain range is not as good as the outer circumference. It is extremely dangerous, and there are even monarch-level monsters hiding in it. With the cultivation of the two of us, if we rush in, we may die. Lu Jia looked solemn and immediately expressed her thoughts. So what? Jiang Qin doesn't care about these. In his opinion, the most urgent task now is to find Jiang Xuening, and other things can be ignored. Furthermore, so what if it alarmed the monarch-level monster dormant within the monster beast mountain range? If it wants to make a move to prevent itself from saving Jiang Xuening, then he doesn't mind making an exception and making a move. Seeing that Jiang Qin didn't listen to her advice, Lu Jia only felt helpless. Your cultivation base is not good, so just stay here, and I can do the next thing by myself. After seeing Lu Jia's concerns, Jiang Chen made a decisive decision immediately. After all, Lu Jia's strength is not as good as her own, and coupled with her unique identity, it is absolutely impossible for her to be involved in danger. Jiang Chen, do you really think I, Lu Jia, are some kind of people who are greedy for life and afraid of death? Today you can risk your life and rush into the inner circle of the monster beast mountain range for Jiang Xuening. Then I can also willingly sacrifice my life for you. Lu Jia stepped out to Jiang Chen's side, clenched the 3-foot mahogany sword tightly in her hand, ready to fight. It is good. Proceed with caution. Without the slightest hesitation, Jiang Chen led Xiaoqing straight to the junction between the outer and inner circles of the monster beast mountain range. Xiaoqing opened the way with the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme blade, and all the monsters who wanted to plot against the two of them along the way were cut off by the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme blade and lost their breath. Feeling Xiaoqing's strength, Lu Jia became more and more courageous. I saw her closely following behind Jiang Chen, and from time to time shot to kill the monsters blocking the way ahead. Jiang Chen, I can feel that distressing aura is nearby. Suddenly, Lu Jia's expression changed, and she spoke to Jiang Chen beside her. The latter stopped suddenly, looking around with both eyes. It's just that there are dense forests all around him. No matter how good his eyesight is, it's hard to find the shadow of that team. Xiaoqing, use the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind / phoneme blade to raise this place to the ground. Jiang Chen was not polite, and gave orders to Xiaoqing. I saw Xiaoqing leaping into the air, and then her wings fluttered. Countless phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind / phoneme blades fell like rain. In an instant, dozens of towering trees in the surrounding area were chopped down in half. Boom! Towering trees fell one after another, causing smoke and dust to rise immediately. Jiang Chen, look over there. Lu Jia used the Taoist secret method to search around, and finally she found something was wrong. Not far in front of the two of them, a huge centipede was lying in front of a cave, walking around with hundreds of feet all over its body, and its aura was extremely terrifying. Commander-level monster, swamp poisonous centipede. Jiang Chen told the origin of this centipede at a glance. Commander-level monster. Lu Jia was slightly taken aback when he heard this, with a little fear in his eyes. She never imagined that she would encounter commander-level monsters so soon. Although the two of them killed many monsters along the way, most of them were servant-level monsters. Among them, there are only 3 or 2 warrior-level monsters. And this huge centipede in front of him is actually a commander-level demon beast marsh poisonous centipede. Jiang Chen, I can feel that the Taoist strong man in the Foundation establishment realm is in that cave. After Lu Jia took a deep breath, she told Jiang Chen about her discovery. As the eldest lady of the Lu family in Hangcheng, she has practiced many Taoist secrets since she was a child, and what she is using now is her unique search for secrets of the Lu family in Hangzhou. You hide. Jiang Chen gave an order, and then there was phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind / phoneme under his feet, and his figure quickly rushed forward. Xiaoqing in midair also launched an offensive towards the swamp poisonous centipede in front of him at the same time. Countless phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind / phoneme blades descended from the sky, slashing fiercely on the carapace of the marsh poisonous centipede, and the whole forest was filled with smoke and dust. Fizz! The marsh poisonous centipede turned its head slowly at this moment, looking at Xiaoqing in midair, showing a fierce look. Choo choo choo. Xiaoqing was not inferior. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme. Her wings fluttered and she condensed countless phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win slash phoneme blades again. It's just that facing Xiaoqing's phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win slash phoneme blade, the marsh poisonous centipede has no fear at all. As a commander-level monster, its outer shell is already extremely hard, and ordinary attacks are no different from scratching it. Where did the reptile come from? Get out of here! The three-pocket flying swords around Jiang Chen hovered in the air. He stared fixedly at the poisonous swamp centipede in front of him. Fizz! The swamp poisonous centipede's gaze was also attracted by Jiang Chen at this moment. Seeing that it was just a weak human race in front of it, a trace of disdain flashed in its eyes. You must know that it is already a commanding level monster, and it is also an extremely powerful existence within the entire Monster Mountain range. Even if it is a strong person in the Foundation establishment realm among the human race, he can kill it himself. What's more, there is a young boy in front of him. SHHHHHH. Xiaoqing in midair once again used the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win slash phoneme blade, and rushed towards the swamp poisonous centipede. It's just that its attack has no effect on the marsh poisonous centipede. As a native commander-level monster, the marsh poisonous centipede's defense is amazing. Just as the swamp poisonous centipede was about to fight back, a figure slowly took a step forward. Go away! Jiang Chen's tone was cold, and a chill filled the entire forest at this moment. Before the marsh poisonous centipede could react, three cold lights flashed around Jiang Chen's body. An incomparably powerful force instantly enveloped the swamp poisonous centipede. Whoa, whoa, whoa! There were several cracking sounds. The next moment, the swamp poisonous centipede, which was standing upright as if no one could do anything about it, was cut off in an instant. The pain of the centipede being torn apart instantly made the marsh poisonous centipede howl. With a wave of Jiang Chen's big hand, the three-pocket flying swords flew out together, charging towards the swamp poisonous centipede again. Die. After saying this word lightly, the moaning swamp poisonous centipede twitched all over its body, and the next moment its body was cut into several sections one after another. Blood splattered. Commander-level demon beast swamp poisonous centipede, die. Lu Jia, who was watching this scene from a distance, turned pale. She still couldn't believe what she saw. Although she knew that Jiang Chen had reservations about his strength, she never expected that Jiang Chen's strength would be so terrifying. Even the commander-level monsters that can compete with the Taoist Yin and God Realm powerhouses can hardly block his sword moves. Three-pocket flying swords returned to their sheaths. Jiang Chen glanced indifferently at the torn corpses on the ground, and glanced at Xiaoqing in midair, who immediately understood. I saw Xiaoqing's wings fluttering, and a strong phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind slash phoneme suddenly blew up on the spot. The endless phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind slash phoneme directly engulfed the corpse on the ground, and rushed out quickly towards the distance. Listen quickly, why are there fighting sounds outside? Could it be our reinforcements coming? Everyone get ready, we rush out. Daoist Qi's face was serious. At this moment, he was already at the end of his strength, and the reason why he was still standing was only because he held on with one breath. When he sensed the battle taking place outside, he immediately said to the few remaining Taoist disciples beside him, "It is good." All the Taoist disciples looked dignified, they all circulated their vitality and rushed towards the entrance of the cave. It's just that when they rushed to the entrance of the cave, they didn't see the swamp poisonous centipede at all. I saw a young man who was about the same age as them, sitting on a boulder, and a blue bird was standing on his shoulder, watching them. When he saw several people walking out, Jiang Chen stood up slowly, jumped off the boulder, and landed firmly on the ground. "Xuanning, I'll take you home." Jiang Chen slowly walked in front of Jiang Xuanning, who couldn't stop trembling all over his body at this moment. The mahogany sword in his hand that was originally used for fighting fell to the ground. Without the slightest hesitation, he directly hugged Jiang Chen's neck, buried his head in his chest, and did not lift it up for a long time. Seeing this, Jiang Chen slowly patted Jiang Xuanning's dusty clothes. She smiled and said, "Silly girl, let's go home." "Ah." Jiang Xuanning gently raised her head, only to see that her eyes were red, full of tenderness. Just when these Taoist disciples were confused, several figures floated down from the sky one after another. The leader is Lu Jia. Jiang Chen. Lu Jia looked at Jiang Chen, who was also looking at her. Their eyes met. Miss Lu, you will have to work hard for the next thing. Jiang Chen picked up Jiang Xuening, who was already weak in limbs, and brushed past Lu Jia. Lu Jia, who heard this, was about to speak, but found that Jiang Chen had already left this place. Jiang Chen. Lu Jia murmured softly, and after a while, she closed her eyes and looked at the many Taoist disciples in front of her. Everyone, you are safe. Holding Jiang Xuening all the way back home. Shui Ning, we're home. Jiang Chen put Jiang Xuening on the sofa, and then took out a few spotless clothes and handed them to the other party. Today's Jiang Xuening is still wearing that Taoist robe, but after being attacked by the swamp poisonous centipede, her Taoist robe has long been in tatters. Jiang Xuening took the clothes, and looked at Jiang Chen in front of her. After a long time, she asked, Jiang Chen, you killed the poisonous swamp centipede that surrounded us, right? Jiang Chen, who was about to return to the room, trembled when he heard these words. But he turned his head and said with a smile, silly girl, what are you talking about? I don't have that ability. If I have the ability to kill commander-level monsters, I would already be a guest of the major forces. Hearing these words, Jiang Xuening seemed to have expected Jiang Chen to say that. She slowly stood up and stared into the latter's eyes. Said word by word, Jiang Chen, I don't want you to lie to me. I would never lie to you. Jiang Chen smiled slightly, smoothed Jiang Xuening's black hair lightly, and then quickly left the place. Jiang Chen, who returned to the room, took a deep breath. He was almost exposed. Although Jiang Xuening didn't point out himself today, he knew that the other party had already doubted him, and he believed that his strength would be exposed in a short time. But that's not the top priority right now. Jiang Chen's eyes fell on the rusty sword hovering over Xuechuan Ice Tiger's pet egg. For some reason, he always felt that this rusty sword gave him a feeling that was both familiar and strange. It was as if he had owned this sword once. At this moment, Shaoqing had already moved in front of Jiang Chen. His head was shaking, and he was staring at Jiang Chen pitifully. Good guy, let's not ask for credit. Seeing Shaoqing's appearance, Jiang Chen couldn't laugh or cry for a moment. Then he put a hand on the top of Shaoqing's head. The majestic vitality poured into Shaoqing's body at this moment. Ding! The host instills 100 years of cultivation into the blue bird. Trigger empowerment repair is a function, initiation repair is multiple extraction, initiation repair is multiplied 5 times, the host instills 100 years of cultivation, 5 times the return, and 500 years of cultivation will be returned. When the system's notification sounded, a terrifying vitality surged towards Jiang Chen. 500 years of cultivation. Before Jiang Chen could react, the incomparably surging vitality had already poured into his body. Put! With the majestic vitality entering his body, Jiang Chen spit out a mouthful of blood instantly. Boom! At this moment, the rusty sword at the side began to emit a faint golden light, and then a huge suction force broke out from it, directly separating a part of the vitality rushing towards Jiang Chen. The 500 years of cultivation was quickly divided up by Jiang Chen and Rust Sword. The vitality entered the body, and it didn't explode Jiang Chen's body for a while, but at this moment, Jiang Chen was only relying on the system to support him. A full 500 years of cultivation, this is no joke. Yin-Yang exhalation method. The yin and yang exhalation method was performed, and the originally raging vitality began to flow along the exercise, flowing in his body regularly. The internal organs and limbs began to be tempered by these vitality, and golden radiance began to rise. Jiang Chen felt the changes in his body, and his heart was overjoyed. He could clearly feel that at this moment, not only his cultivation had improved, but even his specific soul had been strengthened to a certain extent. I saw him sitting cross-legged, slowly mobilizing the vitality in his body to swim around his limbs, constantly strengthening his physical hardness. In the last life, there was a Buddhist Vajra who became holy in the flesh, and his gestures were full of the supreme Buddha charm. Can I follow his example and temper my body to the level of a saint? Jiang Chen suddenly had an idea in his heart. You must know that ordinary monks, no matter they are members of the 3 religions or all schools of thought, all practice Qigong. Only a very small number of people practice the way of the flesh body. The reason for this is that there are so many chi training methods in the world, but there are very few body training methods. Even the vast majority of body training exercises that have been handed down in the world are incomplete. Secondly, body training requires not only strong perseverance, but also boundless vitality. Only by forging one's physical body with vitality can one be able to improve one's realm like a monk. In the previous life, Jiang Chen once wanted to take the road of body training, so he did not hesitate to spend a lot of money to obtain many body training exercises. It's just that because of the obstacle of vitality, he finally gave up on the way of body training. It's just that the current self has inexhaustible vitality, so why not use it on the way of body training? If he can use the vitality provided by the system to reach the level of physical sanctification, then even if a natural disaster strikes in the future, then he will have the power to fight. Just do it. Jiang Chen quickly found a suitable body training method in his mind. Holy Eucharist. As the name suggests, it is to cultivate the physical body to the level comparable to that of a saint. It's just that this body training exercise requires too much vitality. Even if ordinary people get this exercise, they have no way to practice it. But Jiang Chen was different. With vitality as vast as the sea, he chose to cultivate without hesitation. According to the records in the Holy Body Ju, Jiang Chen began to guide the vitality in his body to travel within his body according to a certain phoneme alphabet equals IPA/PH equals root/phoneme. Soon the cultivation base of 500 years was absorbed. Jiang Chen's cultivation has also changed from a 1-star monarch level beast master to a 3-star monarch level beast master. And his physique has directly entered the second level of the body training mirror from the first level of the body training mirror. The journey of body training is extremely difficult, and its realm is divided into 10 heavens. Each level corresponds to a major realm of chi training. At this moment, Jiang Chen's physical strength alone is enough to be comparable to a Taoist Foundation establishment powerhouse. Just when Jiang Chen was overjoyed, Xiaoqing's body underwent a great change. It saw that half of the original cyan feathers had been replaced by golden feathers, and there were water blue ripples on its tail. The dragon scales on the claws have covered the claws thousands of times, giving people an unrivaled feeling. Especially Xiaoqing's eyes are quite sharp. If eyes can kill, there must be no one alive in front of Xiaoqing. The name of the royal beast: Bluebird, beast familiar level, commander level, growable, beast royal qualification, 7 stars, bloodline of royal beast, Kuanpeng, bloodline level, %, 10% of the Kuanpeng blood has been awakened. Jiang Chen was a little stunned for a moment, not knowing what to say. Instilled into Xiaoqing's 100-year cultivation base, the other party actually soared into the sky. Xiaoqing at this time gives people an extremely ancient feeling, as if in front of you is a fierce beast from ancient times. Jiang Chen can be sure that even if the current Xiaoqing is facing a commander-level monster of the same level, he can tear it into pieces without any effort. It has absorbed a lot of vitality, but this rusty sword has not changed at all. Jiang Chen looked at Rust's sword at the side. When he was absorbing 500 years of cultivation, half of his cultivation was absorbed by Rust's sword. However, the rusty sword, which had absorbed half of its cultivation base, did not change at all, except that the broken parts on the sword body were repaired a little bit. There was no other change. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen became more and more curious about this rusty sword. "Miss Lu, why are you here?" Just as Jiang Chen was thinking about it, Lu Jiejia had already paid a visit. The one who welcomed Lu Jiejia was naturally Jiang Xuening, who had recovered her strength. At this moment, Jiang Xuening was wearing snow-white pajamas and a pair of slender and straight white jade legs that made countless men dream about broke free from under the pajamas. Since Jiang Xuening had just taken a bath, there was a charming body fragrance emanating from her body at this moment. Even Lu Jiejia was slightly moved. "Is Jiang Chen here?" Lu Jiejia looked at Jiang Xuening in front of her and asked. "He's upstairs." "Should I call him down?" The latter nodded and told the truth. "No need, I'll go up and find him myself." Lu Jiejia shook her head, and was about to raise her legs to walk upstairs when she was stopped by snow-white hands. "Miss Lu, you really don't treat yourself as an outsider." Jiang Xuening put one hand in front of Lu Jiejia and spoke calmly. "What do you mean?" Lu Jejia sensed something was wrong, and a trace of displeasure flashed in her eyes. The grand lady of the Lu family in Hangzhou, who comes here every now and then, isn't she afraid of gossip? Jiang Xuening spoke lightly. I came to find Jiang Chen, what does it matter to you? Oh. This is my home, so it's none of my business. Jiang Xuening, what exactly do you want to say? Miss Lu, if you want to see Jiang Chen, I'll just call him down, why bother you to go upstairs yourself? Those who know that you are here to chat with him, but those who don't know think you are alone in the same room, doing some shady things. Jiang Xuening looked at Lu Jejia in front of her with cold eyes, her voice was cold. I'm in the same room with Jiang Chen, so what's the matter with you, little girl? Just as Lu Jejia was about to step upstairs, Jiang Xuening put a hand on her shoulder. Miss Lu, you don't need fame, but Jiang Chen has to. It's not good if his reputation is ruined because of you. Jiang Xuening's voice was indifferent, and a faint chill emanated from her body. You. Just when Lu Jejia was about to get angry, Jiang Chen's figure appeared at the stairway at some point. Seeing Lu Jejia, Jiang Chen was taken aback for a moment. Miss Lu, what are you doing here? Seeing Jiang Chen, Lu Jejia's brows instantly relaxed. He smiled and said, Jiang Chen, last time I was in a hurry when I was in Wanwafang, I forgot to give you the reward for that silver-level reward order. This time I came to visit, just to give you these 30 gold coins. With that said, Lu Jejia took out 30 gold coins from her pocket. I see. Jiang Chen didn't show any politeness, and directly accepted all of them. Even if I make a small fortune now, I still can't be too extravagant. No matter how small a mosquito is, it is still meat, not to mention the huge sum of 30 gold coins. After seeing Jiang Chen accepting the gold coins, Lu Jejia breathed a sigh of relief, but Jiang Xuening preempted her when she was about to say something. Since Miss Lu has delivered the bounty, please return. Looking at Jiang Xuening, Lu Jejia was not angry, but instead said, Little sister, why are you driving me away like this? Is it possible that I am afraid that my sister will eat Jiang Chen? If you say it again, I will tear your mouth apart. Suddenly, a chill swept through the entire living room. Who is afraid of who? At this moment, Lu Jejia was also not to be outdone, her vitality burst out. Seeing the two people who were at war, Jiang Chen immediately felt a headache. Miss Lu, is there anything else you can do? Jiang Chen hurriedly asked. Lu Jejia smiled slightly and said, Jiang Chen, I'm here today not only to give you a bounty, but also to tell you something. You said. It's my grandfather's 70th birthday in 2 days, and he wants me to invite you to celebrate his birthday. Lu Jejia said with a bright smile. In her opinion, this is not just a birthday celebration, but Master Lu wants to use this birthday to propose to the Bai family in Hangzhou to dissolve the marriage of the fingertips. And the son-in-law chosen by my grandfather is definitely not someone else, it must be Jiang Chen. Thinking of this, Lu Jejia couldn't help but look at Jiang Xuening. She said in her heart, it doesn't matter that you, Jiang Xuening, are as beautiful as a fairy, you are always Jiang Chen's younger sister, and I will soon be your sister-in-law. Master Lu and I are neither related nor related, we just met once, so we won't go to celebrate his birthday. Hearing this, Jiang Chen immediately shook his head. He knew that Master Lu was very particular about letting Lu Jejia come over to invite him. But he doesn't want to get involved in the plans of these big families, and minimize contact if he can avoid it. Jiang Chen, my grandfather said that he and your father Jiang Tiandao are phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close / phoneme friends. Uncle Jiang can't celebrate his birthday this time, so you can do it for him. Lu Jejia hurriedly opened her mouth, for fear that Jiang Chen would really not go. As soon as these words came out, Jiang Chen was immediately speechless. Although he had only met Master Lu once, his father was a phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close / phoneme friend of Master Lu. Because of emotion and reason, I will also celebrate my birthday on his th birthday. Otherwise, wouldn't it be that he would not give the Lu family of Hangzhou this face? Thinking of this, Jiang Chen let out a long sigh. Okay, then Xuening and I will visit on time. She? Lu Jejia was slightly taken aback. Any questions? Jiang Chen frowned. Of course, no problem, then I'll go back and wait for you. Lu Jiejie shook her head. Her purpose was to make Jiang Chen appear at that banquet. As for Jiang Xuening, she didn't pose the slightest threat to herself at all. After sending Lu Jiejie away, Jiang Chen asked Jiang Xuening to tidy up and took her to a restaurant. The owner of this restaurant is an old acquaintance with Jiang Chen. Upon seeing him coming, he immediately cleared out a table for the two of them to sit. "Uncle Zhou, business is good." Jiang Chen looked at the crowded scene in the restaurant and thought about talking to Boss Zhou. Regardless of the large number of people, what we do is a small business that doesn't make money, and we can't make much money in a day. Boss Zhou smiled warmly. Still the third child. Okay. Soon, 3 dishes will be served. Sauce-flavored beef, snowflake cabbage, eggplant with minced meat. Both Jiang Chen and Jiang Xuening were not polite, and the two quickly moved their chopsticks. Thinking back when we were able to eat such a meal in a month, it was already a heaven-shattering delicacy. Jiang Chen had a feeling after eating half of it. Hearing this, Jiang Xuening also stopped her bowl and chopsticks, and sighed. "Who said it wasn't? We didn't have much money at that time. If Uncle Zhou didn't help us, I'm afraid of us." "Oh, I didn't expect that nearly 10 years have passed in this flash. Years are like knives, and knives make people grow old." Jiang Chen shook his head, and when he was about to move his chopsticks, he sensed something was wrong. Outside the restaurant at this time, for some reason, a large group of people gathered one after another. At a glance, there were no less than 20 people. Everyone is carrying things in their hands. The leader is wearing black short sleeves, with a dragon tattooed on his shoulder. He looks extremely fierce. I saw him walking quickly to the door of the restaurant, standing on the ground with a long stick in his hand, and shouting, "Old man Zhou, where did you die?" As soon as the words fell, Boss Zhou walked out of the house tremblingly, and stood in front of the black-sleeved man, averting his eyes. The voice trembled, "Brother Long, what are you doing?" "What? Old man Zhou, your son owed us 300 gold coins in the casino, and now your son is hiding somewhere. What do you think we are going to do?" The black-sleeved man sneered, brandishing a long stick in his hand, full of Philistine spirit. Boss Zhou's complexion changed when he heard this, and he said in a deep voice, "Brother Long, my son obviously only owes you 3 gold coins from the casino. How come it's 300 gold coins?" "Old man Zhou, don't you fucking play tricks on me here. Don't our casinos need to operate, and there is no interest on borrowing money?" "Don't say anything. If you honestly hand over the 300 gold coins to me today, then our brothers will forget the past. If you don't pay it back, then don't blame us for being drunk and crazy, and accidentally smashed your shop, but we can't blame us." The black-sleeved man showed a ferocious expression, and the 20 or so younger brothers behind him also took a step forward. Boss Zhou trembled when he heard the words, "Brother Long, 300 gold coins is really too much. Please give it a few more days. Since you can't get it out, then I'm going to be crazy about drinking. Brothers, do it. I see who dares to move. I see who dares to move." Just as the black-sleeved man was about to greet Boss Zhou with a stick in his hand, a cold female voice sounded at this moment. I saw Jiang Xuening suddenly stood up from the chair, exuding a cold breath all over her body. When the black-sleeved man's eyes fell on Jiang Xuening following the sound, he was taken aback for a moment, and then a wretched smile soon appeared on his face. "I didn't expect there to be such a stunning girl these days. Little girl, judging by your appearance, you should still be a baby, so let me love you well." Seeing Jiang Xuening's stunning beauty, the black-sleeved man was immediately moved. Just as he finished speaking, a white porcelain bowl landed between his eyebrows with lightning speed. "Oh!" A crisp sound sounded, and the black-sleeved man staggered a few times, and sat down on the ground for a while, with blood already spilling from the center of his brow. "Keep your mouth clean." Jiang Chen stood up slowly. He was the one who threw out the white porcelain bowl earlier. "Boy, meddling in other people's business depends on the occasion. If you want to be a hero in front of girls, you are not qualified enough." The previous blow didn't kill him. The black-sleeved man quickly regained his composure, and cursed fiercely at Jiang Chen. "Jiang Chen, there are 20 of them, and the strongest among them is only at the 3-star Qi condensation realm." Jiang Xuening came to Jiang Chen's side, and said softly, "Sit down, I'll be fine." The latter nodded, then took a step forward, and immediately appeared in front of the black-sleeved man. Before the latter could react, a big hand had already grabbed his neck and lifted him abruptly from the ground. Snapped. A slap fell firmly on his face, and the crisp sound was clearly audible. You snapped. Before the black-sleeved man could speak, another slap fell. Many younger brothers who saw this scene were all stunned, and no one thought that the other party would not be afraid of their large group of people. Do you want to come too? After Jiang Chen slapped him, he looked at the younger brother of the black-sleeved man. Hearing this, many younger brothers looked at each other first, and then Chi stepped back 3 steps. Apparently they have given up on their boss. You. Seeing this, the black-sleeved man's face changed drastically, and he was about to get angry but was already stunned by Jiang Chen's slap. After several slaps, the black-sleeved man's face was swollen like a pig's head. Jiang Chen flicked it casually, and sent it flying. He said faintly, "There is an injustice and a debtor. For the money owed by his son, you can go to his son." After speaking, she sat down again, and Zhang Xuening also pulled Boss Zhou to her side and sat down. At this moment, those younger brothers dared to come forward to help the black-sleeved man up. The black-sleeved man who was lifted up was already unconscious. After a long time, he regained his strength and stared at Jiang Chen viciously. "But listen carefully, I am the number 1 boy under Saburo's command. When my boss comes to ask for the bill in person, you can't stop him." After finishing speaking, with the support of a group of younger brothers, the black-sleeved man limped away. "Uncle Zhou, it's better to pay off the money owed to others as soon as possible." Before leaving the restaurant, Jiang Chen turned his head and said to Boss Zhou. The latter was taken aback for a moment, then nodded after hesitating for a moment. Zhang Xuening asked curiously, "Jiang Chen, Uncle Zhou treats us well on weekdays, why don't we help him this time?" Hearing this, Jiang Chen shook his head. Indifferently said, "Uncle Zhou has a mellow temper and a simple personality, but his son is an out-and-out scumbag. Even if we helped him this time, should we help him the next time we encounter this situation? As the saying goes, poor people must have something to hate. Uncle Zhou's temperament is too soft, and he will inevitably be dragged down by his son in the long run. It's better to make a decision now to save trouble in the future." Hearing this, Zhang Xuening seemed to understand but not understand. Back home, Jiang Chen first sat cross-legged in the room, performed the yin and yang exhalation method, and began to regulate the vast vitality in his body that was like a river and sea. Then he began to practice the method of body training. What body training needs is not only the boundless vitality, but also the ability to endure the inhuman pain caused by body training. Many well-to-do body trainers gave up the body training method because they couldn't bear the pain caused by body training, and began to switch to the Qi training method, becoming a monk. It's just that to Jiang Chen, the pain caused by body training is nothing at all. Having experienced one death, he deeply understands that the most painful thing is that his most important person dies in front of him, but he is powerless. After practicing briefly, Jiang Chen called Shaoqing over. Pressing one hand on the latter's head, he instantly activated the vitality in his body and began to empower him. Ding! The host instills 100 years of cultivation into the blue bird. Trigger empowerment repair is a function, initiation repair is multiple extraction, initiation repair is multiple, 10 times, the host instills 100 years of cultivation, 10 times the return, and, years of cultivation will be returned. When the system's mechanical notification sounded, countless vitality in the entire world rolled and charged towards Jiang Chen. Facing such a ferocious wave of vitality, Jiang Chen only felt a burst of suffocation. Fortunately, having the rusty sword with mysterious origin relieved most of the pressure for him, Jiang Chen then used part of his vitality for body training, barely resisting this wave of vitality. After the absorption was completed, Jiang Chen found that his current cultivation had reached the 5-star monarch level beast master. Body training has reached the 3rd heaven of body training. The strength is comparable to the Taoist Yin God realm powerhouse. Exhaling a foul breath, Jiang Chen's face was full of joy. According to the current rhythm, it won't take long for me to successfully become a king-level beast master. Looking at the entire city of Hangzhou, and even the entire Jiang province, there has not been a king-level beast master for nearly 100 years. The emperor-level beast master is equivalent to the Taoist nascent soul realm powerhouse, and this kind of powerhouse will be regarded as the guest of honor by everyone in any place. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen smiled. After resting all night, Jiang Xuening brought Jiang Chen to the Taoist Association early in the morning. "Xuening, what are you doing here?" Looking at the tall and magnificent Taoist Association in front of him, Jiang Chen asked with some doubts. "Jiang Chen, in 2 days the Taoist Association will phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead slash phoneme a group of Taoist disciples to a secret place to explore." Jiang Xuening just now told Jiang Chen the purpose of this trip. The Taoist Association should bring all the disciples of the Taoist school. "I am a beast master, and I can't go with you." Jiang Chen was very puzzled. "I am not a member of the Taoist Association, let alone a proud child who has awakened the talent of Taoism." Even if Jiang Xuening wanted to take her to explore the secret realm with her, it was simply a fantasy. The Taoist Association is not a fool, how could it tolerate an outsider taking chances with their Taoist disciples? "Jiang Chen, you'll know when you go in." Jiang Xuening smiled without saying a word. The two of them entered the Taoist Association, and soon came to a large hall after twists and turns all the way. At this moment in the main hall stood an elderly man with a cane and gray hair. Seeing Jiang Chen's arrival, the old man's face that was originally full of sorrow suddenly spread into a smile. "Jiang family boy, you are here. Master Lu." Seeing the elderly man in front of him, Jiang Chen immediately recognized his identity. It was the old man I met in Wanwufang, the strong man in the Yin God realm of the Lu family in Hangzhou, and Lu Zhejia's grandfather. "Uncle Lu, I brought someone here for you." Jiang Xuening bowed slightly to Master Lu, and said calmly. "I didn't expect that kid Jiang Tiandao to be so unkind. Not only did he give birth to such a kid who provokes love, but he also gave birth to a girl like you who looks like a fairy. Dragon and Phoenix, I really envy this old man." Master Lu looked at the Jiang family brothers and sisters in front of him and smiled slightly. Jiang Chen and Jiang Xuening looked at each other, but they didn't say that they were not brothers and sisters. After all, once the news spread that they were not biological siblings, it would be bad for both of them. "Jiang family boy, I think you also know that in the next period of time, our Taoist Association will send a team of 10 people to a secret place to practice. These 10 people must be the most gifted sons of heaven in our Taoist Association. Just like our Taoist Association, both Confucianism and Buddhism will also send the younger generation's proud sons to experience in that secret realm. At that time, the 3 schools of Confucianism, Buddhism and Taoism will have a competition, and this competition will determine the strength ranking of the younger generation of Confucianism, Buddhism and Taoism." Master Lu looked directly at Jiang Chen and spoke slowly. "This is a matter of the Taoist Association, what does it have to do with me?" Jiang Chen frowned and looked at Master Lu. He is not a member of the Taoist Association, and talking about it with him is tantamount to playing the piano against a cow. Master Lu smiled lightly and said, "I don't know why you kid provoked that little girl of my family like this. I want to take you to explore the secret realm together. As for the old man who cried, made trouble and hanged himself in the face of that girl, he has no strength to resist at all. Although doing so will dissatisfy those old guys from the Taoist Association, the old man still won a place among the 10 for you. It's just that if you want to get this quota justifiably, you need to pass the trial level set by some of their old fellows. Of course, you can also choose to get this quota without justification, but if you do that, I'm afraid you will be criticized." Master Lu spoke lightly, with a smile on his face. "I snatched one of the places as an outsider, won't I be criticized if I pass the trial? Anyway, people will be criticized, why bother to participate in some trials?" Jiang Chen spoke indifferently, without any intention of participating in the trial level. Master Lu was slightly taken aback when he heard this. He never thought that Jiang Chen would choose to reject the trial level without hesitation. You must know that a person of Jiang Chen's age pays great attention to reputation, and he must not be willing to get one of the 10 people with a dishonest reputation. Jiang Chen's answer was beyond his expectation. "Can't you?" Seeing the changing look on Master Lu's face, Jiang Chen frowned and asked. "Of course you can, you kid is interesting. This is the badge for this experience, don't lose it." Master Lu shook his head slightly, and then threw Jiang Chen a waist card. There is a word engraved on the waist plate. Road. Putting away the badges, Jiang Chen and Jiang Xuening resigned. Seeing Jiang Chen's leaving back, Master Lu suddenly laughed out loud. Jiang Tiandao, this little guy and you are really carved out of the same mold. Jiang Chen, why don't you participate in the trial? After leaving the Taoist Association, Jiang Xuening looked at Jiang Chen with a puzzled face. Why should I participate? Jiang Chen asked back. As soon as these words came out, Jiang Xuening was stopped for a moment. The latter came to his lips, but he didn't know how to say it, and finally he could only shut his mouth resentfully. Seeing this, Jiang Chen said with a smile, anyway, the purpose is to obtain the qualification to go to the secret realm. Since I can obtain this qualification in an easier way, why should I take the extra effort to participate in some trial level? Jiang Xuening nodded upon hearing this. Looking into Jiang Chen's eyes, he didn't speak for a long time. Does it look good? Jiang Chen spoke suddenly. Jiang Xuening subconsciously nodded. Then you can watch more. After sending Jiang Xuening home, Jiang Chen took Xiaoqing and left the house. This time Jiang Chen did not choose to take the train to the Monster Beast Mountain Range, but took a taxi. Because Xiaoqing was too big, Jiang Chen let him fly to the Monster Beast Mountain Range by himself. Anyway, Xiaoqing's current strength is already very good, and a distance of only a few tens of kilometers is nothing at all. The taxi drove fast all the way, and soon arrived at the outer edge of the Monster Beast Mountain Range to stop. When Jiang Chen got out of the car, Xiaoqing also arrived at the Monster Beast Mountain Range. Just at this moment, her huge figure fell from the sky, and landed firmly on Jiang Chen's shoulder. Gently stroking Xiaoqing's head, Jiang Chen looked around and found that the monks around him were intentionally or unintentionally staying away from him. It's really strange. You must know that even the periphery of the Monster Beast Mountain Range is full of dangers for these monks, so generally speaking, they will choose to go together. If he came here on weekdays, someone would come forward and try to pull him into his team. For people like them, it doesn't matter whether they are strong or not, as long as there are many people, it's over. As long as there are too many people, the monsters will take a detour when they see it. It's just that today is different, everyone seems to avoid him. Jiang Chen frowned, not knowing why. Walking past the crowd, he could clearly feel that they were all relieved. After Jiang Chen walked away, there was a sudden conversation among the crowd. Did you see that monster landed straight on that person's shoulder? Could that person be a beast master? Could that monster be his beast master? Impossible, that monster's aura is too strong, at least it is a warrior-level monster. If a person can drive a warrior-level monster, then... After entering the Monster Beast Mountain Range, Jiang Chen took Xiaoqing for a stroll around the periphery. Not to mention encountering warrior-level monsters, even the slave-level monsters that can be seen everywhere on weekdays are nowhere to be found. In fact, Jiang Chen felt the breath of those monsters during this period, but for some reason, when they got phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to those monsters, the latter would run wildly and quickly disappear. It wasn't until Jiang Chen felt the ancient coercion emanating from Xiaoqing's body that he realized the reason why these monsters ran wildly. Good guy, when did these monsters become so timid? Xiaoqing also realized that it was her fault and immediately shrugged her head, as if admitting her mistake. The commander-level coercion emanating from its body made ordinary monsters dare not approach it. This also caused the entire surrounding monsters to walk around the two of them. It looks like we're going to enter the inner circle to have a look. Jiang Chen patted Xiaoqing's head lightly, and then performed the yin and yang exhalation method, spreading the vitality under his feet. With one step, he appeared hundreds of meters away in an instant. Taking another step, the figures of Jiang Chen and Xiaoqing completely disappeared from the periphery of the Monster Beast Mountain Range. Shrink to the ground. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Chen and Xiaoqing appeared in the inner circle of the Monster Beast Mountain Range. Even though Jiang Chen only took a few steps, he covered a distance of thousands of meters. Jiang Chen looked around, a smile suddenly appeared on his face. Most of the demon beasts on the outskirts of the Monster Mountain Range are slave-level monsters and warrior-level monsters, and only in rare cases will commander-level monsters appear. However, it is different in the inner circle of the Monster Mountain Range. There are basically no slave-level monsters here, and even if there are, most of them become food for other monsters. The worst monsters inhabiting here are warrior-level monsters, and there are not a few commander-level monsters among them. Jiang Chen and the previous one looked at each other, both of them understood. I saw Xiaoqing leaping into the air, and began to capture the aura of those commander-level monsters. The next moment, Xiaoqing's eyes were full of enthusiasm, and it looked straight to the south, flapping its wings constantly. Seeing this, Jiang Chen also exuded vitality to perceive the past, and found that there was a commander-level monster in the south direction, and the comprehensive strength was not weak among the commander-level monsters in the inner circle. Just choose it as your target. Jiang Chen smiled slightly, and began to restrain his breath, and then followed Xiaoqing closely, heading straight to the south. The speed of the two was extremely fast, and soon they moved forward for several kilometers. Inside the monster mountain range, a bloated violent warbear was lying under a towering tree. Beside him is the corpse of a monster beast that has been dead for a long time. At this moment, the abdomen of the corpse has no flesh, and it is obvious that it has entered the belly of the violent warbear. Just as the furious Zhan Xiong stuffed a piece of meat into his mouth, he suddenly felt a powerful aura approaching him continuously. The speed was extremely fast, and the visitor was not kind. This breath is a completely unfamiliar breath, and the violent warbear can be sure that it is definitely not from the monsters in the Monster Mountain range. Just as it was chewing the minced meat, Jiang Chen and Xiaoqing had already appeared in front of it. Seeing a person and a bird in front of him, the violent warbear was slightly taken aback. When it sensed the vicious aura emanating from Xiaoqing, it immediately understood that the two in front of it were not kind to him. I saw it slowly throwing the corpse of the monster aside, staring fiercely at the two uninvited guests in front of it. Roar! With a roar, the bear's paw rushed towards the two of them. This is its territory, how could the group of young people in front of it be disturbed? Looking at the furious warbear in front of them, Jiang Chen and Xiaoqing were both taken aback. Just such a face-to-face start to fight, you can't be in such a hurry to find death. After Jiang Chen felt the aura emanating from the violent warbear at this moment, a smile appeared on his face. Good guy, I didn't expect this guy to be stronger in battle. Facing the berserk warbear charging towards him, Xiaoqing didn't hesitate at all. Directly facing it was a wave of phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win/phoneme blade output. Countless phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win/phoneme blades slashed towards the body of the violent warbear from all directions. Today's Xiaoqing's strength has long been different from what it used to be. For a while, he only relied on the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win/phoneme blade to tear the flesh of the violent warbear. Flesh and blood fly. Faced with such injuries, the violent warbear showed no sign of backing down. Roar! A roar sounded, and it became more and more ferocious. At this moment, Jiang Chen appeared in front of it, and with a light wave of his hand, he directly defeated all the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win/phoneme blades that attacked Xiaoqing. He said lightly, I want to practice my hands. Xiaoqing done understood it in no time, and was in midair, waiting for the opportunity to move. Jiang Chen looked at the berserk bear in front of him, the smile on his face didn't diminish at all. He didn't exude the slightest breath, he just wanted to resist the power of the violent warbear with his body. One must know that the current Jiang Chen has stepped into the third level of body training, and his strength is comparable to that of a Taoist in God Realm powerhouse. He wanted to try to see if he could defeat the berserk bear known for its fighting power only by relying on his physical strength. It turns out that it is possible. I saw Jiang Chen throwing an uppercut towards the furious Shunxiong who came to cull him. The latter was instantly thrown into the air by this punch, and then fell heavily to the ground, splashing a cloud of dust. After the dust dissipated, he saw the violent warbear lying motionless in the huge hole he made. His abdomen was directly pierced, and blood was scattered all over the ground along with the minced meat. Dead can't die anymore. Seeing this scene, Jiang Chen was slightly taken aback. He never thought that he could beat the violent warbear to death with one punch. Originally, he just wanted to test his skills, but who would have thought that he would be killed with one blow? Really? Cool. At this moment, Jiang Chen couldn't help but suspect that he was able to kill the commander-level monster beast Fury Warbear with just an understatement. If he hit with all his strength, wouldn't he be able to fight even a monarch-level monster? Thinking of this, Jiang Chen's eyes became more and more frenzied. He can't wait to find a monarch-level monster to practice his hands now. As a commander-level monster, a monster pill was bred in the body of the violent war bear. After Jiang Chen collected the demon pill, he let Xiaoqing set off a strong phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win/phoneme to bury the body of the violent war bear. Although these monster corpses are treasures to those swordsmiths and alchemists, they are no different from garbage to him. After putting away the demon pills, Jiang Chen and Xiaoqing continued on their way. The two encountered many monsters along the way, but most of them were warrior-level monsters. When encountering Jiang Chen, all these warrior-level monsters were killed by his punch without exception. Then Xiaoqing was buried on the spot. One person and one bird marched towards the core area, and soon discovered that something was wrong. The closer to the core area, Jiang Chen found that the surrounding monsters were stronger. Just now, they have fought against 3 commander-level monsters one after another. Not far in front of the two, a huge eagle is standing on a thick branch, looking into the distance. When you look closely, you will find that this eagle has 4 claws, and it exudes an unparalleled aura of majesty. It seems to be the overlord of this area. At this moment, it looked forward with sharp eyes, and it already felt that the 3 commander-level monsters under its command had lost their breath. This means that the 3 giants under his command have been killed. There was both killing intent and fear in the eyes of the 4-clawed magic eagle. Although it is the overlord of this area, its strength is only at the commanding level. Although it is much stronger than the 3 commander-level monsters under his hands, it is still nothing compared to the real overlord of the Monster Mountain range, the monarch-level monster. It's just that since the opponent can silently kill the 3 giants under his command in his own territory, his strength is definitely not weak. It even once suspected that the Beast King in the core area of the Monster Mountain range made a move. At this moment, 2 strange breaths appeared in its territory. The 4-clawed magic eagle frowned, staring straight at the person and bird that had already entered the field of vision. His face changed suddenly. Humanity. As a commander-level monster, and even the overlord of a party, the 4-clawed magic eagle hated humans the most in his life. In fact, no matter what level of monsters are, they have a natural hatred for humans. In the face of humans who step into their territory, they will not hesitate to shoot. The 4-clawed magic eagle is no exception. Call out. I saw it raised its arms and flew into the air in an instant. The figure turned into a jet-black streamer, rushing straight towards Jiang Chen's direction. It seems that the right owner has been found. After Jiang Chen sensed the breath of the 4-clawed magic eagle, a smile appeared on his face, and he patted Xiaoqing's head lightly, and the latter jumped into the air in an instant. Seeing the 4-clawed magic eagle coming towards her, Xiaoqing didn't hesitate at all, and directly chose to be tough. Boom! There was a loud noise, and Xiaoqing had already wrestled with the 4-clawed magic eagle. Both are the overlords of the sky, and both are commander-level monsters. The gap between them is almost negligible. It's just that Xiaoqing has Kunpeng blood in her body after all, and now she has signs of returning to her ancestors, so she has an advantage in hand-to-hand combat with the 4-clawed magic eagle. In the fierce battle between the two, Xiaoqing quickly gained the upper hand. The 4-clawed magic eagle's expression changed when he sensed something was wrong, and he quickly left the battlefield. At this time, a large piece of its feathers had been ripped off, and many places were scratched by Xiaoqing's sharp claws. Blood was flowing. On the other hand, Xiaoqing seemed to be a normal person, fluttering her wings, and looked at the 4-clawed magic eagle in front of her with a nonchalant expression. 4-clawed magic eagle, where the hell did this monster come from? It's a bit too strong. Xiaoqing, I'm just a little stronger. Looking at Xiaoqing in front of him, the 4-clawed magic eagle did not hesitate at all, and began to repair the wounds it had scratched with its sharp claws. It knows that if it continues to fight this guy in front of it, it will definitely die in the end. At this moment, its gaze involuntarily fell on Jiang Chen, who was watching the excitement below. I am not the opponent of this guy in front of me. Are you still afraid that you will fail as a mere human? Sooner or later, the figure of the 4-clawed magic eagle rushed downward, revealing the aura of a commander-level monster all over its body. The 4 sharp claws raised high, wanting to kill Jiang Chen with one blow. Seeing this scene, Little Cheng suddenly became furious. It never expected that the four-clawed magic eagle would turn its guns on Jiang Chen at this moment. He dared to hit his master's idea. He really didn't know how to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme or die. The next moment, Xiaoqing didn't hesitate at all, and countless phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine/phoneme blades condensed and formed, attacking and killing the four-clawed magic eagle. Countless phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine/phoneme blades whizzed out, like a hail of bullets. Facing such attacks, the four-clawed magic eagle seemed to be able to handle it with ease, and quickly dodged the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind/phoneme blade by relying on its speed advantage. Charged towards Jiang Chen without slowing down at all. It has only one purpose at this moment, and that is to kill the human being in front of it at all costs. Jiang Chen looked at the four-clawed magic eagle that was attacking and killing him, with a sneer on his face. So impatient to die? Then I will fulfill you. Facing the four-clawed magic eagle that was phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals claws close/phoneme at hand, Jiang Chen didn't hesitate at all. His whole body circulated vitality, and he punched heavily. The moment Jiang Chen's fist touched the claws of the four-clawed magic eagle, the latter's four sharp claws were instantly shattered by the powerful punch. Boom! The punch was unbiased and directly smashed into the body of the four-clawed magic eagle. In front, out behind. Before the four-clawed magic eagle could utter a wail, it was already a corpse. Jiang Chen slowly pulled out his arm, opened his palm, and inside was a pitch-black demon pill. The quality of this demon pill is extremely high, much better than those of the demon beasts that were slaughtered before. According to Jiang Chen's estimation, it is worth at least gold coins. It's just that Jiang Chen doesn't care about these at the moment. His eyes are fixed on the corpse of the four-clawed magic eagle on the ground. He smiled and said, I never thought that body training is really so powerful, and it can kill such a powerful commander-level monster with one punch. Even Xiaoqing hovering in the sky showed a look of shock. It has fought against the four-clawed magic eagle, and it knows the strength of the other party deeply. Even if it wants to defeat it, it will take some effort. But the four-clawed magic eagle faced Jiang Chen, and was killed by a punch without even a chance to resist. This punch is really terrifying. Jiang Chen took out all the gains, and there were 4 monster pills in total. Although they killed many commander-level monsters along the way, none of these monsters had bred any monster pills in their bodies. The demon core is an extremely rare thing, and it is the essence of the whole monster. A monster that has cultivated a demon core is several times stronger than a monster that has not cultivated a demon core. Looking at the 4 demon pills in front of him, Jiang Chen smiled slightly. Such a harvest is also a worthwhile trip. Immediately, Jiang Chen began to use his ability to shrink the ground to an inch, and quickly returned from the inner circle of the monster beast mountain range to the outer circle. Not long after they left, many monsters began to gather from all directions to the place where the four-clawed magic eagle's body was. Looking at the dead four-clawed magic eagle on the ground, all the monsters present felt a lingering fear. Killing the overlord four-clawed magic falcon with one punch, how strong would a human being be? Soon the news spread to the core area of the monster beast mountain range. Cause an uproar. Go home. Jiang Chen first rested for a while, then got up from the bed. In fact, according to his current cultivation base, he can completely avoid sleep. Running the yin and yang exhalation method can replace sleep. It's just that for Jiang Chen, sleeping is a great blessing in life, and it is naturally the best to be able to sleep without any worries until he wakes up naturally. After washing up briefly, and taking a cold shower by the way, Jiang Chen began to count his gains from going to the monster beast mountain range this time. 3 demon pills of average quality, and 1 demon pill of high quality. According to Jiang Chen's estimation, the value of these demon pills should be around gold coins. A total of gold coins is definitely a considerable income. You must know that the annual expenses of ordinary people are only 100 gold coins. At this moment, Jiang Chen has already made up his mind, and after a while, he will go to Wanhuafang to sell these 4 demon pills. Presumably, Master Su Duan should give a reasonable price. At that time, I will spend a few thousand gold coins to buy a Qinkuan storage bag, so that I don't have to bury the corpses of those monsters on the spot, and I can sell them for money. Monster beasts are full of treasures. The reason why Jiang Chen was not interested in the corpses of monster beasts before was because he thought it was too troublesome. If there is a Qiankuan storage bag, you can directly put the corpse of the monster in it, which solves a lot of unnecessary troubles. At this moment, Jiang Chen's eyes fell on the pet egg beside him. Ever since I bought this Snow River Ice Tiger's pet egg from the pet market, I haven't seen anything unusual about it. It's just that Jiang Chen wouldn't take care of it intentionally because of the rusty sword that continuously poured vitality into it. At this moment, Jiang Chen could clearly feel that Xuechuan Bingu's pet egg moved. And there are signs of breaking out of the shell. Choo choo choo. Xiaoqing at the side also noticed something strange, and immediately flew into the air to look at it. It's just that Xiaoqing's eyes on the pet egg are not very friendly. When Jiang Chen wanted to empower the pet egg earlier, Xiaoqing stopped him, and had no choice but to use the rusty sword to warm and raise the pet egg. Now that the pet egg is about to break out of its shell, if Jiang Chen wasn't here, maybe Xiaoqing would have swallowed the pet egg in one gulp. Jiang Chen looked at the pet egg that was about to break out of its shell, the vitality flow in his hand, and he performed the yin-yang breath method, and began to gently pour his own vitality into it. Oh! Just when Jiang Chen's vitality had just been injected into it, the entire pet egg exploded instantly. I saw a domineering white tiger with a snow-white body and a golden king character on its forehead appearing in front of him. Just after breaking out of the shell, it already exudes a sense of majesty. When Xuechuan Bingu opened his dim eyes, he saw Jiang Chen in front of him at a glance, and rushed towards Jiang Chen without saying a word. Seeing this scene, Jiang Chen didn't dodge at all, and let the Xuechuan ice tiger play around on him. Good guy, you recognized yourself as soon as you broke out of the shell. Little guy, I'll call you Xiaobai from now on. Jiang Chen slowly stretched out a hand, picked it up, looking at Xiaobai who had just emerged from his shell. The smile on his face became more and more intense. Ding! It has been detected that the beast can be bound. The name of the royal beast, Snow River Ice Tiger, beast familiar level, commander level, growable, beast royal qualification, for stars, bloodline level, %, whether to bind the system beep sounded at this moment. Jiang Chen didn't hesitate at all, bind. Binding is successful. Binding royal beast, Xuechuan Ice Tiger. When the system prompt sounded, Jiang Chen could clearly feel a strange connection between himself and Xiaobai in front of him. This kind of connection also existed when I was bound to Xiaoqing at the beginning. It is a kind of connection between the master and the beast. Ding! It is detected that the host is bound to 2 royal beasts. The number of initiations has been increased to 2. Jiang Chen's eyes suddenly lit up. He originally thought that he could only give the initiation once a day. If he gave the Xuechuan Ice Tiger the initiation, it would definitely cause Xiaoqing's dissatisfaction. Fortunately, the system directly provides 2 opportunities for empowerment, so that I don't have to worry about who to empower. At this moment, a system prompt sounded. Mall system open. I saw a prompt panel suddenly appeared in front of Jiang Chen, and there were various objects on the panel. Vertical and horizontal knife technique, 50 years of cultivation. Jade Heart Sutra, 100 years of cultivation. Left and right fighting technique, 100 years of cultivation. Chrysanthemum collection, 300 years of cultivation. Nursing beauty pill, extreme grade, 10 years of cultivation. Beast familiar returning to ancestor experience card, 1000 years of repair. Looking at the items in the mall in front of him, Jiang Chen took a deep breath. These are some rare treasures, and each treasure has a clearly marked price and is of great value. Jiang Chen's eyes swept across in a hurry, and suddenly he froze in place. Practice space, primary 100 years of cultivation. When he opened the prompt panel, he instantly showed a frenzied expression. The practice space, as the name suggests, is a place for cultivators to practice, and the flow of time inside is different from that outside. 10 days inside, and only 1 day outside, is a rare artifact for cultivation. And not only can he rely on the cultivation space to cultivate, but even his imperial beast can enter the cultivation space. What is there to hesitate about? Buy it. Jiang Chen immediately placed an order to buy the cultivation space. Purchased successfully. When the system prompt sounded, Jiang Chen saw a bracelet on his arm, and with a thought, his consciousness appeared in a chaotic space. The vitality of this place is so strong. Feeling the vitality of the cultivation space, he suddenly marveled. When he moved his mind again, his consciousness returned to the room. Seeing Jiang Chen, who suddenly disappeared and then reappeared, both Xiaoqing and Xiaobai involuntarily backed away. Jiang Chen smiled slightly, and with a big wave of his hand, both Xiaoqing and Xiaobai entered the cultivation space. After some adaptation, Xiaoqing and Xiaobai soon had fun in the practice space. Now Xiaoqing's appearance is really too eye-catching. Bringing it around will definitely attract the attention of others. With this space for cultivation, when the time comes, just put Xiaoqing and Xiaobai here and take them out, so you don't have to be stared at every day. Really not bad. Jiang Chen showed a smile, very satisfied with the cultivation space. Xiaoqing, hey, master, are you so polite? Xiaobai, this silly bird attracts attention, it's none of my business, I want to go out and see the world. Jingle bell. Suddenly, a series of cell phone ringtones rang. Jiang Chen looked at the caller ID, with a look of helplessness on his face. Hey, Miss Lu, what's the matter? Jiang Chen answered the phone, and said impatiently. Jiang Chen, you finally answered the phone. Lu Jia on the other end of the phone seemed relieved. I was busy just now, so I didn't pay attention. It was only then that Jiang Chen realized that Lu Jia had made more than a dozen missed calls. He had entered the cultivation space before, and the phone was muted, so he didn't notice it. Jiang Chen, are you free tomorrow? What happened? That. My dad is back, and he wants to see you. Lu Jia's voice trembled, but it was obvious that she was extremely happy. See me? Jiang Chen frowned, and soon knew the reason. I have nothing to do with you, I can only be regarded as a friend at best. Quickly explain. I know, things like feelings have to flow slowly. My dad came back this time because he actually wanted to talk to you about other things. Lu Jia's tone obviously sank, but soon recovered. Anything else? When? Jiang Chen asked. Just tomorrow. It is good. Jiang Chen hung up the phone, subconsciously helped his forehead. He really didn't know what to say to Lu Jia, the eldest lady of the Lu family. First, he said that he was her fiancé in public, and then he tried so hard to get him a chance to try in the secret realm of Taoism, and now he asked himself to visit tomorrow. Although Jiang Chen knew what Lu Jia thought about him, but he didn't have the slightest thought of her. Hey, if it comes, it will be safe. Jiang Chen let out a long sigh, his face full of helplessness. Not long after the phone was hung up, a system notification sounded in Jiang Chen's ear. Ding! Bluebird violently beat Xuechuan Ice Tiger in the training space. Xuechuan Ice Tiger was blown away by the Bluebird. Xuechuan Ice Tiger fought back and was killed. The Bluebird is going to be super god. Jiang Chen, who was still irritated by the phone call, instantly changed his expression and appeared in the cultivation space with a thought. I saw Xiaoqing stepping on Xiaobai's head at this moment, laughing wantonly. Xiaoqing, dare to grab the care of the master with me, I will kill you. Xiaobai, master, help me. Xiaoqing, you can call it, the owner won't hear it if you yell loudly. Xiaoqing's eyes suddenly saw Jiang Chen, who appeared out of thin air. Xiaoqing, hey, master, it's not what you think, absolutely not. Jiang Chen looked at the birds and beasts in front of him, with a look of helplessness on his face. I just made a phone call, and the two of them actually started fighting in the cultivation space. Xiaobai, who was beaten and lying on the ground, seemed to see a savior, ran to Jiang Chen's feet, pointed at the scars on his body, full of grievances. Seeing this scene, Jiang Chen glared at Xiaoqing. But he knew that Xiaoqing didn't kill him, he just vented his dissatisfaction slightly. After all, Xiaoqing's current strength is capable of sweeping commander-level monsters. How could the fledgling Xiaobai be Xiaoqing's opponent? Without hesitation, Jiang Chen directly circulated the vitality and instilled it into Xiaobai's body to heal his wounds. Xiaoqing, like a child who has done something wrong, stood there in a daze, shaking her head and not daring to move. Thanks to Jiang Chen's help, Xiaobai's injury quickly stabilized, and he was able to heal on his own in a short time. Little Cheng. Jiang Chen softly called Xiaoqing, and the latter flew over with fluttering wings. The two of you are a family. It's useless to fight in the nest. If you want to beat us, you must beat outsiders. Isn't there a beast master of a monarch-level monster in that monster mountain range? We'll beat it when the two of you are stronger. Xiaoqing, who was already prepared to bear Jiang Chen's anger, was stunned when she heard these words. Xiaoqing, according to the development of the plot, shouldn't I be beaten at this time? Xiaobai, master, beat this silly bird. It's just that when the two of them heard Jiang Chen's words, they immediately understood what he meant. Choo choo choo. Oh ho ho. Both responded. Seeing this scene, Jiang Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. If these two beasts of mine are going to fight to the death, then it will be difficult for me as the master. Initiation. Jiang Chen yelled softly, and Xiaoqing immediately ran in front of him. Without the slightest hesitation, he directly instilled 100 years of cultivation into Xiaoqing. Ding! The host instills 100 years of cultivation into the blue bird. Trigger empowerment repair is a function, initiation repair is multiple extraction, initiation repair is multiplied 3 times, the host instills 100 years of cultivation, 3 times the return, and 300 years of cultivation will be returned. After 300 years of cultivation, Jiang Chen did not hesitate at all, and directly empowered Xiaobai as well. It's just that because Xiaobai has just emerged from his shell, he can't accept too much vitality at all. So Jiang Chen only empowered it with 1 year of cultivation. Ding! The host instilled a year of cultivation into Xuechuan Ice Tiger. Trigger empowerment repair is a function, initiation repair is multiple extraction, the multiplier of the empowerment repair, 60 times, the host instills a 1 year cultivation base, returns 60 times, and returns 60 years of cultivation base. After instilling a year of cultivation, Xiaobai's body has obviously grown a lot, and the majestic aura of the King of Beasts on his body has gradually revealed. After some empowerment, Jiang Chen directly obtained 360 years of cultivation. It's just that these cultivation bases didn't pour into his body directly, but were intercepted by the system mall. The cultivation level is able to buy and sell things in the shopping mall, and now Jiang Chen's strength is sufficient, so he naturally wants to save these cultivation bases for emergencies. Coming out of the cultivation space, Jiang Chen felt unprecedented comfort. Open the store. Looking at the dazzling array of products in the mall, Jiang Chen first used his 30 years of cultivation to buy 3 healing pills that could quickly recover from injuries. Cultivation deducted for 30 years, 3 healing pills purchased successfully, available repair balance, 330 years. Looking at the 3 round pills in his hand, Jiang Chen's face was full of joy. Junqiu didn't know what to bring to visit Lu Zhejia's father, but now these 3 healing pills are just ready-made gifts. After carefully packing the 3 healing pills in a box, Jiang Chen began to practice. The rusty sword from the auction was still hovering in mid-air, but there was no golden light shining on the blade at the moment. If it wasn't hovering in mid-air, it would look no different from a broken sword. But Jiang Chen knew that this sword was definitely not ordinary, it was very likely to be a great weapon handed down. Suddenly Jiang Chen came up with an idea, since the cultivation space can put living things in it, can it also put dead things in it? With a thought in Jiang Chen's mind, the rusty sword hovering in mid-air disappeared out of thin air. In the training space, Xiaoqing and Xiaobai, who were planning to fight again, looked at the rusty sword that appeared out of thin air in astonishment. Xiaoqing, let me go, you stinky cat is calling for a helper. Xiaobai, fuck you stinky cat, I'm a tiger, okay? Xiaoqing, you call a helper, you can't afford it, you little trash. Xiaobai, get out. Early the next morning, a luxury car stopped in front of Jiang Chen's house. 3 men in black suits and sunglasses alighted from the luxury car, each exuding an indescribable aura. Seeing such a posture, Jiang Chen's face changed slightly. Just when he was puzzled, the car door on one side opened slowly, and a pair of pure white jade legs touched the ground slowly. Wearing a long snow-white dress, Lu Zhejia slowly got off the luxury car. Jiang Chen, I'll pick you up. Lu Zhejia walked in front of Jiang Chen, exuding a unique fragrance from her body, fascinating all beings. Jiang Chen was slightly taken aback, and asked in confusion, why do you have to take a car? Because if you don't take a car, you will get lost in my house. Lu Zhejia smiled lightly, took Jiang Chen's hand and let him sit in the car. Then he looked around, frowned and asked, where's Xiaoqing? Never mind it. Jiang Chen wouldn't tell the matter about the cultivation space. Hearing this, Lu Jejia nodded slightly and asked the driver to drive, and the three men in sunglasses got into another car one after another. Speeding all the way, Jiang Chen soon came to the outskirts. At this time, a huge iron gate blocked his only way. The driver picked up the microphone and said something, and the iron door slowly opened. Jiang Chen, you have entered my house now. Lu Jejia looked at Jiang Chen's stunned expression and said with a smile. Good guy, the Lu family in Hangzhou is really rich, and they can actually use such a large suburb for building houses. No wonder Lu Jejia dared to spend a lot of money to buy beauty pills. It seems that the Lu family in Hangzhou is really not short of money. Soon the luxury car stopped in front of a quaint house. Looking at the antique house in front of him, Jiang Chen only felt 4 large characters. Majestic. We have arrived. Lu Jejia got out of the car first, followed by Jiang Chen. Seeing the faint vitality fluctuations around him, Jiang Chen immediately realized that the Lu family in Hangzhou had set up many restrictions here. If there is no one who knows the way to phoneme alphabet equals IPA/PH equals lead/phoneme the way, even if you accidentally break into this place, you will never be able to find such a house. Come on, my dad is waiting for you. Lu Jejia took a deep breath, took Jiang Chen's hand and walked towards the courtyard. Entering the house, there is a universe inside. Countless treasures that are priceless outside are placed in the yard so casually, such as Wangwali chairs and ice jade statues. What you can see can only be described in 2 words. Local tycoon. You are Jiang Chen? Just when Jiang Chen was shocked by the wealth of the Lu family in Hangzhou, a dull voice sounded. A wooden door opened, and a middle-aged man in Taoist robe walked out slowly, followed by an old man and a young man. The young man was wearing a Taoist robe, with a smile on his face. The old man beside him was dressed as a servant, and he looked like a follower of the young man. This young man, Jiang Chen recognized, was naturally Bai Lianhua, the second young master of the Bai family in Hangzhou who pursued Lu Jejia in school. When Bai Lianhua's gaze fell on Jiang Chen, he was stunned for a moment, and then he was filled with disgust. I met President Lu. Jiang Chen cupped his hands at the middle-aged man and revealed his identity. This person is Lu Jejia's father and the current president of the Taoist Association, Lu Sanyuan. Hearing this, Lu Sanyuan put his hands behind his back and said calmly, Jiang Chen, I heard that in this school competition, you defeated the previous champion Bai Zhanji? Exactly. Jiang Chen nodded his head. He didn't understand what Lu Sanyuan's intention was when he said these words. Bai Zhanji has always been a leader in the younger generation of my Taoist association. If you can defeat her, you must have something extraordinary. Although some people say that you used some methods secretly, I know that those are all rumors. Lu Sanyuan's eyes fell on Jiang Chen, and after looking at him for a while, he said slowly. President Lu has something to say, and there is no need to go round and round. Jiang Chen frowned and said to Lu Sanyuan. Jiang Chen, you've got the guts of a bear, and you dare to talk to President Lu like that. Before Lu Sanyuan could speak, Bai Lianhua at the side seized the opportunity to shout angrily. The old man beside him slowly raised his eyes and looked at Jiang Chen with sharp eyes. 3-star foundation building master. Jiang Chen immediately understood the strength of Bai Lianhua's confidence. He had a foundation building master at his side to protect him, so he absolutely thought that he would not dare to make a move against him. It's a pity that he was wrong. Even if Jiang Chen only relied on his physical strength, he could kill a commander-level monster with one punch. What's more, with a mere star foundation establishment realm, if Jiang Chen wanted to make a move, he couldn't stop him at all. It's just that this is the territory of the Lu family in Hangzhou after all, not to mention that Lu Sanyuan, the head of the Lu family, is standing here, so I can't see blood as soon as I meet. The emperor is not in a hurry, the eunuch is in a hurry. Second young master of the Bai family, what are you? Jiang Chen looked at Bai Lianhua, who spoke coldly. His tone was full of disdain. Your grandma's old zhong. Bai Lianhua reacted like a cat whose tail was stepped on. The old man beside him had already wrapped his whole body with vitality at this moment, making a charge. Okay, calm down. At this moment, Lu Sanyuan, who had been watching the situation quietly, spoke. As soon as he opened his mouth, the old man next to Bai Lianhua restrained his vitality and returned behind him. Lu Sanyuan walked down the steps with his hands behind his hands, looking at Jiang Chen in front of him. Said lightly, "Don't be chaotic in the face of danger, and don't be surprised when things change. You really look like your father." After finishing speaking, he patted Jiang Chen on the shoulder and said, "It's a pity that your father is missing now. If he was in Hangzhou, your life should be much easier." Hearing these words, Jiang Chen trembled all over. Lu Sanyuan obviously investigated himself, if not, how could he know about his father? 2. Today I have a distinguished guest from the Lu family, so please leave first. As for the little girl's marriage, I still need to discuss it in detail some other day. Lu Sanyuan looked at Bai Lianhua and the others, and said with a slight smile. Hearing that the host gave the order to evict guests, no matter how thick-skinned Bai Lianhua was, he couldn't stay here any longer, so he had to leave hastily. After Qi Lianhua and others left, Lu Sunyuan's frown was relieved. "Come on, go in and sit down." He smiled slightly at Jiang Chen, and then made a gesture of invitation. "After you." The latter nodded and also returned the courtesy. After entering the house, Lu Sanyuan called Jiang Chen to sit down. "Jiang Chen, I asked you to rush over this time because I want to tell you something." Lu Sanyuan got straight to the point. "President Lu, please speak directly." Jiang Chen nodded. "You also know that our Lu family in Hangzhou and the Bai family in Hangzhou used to be married. Although it's a joke that the older generation didn't intend to say, we younger generations should also take it seriously." Lu Sanyuan hesitated to speak. "President Lu, don't worry, Miss Lu and I are just ordinary friends." Seeing that Lu Sanyuan was having a hard time opening his mouth, Jiang Chen hurriedly clarified his relationship with Lu Jejia. "Is this true?" Lu Sanyuan frowned and looked at Jiang Chen. "Of course, if Chairman Lu misunderstood something, it would be my negligence," Jiang Chen said slowly. As soon as the words fell, an old voice came from behind. "I saw Lu Jejia supporting Master Lu into the room." The moment Lu Sanyuan saw Master Lu, he quickly got up and saluted him respectfully. "Sanyuan, the old man seems to have said that he will not let you get involved with the little girl." Master Lu stood still with a cane in his hand, and glared at Lu Sanyuan. Lu Sanyuan, who has always been known for his thunderous methods outside, was silent in front of Master Lu. Master Lu slowly came to Jiang Chen's side, and said with a smile, "Boy of the Jiang family, don't be nervous, the old man is here." At this moment Lu Sanyuan said in a deep voice, "Father, we can't stop this matter. When the elders of our Lu family settled this marriage, you were there. If our Lu family breaks the engagement, I'm afraid it's not just the Bai family who won't let it go, it's very likely that even the old guys from the Taoist Association won't sit idly by." Upon hearing this, Master Lu said coldly, "So what if the Bai family doesn't want to let it go? If you have the ability, let the head of the Bai family come and find the old man in person. It's true that the pulp is a marriage, but it was just a joke back then. Don't you look at the virtue of the second boy of the Bai family, and he is worthy of marrying a girl from my Lu family?" As soon as Bai Lianhua was mentioned, Master Lu's eyes were full of disdain and disgust. "But it's nothing to worry about. Even if the sky falls, the old man will hold it up. Since the little girl has a sweetheart in her heart, let the second boy of the Bai family stay cool. Don't make trouble for the old man. If the little girl hadn't found the old man today, the old man would not have known that you were secretly planning such a plan." Master Lu scolded Lu Sanyuan a lot. Facing the eloquence of the former, the latter can only choose to keep silent. Although he is now the president of the Taoist Association, in the Lu family, Master Lu is still the most respected. After counting for a while, Master Lu took Jiang Chen away, and Lu Jejia was naturally the one who left Lu's house with him. When he came outside the house, Master Lu said to Jiang Chen, "Boy of the Jiang family, I know that you don't have any feelings for the little girl right now. But the old man knows that the little girl's heart has been bound by you. No matter how you choose, the old man will not force you. The old man only hopes that you can give the little girl a chance, even one." Hearing this, Jiang Chen fell silent, and looked at the shy Lu Jejia. After taking a deep breath, he said, "Master Lu, let nature take its course. Master Lu was taken aback when he heard the words, and then said, "Forget it, it's because my Lu family can't cling to the big tree of your Jiang family. Your father was like this back then, and you are like this today. My Lu family's 2 generations of stunning women, why are you father and son so fascinated by you?" After leaving Lu's house, Jiang Chen was finally able to catch his breath. Now he really doesn't know how to face Lu Jiajia's pursuit. You must know that Lu Jiajia was originally the eldest lady of the Lu family in Hangzhou, and she has such a noble status, but she is just a worthless beast master in the eyes of others. Even if Master Lu came forward to protect the media, he couldn't agree to it. Jiang Chen, who returned home soon, received a letter. This letter is from the Bounty Hunters Guild. After simply reading the letter, Jiang Chen rushed to the Bounty Hunters Guild without stopping. As soon as I walked through the door, I saw a large group of bounty hunters gathered inside. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the golden reward order in front of them, and their faces were full of fanaticism. Seeing Jiang Chen enter the door, everyone just casually glanced at him and ignored him. "Boy, are you a bounty hunter too?" At this moment, an old man with the appearance of a beggar in ragged clothes slowly walked in from the door, holding a broken bowl in one hand and a long stick in the other. There was a pungent and unpleasant smell from his body. Ah! Jiang Chen nodded. He didn't dislike the stench of this beggar old man at all. "Looking at your appearance, you shouldn't be very old. If you want to receive a gold-level reward at this age, I'm afraid it's too much." The old beggar looked at Jiang Chen, shook his head and said, "Gold-level reward order?" Jiang Chen was taken aback for a moment, and only then did he understand why such a group of people suddenly appeared in the Bounty Hunter Guild, which had been empty for a long time. It turned out that there was a gold-level reward order released. The reward orders are divided into 5 categories: bronze, silver, gold, platinum, and diamond. Although it is heard that there are 2 kinds of reward orders on top of diamonds, but these are all rumors, and it is unknown whether they are true or not. Most of the generally issued reward orders are bronze, and very few are silver. As for the gold-level reward order, it is phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often / phoneme not encountered once a year, and once it is released, it will cause bounty hunters to loot it. Not to mention platinum and even diamond-level bounties. Just as Jiang Chen was chatting with the beggar old man, he saw Vice President Shen of the Bounty Hunters Guild slowly walking out of a door. Looking around, he said calmly, "I think you all came here after receiving a letter from our Bounty Hunters Guild. This time you are called here because there is a gold-level reward order issued. The task of the gold-level reward order this time is very simple, and there is no set number of people and strength to accept the task. The task is as follows. The old man of the Su family in Hangzhou is seriously ill. The owner of the Su family will not hesitate to spend a lot of money to issue a reward order. As long as someone can cure the old man's illness, he can get gold coins." When Vice President Shen announced the mission of the gold rank reward order, everyone present froze in place for a moment. Cure? They are a large group of people who lick blood on the tip of their knives. It may be okay to let them kill people, but it is simply a fantasy to let them save people. At this moment, a lazy voice sounded. "Saving people? I'm good at it. Okay?" When this lazy voice sounded, all the bounty hunters present all looked back. What came into view was a poor beggar dressed in rags, and immediately showed a look of disgust. Seeing this, the latter immediately waved his hand. "I didn't say that. It's me." Jiang Chen walked out from behind the old beggar, faced the crowd, and spoke lightly. "Boy, you dare to imitate others to snatch a gold-level reward order before you even have full hair. You really are a newborn calf who is not afraid of tigers." A burly bounty hunter with a fierce face looked at Jiang Chen and sneered. The latter's complexion did not change, and he said lightly, "You can try to say what you just said again. Just say it, kid, you're crazy." The ferocious bounty hunter just said a few words, but his figure flew upside down like a kite with a broken string. Directly smashed several tables in the Bounty Hunters Guild. Everyone looked at the murderous-looking bounty hunter who flew out backwards, with a mouth full of blood. All of them were horrified. They all know how powerful that bounty hunter is. He once killed a warrior-level monster with his own strength, and his strength is extremely powerful. But at the moment the many bounty hunters who were watching took a breath waste. Jiang Chen slowly withdrew his fist, glanced at the ferocious-looking bounty hunter lying unconscious on the ground, and spoke indifferently. Then he walked slowly in front of Vice President Chen, and said slowly, "Vice President Chen, I have accepted the gold-level reward this time." As soon as the voice fell, it immediately caused dissatisfaction among many bounty hunters present. "Boy, who do you think you are? If you want to accept the gold-level reward order, just accept it. His grandma, you were still wearing crotch pants when I killed all the monsters outside the mountain range. Where is the little bastard who dares to compete with Lao Tzu for a gold-level reward order? Little brat, I advise you not to be ignorant of flattery." At this moment, seeing that Jiang Chen was about to accept the gold-level reward order, many bounty hunters who were not weak in strength uttered foul language one after another. Although they were also a little afraid of Jiang Chen, but under the temptation of gold coins, their courage grew a lot. You must know that gold coins are enough for them to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme comfortably for the rest of their lives. Jiang Chen looked at everyone without changing his expression. "Oh? You can say it again." Small boom. Before a few people could open their mouths, they saw a fist the size of a sandbag hitting their faces. There were screams, and Jiang Chen punched the few people who spoke out earlier. Because of this punch in the face, several people were completely changed in an instant. Jiang Chen glanced over the other bounty hunters present, and said calmly, "Who else has an opinion?" Among the bounty hunters present, there were many who were dissatisfied, but after seeing Jiang Chen's method of blowing people away with one punch, they were all terrified. They were all glad that they hadn't said anything rude just now, otherwise they would be the ones who fell there half dead. Seeing that no one spoke, Jiang Chen just turned his head and said to Vice President Chen, "I'll take it." Seeing this, the latter let out a long sigh, and slowly handed Jiang Chen a sign representing the gold rank reward order in his hand. He said softly, "Little guy, the Su family in Hangcheng is not easy to mess with. If you don't have such superb medical skills, I'm afraid." Vice President Chen was about to continue, but found that Jiang Chen, who was still in front of him a second ago, had already arrived outside the door in the blink of an eye. This little guy, oh. Vice President Chen let out a long sigh, his face full of sadness. The Su family in Hangzhou is not an ordinary force. It must have extraordinary means to be compared with the Lu family and the Bai family. And the old man Su of the Su family in Hangzhou is the person behind the scenes of the Su family. It is precisely because of the old man Su who is in charge of the Su family that many young people who covet the status of the Su family dare not act rashly. This time, Mrs. Su was seriously ill. If it hadn't been for the ineffective search of famous doctors, the Su family in Hangzhou would never have pinned their hopes on a gold-level reward order. Jiang Chen, who received the gold-level reward order, quickly rushed back home. With a thought, he entered the cultivation space. In the cultivation space at this time, Xiaoqing and Xiaobai stood facing each other, and both of them had more or less scars on their bodies. It's just that these scars were not caused by the battle between the two, but the sword energy emitted by the rusty sword in front of them cut them. "Xiaoqing, stinky cat, where did you find the rescuers?" "Xiaobai, how many times have I told you that this sword really has nothing to do with me?" Xiaoqing gave Xiaobai a supercilious look, "Do you believe me?" At the same time, Jiang Chen, who entered the cultivation space, quickly noticed the injuries on Xiaoqing and Xiaobai. When he found that the scars on the two were from sword wounds, he was taken aback for a moment. "It looks like this rusty sword is a bit dangerous." Jiang Chen frowned and looked at the rusty sword hovering in mid-air, muttering to himself. You must know that both Xiaoqing and Xiaobai are beast masters with ancestral bloodlines, especially Xiaoqing. Even in the face of the attack of the commander-level monsters, they can remain unscathed. But facing the sword energy overflowing from the rusty sword in front of him, he was bruised all over his body. This sword is very dangerous. Now Jiang Chen still doesn't need this sword. If he puts it outside, it is very likely to destroy his home. And if it is placed in the cultivation space, it will accidentally hurt Xiaoqing and Xiaobai. Just when Jiang Chen was thinking about the solution, something suddenly flashed in his mind. Open the mall system. Mall system opened. Jiang Chen rummaged through the shopping mall system, and finally found a display stand in it. Myriad Realms Exhibition Stand, 100 Years of Repair. There are only 4 big characters in the introduction of the Myriad Realms display stand. Indestructible. Jiang Chen looked at the Myriad Realms display stand in front of him. This is what he needs most right now. As long as you put the rusty sword into it, you don't have to worry about the sword energy overflowing and hurting Xiaoqing and Xiaobai. Just this 100-year cultivation base is too pitiful. It's just a display stand, but he actually needs 100 years of cultivation. He really is a black-hearted traitor. But after all, buy or buy? Buy. Deducting 100 years of cultivation base, the Myriad Realms display stand was successfully purchased. Cultivation balance, 230 years, along with a flash of golden light, an ordinary display stand appeared in front of Jiang Chen. It is exactly the same as the display stand where the goods are stored in Wanuofang. The moment the Myriad Realms display stand appeared, the rusty sword hovering in mid-air seemed to be pulled by something, and fell directly into the Myriad Realms display stand. Rusty sword, which was originally full of sword energy, became stable after entering the 10,000 Realms display stand. Jiang Chen, who saw the scene, was absolutely sure that his cultivation was not a loss. The Su family in Hangzhou is different from the Lu family and the Bai family. The Su family is located on the coast of the East China Sea, far away from the internal disputes in Hangzhou. After Jiang Chen received the gold-level reward order, he began to search non-stop for a vehicle that could drive to the coast of the East China Sea. It's just that because Hangzhou is a long distance from the coast of the East China Sea, ordinary drivers are unwilling to drive hundreds of kilometers to that place. Fortunately, the Bounty Hunters Guild sent a car to take Jiang Chen to the coast of the East China Sea. Of course, the reward was not low, a full 10 gold coins. 10 gold coins is naturally not a big amount for Jiang Chen today. After paying the money, Jiang Chen quickly arrived at the Su family's ancient house on the shore of the East China Sea. It's really stylish. Looking at the buildings in front of him, Jiang Chen couldn't help admiring. The Su family has a long history and has taken root in Hangzhou a long time ago. It is an old force in Hangzhou. When the Taoist Association was established, the Su family played an indispensable role in it. The frontier of the Su family, come and stop. Just when Jiang Chen raised his foot and was about to step forward, an angry shout sounded. Immediately afterwards, two figures galloped towards him. They were dressed in snow-white clothes and a white peaked cap, holding two long sticks in each hand, and blocked Jiang Chen's front. Looking at the two people in front of him, Jiang Chen frowned slightly. Unexpectedly, the Su family in Hangzhou actually ambushed the guards everywhere. Not long after I got out of the car, I ran into the guards of the Su family. It seemed that the other party had already been on guard. I'm here to treat Mrs. Su's illness. Jiang Chen showed the sign that Vice President Shen had handed over to him. The two guards took it over and took a closer look, and after looking at each other, they chose to give way. After this incident, Jiang Chen's journey was unimpeded, and he soon came to an antique courtyard. There is a pair of plaques hanging in the courtyard. On the plaque is the word Su family. The pen is vigorous, and it looks like it was written by a strong Confucianist. Are you here to treat my grandfather? At this moment, the gate of the courtyard slowly opened, and a young girl walked out in a white dress. There was no rouge and gouache on her face, and her appearance could be regarded as Xiaojiobiyu. Looking at the white-clothed girl in front of him, Jiang Chen nodded, but didn't speak. Are you invited by my uncle, or by my third uncle? The girl in white looked at Jiang Chen, who was not much older than herself, and asked with great interest. Bounty Hunters Guild. Jiang Chen had no intention of in-depth communication with him, and immediately reported his identity. Oh? It turns out that you accepted the gold-level reward order from me. The girl in white let out an "oh," and a gleam of light flashed in her eyes. I thought the Bounty Hunters Guild would send a thick-skinned man, or an old man who falters, but I didn't expect such a fresh meat like you to come. When Jiang Chen heard this, he was stunned for a moment. You must know that the bounty of the gold-level reward order this time is a total of gold coins. No matter where 100,000 gold coins are placed, it is definitely not a small amount, and the girl in white in front of her is the person who issued the gold-level reward order. Doesn't it mean that the famous girl in front of her can spend a huge sum of 100,000 gold coins? But when Jiang Chen remembered that Lu Jiejie spent a lot of money to buy the nourishing pill at the auction, he immediately felt relieved. It seems that the girl in white in front of her is a rich woman just like Lu Jejia. Ishue, who are you talking to? A gentle questioning voice came from the courtyard. Dad, it's the doctor I invited to treat Grandpa. Since the person has arrived, don't let him stand outside, let him come in and sit. The gentle voice sounded again. Suishua smiled slightly, and said to Jiang Chen, let's go. Walking into the gate of the courtyard, you will be greeted by antique decorations. A middle-aged man in a suit was sitting on a stone bench with a cup of tea in his hand, with a serious expression on his face. Dad. Sui Shue called softly to the man in the suit. The latter nodded, looked at Jiang Chen behind Sui Shue, and was stunned for a moment. Ishue, where is the doctor you hired? That's it. Sui Shue pointed at Jiang Chen. He? The face of the man in the suit changed slightly, and his brows were furrowed. It's really ridiculous that a fledgling brat dares to plot against my Su family. Ishue, don't be fooled by this brat. Come to my Su's house to bluff and cheat at a young age. I really don't know how to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live /phoneme or die. At this moment, several people walked in one after another from outside the house, the head of which was a fat man in his 20s who glanced at Jiang Chen and reminded Su Ishue. Su Beiji, no one will treat you as dumb if you don't speak. Seeing this person, Su Ishue's expression changed suddenly, and she said in a cold voice. Second uncle, long time no see. You look bad these days. Pay attention to your body and don't focus on women. That's not good. Su Beiji ignored Su Ishue at all. He looked at the man in the suit and sneered. The man in the suit is named Su Tianqi, the second son of Mrs. Su. Grandpa Su has 3 sons, the eldest is Su Tianxi, the second is Su Tianqi, and the third is Su Tianan. Su Beiji, watch your words. Su Ishue glared at Su Beiji and said harshly. The latter ignored the former's words at all, and said to Su Tianqi, second uncle, this is Mr. Miao, a genius doctor who I paid a lot of money to come out of the mountain from Fuching next door. Su Baring pointed to the elderly man dressed in rich and noble clothes beside him. His face was full of complacency. Miao Miracle Doctor has a great reputation in Fucheng. It is rumored that even if he is injured by a poisonous monster, as long as the person is not dead, he can rejuvenate and bring him back to life. It's worthless to have a false name. Although Miracle Dr. Miao said so, his face was full of unconcealable arrogance. Su Tianqi was silent when he heard this. Su Beiji is the third son of the Su family and the eldest son of Su Tianan. He grew up with a golden spoon in his mouth from birth. Although he does things domineeringly, he has extremely high Taoist talent. Now that he is only 25 years old, he has already reached the one-star foundation building stage, and is known as the pillar of the Su family in the future. A father is more expensive than a son, and because of Su Beiji's extremely high talent, his father's status in the Su family has become higher and higher, and he has stabilized Su Tianqi's head. Jiang Chen looked at the two forces in the courtyard who were at war with each other, and he could clearly feel that the strength of this fat man with big ears had just stepped into the Taoist foundation establishment realm. Even the foundations are far from solid. And the old man next to him, who was called Miao Miracle Doctor, didn't even have the slightest vitality. Jiang Chen saw the clues on the other party at a glance. He walked slowly to Su Ishue's side, and said to the slightly stooped Miracle Dr. Miao, it may not be me who came to the Su's house to bluff. Hearing Jiang Chen's words, Miracle Dr. Miao's expression suddenly changed. Before he could open his mouth, Su Beiji on the side said angrily, where is the little bastard? His grandma dares to speak rudely to Miracle Dr. Miao. While speaking, the subordinates beside Su Beiji clenched their fists and walked towards Jiang Chen slowly. Stop. Seeing this scene, Su Tianqi let out a loud shout. Su Beiji glanced at Su Tianqi, then signaled his subordinates to stop. He said coldly, second uncle, everyone is here to treat Grandpa's illness today, so I don't need to worry about it. It's just that the guy next to you is obviously a trickster who came to Su's house to bluff and deceive. If you let him treat Grandpa's illness and Grandpa goes west by crane, you can't get rid of it. After finishing speaking, Su Beiji led the people under his hands and walked towards the house. After they left, Su Tianqi sighed and said, little friend, what's your name? Su Tianqi looked at Jiang Chen and asked. Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, pretend you didn't see what happened just now. Ah. Jiang Chen nodded. Su Tianqi stood up slowly, his eyes fell on Su Ishue, and he said lightly, Ishue, Beiji is becoming more and more powerful in the family now, so it's better if we don't provoke him. Now that your grandfather is critically ill, if the old man really drives west, then with the temper of Ba Jia and his son, we will definitely have nothing good to eat. Su Ishue was silent for a long time, and finally nodded. Let's go, it's time to treat Grandpa. Su Tianqi smiled lightly, and beckoned the two of them to walk towards a room. As soon as he entered the room, he saw an old man with white hair lying on the bed, and beside him stood a thin man in white clothes. With his hands behind his back, the thin man quietly looked at the miraculous Dr. Miao who was taking old Master Su's pulse. Miao, miracle doctor, how is it? Su Beiji looked at miraculous physician Miao's uncertain face, and immediately asked questions. According to the old man's pulse, Mrs. Su must have been poisoned. Poison? Su Beiji's expression changed upon hearing this. This poison is not the other poison. Old Master Su should have been poisoned once when he was young. At that time, the poison was cured by an expert, but the toxin of this poison is still deposited in old Master Su's body. Over time, as the old man Su got older, the toxins began to show up, and over time, the current situation was formed. Dr. Miao spoke eloquently. Hearing these words, Jiang Chen's face changed slightly. He didn't expect that this miraculous doctor really has two skills. Does Dr. Miao have a way to detoxify? Su Beiji asked. Dr. Miao was silent for a long time, shook his head and sighed. This poison has penetrated deep into the bone marrow. Even if it can be cured, I am afraid that old Master Su may not be able to bear it. The old man's medical skills are shallow. Unless it is the genius doctor of the world who takes action, he will be able to find a glimmer of life for Mrs. Su. Everyone who heard this trembled for a moment. Only the world's genius doctor can save Mrs. Su? Can't cure this poison? At this moment, Jiang Chen spoke calmly. Dr. Miao turned his head to see Jiang Chen, and said with a sneer, Don't make such sarcastic remarks, even the world's most talented doctor can only have a chance of survival here. A chance of life? I'm absolutely sure. Jiang Chen stepped forward in one step, and got phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to old Master Su's bed. Looking at the pale old Master Su on the bed, he shook his head slightly. Totally sure? Boy, do you really think you are a miracle doctor? Today, if you can detoxify old Master Su's poison, the old man Miao Shouchuan will worship you as his teacher. I will kneel down 3 times and kowtow 9 times to you. Dr. Miao glanced at Jiang Chen and said with disdain, That's what you said. Jiang Chen didn't expect that when he came to save someone by himself, he could take in an apprentice along the way. Although miracle Dr. Miao's cultivation was negligible, his medical skills were still superb, and he was able to see exactly where Mrs. Su's illness was. Jiang Chen, are you really sure? If it doesn't work, don't take the risk. Su Tianqi and Su Ishue, who saw the scene, spoke out. Boy, if you can't cure old Master Su's poison, what should you do? Dr. Miao asked at this time. Don't worry, there is no such possibility. Jiang Chen smiled lightly, then secretly communicated with the system, and opened the mall system. Detoxification pill, 10 years of cultivation. After deducting 10 years of cultivation, the detoxification pill was successfully purchased. Cultivation balance, 220 years. I saw Jiang Chen put his hand into his bosom, and took out an exquisite wooden box from it. This is what he just bought from the mall system. The exquisite wooden box was opened, and there was a pill inside. The whole body of the elixir is dark green, with golden stripes dotted on the top, which looks quite extraordinary. What is this? When everyone saw this elixir, they all showed doubts. Jiang Chen ignored the crowd, stretched out a hand to pinch the detoxification pill, and was about to let the unconscious old Master Su swallow it. Stop. You kid actually wants to kill Mrs. Su. Come on, catch him for me. At this moment, Su Beiji shouted, and more than 10 guards rushed in one after another from outside the house. Seeing this posture, Jiang Chen said coldly, If you don't want old Master Su to die, you'd better let this group of people get out now. Also, you get out of here too. Hearing this, Su Beiji's expression was gloomy, and he glared at Jiang Chen viciously. Just as he was about to be arrested by his subordinates, Su Tianqi said, "Everyone leave the house. If something happens to Mrs. Su, I, Su Tianqi, will be responsible." After hearing this, the guards of the Su family left the house one after another, and they did not forget to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme the door of the house. Second uncle, if grandpa is driving west today, you should know what will happen. No. After Su Beiji and Su Tianqi exchanged glances, they finally closed their mouths. Jiang Chen slowly brought the detoxification pill in his hand to Old Master Su's mouth, and with the vitality in his hand, he directly opened the latter's tightly closed mouth. The detoxification pill was stuffed in, and then the vitality was circulated again, so that the detoxification pill was swallowed from the mouth. After everything was dealt with, Jiang Chen just took his hand back. Seeing Mrs. Su, who still didn't show any signs of improvement on the bed, Dr. Miao frowned and looked at Jiang Chen, and asked, "Why isn't there any improvement?" After the latter put his hands down, he said calmly, "Let the pill digest for a while." At this moment, the atmosphere in the whole room was extremely solemn, and everyone's eyes were fixed on Old Master Su, who was on the sick bed. Only Jiang Chen looked normal, not worried about his next situation at all. He knew that the products produced by the system must be high-quality goods, and the detoxification pill could definitely remove the toxins from Old Master Su's body. Cough, cough. At this moment, a cough sounded in the silent room. Accompanied by the sound of coughing, Su Tianqi, who had been holding his breath, finally breathed a sigh of relief. He was afraid that Jiang Chen would kill Old Master Su. If Old Master Su died after taking that pill, then his lineage would be considered over. Cough, cough. Old Master Su slowly woke up from his coma. The originally pale face also began to gradually return to rosy. Apparently, the medicinal power of Jiadu pill had dissipated in his body. Father. Grandfather. Su Tianqi and Su Ishihua spoke at the same time. Grandpa, you've woken up. I've spent so much time running around for you these days. Su Beiji pushed away the crowd, and knelt down next to Mrs. Su's bed with a plop. How pitiful it looked. Seeing this scene, Su Ishihua's face changed. During the period when Mrs. Su was in a coma, she and her father were the ones who really worked hard, and Su Beiji brought Miracle Dr. Miao over from the beginning to the end today. What the hell is running around? He's just farting. At this moment, it wasn't the members of the Su family who were most excited, but the miraculous Dr. Miao, who had been watching Jiang Chen take the elixir for Old Master Su. Miracle Dr. Miao looked at the revived Old Master Su with horror on his face. He has phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red slash phoneme medical classics all his life. Although his achievements in medical skills are not as good as those of those genius doctors, he can be regarded as the best in Fucheng. He has been practicing medicine for so many years, and he can tell at a glance that Old Master Su's time is numbered, and that any miracle doctor can have a chance of life, and it is just a tactful expression of this matter. But he never expected that the poisonous disease, which had no cure at all, would be cured by Jiang Chen's pill. Unheard of. Dr. Miao, you seem to have promised me something. Jiang Chen looked at Miracle Dr. Miao, who was full of astonishment, and said calmly. The latter was slightly taken aback, then stood up, faced Jiang Chen, and knelt down on the ground with a plop. A real man was born between heaven and earth. How can there be no reason to keep his promises? Disciple Maya Shuchen, apprentice today. Miracle Dr. Miao, who was already hunched, knelt on the ground, knelt down and kowtowed 3 times to Jiang Chen. Immediately afterwards, he got up again and knelt down again, kowtowing 3 times. After kneeling down for the 3rd time and kowtowing for the 9th time, he never stood up again. Seeing this, Jiang Chen said lightly, "Okay, I'll accept you." As soon as these words came out, Miracle Dr. Miao stood up slowly, and on his forehead, blood had already slowly left along the wound. 3 bows and 9 knocks. Seeing this scene, Su Beiji opened his mouth wide and was speechless for a long time. Ahem, apocalypse. Father, I'm here. Old Master Su called softly, and Su Tianqi hurriedly got up and came to the bedside. These days, old man, although I have fallen into a deep sleep, my consciousness is clear. I know exactly who treats me well and who treats me badly. As soon as these words came out, Su Beiji's hairs immediately stood on end. Be conscious. The elixir that little guy gave me is definitely not a vulgar thing. When this elixir entered my body, the toxins in my body were swept away and replaced by gentle vitality. Old Master Su showed a smile on his face, and glanced at Jiang Chen, who was talking with Divine Dr. Miao. This genius doctor, how did you invite him out of the mountain? Before Su Tianqi could speak, Su Yishui at the side hurriedly told the old man what happened. Absurd! Unexpectedly, Mrs. Su was furious after hearing this. A mere reward of 100,000 gold coins? My Su family can't afford to lose this man. Old Master Su scolded angrily, and then called Jiang Chen to his side. He opened his mouth and asked, Genius Dr. Jiang, I know that the value of your elixir is definitely not low. Yi Shui is an ignorant child who thinks that 100,000 gold coins can be used as a reward. Only I know that this is not something that can be bought with gold coins. Jiang Miracle Doctor, just speak up. Today you are a life-saving grace to me. Whatever you want, I will give it to you. Jiang Chen looked at the serious old man Su, and frowned. Although the detoxification pill is indeed valuable, it is only worth 10 years of cultivation. I can buy a basket by myself, and 100,000 gold coins is enough. Master Su doesn't have to be like this, he should pay attention to the rules. I received a reward order from the Bounty Hunters Guild. Since the reward is, gold coins, I only need to pay, gold coins. Jiang Chen opened his mouth lightly, and he didn't open his mouth as loudly as Old Master Su expected. Old Master Su was slightly taken aback when he heard this. Could it be that the conditions he offered were not attractive enough? Dr. Jiang, no matter what the conditions are, my Su family can accept them. Old Master Su emphasized it. Jiang Chen waved his hand, unmoved. It's important to act on principles. As soon as these words came out, Old Master Su was stunned. Dr. Jiang, it's me who treats the stomach of a gentleman with the heart of a villain. From today onwards, Miracle Dr. Jiang is the guest of my Su family. In the future, whenever Miracle Dr. Jiang is useful to my Su family, feel free to speak up. As soon as Mrs. Su's words came out, there was a burst of exclamation. Su Tianqi and the others stared at Jiang Chen with wide-eyed eyes. To be regarded as the guest of honor by Mrs. Su means that Mrs. Su has made the Su family stand behind Jiang Chen. In Hangcheng, getting the protection of the Su family means soaring into the sky. Even if he offends the Lu family or the Bai family, the Su family will come forward to protect him. Hearing this, Jiang Chen cupped his hands and said, If that's the case, then I will thank Mrs. Su. It's okay. Notice, let's hold a banquet tonight to welcome Miracle Dr. Jiang. The old man Su gave an order, and the entire Su family trembled. What? The old man has woken up. How is this possible? I saw the old man's dying state with my own eyes. How long will it take to recover, and there will be a big banquet? In a courtyard of the Su family, a bloated middle-aged man listened to the reports of his subordinates, and his face became extremely ugly. Third Master, do you need us to take advantage of the banquet? The subordinate asked. No, now that Old Master Su is awake, the Su family will definitely send many experts to protect him. If you fail with one blow, then our actions will definitely be exposed. Now we need to wait and see. The middle-aged man thought for a moment, then spoke slowly. East China Sea coast. It was getting late, and the sky was turning white. Boom! On the common waveless water surface, there was an instant churning sound. Immediately afterwards, countless sea monsters began to poke their heads out of the vast and endless East China Sea. At this moment, in the depths of the Eastern Sea, a giant python that has turned into a dragon slowly raised its head, looking at the countless sea monsters gathered around it. Roar! With one order, the entire East China Sea is surging. At night, inside Su's house in Donghai, there was a lot of voices and bright lights. The old man Su with a rosy face was sitting on a grand teacher's chair, and an extremely handsome young man was sitting next to him. Dr. Jiang, if you don't take action today, I know I won't be able to resist for a few days. This glass of wine, I respect you. Old Master Su slowly picked up the wine glass and drank it down in one gulp. Use people's money to eliminate disasters for others. Jiang Chen also drank the wine in the cup in one gulp, let out a long mouthful of turbid air, and exhaled happily. Everyone in the Su family saw this scene with shock on their faces. Who would have thought that the usually majestic Mrs. Su would be so polite to a young man? Until they learned from other people that the young man in front of him who was exchanging glasses with Mrs. Su was a miracle doctor invited by Su Tianqi, they all took a breath. Su Tianqi, who has not been valued by the Su family for a long time, unexpectedly became a figure in the limelight at today's banquet. After the banquet was over, Jiang Chen got up to leave. Old Master Su also knew that Jiang Chen could not stay at Su's house for a long time, and after sending him to the car, he said, "Master Jiang, this is my phone number. If you encounter any troubles in the future, just call me." Before leaving, Mrs. Su handed Jiang Chen a mobile phone number. The latter nodded. Jiang Chen was not willing to abandon the power of the Su family in Hangzhou. Seeing Jiang Chen's vehicle going away, Old Master Su changed his previous amiable expression, and looked sharply at the other three people beside him who were seeing him off. Su Tianqi, Su Tianxi, Su Tianan. Old Master Su's eyes swept over the three of them, and the latter all felt their scalps go numb. It's like being targeted by some kind of beast. The old man knows that some people have been dishonest during this period, but considering the old feelings, the old man doesn't care about them. It's just that if someone has bad thoughts about the Su family in the future, as long as the old man is still alive, then he won't even think about living. The Su family never lacks dead people. After the words of Old Master Su fell, he took a step and walked away. The three brothers of the Su family behind them looked at each other in blank dismay, all palpitating. Jiang Chen, who returned home, quickly entered the cultivation space, and at this moment saw Xiaobai, who had gradually followed Xiaoqing and mastered the attacking skills. Although Xiaoqing would bully Xiaobai from time to time in the beginning, both of them are Jiang Chen's beasts after all. If you look up and don't see you, you can't hurt your peace. He greeted Xiaoqing to his side, and poured a century-old cultivation base into his body without saying a word. Ding! The host instills 100 years of cultivation into the blue bird. Trigger empowerment repair is a function, initiation repair is multiple extraction, the multiplier for the restoration of the empowerment, 20 times, the host instills 100 years of cultivation, 20,000 times the return, and, years of cultivation will be returned. In an instant, incomparably vigorous vitality gathered towards Jiang Chen from all directions in the cultivation space. Whether the repair will be stored in the mall system, deposit in the system mall. The 20,000 cultivation base was successfully deposited, and the balance of the cultivation base, 220 years, Jiang Chen's cultivation in the past 2 years was all stored in the shopping mall system. After all, the current Jiang Chen's strength promotion is really too fast. At this moment, he just wants to stabilize his current realm first, and lay a solid foundation for the next step to a higher realm. Noob! Jiang Chen called softly, and saw the little white boy who was already a full-grown tiger running over. First, she rubbed her head against Jiang Chen's cheek, then she obediently prostrated herself on the ground, waiting for Jiang Chen's empowerment. Jiang Chen didn't talk nonsense, and directly gave the initiation to Xiaobai. Ding! The host instilled 10 years of cultivation into Xuechuan Ice Tiger. Trigger empowerment repair is a function, initiation repair is multiple extraction, the multiplier of initiation and restoration, 80 times, the host instills 10 years of cultivation, 800 times the return, years of cultivation will be returned. Xiaobai's physique is no better than Xiaoqing's, so it is impossible for Jiang Chen to directly empower a century-old cultivation base. If Xiaobai is overwhelmed because of too many empowered cultivation bases, then there will be no place to cry. The cultivation base of 800 years was also stored in the shopping mall system by Jiang Chen. Cultivation balance, 20 years. After using the training space to briefly cultivate his physique, Jiang Chen came to the Bounty Hunters Guild. As soon as he saw Jiang Chen, Vice President Shen greeted him with a smile. Jiang Chen, I didn't expect that you really have some abilities. Jiang Chen looked at the beautiful woman in front of him indifferently, and said lightly, Vice President Shen, what about my reward? The latter smiled sweetly, handed a bank card to Jiang Chen, and said with a smile, it's really a little money fan. This bank card contains, gold coins from the Su family in Hangcheng, and our Bounty Hunters Guild takes, % of it as an intermediary fee. So there are 99,000 gold coins in this card. Jiang Chen took the bank card and put it in his pocket. He had already heard about the Bounty Hunter Guild deducting intermediary fees from it. However, for anyone who accepts a gold level or higher bounty order, the Bounty Hunters Guild will deduct % from the bounty as an intermediary fee. Once the reward of the gold rank reward order is obtained, Jiang Chen has no need to stay here any longer. Just as he was about to walk out the door, an old beggar in tattered clothes stopped him. "Little guy, old beggar, I am too poor to eat steamed buns. Now that you have a lot of money, why don't you give me some gold coins, old beggar?" The old beggar held out the broken bowl in his hand, with a smile on his face. Roll. Jiang Chen didn't talk nonsense, he wanted to bypass the old beggar for a moment. For some reason, no matter how he got around, he still couldn't get around the broken bowl held in the old beggar's dirty hand. "Little guy, good and evil cause and effect. Doing good may not necessarily bring you good fortune in the future." The old beggar still had a smile on his face. Boom! I saw a golden coin falling into the broken bowl. The old beggar looked at the gold coins in the broken bowl with a bright smile on his face. With a flash of Jiang Chen's figure, he finally bypassed it. Leaving the Bounty Hunters Guild, Jiang Chen rushed to the pet market in Hangzhou without stopping. Now that Xiaoqing and Xiaobai's cultivation is on the right track, he still wants to go to the pet market to try his luck. If he encounters a pet egg with the blood of returning to his ancestors again, he will make a lot of money. As soon as he entered the pet market, he came to a stall with ease. "Buyo, little brother, it's you again." When the bald stall owner saw Jiang Chen, he laughed from ear to ear. "Staller, are there any new products recently?" Jiang Chen straight to the point. "You and the other party are already regular customers, so there is no need to go around." The bald stall owner is also an honest person, and he searched for it without saying a word. Soon a light blue pet egg appeared in his hand. "Little brother, this pet egg has a lot of background. It was obtained by a phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close / phoneme friend of mine who went deep into the monster mountain range. I heard that he was facing the siege of several warrior-level monsters at that time, and finally escaped with this pet egg." Without waiting for Jiang Chen to ask questions, the bald stall owner introduced it on his own. A golden light flashed across Jiang Chen's eyes instantly. Monster name, Death Monitor Lizard, monster qualification, warrior level, monster quality, 1st grade. Originally thought it was a powerful pet egg, who would have thought it would be so unbearable? Seeing the disappointed look on Jiang Chen's face, the bald stall owner hurriedly took out another pet egg. Compared with the previous one, this pet egg is basically the same except that the color has become dark green. At this moment, Jiang Chen's eyes accidentally caught a glimpse of a light gray pet egg at the feet of the bald stall owner. Monster name, Wuhai Pseudo-Dragon, monster qualification, commander level, growable, monster beast quality, 4th rank, bloodline level, %. The system prompts that the pet egg is damaged and needs to be hatched in time, Qinglong bloodline. Jiang Chen's eyes suddenly lit up. However, he soon noticed the system prompt that he needed to hatch in time. "It looks like I can't do without this pet egg today. Staller, how do you sell this pet egg?" Jiang Chen pointed to the light gray pet egg and asked the bald stall owner. The latter looked in the direction of his finger and shook his head immediately when he saw that what the other party wanted was the pet egg under his feet. "Little brother, I won't lie to you. This pet egg is flawed and cannot be sold." It has to be said that the bald stall owner still has a bit of conscience. Knowing that there is something wrong with the pet egg, he is not willing to use it to make the buyer suffer. "I'm only interested in this pet egg. You say the number, and I won't bargain." Jiang Chen will not give up his mind just because of his words. "Little brother, I really can't sell it. 100 gold coins." "No, little brother, I'm not like this, it's really not okay. 200 gold coins." "Little brother, 300. Make a deal." After paying 300 gold coins, Jiang Chen successfully got the light gray pet egg into his pocket. Although this pet egg is in danger of failing to hatch, but now that he is rich and powerful, he can still afford to bet 300 gold coins on a Wuhai pseudo-dragon with the blood of the Qinglong. If you can really hatch it, then you can make a lot of money. Looking at the back of Jiang Chen leaving satisfied, the bald stall owner weighed the heavy 300 gold coins in his hand. His eyes were full of confusion. Why do I feel like I'm at a loss again? After returning home, Jiang Chen hurriedly put the pet egg of Wuhai pseudo-dragon into the cultivation space. The speed of time in the training space is different from that of the outside world, which can delay the breaking time of this pet egg. This is not the way to go. Jiang Chen looked at the half-damaged pet egg in front of him with a serious expression. Now he can't pour his cultivation base into it, because the pet egg has been damaged. If he forcibly pours his cultivation base and the pet egg is completely broken, it will not be worth the loss. He originally wanted to take out the rusty sword with a mysterious history from the Myriad Realms display stand. After all, Xiaobai was hatched by relying on the rusty sword to empower Xiaobai, who was still a pet egg, with his cultivation base in a unique way. It's just that when he saw that the rusty sword kept exuding sword energy as soon as it left the Wanjie display stand, he immediately denied his original idea. After resealing the rusty sword to the 10,000 Realms display stand, Jiang Chen began to look for other ways. At this moment, Xiaoqing, who was standing by the side, suddenly flapped her wings and rushed towards the pet egg. Xiaoqing, what are you doing? Seeing this scene, Jiang Chen was stunned for a moment, afraid that Xiaoqing would do something else. You must know that after Xiaobai hatched earlier, he was beaten up by Xiaoqing. I saw Xiaoqing slowly land on the broken pet egg, spread her wings and hug it into her arms. Seeing this scene, Jiang Chen froze in place. Why does this look so much like hatching eggs? Could it be thinking of this? Jiang Chen hurriedly shook his head. Even if Xiaoqing is willing to hatch pet eggs, she can't stop taking care of them. After all, the pet egg has been damaged. If there is no way to remedy it, then the success rate of hatching is probably not even 1 in 10,000. At this moment, Jiang Chen opened the mall system. Since things like the Wanjie display stand can be bought in the mall system, there must be treasures that can solve my urgent needs. After a search, he soon found something. Pet incubator, repaired in 2000, it can help the host hatch pet eggs, and the hatching success rate is guaranteed to reach 80%. This is it. Jiang Chen's face revealed a look of joy. Although there is only a success rate of 80%, it is much better than none in 10,000. Only. You sold me 2,000 cultivation bases for an incubator. This is too dark. I only have a total of cultivation bases now, and now I have taken in most of them. Jiang Chen gritted his teeth, and finally chose to compromise. Buy. After deducting 2000 repairs, the pet incubator was successfully purchased. Along with the sound of the system notification, a cushion appeared in front of Jiang Chen. Ah, this thing is a pet incubator? Jiang Chen looked at the mat in front of him, and he almost scolded his mother. But when he thought of the unremarkable Myriad Worlds display stand, he immediately chose to hold back the urge to scold her. Carefully place the broken egg on the mat. The moment the pet egg touched the mat, a golden light flashed, and then the pet egg on the mat was surrounded by golden light. Faint vitality began to gather from all directions, sinking into it one after another. Seeing this scene, Jiang Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this pet incubator is only a little more simple in appearance, but the effect is not bad. After solving the urgent need, Jiang Chen returned to the house with a thought. Jingle bell. At this moment, the familiar phone rings again. Hey, Miss Lu, what do you want from me? Jiang Chen casually asked Lu Jia on the other end of the phone. Jiang Chen is in trouble. What happened again? There are a large number of monsters invading on the coast of the East China Sea. According to the information from the Su family, there have been commander-level existences among these ocean monsters. Lu Jiajia's voice was hurried. So, what does it matter to me? Jiang Chen opened his mouth lightly. He didn't want to deal with this kind of monster invasion at all, and he wasn't a very kind person, so he still wanted to save people? This time the invasion of sea monsters is on such a large scale that even the many experts sent by the Su family can't handle it. Now the Su family has asked the Taoist Association for help, and the Taoist Association has sent many experts to rescue them. And your younger sister, Zhang Xuening, recommended herself and took the initiative to go to the East China Sea to quell the chaos. What? When Lu Jia told about Zhang Xuening, Jiang Chen's expression suddenly changed. It's really a girl who doesn't let you worry about it. Jiang Chen cursed secretly, and then said to Lu Jejia on the other end of the phone, "You send a car to pick me up, I'm going to the Taoist Association." It is good. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Chen's expression remained unchanged. Jiang Xuening actually volunteered to go to the East China Sea to quell the chaos. You must know that according to Lu Jejia's description, a commander-level monster has already appeared on the coast of the East China Sea. With Jiang Xuening's current cultivation base, if he encounters a commander-level monster, he will definitely die. I can't let her die. Soon Lu Jejia sent a car to pick up Jiang Chen, and the two galloped all the way, and after a while, they arrived at the Taoist Association. At this moment, in front of the Taoist Association, a large group of young people in Taoist robes are holding 3-foot mahogany swords and are waiting for them. In front of them, several Taoist Foundation establishment experts were speaking impassioned words. Now the coast of the East China Sea is being attacked by a large number of sea monsters. The Su family's elite are desperately resisting, but it is difficult to suppress this beast tide after all. As the law enforcer of Hangchang, my Taoist association should defend the people of Hangzhou against the attack of monsters. Everyone listens to the order and heads towards the coast of the East China Sea. Following the words of a Taoist Foundation building master, dozens of younger Taoist monks all followed behind him. Everyone got into the cars that had been parked by the side of the road and sped towards the coast of the East China Sea. Seeing this scene, Jiang Chen's expression was solemn, and he knew very well that the invasion of sea monsters this time was just a temptation before the natural disaster. It was the overlord of the monster beasts in the East China Sea that triggered this beast tide, the monster beast that has reached the emperor level, the East China Sea Qingshan. Although the beast swarm was only a tentative attack this time, it still caused heavy losses to the entire city of Hangzhou. Half of the masters of the Taoist Foundation building realm died in this swarm of beasts. Jiang Chen didn't want Jiang Xuening to have an accident. Walking quickly into the Taoist Association, I saw the current president of the Taoist Association, Lu Sanyuan, came out in a hurry, followed by a young girl beside him. The girl was dressed in white, and she was Sui Xue, the daughter of Su Tianqi from the Su family in Hangzhou. When Sui Xue saw Jiang Chen, she hurried forward and said, "Master Dr. Jiang, I never expected to see you here." Jiang Chen just nodded to him, and looked straight at Lu Sanyuan. He asked, "President Lu, where is my sister?" As soon as these words came out, Lu Sanyuan's face changed, and after hesitating for a long time, he said, "It seems that you already know. The girl Jiang Xuening didn't want me to tell you about this. She is very good. If she hadn't taken the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead/phoneme and expressing her position, there would not be so many Taoist disciples willing to sacrifice their lives to go to the shore of the East China Sea for rescue." Hearing this, Jiang Chen's face darkened. "My sister hasn't even set foot in the Taoist Foundation establishment realm, yet you dare to let her go to the shore of the East China Sea. What's the difference between that and letting her go to die?" As soon as the words fell, Jiang Chen clenched his hands into fists, and a murderous aura rose from his whole body. Feeling this killing intent, Lu Sanyuan's face changed drastically. For some reason, he felt that if the young man in front of him wanted to kill him, it would not take much effort at all. You have to know that you are a genuine strongman in the Yin God realm. Although you are only 2 stars in the Yin God realm, you are still a famous figure in the entire Hangzhou city. It's unbelievable that I would actually feel afraid of a young man. After a long time, Jiang Chen's tightly clenched fists were released, and he turned around slowly. "If my sister dies in Donghai, you won't phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either/phoneme." In an instant, a killing intent swept towards Lu Sanyuan. The latter's body trembled, and when he came back to his senses, Jiang Chen's figure had already disappeared. Who is he? At this moment, Lu Sanyuan stared blankly at the front, but was at a loss. Lu Jejia and Sui Xue who were on the side didn't know, so their realm was too low to feel the murderous aura emanating from Jiang Chen's body. It's just that when the two of them heard what Jiang Chen said to Lu Sanyuan, they both trembled. Jiang Chen is too crazy. When Jiang Chen, who learned that Jiang Xuening had gone to the shore of the East China Sea, left the Taoist Association, he hurried back home without stopping. After a brief tidying up, I flagged down a taxi. When the taxi driver heard that he was going to the coast of the East China Sea, no matter how much Jiang Chen paid, he just refused to do it. After all, the news of a large-scale animal horde on the coast of the East China Sea is well known. In the face of money and life, no fool would choose to exchange his life for money. This is the case for stopping several taxis in a row. Don't stop me, now. Apart from the Taoist Association, no one is willing to go to the coast of the East China Sea. At this moment, a luxury car stopped in front of Jiang Chen, the window was rolled down, and the person sitting inside was actually Su Yixue. Su Yixue slowly opened the car door, approached Jiang Chen, and said with a smile, "Dr. Jiang, it just so happens that I'm going back to Su's house, why don't you come with me?" "It is good." Jiang Chen didn't talk nonsense. Now it's hard to rush to the coast of the East China Sea, so we can go to the Su's house first, and then get up from the Su's house and rush towards the place where the beast horde landed. Su Yixue obviously didn't expect the other party to agree so quickly. Along the way, Jiang Chen, who was sitting in the car, felt a little uneasy. I only know that Jiang Xuening rushed to the coast of the East China Sea to calm down the beast tide, but I don't know her exact location. You must know that the Taoist Association has sent many Taoist disciples there this time. If I want to find Jiang Xuening's trace, I'm afraid it's not as easy as I imagined. Dr. Jiang, I heard from Uncle Lu that your sister has also rushed to the East China Sea to quell the beast tide. Suddenly, Su Yixue, who had been silent all the way, spoke. Ah. Jiang Chen nodded subconsciously. I didn't expect Miracle Dr. Zhong to have a younger sister. I really look forward to meeting Miracle Dr. Zhong's sister. Zhong Miracle Doctor's appearance is so extraordinary, presumably his younger sister must also be beautiful and beautiful. Su Yixue smiled brightly. Jiang Chen didn't continue talking to her. At the moment he just wanted to hurry to Su's house. It would be the best place if it could be the place where the Taoist disciples sent by the Taoist Association from the Su family said. Master Jiang, we're here. Su Yixue called softly. Jiang Chen came back to his senses, and found that he had arrived in front of the Su family's ancient house. At this time, in front of the Su family's ancient house, Mrs. Su had already stood with a walking stick, waiting here for a long time. When he saw Jiang Chen getting off the car, he went up to meet him without saying a word. Dr. Jiang, I didn't believe it at first when I heard Yixue said that you were going to be a guest at Su's house, but now it seems that it is true. Old Master Su held Jiang Chen's hand and spoke. The latter was taken aback for a moment, and caught a glimpse of Su Yixue, who was smiling beside her. I understood right away. No wonder the little girl was taciturn along the way. It turned out that she had already sent a message to old Master Su in private. Master Su, you may have misunderstood. The purpose of my trip is not to come to Su's house as a guest. Jiang Chen hurriedly explained that the most urgent task now is to determine Jiang Xuening's location. When Mrs. Su heard this, his face suddenly changed. Could it be that Dr. Jiang doesn't give this old man this face? If you want me to stay in Su's house as a guest, it's not impossible. But I have something urgent to do now. Can Mr. Su wait for a while, and then I will come personally with the gift? Jiang Chen dared not disrespect old Master Su. We must know that the old man Su resolutely gave up his position as the elder of the Taoist Association and led everyone in the Su family to the coast of the East China Sea, far away from power. One is to prevent future generations from competing for power. Secondly, it is also because the people on the coast of the East China Sea are phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often / phoneme harassed by sea monsters. In order to protect the safety of the people here, Mrs. Su chose to sit on the coast of the East China Sea with the strength of the Su family alone. Hearing this, old Master Su said suspiciously, I don't know what is important about Dr. Jiang. The coast of the East China Sea is my Su family's territory. If Dr. Jiang has something to do, just ask, and my Su family will send someone to do it for Dr. Jiang. Old Master Su patted his chest with a smile on his face. Jiang Chen, who originally wanted to refuse, nodded immediately when he heard this. Rather than searching for Jiang Xuening by himself on the coast of the East China Sea, it would be better for the Su family to send out experts to search for it. After all, the shore of the East China Sea is the territory of the Su family, and the Su family's ability to act in it is extremely strong. After telling old Master Su about the search for Jiang Xuening, the latter did not hesitate at all, and immediately sent more than disciples of the Sioux family to search on the coast of the East China Sea. Although there is a large-scale invasion of sea monsters on the coast of the East China Sea, after all, with the help of the Taoist Association, coupled with the strength of the Sioux family itself, this also led to the short-term containment of the beast tide. Now Miracle Dr. Jiang can always have a drink with the old man. Old Master Sioux looked at Jiang Chen and asked, "Happy to accompany." Jiang Chen, who relieved his urgent need, was naturally happy. After the two exchanged cups in the Sioux family's ancient house, news about Jiang Xuening soon came. "Dr. Jiang, according to the information that came back, your sister should be in Ningyi village, which is still some distance from the East China Sea. The old man has already sent 3 foundation building masters to protect your sister's safety. Dr. Jiang doesn't have to worry." Old Master Sioux told Jiang Chen the information. The latter nodded, but his face was still dignified. He was thinking about something in his mind, and suddenly his face changed drastically. Ningyi village. The turning point of the tide of sea monsters in the previous life happened in Ningyi village. For some unknown reason, the sea monsters that were confronting the human monks suddenly went crazy and rushed towards Ningyi village. In just one stick of incense, Ningyi village was wiped out by that group of sea monsters, and none of them survived. Afterwards, the sea monsters took advantage of Ningyi village as a springboard, and went directly to the coast of the East China Sea. They were not suppressed until they approached the Sioux family's ancient house. Thinking of Jiang Xuening being in Ningyi village, Jiang Chen's face turned pale. Seeing the change in Jiang Chen's expression, Old Master Sioux frowned and asked, "Master Jiang, what's wrong?" Jiang Chen stood up slowly, cupped his hands at the ladder and said, "Master Sioux, I need to go to Ningyi village in person. This time I will save the wine for the next time." As soon as the words fell, before Old Master Sioux could speak, Jiang Chen quickly rushed towards the outside of the Sioux family's ancient house. Seeing this scene, Old Master Sioux frowned, not knowing why. "Xuening, there is nothing wrong with you," Jiang Chen murmured. After leaving the Sioux family's ancient house, he began to stimulate the vitality in his body to shrink the ground into an inch. Taking a step forward, the figure has appeared dozens of miles away. One more step, and it has already crossed the boundary of the Sioux family's ancient house. Just when Jiang Chen was about to take another step forward, a huge figure suddenly appeared in front of him. I saw a huge giant ape blocking in front of him. Sea monkey monster? Jiang Chen recognized the identity of the monster in front of him at a glance. I didn't expect that there are still sea monkey monsters that can cultivate to the level of warrior-level monsters. It's just that you are too weak. The sea monkey is a servant-level monster among the sea monsters. It can move flexibly in the sea by relying on its limbs, and will attack passing ships from time to time. If a ship suddenly sank in the East China Sea, it was most likely caused by sea monkeys. Facing the sea monkey monster that has stepped into the level of a warrior-level monster, Jiang Chen showed a look of disdain. I saw him swinging his fist. An incomparably majestic vitality pierced through the body of the sea monkey in front of him in an instant boom. Accompanied by an explosion, the sea monkey monster's body exploded, turning into pieces of meat. Without the slightest hesitation, Jiang Chen used the technique of shrinking the ground to an inch again, but when he performed it, the expression on his face suddenly changed. I saw that he was actually in the midst of a beast tide at this moment, and wherever he looked, there were countless sea monsters. How could this be? Jiang Chen's face was serious. He punched and killed several monsters around him. He was clearly going straight towards Ningyi village. How could he encounter such a large-scale beast horde in this place? Could it be Ningyi village has fallen? Jiang Chen didn't dare to think about it. At this moment, he clenched his fists with both hands, and violently punched out, directly killing all the sea monsters around him, leaving corpses all around him for 10 meters. As soon as he made a move, all the surrounding sea monsters noticed his presence and rushed towards him. Die! Jiang Chen roared angrily, and 3 pocket flying swords were sacrificed one after another. Once the Yujin technique was used, the 3 pocket flying swords seemed to have self-awareness, and began to assassinate wildly in different directions. In just an instant, there were only a few dozens of sea monsters that were still densely packed at the moment, standing in place. Jiang Chen blasted out with one punch, and all the remaining dozens of sea monsters were also killed. Looking at the corpses all over the ground in front of him, Jiang Chen's expression became extremely ugly. Xuanning, wait for me. In a flash, the ground shrinks into inches. Ningyi Village. The village, which was originally peaceful, is now full of chaos. Accompanied by shrill screams, countless sea monsters poured into the village at this moment. As far as the eyes could see, there were human corpses with only dry bones left. What? A scream came, and a disciple of the Taoist Association was directly torn to pieces by a sea monster. Seeing this scene, Jiang Xuaning's face was solemn, and she kept stretching out the 3-foot mahogany sword in her hand, repelling all the sea monsters that came towards her. Miss Jiang, the tide of sea monsters is getting more and more fierce, and we can't hold it any longer. The 3 foundation establishment masters from the Su family were protecting Jiang Xuaning behind him. Even with 3 foundation establishment masters sitting in command, the Taoist Association is still no match for the vast sea monsters. Soon, among the few Taoist disciples, there were only a few left who could rely on the help of the 3 foundation building masters to barely hold their breath. At this moment, an extremely strong current suddenly shot up from the coast, directly attacking and killing the place where the few of them were standing. Protect Miss Jiang. Feeling this ferocious water flow, the face of the master of the Su family's foundation building realm changed. The vitality of the 3 burst out, forming a barrier of vitality in front of them, trying to resist the fierce water flow. It's just that they obviously overestimated their own strength. The vitality barrier condensed by the 3 of them was instantly shattered the moment it touched the ferocious water flow. The strong water directly pierced the body of one of them, and a Taoist foundation building master fell to the ground without even saying a word. The other 2 foundation establishment experts did not hesitate at all, and hurriedly stood in front of Jiang Xuaning. As Old Master Su's personal guards, they were ordered to keep Jiang Xuaning safe, so even if they died, they must not leave her alone. When the water flow slowly receded. On the shore, a huge body slowly stepped out of the sea. Commander-level monster. 9-star sea puppet. A foundation establishment master from the Su family looked at the 9-star sea puppet exuding a menacing aura. His eyes were full of fear. The 2 of them are just at the foundation building stage of the Taoist school, and they may still be able to fight against the warrior-level monsters. But in the face of the commander-level monsters, it is simply a dead end. At this moment, a word involuntarily appeared in the minds of the 2 of them. Escape. However, it is clear that they cannot escape. I saw that the 9-star sea puppet once again attracted 2 ferocious water currents to attack and kill the 2 Taoist foundation building masters. In just a split second, the 2 people who were standing on the spot and preparing to escape were pierced by the water the next moment. Die dead. Jiang Xuaning, who witnessed this scene with her own eyes, turned pale. She never expected that there would be a leader-level monster in this wave of beasts. Jia jia jia. A cold cry sounded, and I saw the 9-star sea puppet walking forward slowly, staring at the few remaining Taoist disciples in front of me. The sea monsters around him were all prostrate on the ground at this moment, and they stopped charging forward. Looking at the 9-star sea puppet slowly approaching him, Jiang Xuaning only felt a tingling sensation in his scalp. When he wanted to retreat back, he found that he had already been deeply surrounded by the beast horde. Damn! She shouted angrily, and stared fixedly at the sea monsters around her that were constantly approaching her. Only now did she realize how small she was. Boom! Several streams of water emanated from the body of the 9-star sea puppet, and the several Taoist disciples who were standing were all pierced by the water. Looking at the companions who fell one after another around her, Jiang Xuaning had completely lost her faith in life. Now that she is surrounded by heavy siege, and there is a commander-level monster sitting here, no matter how much she resists, it is just doing useless work. Roar! 9-star sea puppet slowly stretched out a hand, pointing at Jiang Xuaning, and then the surrounding sea monsters stood up one after another, charging towards Jiang Xuaning. Chirp! Roar! Just when Jiang Xuaning was about to be swallowed by the tide of ocean monsters, 2 roars sounded. In the sky, a strong blue bird sang and rang through the sky. Its wings fluttered and turned into several phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win/phoneme blades, attacking and killing the sea monsters below. In the forest at the side, a white fierce tiger covered in snow and with the Golden King character engraved on its forehead suddenly rushed out, tearing apart all the surrounding sea monsters without saying a word. The white tiger went straight all the way, and quickly entered the encirclement of the sea monsters. Standing in front of Jiang Xuening, it roared at the approaching sea monsters. Xiaoqing! Jiang Xuening recognized the blue bird hovering in the sky at a glance. Chirp! Xiaoqing responded, and after tossing and turning, she appeared beside Jiang Xuening. The aura of the two commanding beasts erupted, directly stopping the approaching sea monsters in place. Not a single sea monster dared to take a step forward at this moment. The Juxinghai puppet looked at the two imperial beasts that suddenly appeared in front of him, his eyes were full of doubts. Xiaoqing, Xiaobai, tear him apart for me. Only a lazy voice was heard, and Xiaoqing Xiaobai, who was originally standing beside Jiang Xuening, immediately started to move. The two didn't have any communication, and they all went to kill the huge 9-star sea puppet. For a time, the entire battlefield was full of phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win / phoneme blades and water flying across the sky. Okay? Jiang Xuening looked around. Silly girl, what are you looking at? The lazy voice sounded again, and Jiang Chen appeared behind her at some point. Jiang Chen! Jiang Xuening, who saw Jiang Chen, was both surprised and happy. She never expected to see Jiang Chen here. A group of sea monsters dared to attack my sister? I really don't know how to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live / phoneme or die. Jiang Chen opened his mouth indifferently, and 3 pocket flying swords flew out from his cuff. Countless sword chi swept across, directly beheading the heads of more than 30 slave-level monsters. Immediately after Jiang Chen swung out a punch, several warrior-level monsters in the field turned into flying ashes under this punch. Seeing this scene, Jiang Xuening's face was full of shock. One punch can kill several warrior-level monsters. Is this still the Jiang Chen I know? Jiang Chen glanced over the other sea monsters present. The vitality in his body was circulating, and the speed of the 3 pocket flying swords was even faster at this moment. Continuously shuttling among the crowd of sea monsters, 3 cold lights flashed, and Jiang Xuening was not a single standing sea monster within 10 meters of her body. Jiang Chen slowly walked to Jiang Xuening's side, looking at the shocking wound under the latter's blood-soaked clothes. His eyes instantly became murderous. Jiang Chen looked at the Juxinghai puppet who was confronting Xiaoqing and Xiaobai. Since the latter was originally an ocean monster, with the natural geographical advantage of being backed by the sea, Xiaoqing and Xiaobai only held him down for a while, making it difficult to kill him. Roar! The 9-star sea puppet roared, and a waterspout instantly rose above the East China Sea, attacking and killing Xiaoqing and Xiaobai. Seeing this scene, Xiaoqing wanted to use the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win / phoneme blade to fight the enemy, but under the action of the waterspout, the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win / phoneme blade was difficult to condense into shape for a while. Seeing that the waterspout is about to submerge them both. Roll! Only an angry shout was heard. A monstrous sword intent accompanied by 3 cold lights directly assassinated the Juxinghai puppet. The moment the waterspout came into contact with the 3 sharp sword chi, a figure soared into the sky and appeared in front of the 9-star sea puppet. Boom! No nonsense, just a punch. With a scream, the head of the Juxinghai puppet exploded. The huge body fell to the ground in an instant, and a fishy smell filled the air in an instant. Xiaoqing, the master finished that guy with 1 punch? Xiaobai, what do you know, the master is invincible. Xiaoqing, I think you are looking for a fight. Xiaobai, who is afraid of whom? Jiang Chen slowly withdrew his fist, looked at the fallen corpse in front of him, and looked at Xiaoqing and Xiaobai. Don't be stunned, you two, it's time to move your hands and feet. After the words fell, Xiaoqing and Xiaobai looked at each other, and quickly rushed towards the surrounding sea monsters. The vast majority of sea monsters are slave-level monsters, and Xiaoqing and Xiaobai, who have already stepped into the ranks of command-level monsters, have no strength at all. I saw 2 figures, 1 green and 1 white, rampaging on the battlefield. In just a moment, the ground was full of corpses. Only a few sea monsters risked their lives before escaping back into the East China Sea. After finishing this wave of beasts, Xiao Qing and Xiao Bai returned to Jiang Chen's side. Jiang Chen rode on Xiao Bai's body, while Xiao Qing stood on his shoulders, walking straight towards Jiang Xuening. "Are you really Jiang Chen?" Jiang Xuening looked at Jiang Chen, who was both familiar and unfamiliar, and asked, "Silly girl, what do you think?" The latter smiled lightly, put the 3-pocket flying swords in his sleeves, and his murderous aura was gone. "But there's nothing wrong with it. I'll tell you what I should tell you when the time is right. Now you are injured, let's go back to the Su family to recuperate first." Before Jiang Xuening could speak, Jiang Chen hugged Xiao Bai onto Xiao Bai's body. Seeing the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme blowing under Xiao Bai's feet, he galloped towards the direction of the Su family. And Xiao Qing tactfully left Jiang Chen's shoulder, leaped into the air, and surveyed the surrounding enemies. Fortunately, after solving the wave of beasts in Ningyi village, they did not encounter large-scale monster beast attacks along the way. Approaching the Su family's ancient house, Jiang Chen brought Xiao Qing and Xiao Bai into the cultivation space, and Jiang Xuening had already passed out due to her own injuries. Jiang Miracle Doctor. The first person who discovered Jiang Chen was Mr. Su's second son, Su Tianqi. "Mr. Su, my sister is injured, can you help us to vacate a room?" After seeing Su Tianqi, Jiang Chen asked immediately. "Of course can." Su Tianqi did not dare to neglect Jiang Chen's appeal. You must know that the old man Su had given the death order back then. As long as it was Jiang Chen's request, their Su family would not refuse no matter what. It can be said that Jiang Chen's status in the Su family is second only to old Master Su. Su Tianqi quickly arranged a room, and after Jiang Chen settled Jiang Xuening, he asked, "Dr. Jiang, do you need me to find a doctor for treatment?" Hearing this, Jiang Chen smiled slightly, and pointed to himself. "Could it be that Mr. Su can find a better doctor than me?" As soon as these words came out, Su Tianqi just realized. The Jiang Chen in front of him is a person with superb medical skills. Any doctor he hired in front of him is simply not enough to look at. I was the one who was being abrupt. "If Dr. Jiang needs my help, just ask." "No, you go back first, remember that without my order, no one can step into this house." When Su Tianqi left, Jiang Chen didn't forget to warn him. The latter nodded hurriedly, then walked away quickly. Seeing Jiang Xuening lying unconscious on the bed, Jiang Chen sighed slightly. "Originally, I didn't want to intervene in this beast tide invasion at all. After all, the instigator of the beast tide this time was just an emperor-level monster. But that emperor-level monster will not go out in person, it will only send a few monarch-level monsters under its command to attack the coast of the East China Sea. Even in the last life, although many masters of Taoism died in Hangchang, it also suppressed this wave of beasts. What I have been worried about is the natural disaster after the beast tide. The first natural disaster came when the overlord of the East China Sea, the emperor-level monster Donghai Qingshan, personally led his army of ocean monsters to attack the coast of the East China Sea. Facing the attack of the emperor-level monster, even the Taoist Association in Hangzhou is no match at all. Jiang Chen still remembered that when he faced the first natural disaster, what he felt was the fear from the bottom of his heart. Forget it, don't think about it so much. Today is different from the past. Even if the first natural disaster comes early because of my shot this time, I am not afraid at all. Jiang Chen shook his head, trying not to think about these things. What he has to do now is to improve his strength as soon as possible so that he can survive the next first natural disaster. Jiang Chen took out a healing pill, and fed it to Jiang Xuening without saying a word. This healing pill was purchased from the mall system after spending 10 years of cultivation. After seeing the potency of the Jiadu pill, he was quite confident in the potency of the healing pill. System produced, must be a boutique. The wound on Jiang Xuening's body after taking the healing pill was healing rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Seeing this scene, Jiang Chen was also slightly relieved. A thought appeared in the cultivation space. At this moment, Xiao Qing and Xiao Bai are staying in their respective territories obediently, and the well water does not interfere with the river water. You two did a good job today. Jiang Chen greeted the two and said with a smile. Although Xiao Qing and Xiao Bai didn't join the battlefield, he could easily repel this beast horde. But dealing with so many sea monsters is troublesome after all, and I don't have that much energy. Xiaoqing and Xiaobai, who heard the praise, were all overjoyed. Xiaoqing, stinky cat, did you hear that? The master praised me. Xiaobai, silly bird, if you fart, the master is praising me. Looking at the two who were at war, Jiang Chen sighed slightly. Jiang Chen called Xiaoqing to his side, and then put his hand on the latter's head. Wisps of vitality began to pour into his body. Ding! The host instills 100 years of cultivation into the blue bird. Trigger empowerment repair is a function, initiation repair is multiple extraction, initiation repair is a multiple, 88 times, the host instills 100 years of cultivation, returns 88 times, and returns 800 years of cultivation. May I ask if the host needs to be stored in the mall system? Unnecessary. Jiang Chen opened his mouth lightly. In an instant, endless vitality gathered towards him from all directions. In an instant, his cultivation level went from a 5-star monarch level beast master to a 9-star monarch level beast master. Moreover, the aura of rising cultivation has not diminished at all, as if trying to break through the barrier between the monarch level beast master and the emperor level beast master in one fell swoop. Crack! There was only a clicking sound, and the limbs and bones in Jiang Chen's body began to shatter. Put! A mouthful of blood spewed out from its mouth. Reminder, the host's physique cannot bear all the cultivation bases. If he forcibly absorbs the cultivation bases, he will explode and die. Excuse me, host, do you need to save the rest of your cultivation into the mall system? At this moment, Jiang Chen already felt that he had reached his limit. If he continued to absorb it, he would definitely not be able to bear such a majestic vitality. Deposit. Ding, the host has stored 400 years of cultivation base, cultivation balance, 420 years. It is detected that the host is currently repaired, 9-star sovereign beast master, quadruple body refining mirror. With the withdrawal of countless vitality, Jiang Chen just slowly exhaled a mouthful of stale air. Without further ado, he took out a healing pill and took it, feeling the gentle medicinal power slowly dissipating in his body, and then began to repair his limbs and bones. It seems that you really can't act too hastily. Jiang Chen let out a long sigh, and then gave Xiaobai the initiation. Ding! The host instilled 10 years of cultivation into Shuechuan Ice Tiger. Trigger empowerment repair is a function, initiation repair is multiple extraction, the multiplier for the restoration of the empowerment, 20 times, the host instills 10 years of cultivation, and returns 10 times, 200 years of cultivation. Another incomparably powerful vitality swept towards him. At this moment, facing such a vast vitality, it is impossible for Jiang Chen to absorb it even if he wants to. Just when he was about to store these vitality into the system mall, he suddenly found that the pet incubator beside him was constantly absorbing vitality from all around. This thing can also absorb vitality? What does it absorb energy for? Jiang Chen was full of doubts, and at this moment he saw the clue. I saw that the pet incubator that absorbed the vitality turned the vitality into a strange energy, and used this energy to repair the damage on the pet egg of Wuhai pseudo-dragon. Seeing this scene, Jiang Chen was instantly overjoyed. If he could use his vitality to repair the damage on the pet egg, then he would be more confident about the chance of hatching the Wuhai pseudo-dragon. Jiang Chen directly put all 600 years of cultivation into the pet incubator. Ding, the pet incubator absorbs 600 years of cultivation, and the hatching probability changes from 80% to 80%. Listening to the system notification tone, the smile on Jiang Chen's face grew stronger. You must know that the pet egg of this Wuhai pseudo-dragon has the blood of the green dragon. If it hatches successfully, then you will undoubtedly have a green dragon to accompany you. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen felt that his cultivation was not in vain. When he returned to the house, everything around him was still the same as before he left. Jiang Xuening was still lying quietly on the bed, but at this moment her abdomen was emitting a faint light. The breath on the body is also constantly rising. Jiang Xuening's talent is very high, and she is known as a talented person whose future achievements will directly point to the Yang God realm of Taoism. At this moment, due to the influence of the medicinal power of the healing pill, her cultivation has actually climbed to the peak of the Taoist Qi condensation realm, which is only one step away from the foundation establishment realm. Boom! Along with a slight aura, Jiang Xuening's cultivation actually stepped into the foundation establishment realm in one fell swoop. Seeing this scene, Jiang Chen's face changed slightly. He didn't expect that the healing pill would have such an effect, and it would be able to help Jiang Xuening directly break through. At this moment, he thought of Mrs. Su's excessive enthusiasm for him, and couldn't help wondering whether the detoxification pill also had the same effect. But he couldn't allow him to think too much, and there was commotion outside. What happened? Jiang Chen asked outside through the door. Master Jiang, there is a beast tide on the coast of the East China Sea, and our Su family will go to suppress it. Su Tianqi's voice came from outside the house, and he stayed outside the house from the beginning to the end, never leaving at all. The reason why he didn't leave was mainly because he was afraid that if Jiang Chen had any order, he would not know it in time and make the other party unhappy. The most important thing is that old Master Su personally ordered him to guard the gate for Jiang Chen. Helpless. Another beast tide happened on the coast of the East China Sea? Jiang Chen's face was serious. He had just calmed down the beast tide in Ningyi village. Why did another wave of beasts come so soon? The last beast tide was not so fast. Dr. Jiang can rest assured. Our Su family's ancient house has many Taoist masters, and it is very safe to have Mr. Su personally sit in the town. Su Tianqi thought that Jiang Chen was afraid that the Su family would fall, so he immediately spoke. Hearing this, Jiang Chen took a deep breath, and slowly pushed open the door. Looking at Su Tianqi, he said in a concentrated voice, "Can you invite Mrs. Su here?" This Su Tianqi was slightly taken aback, obviously a little embarrassed. "I try my best." Su Tianqi left quickly, and soon brought Mrs. Su here. As soon as he saw Jiang Chen, old Master Su's sad expression immediately dissipated, replaced by a look of joy. The genius Dr. Jiang asked the old man to come. Why? Mrs. Su went straight to the point, and asked immediately. Su Tianqi left here quickly at this moment. He knew that there were some things he could not hear. Jiang Chen stared at old Master Su, and asked after a long time, "Old Master Su, what is the current situation in the East China Sea?" The latter was slightly taken aback when he heard this. Apparently he hadn't expected the other party to ask these things. To tell the truth from Dr. Jiang, the disciples of the Taoist Association who came to the shore of the East China Sea to support them are almost wiped out. Our Su family is also to blame for this matter. Our Su family only got the news that we found a beast horde led by a commander-level monster, but we didn't expect that there would be a monarch-level monster. In the face of monarch-level monsters, even if we fight hard, it still won't help. Old Master Su let out a long sigh, his face full of sadness again. Jiang Chen looked at the sad old Master Su, and spoke slowly. "Master Su, why don't we make a deal?" "What deal?" When old Master Su heard Jiang Chen's words, he showed a puzzled expression. I saw Jiang Chen's face was stern, and with a wave of his sleeve, 3 pocket flying swords flew out from his sleeve, hovering in midair. On the blade, there is a faint breath of swordsmanship. Seeing this scene, old Master Su frowned slightly, and asked in confusion, "Master Jiang, what do you mean?" Jiang Chen said lightly, "Nowadays the coast of the East China Sea is being harassed by the beast horde. Presumably the Su family has already been devastated, and they are at their wits' end." Old Master Su nodded upon hearing this. For the harassment of the beast horde, especially when there are monarch-level monsters sitting in it, the Su family has long been at a loss. Even if the Taoist Association in Hangzhou keeps sending masters, it will not help at all. In the face of monarch-level monsters, unless it is those old guys in the Taoist Association whose strength is comparable to that of the Golden Core realm, they will go out in person. Otherwise, it might be difficult to resist the beast tide this time. With his hands behind his hands, Jiang Chen calmly said, "If Mr. Su can afford the price, then I will consider helping you solve this urgent need." "Dr. Jiang, don't make jokes. This time the beast horde is dominated by monarch-level monsters. Although the old man knows your strength is extraordinary, it would be too reluctant to fight against monarch-level monsters." Old Master Su waved his hand. Obviously he didn't believe that Jiang Chen had such strength. After all, Jiang Chen is the only one now, and in his opinion, no matter how against the sky, his strength is at most the level of the Taoist Foundation establishment realm. In the face of monarch-level monsters, even Taoists who are strong in the Yin and God realm are useless, let alone a mere foundation-building realm. Seeing that the other party looked down on his own strength, Jiang Chen didn't bother to explain. In a flash, he appeared behind Mrs. Su. Immediately, the vitality in the body circulated, and the foot took a step forward, shrinking the ground into an inch to display. In an instant, he and Old Master Su were in Ningyi village. Looking at Ningyi village in front of him, Old Master Su froze in place for a while, his face full of shock. Is this Ningyi village? He recognized where it was at a glance. Then he pointed to the corpses of sea monsters everywhere in front of him, and asked, Master Jiang, are you going to tell me that you killed all these sea monsters? Of course. Jiang Chen nodded without the slightest hesitation. Although most of them were killed by Shaoqing and Xiaobai, but they are his own beasts. If you kill the beast yourself, it is no different from killing yourself. Shaoqing Xiaobai, Master, are you polite? Old Master Su's eyes swept across the audience. Suddenly he looked in a direction, and his expression changed. Commander-level monster, 9-star sea puppet. Having lived on the shore of the East China Sea for a long time, he immediately recognized the headless 9-star sea puppet. Master Jiang, did you do this too? Old Master Su asked tentatively. If not. Jiang Chen spoke indifferently. As soon as these words came out, Old Master Su immediately took a deep breath. Previously, he had deduced from Jiang Chen's extraordinary medical skills that this person's origin must be extraordinary. Until today he saw the ability to shrink the ground to an inch, and he was even more convinced that the opponent's background was extremely powerful. But he never expected that Jiang Chen would be able to kill a commander-level monster, and even calm down the entire beast tide with his own power. One must know that Jiang Chen is just a young man. This kind of strength is difficult even for oneself. Seeing the shocked Old Master Su, Jiang Chen shook his head slightly, and once again used shrink to inch. The figures of the two appeared in the original Su family's ancient house. Cough cough. Jiang Chen coughed slightly, and he needed to pay a certain price for using the ability of shrinking the ground into inches. Although this cost is almost negligible for him today, it is still not good. It was only because he wanted Old Master Su to experience his own strength personally that he chose to take him to Ningyi village. After a long time, Old Master Su finally regained his composure. Looking at Jiang Chen, his eyes were full of respect. Originally, he treated Jiang Chen with courtesy only because the other party had good medical skills, plus the other party also had the miraculous elixir of detoxification pill, so he naturally wanted to establish a good relationship with him. But after he had seen Jiang Chen's strength, he respected the young man in front of him from the bottom of his heart. At such a young age, he has the strength to kill the commander-level monster Juxinghai puppet, which can definitely be called a monster. Master Jiang, I think. Master Su, I know what's on your mind. I am also aware of the current situation on the coast of the East China Sea, and I also understand the situation of your Su family. Old Master Su, who heard Jiang Chen's words, was slightly taken aback, and then said, since Dr. Jiang is aware of the current situation on the coast of the East China Sea, and has such a powerful body, he should contribute to it. As soon as these words came out, Jiang Chen shook his head immediately. Master Su, you have to know that there is no such thing as a free lunch. I've always been very principled in my work. I don't care what other people think, I just know that if I want to make a move, I will have to pay a price. With his hands behind his back, Jiang Chen stared sharply at Old Master Su in front of him. The latter's complexion changed, and he frowned and said, Master Jiang, for the world you don't need to tell me these great principles. I won't do this kind of thankless thing for nothing. Only my silly younger sister is willing to take action for the Taoist Association. Just tell me, what reward is your Su family willing to pay for me to take action? Jiang Chen opened his mouth lightly, with no expression of joy or sorrow on his face. After taking a deep breath, Mrs. Su asked, what does Dr. Jiang want? You may not give me what I want. It doesn't matter if Dr. Jiang says it, as long as my Su family can figure it out, I won't hide my clumsiness. Okay, since that's the case, then I want an ancient book from your Su family. Old Master Su's face changed when he heard Jiang Chen's words. What Dr. Jiang said was the book, that's right, Wuxing Liu Haquan. Jiang Chen opened his mouth lightly. As soon as these words came out, Old Master Su's face changed drastically. How do you know this ancient book? You must know that the 5 elements in Liuha boxing was an accidental acquisition by the ancestors of the Su family, and it was also the foundation of the Su family. However, because it was too difficult to practice and the damage of the moves was too heaven-defying, it was sealed in the forbidden area of the Su family. It has not been published for nearly 100 years, except for the old man Su. No one in the Su family knows that this ancient book exists. Master Su, you don't have to worry about how I know. I just want to ask you whether you can afford this reward. Jiang Chen stared at old Master Su and said slowly. Jiang Miracle Doctor not negotiable. Old Master Su was silent for a long time, and finally let out a long sigh. The old man promises you. Old Master Su let out a long sigh, and finally agreed to Jiang Chen's request. Although he has many reluctances, the shore of the East China Sea has been shrouded in beast hordes, and there is an urgent need for masters to sit in charge. Even if he doesn't know exactly what Jiang Chen's strength is, but if he can kill the Juxinghai puppet, his strength is not inferior to his own. Having such a strong person join the battle will definitely benefit the Taoist Association. In that case, please ask old Master Su to bring the 5 elements and Liuha fist. Jiang Chen smiled lightly. After old Master Su left, the smile on his face was even wider. The 5 elements and Liuha boxing is an undisclosed secret of the Su family, and it has the power to overwhelm rivers and seas. In the previous life, Su Tianan, the third son of the Su family, obtained the 5 elements and Liuha fist by accident. His cultivation leaped thousands of miles, and he directly stepped into the golden core realm of Taoism in just a few months. Became one of the winners of the first natural disaster. Now that Jiang Chen is reliving his life, he must keep these good things in his pocket. What's more, now that I have started to train my body, I just need a boxing technique, and this whooshing Liuha boxing just fits it well. A moment later, old Master Su brought the 5 elements Liuha fist. Use people's money to eliminate disasters for others. Jiang Chen accepted the whooshing Liuha fist, and then cupped his hands. Dr. Jiang, don't forget to promise the old man. Don't worry, Mr. Su. When my sister wakes up, I will go to the shore of the East China Sea to fulfill my promise. It's just that we agreed that the reward this time is only enough for me to help you kill a monarch-level monster. As for the rest, you need to find another way, Mr. Su. Old Master Su's complexion changed, but he quickly recovered. If that's the case, then there is the genius Dr. Lao Jiang. Seeing the back of old Master Su leaving, Jiang Chen slightly shook his head. Sighing, the Su family sits on the coast of the East China Sea for the people of Hangzhou, but it's a pity that their strength is not enough. With a thought in Jiang Chen's mind, his figure appeared in the cultivation space. Take out the 5 elements and Liuha fist, open it, and there are some obscure words inside. But it may be obscure to others, but it is not so to Jiang Chen. The world is divided into yin and yang, and yin and yang are divided into 5 elements. Jiang Chen looked at whooshing Liuha boxing, and began to learn the written records in it to practice boxing. In just a moment of effort, the entire training space was filled with whistling fist winds. Xiaoqing and Xiaobai at the side were both awakened from their deep sleep by the gusts of fist phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win / phoneme. Xiaoqing, stinky cat, what do you think the boss is doing? Xiaobai, don't you understand? Boss will practice boxing again. Xiaoqing, do you feel that the boss fist intent is actually killing intent? Xiaobai, it's none of our business, the boss won't beat us anyway. At this time, Jiang Chen was focused on the 5 elements and Liuha fist, and he didn't notice the changes in his surroundings at all. With punches again and again, the aura on his body also began to rise gradually. Call. With a long exhalation, Jiang Chen just integrated the entire book of 5 elements and Liuha Quan. I saw him lightly swinging a punch forward. Boom! There was a sound of piercing through the air, and a fierce fist swept away instantly. Xiaoqing and Xiaobai, who felt the terrifying power of the fist, trembled all over. 5 elements and Liuha fist is nothing more than that. Jiang Chen opened his mouth lightly, and the breath from his body began to dissipate behind his hands. Ding, recycling system has been activated. At this moment, a system mechanical sound sounded. Recycling system? Jiang Chen was slightly taken aback. Could it be that the 5 elements and Liuha fist in his hand can still be recovered? 5 elements Liuha fist, recycling price, 1 year repair. The system sound rang again. Good guy, it can really be recycled. Without the slightest hesitation, Jiang Chen directly took back the 5 elements Liuha fist. Successful recovery, cultivation balance, 420 years, system prompt. The host can convert the balance of cultivation into cultivation absorption at any time. It has been detected that the host's physique can absorb 120 years of cultivation base. Do you need to absorb the cultivation base? After Jiang Chen thought for a moment, he slowly said, absorb. Ding, the host extracts 120 years of cultivation base, cultivation balance, 300 years. In an instant, a huge vitality began to pour into Jiang Chen's body. Jiang Chen felt that his body at this moment was like a rubber ball, constantly expanding with the influx of vitality. But every time it reached a critical point, the absorbed vitality began to flow into his limbs and internal organs. Suddenly, Jiang Chen seemed to feel something. He was sitting cross-legged, and began to mobilize his vitality to help him break through. After a while, the breath on his body changed surprisingly. Jiang Chen slowly opened his eyes. His 120-year cultivation had been completely absorbed into his body, and his realm had also jumped from a 9-star monarch-level beast master to a 2-star emperor-level beast master. The body training even reached the 5th stage of the body training mirror. Sensing the changes in Jiang Chen's body, Xiao Qing and Xiao Bai ran over in a panic. Looking at the two who had grown up in front of him, Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel relieved. I think that when I brought them back, they were still pet eggs, but now they are both commander-level beasts that can stand on their own. Especially Xiao Qing, who has vaguely shown signs of breaking through to the monarch level. It looks like the breaking point is not long away. Ordinary monsters are divided into early stage, middle stage, and late stage. At this time, Xiaoqing's cultivation level is already at the late stage of the commander-level monster. Although Xiaobai's strength is still weak, he has reached the middle stage of the commanding-level monster. Jiang Chen patted the heads of both of them. Then he appeared in the Su family's ancient house in a flash. Now that he has entered the realm of an emperor-level beast master, his strength is enough to calm this beast tide. It's just that he was not in a hurry to make a move, but was waiting for Jiang Xuening to wake up. Looking at Jiang Xuening in front of him, Jiang Chen couldn't help but let out a long sigh. In this life, he must prevent Jiang Xuening's death. Cough cough. Suddenly, there was a slight coughing sound from above the bed. Jiang Xuening slowly opened her eyes, which were full of bewilderment. You're awake. Jiang Chen slowly lifted him up, smiling all over his face. Jiang Chen, where is this place? Looking at the strange things around her, Jiang Xuening's eyes were full of doubts. She clearly remembered that she was rescued by Jiang Chen and then sat on the back of a white tiger, but she couldn't remember clearly what happened after that. Jiang Chen looked at Jiang Xuening and slowly said, "This is the Su family's ancient house on the shore of the East China Sea." Su family. The latter's face changed. Suddenly she remembered that the 3 Taoist Foundation building masters who came to Ningyi village to save her earlier reported their identities as the Su family. And they kept talking about miracle Dr. Jiang. Could it be Jiang Xuening looked at Jiang Chen and remained silent for a long time? What happened? Jiang Chen looked at Jiang Xuening's puzzled expression and asked. The latter hesitated for a long time, but finally did not ask the words out. Seeing Jiang Xuening wake up, Jiang Chen felt much more at ease. After briefly explaining the situation, he started to prepare to go to the shore of the East China Sea to take action against the monarch-level monster. When Jiang Xuening knew that Jiang Chen's strength could decide the outcome of a beast tide, her face changed drastically. But she didn't ask how Jiang Chen obtained such powerful power. She lowered her eyebrows and murmured softly, "Come back alive." Jiang Chen smiled lightly, lifted her 3,000 black hairs that were hanging down, and said softly, "Don't worry, they are just a group of monsters, they can't hurt me." When leaving the Su family, only the old man Su saw him off. "Master Jiang, Miss Jiang, we will send him to a safe place according to your wishes. This time, may the genius Dr. Jiang return triumphantly." Old Master Su spoke slowly to Jiang Chen in front of him. The latter said lightly, "Master Su, if my sister suffers the slightest harm, I don't mind sparring with you." As soon as these words came out, old Master Su's face suddenly became extremely ugly. When he came back to his senses, Jiang Chen had already disappeared. "I saw that in a forest at this time." Jiang Chen shrunk the ground to an inch. The training space unfolded, and Xiaoqing and Xiaobai were released. Although Xiaoqing is big at this time, it is obviously unrealistic to ride it for 9 days, but in comparison, Xiaobai is a good choice of mount. Apart from anything else, he turned himself into a tiger. At this time, Xiaobai was wronged for a while. "Master, you let me out because you let me be a mount. After all, I'm also a commander-level monster, so how about you save me some face?" Of course, Jiang Chen couldn't hear these things. At this time, he looked forward solemnly, with killing intent in his eyes. "In the previous life, I was not strong enough to kill the quartet when the first natural disaster came. Now that I am living a new life, since I have this strength, I naturally want to show my strength. As for the monarch monster, hey, I don't know if I can withstand my punch." East China Sea coast. All the Taoist disciples gathered towards me. "These sea monsters are too difficult to deal with, and we can't resist them for a while." Accompanied by the voices of several Taoist foundation building masters, dozens of Taoist disciples who were scattered in the beast tide and fought all gathered towards them. Seeing that these Taoist disciples were about to gather together, several warrior-level monsters in the beast tide rushed towards them one after another. "What?" Hiss. With the sound of screams, several Taoist disciples on the way back were culled and killed by those warrior-level monsters. Blood splattered. Seeing this scene, the masters of the Taoist Foundation establishment realm looked solemn. Seeing the hordes of beasts continuously gathering towards them, they only felt heart palpitations. I couldn't help but retreat in my heart. Can we really stop them? A Taoist Foundation building master muttered to himself. The next moment, a thin sea monster suddenly jumped out of the beast tide. This sea monster was extremely fast, and it had already arrived in front of this Taoist Foundation building master while tossing and turning. When the latter noticed it, its claws had already pierced its chest. Put! A mouthful of blood spurted out. The body of this Taoist Foundation building master slowly fell down, gradually losing his breath. Roar! The sea monster's eyes were full of frenzy, and it kept roaring. "Be careful, it's a commander-level monster, a sea poison devil." Another Taoist Foundation building master noticed this sea monster and recognized its identity at a glance. Several Taoist disciples who heard his words looked at the sea poison devil involuntarily, their faces full of horror. Commanding monster. These Taoist disciples are more than enough to deal with slave-level monsters, but they are already stretched against warrior-level monsters. Right now in front of them are commander-level monsters. Even if they are the few foundation building masters in their group, they will definitely die. When the sea poison devil appeared on this battlefield, all the Taoist disciples were filled with despair. They are going to die. The sea poison devil roared, quickly submerged in the dense beast tide, and rushed towards them. Facing the sea monsters constantly coming around, and the sea poison devil hiding in the sea monsters waiting for an opportunity. At this moment, even those masters of the Foundation establishment realm were thinking about how to escape. Roar! Suddenly, the sea poison devil rushed out from the beast horde, aiming at a burly Foundation establishment expert and killing him. It was too late when the latter reacted. Seeing that sea poisonous devil was about to tear himself apart, a cold glow appeared in front of him. The cold light drove towards the sea poison devil's head in just a split second. The originally ferocious head exploded instantly. The foul-smelling blood splashed on the face of this Foundation builder master, making him gag. When he came back to his senses, he saw a young man riding on a snow-white tiger surrounded by 3 pocket flying swords. Within 10 meters of its body, there are all the corpses of sea monsters. All the corpses had their heads exploded, without exception. Boom! At this moment, countless phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme blades descended from the sky. The phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme blades scattered into the beast tide like a goddess scattering flowers, instantly beheading dozens of sea monsters charging towards the Taoist disciples. When everyone looked at the sky, they saw a blue bird hovering high above the sky. Its wings whipped up countless phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme blades, and it blasted towards the bottom. This is how the same thing? Monsters kill each other? No, look at the blue bird in the sky. It seems to be under the command of the boy above the white tiger. Really are. Seeing the white tiger and blue bird that suddenly joined the battlefield, everyone present was full of doubts. Jiang Chen, who was at the center of the beast tide, had a calm expression on his face. For him, the beast horde of the scale in front of him did not pose the slightest threat to him at all. With a thought, the three pocket flying swords exuded a monstrous sword energy and swept towards the surroundings. In an instant, the heads of dozens of sea monsters were blown off. It's really boring. Jiang Chen opened his mouth indifferently and looked at the hundreds of sea monsters charging towards him in front of him. A look of disdain appeared on his face. Since you are looking for death, then I will send you to die. He clenched one hand into a fist, and the vitality in his body began to gather towards the fist, forming a majestic fist in an instant. Boom! With a punch, like a dragon going out to sea, the majestic fist rushed forward. What? What? There were screams one after another. When the fisting intention slowly dissipated, there was already a flat ground in front of Jiang Chen. Under this punch, those sea monsters didn't even leave a single corpse behind. Sigh. Everyone in the Taoist Association gasped when they saw this scene. Everyone looked at each other in blank dismay, unable to believe what they had just seen. Kill hundreds of sea monsters with one punch. This level of strength, even a strong Taoist golden core realm might not be able to do it here. The boy in front of him is riding on a white tiger. Who is it? Soon, the beast horde in this area was cleared up under the joint efforts of Jiang Chen and Shaoqing. To be precise, it still depends on Jiang Chen. After all, with just a few random punches, he wiped out half of the beast hordes, not even leaving a single corpse. On the other hand, Xiaobai seemed a bit tasteless. During this period, it has been acting as Jiang Chen's mount. Even if it wanted to join the battle, it didn't dare to act without authorization. Seeing the corpses everywhere in front of them, the members of the Taoist Association were all horrified. There were hundreds of people who came here to pacify the beast tide, and now only a dozen or so of them are still struggling. Confronting the beast horde these days, they deeply realized the horror of the beast horde. Especially the commander-level monsters hidden in the beast horde, that is simply not something they can contend with. Even if it is a strong Taoistine god here, I am afraid that it will be stretched to deal with it. But such a terrifying wave of beasts was swept away by the two monsters led by the young man in front of him. This is nothing short of miraculous. Just when several people were still in shock, Jiang Chen had already ridden Xiaobai to the next beast-tide battlefield. He promised that Mrs. Su would help to get rid of a monarch-level monster in this natural disaster. Since he promised the other party, he will naturally do it. Although he is not a gentleman, he also knows the truth of what he says. As for solving the beast horde along the road, it was just a matter of my own doing. After all, I have just mastered the 5 elements in Liuha boxing now, and have not applied it in actual combat. Now I can just use the beast tide to make myself more familiar with the effects of whooshing Luhiquan. Seeing Jiang Chen's leaving back, several Taoist disciples were all muttering to themselves. Who the hell is he? His strength is so powerful. If I'm not mistaken, this person's strength is probably comparable to Chairman Lu's. No, President Lu is only in the Yin God realm. Even if you take a shot, it is impossible to calm the beast tide so easily. This person's strength must be higher than President Lu. It shouldn't be Golden Core Realm. Or Nascent Soul Realm? Speaking of the latter, their eyes began to become extremely respectful. A master of the Golden Core Realm and even the Nascent Soul Realm came here to help them deal with the beast tide. It's unbelievable. At the same time, exclamations came from everywhere on the coast of the East China Sea. Without exception, it was all because of Jiang Chen's actions to deal with these beast hordes and caused an uproar. For a moment, everyone began to guess Jiang Chen's identity. Some people say that Jiang Chen is an invincible existence in the Nascent Soul Realm, and the reason why he is so young is because he used the nourishing pill. After all, the effect of the nourishing pill can slow down aging. Some people also said that Jiang Chen's strength was only at the golden core level, but because of the assistance of 2 monster beasts, he was able to deal with the beast tide so quickly. Some people even said that Jiang Chen is the guardian of the East China Sea, and this action is to protect the safety of the East China Sea. There are different opinions. These gossips naturally reached Jiang Chen's ears. When Jiang Qin heard that in the eyes of others, he had already become a master of the world, he couldn't help laughing out loud. If those people know my true identity, I don't know how they will feel. Jiang Qin was riding on Xiaobai's body, looking at the East China Sea at this moment. He spoke lightly. At this time, the East China Sea was surprisingly calm. I don't know if it's because Jiang Qin made too many shots, so the tide of sea monsters rarely appears nowadays. For those people from the Taoist Association, this is a good thing. Maybe it was because the sea monster knew how powerful the senior riding the white tiger was, so he didn't dare to do anything wrong. It's just that Jiang Qin knew that things were definitely not that simple. Don't look at the calm now, but you must know that before every tsunami that sets off a stormy sea, the water is calm and without waves. He dared to assert that Donghai would make a big move. Maybe because of my intervention, the first wave of natural disasters may be brought forward. Thinking of this, Jiang Qin's eyes filled with killing intent. The first wave of natural disasters wiped out the entire city of Hangzhou, and Donghai Qingshan, the overlord of the East China Sea, personally took action. In the face of the attack of the emperor-level monsters, even if the forces of the whole city of Hangzhou unite, they can't resist it at all. In the end, only corpses and ruins remained. Donghai Qingshan, the guy who claimed to be invincible in Donghai back then. I want to see what you can do. Jiang Qin sneered. Now that he has entered the rank of emperor-level beast master, he also has the power to fight against the emperor-level monster Donghai Qingshan. With a thought, Jiang Qin and his party disappeared in place. In the cultivation space, Jiang Qin sat cross-legged and began to instill cultivation into Xiaoqing and Xiaobai. Ding! The host instills 100 years of cultivation into the blue bird. Trigger empowerment repair is a function, initiation repair is multiple extraction, the multiplier of the empowerment repair, 50 times, the host instills 100 years of cultivation, 5,000 times the return, years of cultivation will be returned. Deposit. Jiang Qin did not choose to absorb it, but directly stored all his cultivation in the mall system. Deposit 5,000 years of cultivation base, cultivation balance, 400 years, without the slightest hesitation, Jiang Qin gave Xiaobai the cultivation base again. Ding! The host instilled 100 years of cultivation into Shuechuan Ice Tiger. Trigger empowerment repair is a function, initiation repair is multiple extraction, the multiplier for the restoration of the empowerment, 20 times, the host instills 100 years of cultivation, 20,000 times the return, and, years of cultivation will be returned. Deposit. Deposit 20 years of cultivation base, cultivation balance, 400 years. Jiang Qin looked at Xiaoqing and Xiaobai, who began to gradually transform after the empowerment, and there was hope in his eyes. The name of the royal beast, Blue Bird, beast familiar level, early sovereign level, growable, beast royal qualification, 7 stars, bloodline of royal beast, Kuanpun, bloodline level, 1200%. With the end of the transformation, Xiaoqing entered the early stage of the monarch level monster from the late stage leader level monster in one fell swoop. Roar! A roar sounded. I saw that Xiaobai's transformation was also completed at this moment. Compared with before, at this moment Xiaobai has an indescribable majesty all over his body. A faint killing spirit emanated from its eyes, as if it wanted to slaughter everything. The name of the royal beast, Snow River Ice Tiger, beast familiar level, mid-level commander, growable, beast royal qualification, 5-star, bloodline level, %. Jiang Qin never expected that Xiaobai's bloodline level would be directly increased from % at the beginning to % just by enshrining 100 years of cultivation. Looking at Xiaoqing and Xiaobai in front of him, Jiang Qin nodded in satisfaction. Open the mall system. Mall system open. Opening the shopping mall system, Jiang Qin rummaged through it, and finally found what he wanted. Beast familiar returning to ancestor experience card, 1,000 years of repair, buy. Without the slightest hesitation, Jiang Qin directly bought one. With the deduction of 1,000 years of cultivation, the beast familiar returning experience card has been purchased successfully. Cultivation balance, 400 years. I had a beast familiar returning experience card before, and now I buy another one to be prepared. After wandering around in the mall system, Jiang Qin bought another 10 healing pills. After deducting 100 years of cultivation, 10 healing pills were purchased successfully. Cultivation balance, 300 years. After putting away the 10 healing pills, Jiang Chen left the cultivation space with a thought. These 10 healing pills were prepared by him just in case. Back on the coast of the East China Sea, looking at the bright moonlight in front of him, Jiang Chen leaned against a big tree, quietly looking at the calm surface of the East China Sea in front of him. At this moment, Jiang Chen's gaze was suddenly attracted by a figure above the sea. I saw a young man in a green shirt stepping on a broken board with one foot, waving a folding fan in his hand, as if he was fighting something again. Jiang Chen stared intently, holding his breath, and suddenly found the thing he was fighting with. It is a monster whose strength has stepped into the general level, the sea monkey. Sea monkey monsters are servant-level monsters, but there are some cases of warrior-level monsters among them. Being able to fight back and forth with the sea monkey monster of the warrior level, it can be seen that the man in the blue shirt is not an ordinary person. It's just that the sea is still the sea monkey monster's home field after all. Even though the man in the green shirt is strong, he can only be forced to retreat steadily. The wooden boards under his feet also began to shatter, and he was about to fall into the sea. Once he falls into the sea, he will only become the food in the belly of the sea monkey monster. At this moment, a cold light flashed across, and the head of the sea monkey monster, which had been attacking continuously, was directly blown to pieces, and its body floated on the surface of the East China Sea. Seeing this scene, the face of the man in green shirt changed, and he looked around the sea and saw no other figures. At this moment, he didn't care about other things, the vitality in his body was running, and he began to walk towards the shore quickly. Fortunately, the wooden plank under his feet can still support his weight, so it won't be fragmented. As soon as he came to the shore, he slowly opened the folding fan and looked around with vigilance. It's weird. The man in the green shirt frowned, his face full of doubts. He looked around, but he didn't see half a figure. Are you looking for me? Suddenly, a lazy voice came from behind him. What? The man in the green shirt was frightened for a moment, and he retreated rapidly. When he saw Jiang Chen's face clearly with the help of the moonlight, he was taken aback for a moment. Who are you? The man in the blue shirt was the first to ask. Shouldn't you state your own name before asking someone else's name? With his hands behind his hands, Jiang Chen indifferently looked at the man in the blue shirt in front of him. It can be judged from the breath of the other party that what the other party is practicing is not the Taoist method that Hang Cheng majored in, but the Confucian method. Moreover, this person can fight back and forth with the sea monkey monster of the general level, and his strength may have reached the level of self-cultivation of Confucianism. In Hangzhou, Confucian masters who cultivated themselves were not common. In Xiaofu City, Gongsun is silent. The man in the green shirt was slightly taken aback, then bowed to Jiang Chen and announced his name. People from Fucheng. Jiang Chen frowned. Although Hangzhou and Fucheng are not far apart, it takes a day to travel between the two places even by means of transportation. You must know that the wonderful Dr. Su Beiji from the Su family invited was from Fucheng. Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen calmly announced his name, never heard of that. Gongsun shook his head silently. I've never heard of your name. Jiang Chen's complexion did not change. It was you who helped me kill the sea monkey monster earlier? Gongsun looked at Jiang Chen without saying a word, and asked tentatively. I didn't make the move, but could it be that sea monkey monster who blew his own head and killed you? Jiang Chen glanced at Gongsun and said nothing, before speaking indifferently. What did you use to kill the sea monkey? Sword. Where's your sword? In the sleeve. Can I see it? At this time, Jiang Chen really regretted saving Gongsun Buyu. Gongsun Buyu really took the wrong name. What the hell is he talking about? What a chatterbox! Looking at the chattering Gongsun Buyu in front of him, Jiang Chen felt an urge to kill him with a sword. Fortunately, Gongsun Buyu was thirsty, so he didn't continue to pester himself. Gongsun did not speak a word, and maybe he would never know it in this life, because he was thirsty, so he escaped unharmed. Jiang Chen looked at the silent Gongsun in front of him, and slowly asked, What are you doing here? This person is from Fucheng, and it is well known that a large-scale animal horde has occurred on the coast of the East China Sea in Hangzhou. Especially when it was reported that there were monarch-level monsters in the beast tide, many forces in Hangzhou chose to flee to other places. Among them, Buddhism is the first to bear the brunt. Because of the leadership of Buddhism, many of the schools of thought also chose to give up Hangzhou. Only the Taoist Association did not give up on Hangzhou, and they all chose to fight the beast tide head-on. Jiang Qin was very curious about why Gongsun Buyu came to the shore of the East China Sea that everyone avoided. "Old Jiang, you don't know something. This matter has to be told since I was a child. I'll give you 3 seconds." Just when Gongsun Buyu was about to talk eloquently about his childhood experiences, Jiang Chen had already unsheathed a pocket flying sword and pressed it against his neck. "I'm here to find my master." Sensing the danger of his life, Gongsun didn't say a word and hurriedly made a long story short, call out. The pocket flying sword was retracted into the sleeve. Jiang Chen looked at Gongsun in front of him calmly and said nothing. "Who is your master?" "Speaking of my master, that would be a long story, but he is call out." A piercing sound sounded, and the pocket flying sword flew out again. Long story short. Just as Gongsun Buyu was about to tell about his master's romantic past, he felt the murderous aura on his neck. A pocket flying sword was only an inch away from his neck. The cold air that emanated made him shiver involuntarily. Maya Shuchen immediately and decisively reported the name of his master. Maya Shuchen. Jiang Qin was obviously taken aback when he heard these 3 words. For some reason, he always felt like he had heard the name somewhere. After thinking about it for a while, he finally remembered who Miao Shouchuan was. Isn't it the miracle doctor he accepted not long ago? Miao Shouchuan is his apprentice, and Gongsun Buyu in front of him is Miao Shouchuan's apprentice. Doesn't that mean the chatterbox in front of him is his grandson? Do not. There must be something wrong. With a thought in Jiang Chen's mind, the pocket flying sword was put back into the sleeve from Gongsun Buyu's neck. He stared at the latter, and said lightly, "Maya Shuchen is just a mortal with no power to restrain a chicken. Although his medical skills are superb, he can't be your teacher. You have a Confucian aura, and your strength has already stepped into the Confucian self-cultivation state. Why do you call him a teacher?" Hearing this, Gongsun Buyu smiled slightly, and said loudly, "This matter is a long story." "Okay, you shut up, needless to say, I don't want to hear it." Seeing that the other party was about to talk about it endlessly, Jiang Chen hurriedly told him to shut up. Facing Jiang Chen, Gongsun Buyu didn't have the slightest temper, so he quickly kept his mouth shut. Roar! At this moment, above the East China Sea, a roar sounded. Immediately afterwards, a tsunami was instantly set off on the originally sparkling sea. Under the monstrous tide, countless huge sea monsters leaped out of the water and rushed towards the shore with the help of the tide. Just at a glance, there are tens of thousands of people. Tens of thousands of monsters came out of the East China Sea. What's going on here? Gongsun Buyu had never seen such a scene before. His face was full of horror at this moment. Regardless of his Confucian self-cultivation, his temperament is extremely bad. He was already struggling to face a sea monkey monster that was only at the level of a warrior. Not to mention the crowd of sea monsters in front of him. Jiang Chen stared at the front, and with a thought, 3 pocket flying swords floated by his side. I didn't expect the beast tide to counterattack so quickly. Jiang Chen muttered in his mouth, and the vitality in his body circulated. Xiaoqing and Xiaobai, who are already in the training space, are ready to communicate and let them come out to help. Let's go, Lao Jian, what should we do? Do you think those sea monsters will eat us? Or let's run now. Gongsun Buyu on the side kept talking, and his eyes when looking at the beast tide began to become frightened. Jiang Chen, who was about to summon Xiaoqing and Xiaobai, froze for a moment. If Xiaoqing and Xiaobai were summoned now, Gongsun Buyu would definitely discover his secret. If you don't want the other party to know your secret, you need to. Just when Jiang Chen was hesitating whether to kill his apprentice who had just met, the beast horde on the East Sea was about to land. Indistinctly, one could already feel the aura of several commander-level monsters in the beast tide. There is even a monarch-level monster hiding in it. It seems that they are planning to come to a liquidation before the first natural disaster. Jiang Chen opened his mouth lightly, the vitality in his body was already flowing slowly. Now that Gongsun is silent by his side, it is difficult to summon Xiaoqing and Xiaobai, so let yourself try the power of Wuxing Luhiquan. Fizz. Boom. Crash. The waves rolled on the surface of the East China Sea, and countless roars sounded at this moment. Among the tide of sea beasts, 3 commander-level monsters landed on the shore first by taking advantage of the waves. The coercion of the 3 commander-level monsters erupted instantly, splashing sand all over the sky. Jiang Chen looked at this scene indifferently. In his eyes, the emperor-level monsters were no different from ants. It's just that Gongsun Buyu, who was beside him, was horrified when he saw 3 commander-level monsters landing on the shore. Lao Jiang, we are running now. Are we still able to escape? They probably didn't find us. At the moment when Gongsun Buyu's words just fell, the eyes of the 3 commanding-level monsters looked at him and Jiang Chen in unison. In fact, just Gongsun Buyu's extremely restrained aura could not attract the attention of the 3 commander-level monsters. But Jiang Chen beside him is not an ordinary person. I saw Jiang Chen patted Gongsun Buyu's shoulder. The latter only felt a burst of soreness, and then the whole person seemed to lose consciousness, and fell straight to the ground. Jiang Chen looked at the fallen Gongsun without saying a word, and said lightly, "It's finally been quiet for a while." Roar! The 3 commander-level monsters fixed their eyes on Jiang Chen, roaring from time to time. It's really annoying. Jiang Chen's eyes instantly had killing intent. The 3 pocket flying swords rushed forward in an instant. Boom! Bang bang bang! 3 piercing sounds sounded, and the heads of the 3 commander-level monsters were nowhere to be seen. When the 3 pocket flying swords fell into Jiang Chen's hands, the 3 light blue demon pills were also taken into his pocket. 3 pocket flying swords hovered beside him. Jiang Chen put his hands behind his back and looked at the 3 figures that were slowly falling in front of him. He said indifferently, "That's all." At the same time, on the surface of the sea, tens of thousands of sea monsters all saw the scene where Jiang Chen killed 3 commander-level monsters with flying swords. One by one sea monsters let out roars, and their figures kept rushing forward, and soon no less than 100 sea monsters landed on the bank of the East China Sea. Without the slightest hesitation, hundreds of sea monsters came to slaughter Jiang Chen. Call out. There was a sound of piercing in the sky, and then dozens of phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win slash phoneme blades were seen falling from the sky, smashing into the tide of sea monsters. When the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win slash phoneme blade fell, dozens of sea monsters died instantly. Roar! The sea monsters that escaped the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win slash phoneme blades attack all heaved a sigh of relief, and continued to hunt towards Jiang Chen. At this moment, a snow-white figure rushed forward from beside Jiang Chen. The huge body slammed into the tide of sea monsters. In the blink of an eye, dozens more sea monsters were trampled under the feet of that snow-white figure, without any breath. Seeing Xiaoqing hovering in the sky and Xiaobai fighting among the beast tide, Jiang Chen's expression remained the same. In fact, from the moment Gongsun Buyu was brought down, he had already released Xiaoqing and Xiaobai from the cultivation space. In an instant, hundreds of sea monsters were killed by Xiaoqing and Xiaobai. Chirp! Roar! Xiaoqing and Xiaobai quickly returned to Jiang Chen's side, staring fixedly at the black sea monsters on the East China Sea. Especially the aura of a monarch-level monster among them made the 2 of them fearful. As for the other tens of thousands of sea monsters, most of them are at the servant level, and even very few at the warrior level. It doesn't take much effort to deal with these monsters. Jiang Chen looked at the thousands of sea monsters that had gradually landed on the shore, and his vitality circulated. With a punch, the majestic punch seemed to pour down. The strong fist phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win slash phoneme directly attacked and killed thousands of sea monsters. What? There was a scream, and out of the thousands of monsters that had just landed, only less than 100 of them could still stand. The rest of the sea monsters were all reduced to dust by Jiang Chen's previous blow. Kill thousands of sea monsters with one punch. At this moment, let alone other people, even Jiang Chen himself felt incredible. He obviously only used 3 points of strength in this blow, and he was able to reach such a level. If he went all out, wouldn't even the overlord of the East China Sea, Dong Hai Qingshan, become a fan under his blow? Thinking of this, he gasped. It seems that the deal with Mrs. Su this time is not a loss. Having said that, in the last generation of Huaxia, there were some unknown but extremely powerful young people in many places in China. Presumably, these people must have encountered adventures. Wouldn't it be nice if I got their adventures before they did? At this moment, Jiang Chen already had an idea in his mind. But the most urgent task at the moment is to get rid of the beast tide in front of us. Looking at the sea monsters that kept coming forward one after another, Jiang Chen didn't have any kindness in his eyes. Boom! Boom! Swing two fists in succession, majestic and majestic. Under the two punches, half of the sea monsters that had already fallen on the shore were blasted into pieces. The entire coast of the East China Sea is filled with the smell of blood. At this moment, even Shaoqing Xiaobai, who is Jiang Chen's beast master, was shocked. Shaoqing, oh my god, is the master going to wipe out the entire beast horde by himself? Xiaobai, the master is so powerful, why do we need the two of us? Shaoqing, stinky cat, you don't understand now, if we are not the spectators, who can witness the power of the master? Xiaobai, silly bird, this time I agree with your point of view. While Shaoqing and Xiaobai were discussing, the rest of the sea monsters also fell into the East China Sea. Although Jiang Chen blasted 3 punches to kill thousands of sea monsters. But this time the beast tide is obviously different from the previous waves. There are still a steady stream of sea monsters appearing in the East China Sea at this moment. Seeing this scene, Jiang Chen's expression was solemn. Could it be that the first natural disaster was brought forward? Just as Jiang Chen was thinking, a figure slowly walked out of the tide of ocean monsters. The surrounding sea monsters all made way for this figure. When Jiang Chen saw that figure, his face was full of disdain. I thought there were some powerful monarch-level monsters in the beast tide this time. I didn't expect it to be only the Lord Hailing. Jiang Chen opened his mouth lightly. The monarch-level monster standing in front of him is blue in body, with 2 tentacles on the top of its head, but it has 4 arms on its body, exuding a menacing aura. Lord Hailing looked at Jiang Chen, and murderous aura rose slowly from his body. Jiang Chen's expression didn't change, he clenched his fist and was about to blast him to death. At this moment, Shaoqing, who was watching the battle, suddenly rushed to Jiang Chen. Choo choo choo. After a few cries, the aura of a monarch-level monster emanated from his body. You want to fight? Jiang Chen looked at Shaoqing and asked. The latter nodded, flapped his wings, and soared into the air. In an instant, a coercion belonging to a monarch-level monster fell from the sky, directly falling on the body of Lord Hailing. The face of Lord Hailing, who was originally a monarch-level monster, changed, and he looked at Shaoqing. The body also exudes a compelling coercion, which is not inferior to the latter. Seeing this scene, Jiang Chen slowly withdrew his vitality, and decided not to intervene in this battle. After all, it hasn't been long since Shaoqing became a monarch-level monster, so he should be tempered for a while. And the Lord Hailing, who is also a monarch-level monster, is undoubtedly the best whetstone. Shaoqing, beat him up. Accompanied by Jiang Chen's voice, Shaoqing's figure in the sky turned into a ray of blue light, charging straight towards Lord Hailing. The latter didn't show any timidity in the face of such an attack, and breath burst out from all over his body, motivating the current in the East Sea, and charged towards Shaoqing. Shaoqing's figure was as fast as lightning, and she avoided the attack of the water of the East China Sea while tossing and turning. With a flap of both wings, several phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme blades fell. The phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme blade hit Lord Hailing's body, tearing several wounds on his body immediately. Roar! Hearing his roar, several jets of water rose into the sky above the surface of the East China Sea, attacking and killing Shaoqing at an extremely fast speed. Seeing this, Shaoqing was also not to be outdone. The strong phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme was blowing all over her body, and she actually dragged all those water jets into her own strong phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme. In an instant, the gust of phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme formed a waterspout, and rushed straight towards Lord Hailing. Seeing this scene, Lord Hailing still wanted to resist, but the way back was blocked by Shaoqing's phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme blade. I saw the waterspout directly devouring the Lord Hailing, and there were screams. When the waterspout dissipated, the aura of Lord Hailing also disappeared. Xiaoqing vibrated her wings, and quickly returned to Jiang Chen's side. Good job. Seeing Xiaoqing kill Lord Hailing, Jiang Chen nodded in satisfaction. Although Xiaoqing is only at the early stage of a monarch-level monster, because of the Kunping blood in his body, his fighting is not inferior to that of a monarch-level monster at the middle stage. It is reasonable for Lord Hailing to die at his hands. Hearing Jiang Chen's praise, Xiaoqing raised her head proudly, looking at Xiaobai at the side from the corner of her eye, as if she was showing off her achievements. Seeing this, Jiang Chen looked at Xiaobai, and said, "Xiaobai, I will leave the rest to you." A gleam flashed in Xiaobai's eyes when he heard this, and he rushed towards the tide of sea monsters without the slightest pause. A murderous air emanated from its body. For some reason, since Xiaobai hatched, his body would emit a murderous aura from time to time. For this, Jiang Chen thought it was because the rusty sword instilled vitality into Xiaobai. When Xiaobai joined the battlefield, he had already lost the beast hordes of commander-level monsters and sovereign-level monsters, so how could he resist the footsteps of Xiaobai who had reached the middle stage of commander-level monsters? Seeing that Xiaobai entered the beast horde, it was like entering no man's land, killing wildly. Roar! After a long time, a dull tiger roar sounded. I saw Xiaobai standing proudly on top of a pile of bones of sea monsters, exuding a murderous aura all over his body. At this moment, it really has the aura of a beast like a white tiger. Looking at the corpses everywhere in front of him, Jiang Chen couldn't help but click his tongue. If the people of the Taoist Association are allowed to face such a terrifying beast horde, I'm afraid it won't take long for them to fall completely. There are tens of thousands of corpses, enough to pile up into mountains. Suddenly an idea flashed in his mind. Although the corpses of these sea monsters in front of him were not of high value, they were more numerous. Among them are the corpses of 3 commander-level monsters and 1 monarch-level monster. Such monster corpses are worth a lot. Activate the recovery system. Jiang Chen muttered, and the recovery system started. In an instant, all the corpses of monster beasts piled up in front of him disappeared. Recycling system starts. Recycle item, marine monster corpses, recycling value, 80 years of repair. The 80-year repair base is deposited into the repair base balance, cultivation balance, 380 years. Seeing the ever-increasing balance of his cultivation, the corners of Jiang Chen's mouth couldn't help but curl up. I didn't expect that the corpses of these monsters could be turned into cultivation bases. This is much better than sending these monster corpses all the way to Wanhuafang in exchange for less than a gold coin. After bringing Xiaoqing and Xiaobai into the cultivation space, Jiang Chen came to Gongsun Buyu's side. At this moment, Gongsun Buyu was still lying on the ground motionless. The vitality in his body seemed to be imprisoned, and the consciousness of the whole person dissipated. I saw Jiang Chen pointing his hand between his eyebrows, and a gentle vitality submerged in it. Cough, cough, cough. Help! Gongsun, who woke up, yelled without saying a word. His voice was deafening. He looked around, and the panic in his eyes slowly dissipated. Eh? What's going on here? Lao Jiang, what about the beast tide caused by those sea monsters? Gongsun looked around without saying a word, and found that there was not even a sea monster in his sight, and he was dumbfounded for a moment. Looking at Jiang Chen, he asked. There is no beast tide. Jiang Chen looked indifferent, and said slowly. No, it's impossible. There are clearly tens of thousands of sea monsters charging towards us. And there are commander-level monsters inside. Gongsun shook his head without saying a word, very convinced of what he saw. Jiang Chen sighed slightly and said, sleeping foolishly. After speaking, he turned around slowly and walked slowly in one direction. Seeing this, Gongsun stood up without saying a word and chased after him. Lao Jiang, are you sure I misread it? Determine. No, I saw it clearly. Euphoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals red read / phoneme it wrong. My eyesight is getting better, it's impossible. Euphoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals red read / phoneme it wrong. Impossible. I said you were wrong. Just when Gongsun Buyu was about to refute again, a pocket flying sword had already reached his neck silently. An icy chill came into his body from his neck, and it was bitingly cold. Euphoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read slash phoneme it wrong. Jiang Chen spoke again, his voice was indifferent. Yes, I must be wrong. When you get older, your eyesight is always blurry. Gongsun said nothing and hurriedly agreed. Jiang Chen flicked his sleeve, and the pocket flying sword flew into the sleeve, which made Gongsun silently let out a foul breath. Scared me. He patted his chest, feeling terrified. Since you came to Maya Shuchen, you should go to Su's house. Jiang Chen suddenly stopped in his tracks, and looked directly at Gongsun without saying a word. The latter stopped slowly, thought for a long time and said, now that the coast of the East China Sea is in trouble, how can I escape into the protection of the Su family? Let me follow Lao Jiang by your side to protect your safety. Hearing this, Jiang Chen's face was calm, and 3 pocket flying swords flew out from his sleeve. Speak English. I'm a road idiot. Gongsun scratched his head in embarrassment without saying a word. Very reluctant to tell his secret. If it wasn't because of his road idiot, he would have already arrived at Su's house and found his master, Miao Shouchuan. How could it appear in this place where the birds don't shit? How could it be possible to cross the ocean and fight wits and courage with sea monkey monsters? As soon as these words came out, Jiang Chen felt speechless for a while. To be honest, at this moment Jiang Chen can't wait to slap Gongsun Buyu to death. It's just that because the other party is most likely to be his own grandson, that's why he didn't kill him. I'll take you to Su's house. Jiang Chen looked at Gongsun and said nothing, and spoke lightly. The latter was slightly taken aback, and asked tentatively, is it really possible? He had already longed to go to Su's house to find Miao Shouchuan. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme your eyes. Jiang Chen said calmly. Gongsun shut his eyes tentatively without saying a word. I saw Jiang Chen pressing one hand on Gongsun Buyu's shoulder, and the vitality of his whole body was circulating. Take a step forward, and shrink the ground to an inch. The next moment, Gongsun Buyu and him appeared in a forest only a few miles away from the Su family. Just when Gongsun Buyu was about to open his eyes, Jiang Chen knocked him out with a blow from his hand knife. Master Su, I have something to trouble you here. A phone call came to Su's house, and within a short time, Mrs. Su rushed to the forest. Master Jiang. Old Master Su looked at Jiang Chen and slightly cupped his hands. This kid claims to be Maya Shuchen's apprentice, and it just so happens that Maya Shuchen is in your Su family, so I'll leave this kid to you. Jiang Chen threw Gongsun silently to old Master Su. The latter seemed to be carrying a small chicken, picked it up, breathed out and explored it, and then frowned. What did you notice? Jiang Chen asked. It's strange, Miracle Dr. Miao is an ordinary person, but this person has a Confucian aura. Mrs. Su quickly expressed his doubts. That's what I don't understand, too. However, after seeing Maya Shuchen, there will be answers to all these. If this person is not Miao Shouchuan's apprentice, then life and death will be at the disposal of your Su family. If you can't stand him, it's okay to kill him directly. Jiang Chen spoke slowly, his voice indifferent. Old Master Su was slightly taken aback when he heard this. Killed? Before he could ask a question, he saw Jiang Chen shrink to an inch again, and his figure disappeared from his field of vision in a blink of an eye. Looking at Gongsun in his hand, he said nothing. Old Master Su let out a long sigh. Being the head of the dignified Su family, how could he become the role of wiping Jiang Chen's ass? But after all, it was Jiang Chen's account, and he still had to handle it properly. After leaving the range of the Su family, Jiang Chen soon came to a hidden cave on the coast of the East China Sea. In my last life, I heard that an extremely powerful black tortoise was born here. Today I will come to see if it is true or not. Jiang Chen stared at the dark and hidden cave in front of him. With a big wave of his hand, a burst of vitality directly submerged into the cave. In an instant, light came from it. Walking into the cave, Jiang Chen could feel the obvious chill inside. The vitality of the whole body is circulating, which makes these bone-chilling chills isolated. The breath of an emperor-level monster. Suddenly, Jiang Chen's expression changed. He felt a unique atmosphere in this cave. This aura should surpass the monarch-level monsters. monarch-level monster. At this moment, Jiang Chen held his breath and began to walk deeper into the cave. John's boy. Old turtle. Just as Jiang Chen was staring ahead, a voice with a turtle shell on his back appeared in the depths of the cave. Before Jiang Chen could react, he saw Master Gue Zhu walking out of it. Seeing Jiang Chen, Master Gue was obviously taken aback. Jiang Chen felt the aura of Master Gue, and found that the aura belonging to the Emperor-level monster was indeed emanating from Master Gue. At this moment, Jiang Chen was relieved. Although he has known for a long time that the Tortoise Master can speak people's words, his strength is very likely to have entered the ranks of Emperor-level monsters. But at this moment, after he became an Emperor-level Beast Master, he felt the aura of the Turtle Ancestor, which confirmed his previous guess. Old Turtle, why are you here? Jiang Chen looked at Master Gue with doubts on his face. If he remembered correctly, Master Guizhu should still be at home in Hangcheng at this moment. Although he and Jiang Xuening are not in Hangzhou, Master Gue just likes to bask in the sun on weekdays. It is simply impossible to appear here from 1,000 miles away. And according to the memory of the previous life, this is the place where an extremely powerful black turtle was born. Turtle! Jiang Chen's gaze suddenly fixed on Master Guizhu. Jiang family boy, I want to know why you appear here. Master Guizhu didn't answer the question instead. It's just that when he felt Jiang Chen's aura that belonged to the Emperor-level Beast Master, his face suddenly changed drastically. It looked at Jiang Chen with a face full of shock, and asked, Boy Jiang Chen, you have already stepped into the Emperor-level Beast Master. Jiang Chen nodded. Impossible, it's impossible. I think the Patriarch of the Beast Master was already over 100 years old when he stepped into the Emperor-level Beast Master. You kid is not good now. How can you become an Emperor-level Beast Master? Master Guizhu was full of disbelief. In its view, no matter how insanely talented Jiang Chen is in beast control, it is absolutely impossible for him to become an Emperor-level Beast Control Master in such a short period of time. One must know that when he met Jiang Chen, the latter was only a Star Warrior-level Beast Master. How long has passed, and he is already a 2-star Emperor-level Beast Master? This kind of talent is no longer something that can be described as against the sky. Jiang Chen stared at Master Gue, thinking whether to tell him about the system. After all, Patriarch Gue was the Beast Familiar who followed Patriarch Beast Familiar at the beginning, and his strength has even reached the ranks of Emperor-level monsters. Such a powerful existence, if I can contract it, wouldn't it give me another big power? Although now facing the first wave of natural disasters, he can easily deal with it with his own strength. But if he is faced with the next few waves of natural disasters, he will need some help. Turtle Master is undoubtedly an excellent choice. At this moment, the sound of the system sounded. A beast that can be contracted has been detected. The name of the royal beast, 9 Heavens Black Tortoise, Beast Familiar Level, Early Emperor Level, Growable, Beast Royal Qualification, 9 stars, Ancestral Bloodline, Xuanwu, Bloodline Level, 20%. Listening to the system's mechanical notification sound, Jiang Chen's face revealed a look of surprise. He never imagined that Patriarch Gue actually had Xuanwu bloodline, and the bloodline level was astonishingly 20%. You must know that even Xiao Chang, who has been with her for the longest time, has only awakened only 12% of her blood. At this time, he looked at Master Turtle with fanaticism. Boy Jiang Chen, why are you looking at me with such eyes? Don't come here, I'm not interested in you. Don't I just want beautiful women to pet me? What? Seeing Jiang Chen approaching every step of the way, Patriarch Gui's body kept moving backwards. Seeing this, Jiang Chen grabbed his head, and then said with a smile, Don't worry, old turtle, it will be fine in a while, it won't hurt. Master Guizhu's complexion changed drastically, and the aura of an Emperor-level monster burst out from his body. It's just that the current Jiang Chen's strength has reached the Emperor-level Beast Master, and even his physical strength has reached the 5th level of the body refining realm. Only relying on physical strength can ignore the coercion of the Emperor-level monsters that the Tortoise Ancestor erupted. Whether to open the contract turn on. Without any hesitation, Jiang Chen immediately ordered the system to accept Master Gue as his imperial beast. I saw a golden light falling into the center of Guizushi's eyebrows, and then saw a faint golden light begin to glow all over his body. Master Guizu, who was still resisting, stood quietly in place at this moment. Feeling the body being gradually enveloped by the golden light, he slowly closed his eyes. The contract is successful. The name of the royal beast: 9 Heavens Black Tortoise, beast familiar level, early emperor level, growable, beast royal qualification, 9 stars, ancestral bloodline, Xuanwu, bloodline level, 20%. The number of daily empowerment increases 3 times. At this moment, Jiang Chen felt that a certain connection had been established between himself and Master Gue. When his eyes met with Master Gue, the latter was looking at him angrily. "Boy Jiang Chen, you'd better tell Grandpa Turtle honestly." In a flash, Master Gue appeared beside Jiang Chen. It's a long story. After Jiang Chen explained, he finally told Master Gue Patriarch the ins and outs of the matter. It's just that Jiang Chen didn't reveal anything about his own rebirth and the existence of the system. Only when you tell the other party that you have an adventure, can you make a contract with yourself. When Master Gue knew that Jiang Chen had a special adventure, he didn't show a look of extreme shock as Jiang Chen expected. Instead, he said calmly, "Grandpa Turtle was right in my guess. To be able to possess such terrifying strength at such a young age must have something to rely on. I really don't know how lucky your line of beast masters is. I think the Patriarch of Beast Masters got a mysterious book back then, and created the line of beast masters with the help of that book. But now that the Beast Master is in decline, and you have an adventure that can make your cultivation progress by leaps and bounds, everyone is really jealous." Jiang Chen was slightly taken aback when he heard this. The Patriarch of the Beast Master got a mysterious book back then, and created the lineage of the Beast Master through it? At this moment, an ancient book appeared in Jiang Chen's mind. Shanhai Jing? Just as Jiang Chen guessed the ancient book that the ancestor of the Beast Master had obtained, there was a rustling sound from outside the cave. "Old bald donkey, you have been walking around the poor road for so long, do you know where the cave is?" Outside the cave, an elderly Taoist priest wearing a Taoist robe and holding a dust whisk looked at the bald old monk wearing cassock and holding a Zen stick beside him, and said coldly. The bald old monk held the Zen stick in one hand, opened a map with the other, and began to search with narrowed eyes. When he glanced around, he immediately landed in front of the cave where Jiang Chen and Master Gue were hiding. With a happy expression on his face, smelly Taoist priest, "Don't babble in the poor monk's ear. Isn't that the destination that the two of us are looking for?" Looking in the direction of the bald old monk's finger, the old man really saw a cave entrance hidden in the shadows. Immediately smiled and said, "Finally let us find it, and it's a worthwhile trip." One monk and one figure moved forward rapidly, towards the cave where Jiang Chen was hiding. Seeing this scene, Jiang Chen immediately understood why there was news of the birth of a mysterious turtle in this place. It seems that it came from the mouth of the monk in front of me. Master Gue looked at the two who were getting closer, frowned slightly, and looked at Jiang Chen, and asked, "Boy Jiang Chen, that old bald donkey and the stinky Taoist priest seem to be unkind. Should we take a step first?" Hearing Master Gue's words, Jiang Chen shook his head. "Just watch what I do next." After hesitating for a moment, Master Gue finally nodded. When the monks walked into the cave together, the originally dark surroundings suddenly lit up. Immediately afterwards, an unparalleled coercion descended on the two of them. Emperor-level monster. The bald old monk showed a look of horror. Vitality radiated from all over the body, the Zen staff stood on the ground, and he began to chant scriptures with his palms together. In an instant, a boundless Buddha energy emanated from the Zen staff, wrapping him in it, not being suppressed by the coercion of the emperor-level monster. "Damn old bald donkey!" The old man cursed loudly. Passing out the whisk in his hand, a faint vitality flooded his body, and a Taoist aura stood in front of him, barely resisting the coercion. Facing the coercion of the emperor-level monsters, even if the two of them tried their best, they couldn't resist for a long time. After a while, the Buddha energy and Daorim on both of them were completely wiped out. The majestic coercion immediately suppressed the two of them on the ground, unable to move. "Who dares to disturb this seat's deep sleep?" A majestic voice sounded from the depths of the cave, accompanied by waves of incomparably powerful coercion. At this moment, even though the bald old monk is a master who has stepped into the realm of the law of Buddhism, and the old Taoist has stepped into the golden core realm of Taoism, he still cannot stand upright. In front of emperor-level monsters, they are no farts. At this time, the bodies of the two were trembling constantly. They had never been so afraid as they are now. Jiang Chen stood in the depths of the cave, while Master Gui stood beside him quietly. The coercion that belonged to the king-level monsters came from Master Gui. Jiang Chen boy, I'm afraid I'm going to be scared out of my wits after all those monks are tricked by you. Master Guizhu looked at Jiang Chen beside him, and said with a smile. The two of them must have a plan to come here. If that's the case, why don't I show them some color? Jiang Chen opened his mouth lightly, not caring at all whether the monk or not would be frightened out of his wits. Hearing this, Grandmaster Gui smiled and said, You are indeed the person I like, Grandpa Turtle. You are really as wise and powerful as Grandpa Turtle. Stop talking nonsense, then you sit here and suppress the two of them, and I will leave for a while. Where? As soon as Master Guizhu asked, he found that Jiang Chen beside him had long since disappeared. It's really weird. Master Guizhu showed doubts on his face, but the coercion he exuded did not weaken at all. At this moment, Jiang Chen has arrived in the cultivation space. He skillfully opened the mall system, and found a pitch-black cloak and a mask without saying a word. Devil God Cloak, 20 years of cultivation. Devil God Mask, 10 years of cultivation. Buy. After deducting 20 years of cultivation, the Demon God Cloak was successfully purchased. After deducting 10 years of cultivation, the Demon God Mask was successfully purchased. Putting on the Demon God's Cloak and Demon God's Mask, Jiang Chen's aura changed, and even Xiaoqing and Xiaobai beside him felt an extremely cold aura. With a thought in Jiang Chen's mind, his figure reappeared in the cave. When Patriarch Gui saw Jiang Chen's attire, his eyes were full of horror. Boy Jiang Chen, what is this thing on your body? Why does it give me a feeling that I can't see through? Master Turtle asked. Even though it is an emperor-level monster, it can still feel a terrifying aura from the cloak on Jiang Chen's body. It can be sure that this breath definitely does not belong to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen said lightly, From now on, follow the plan. At this moment, the bald old monk and the old Taoist were kneeling on the ground, and the pressure of the emperor-level monster had already made it difficult for them to stand upright. His grandma's, Pindao has never missed every major secret realm in the East. Who knew that he would encounter difficulties with you, a dead donkey today? The old man glared at the bald old monk and cursed. You fucking shut up. If you, a stinky Taoist priest, were not in a hurry to find the treasure, why would the poor monk be trapped here? Anyway, you and I are doomed today, so why be so aggressive? The bald old monk was naturally not to be outdone. Holding the Zen staff tightly with one hand, the few vitality on his body radiated out, resisting a little coercion. Just as the two were arguing, a voice came from the depths of the cave. Immediately afterwards, a man in black robe was seen riding on a huge black turtle, walking slowly from the depths of the cave. This is an emperor-level monster. Using an emperor-level monster as a mount, who the hell is this black-robed man? The eyes of the bald old monk and the old Taoist were full of horror. The two of them could clearly feel that the coercion from the emperor-level monster came from the black tortoise under the seat of the man in black. Even if you look at the whole of China, there are only a handful of emperor-level monsters. Dong Hai Qingshan, the overlord of the East China Sea, is an emperor-level monster. It dominates the East China Sea, and all the forces on the banks of the East China Sea have nothing to do with it. Now there is another black tortoise whose strength has reached the king-level monster. What the hell is going on in this world? Jiang Chen rode on the body of Master Gui, and slowly came to a stop within 5 meters of the two of them. A bald ass. An old man. Dare to disturb my Qingxiu. Jiang Chen's eyes fell on the bald old monk and the old Taoist. His voice was cold. As soon as these words came out, the latter too felt an incomparably terrifying breath blowing towards their faces. For a moment, his whole body trembled, and he even forgot to resist. The poor monk, Huizhi, straight into this place and disturbed Senior Qingxiu, please spare your life. The bald old monk didn't hesitate at all, and immediately confessed. How can he be the opponent of a powerful man who can make an emperor-level monster willingly serve as a mount? How cowardly! Seeing this, the old man cursed secretly in his heart. It's just scolding, but at this moment he also said in order to save his life, the impoverished 9 mountain Taoist strayed into the senior's cave, and please forgive me. Compared with the Huiji monk, Jiushan Taoist has more backbone. Looking at the two who were in love with him in front of him, there was no joy or sorrow in Jiang Chen's eyes. Stayed here by mistake? This place is remote, and one of you is a master of the Buddhist Rider realm, and the other is a master of the Taoist Golden Core realm. How could you enter this place by mistake? Tell me, what are your plans? Jiang Chen would not believe the words in their mouths. Senior. Me. The wise monk hesitated to speak. With a big wave of Jiang Chen's hand, Patriarch Gui once again radiated a more powerful coercion and descended on the two of them. Put. A mouthful of blood spat out from the mouths of Monk Huiji and Taoist Jiushan. Facing the coercion of the emperor-level monsters, how could the two of them resist? Say. Jiang Chen's voice was indifferent. Back to the seniors, the two of us came here together to find a secret treasure. Taoist Jiushan acted according to circumstances, and immediately stated the purpose of the two of them coming here. Secret treasure? Jiang Chen frowned, since he entered the cave till now, apart from seeing Master Gui, he didn't feel the existence of any treasure at all. The two of us got a treasure map, and the treasure map marked this place with a treasure. Jiushan Taoist hurriedly answered. Then he took out a sheepskin scroll with great difficulty, and wanted to hand it over to Jiang Chen, but due to the coercion of Master Guizhu, he still couldn't hand it out. Seeing this, Jiang Chen waved his big hand, and removed Master Gui's pressure on Taoist Jiushan. The latter let out a long sigh of relief, stood up slowly, and handed the sheepskin scroll to Jiang Chen's hand respectfully. Looking at the sheepskin scroll in his hand, Jiang Chen compared it, and it was indeed marked on the sheepskin scroll that there was a treasure in the place he was in. It looks like it should be a pill. At this moment, he turned his gaze to Master Guizhu who was below him, and the latter seemed to have a guilty conscience, and hurriedly looked away. Good guy, don't ask yourself. Jiang Chen immediately determined that the treasure here must have been embezzled by Master Guizhu. He put the sheepskin roll in his arms, looked at Taoist Jiushan in front of him, and said slowly, Taoist Jiushan, your name is quite familiar. If I remember correctly, the Taoist Association in Hangzhou has an honorary president from Kyoto, and his name is Jiushan Taoist. As soon as these words came out, Jiushan Taoist nodded quickly and said, returning to seniors, I am right here. Then he pointed to the Huiji monk who was still suppressed by the tortoise master's coercion, and said, this bald donkey is from the Buddhist sect in Kyoto. Both of them are from Kyoto. Jiang Chen looked indifferent, and slowly said, the two of you disturbed my Qingming, tell me, what are you going to do? It was this siege who killed you with one punch. It's better for you to pay some price and let me spare your life. As soon as these words came out, the hearts of Monk Huiji and Taoist Jiushan trembled. Is this a multiple choice question? Just ask which fool would choose the first option. It's better to die than phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme. Senior, Pindao has a boundary-breaking pill here, which is obtained from a secret realm, and it can help masters below the gold core realm achieve the effect of breaking through the realm when they hit the realm. Jiushan Taoist took out a pill and handed it to Jiang Chen. The latter also accepted it generously, and then looked at the wise monk beside him. After hesitating for a moment, Huiji monk took out a bronze mirror from under his cassock. This bronze mirror was obtained by a poor monk in a dangerous situation, please accept it, senior. At this moment, Jiang Chen removed the coercion from him, and took the bronze mirror into his pocket. Seeing that the other party accepted their treasure, the two of them finally breathed a sigh of relief. Get out! Jiang Chen yelled lightly. Monk Huiji and Taoist Jiushan looked at each other, and hurriedly ran out of the cave. Just when they were one step away from the entrance of the cave, a cold light flashed in front of them. The two pocket flying swords directly pierced the heads of the two of them, and as their heads exploded, their remnants suddenly fell down. Jiang Chen put the pocket flying sword into his sleeve, and said coldly, if you spare your life, I will spare your life. But since you're here, it's impossible to get out alive. Seeing this scene, Master Gui had a calm expression on his face. It has followed the Beast Master Patriarch for decades, and has long been used to people's hearts. It understands one truth better than Jiang Chen, that is, it must never let the tiger go back to the mountain, it must cut the grass and root out. The monk Huajian Taoist Nine Mountains saw its strength, so even if Jiang Chen didn't take action to kill the two of them, it would do so. With a big wave of Jiang Chen's hand, the Qiankuan bags on Jiushan Taoist and a Wuxi monk fell into his hands. After a brief inspection, Jiang Chen found a sheepskin scroll again. I didn't expect to keep it secret. Jiang Chen sneered. When he took out the two sheepskin scrolls, he found that the materials of the two sheepskin scrolls were exactly the same, but their corners were still not connected. It seems that these two are all sheepskin scrolls. Jiang Chen checked it carefully and discovered an astonishing secret. He found that the marking points on these two sheepskin fragments were all places where shocking secret treasures had appeared in his previous life. Could it be at this moment, Jiang Chen couldn't help showing a smile on his face. If he collected all the sheepskin fragments, wouldn't he be able to collect all the secret treasures? At this moment, Jiang Chen already had his own plan in mind. Put away the sheepskin fragments, and then put all the things in the universe bags of monk Huaji and Taoist Jiushan into his pocket. He jumped down from Master Gue Zhu. Sensing that the atmosphere was not right, Master Gue was about to run away, but Jiang Chen knew its plan a long time ago, and immediately brought him into the training space. Old Gue, I think we need to have a good chat. Jiang Chen and Lao Gue stood facing each other, with a piercing smile on their faces. Boy Jiang Chen, don't laugh, I'm afraid. After some cordial greetings, Master Gue Zhu fell to the ground with all fours sprawled. With his hands behind his back, Jiang Chen looked at Master Gue with a calm face. Old Gue, tell me, where did the baby go? Jiang Chen asked. Seeing Jiang Chen wanting to compete with him again, Master Gue immediately begged for mercy. I said, stop fighting. It'd be better if it didn't happen sooner. Forget having a friendly conversation with me. Jiang Chen smiled indifferently, and with a wave of his big hand, turned Master Gue Zhu back. That's not a pill, it's a demon pill. Demon pill? Yes, it's still the demon pill of an emperor-level monster. Where did it go? I ate. When Master Gue Zhu said these words, a trace of astonishment flashed in Jiang Chen's eyes. He never imagined that Patriarch Gue would actually eat the demon pill of an emperor-level monster. Can you spit it out yourself? What do you want? Master Gue Zhu showed fear on his face. Jiang Chen was speechless at the moment. You must know that it is the demon pill of an emperor-level monster, and its value is immeasurable. Maybe it is worth hundreds of years in the recycling system, which is actually thousands of years of cultivation. To be eaten by Master Turtle just like that. A violent thing. Recycling system, how much is the Emperor-level monster demon pill worth? Emperor-level monster demon pill, 1,000 years of cultivation base. Jiang Chen took a deep breath, and looked at Master Gue. Do you have a demon pill in your body? What do you want to do? You don't come here. After another cordial exchange, Jiang Chen finally calmed down. Since Patriarch Gue ate the demon pill, it's good to eat it. Anyway, it is his own beast, and the stronger it is, the better it is for him. It's just that I still feel a little distressed about the 1,000 years of cultivation. At this moment, Master Gue Zhu just asked, Boy Jiang Chen, what is this place? It had always wanted to ask Jiang Chen before, but it was only because of its cordial communication with him that it left this matter behind. A space, you can also understand it as an independent space that belongs to me. Jiang Chen said slowly. Independent space. Damn it, Jiang Chen boy, you have such an adventure. Master Gue Zhu had a shocked look on his face. Jiang Chen didn't pay attention to it. He called Xiaoqing and Xiaobai to his side, and immediately began to give empowerment to them. Ding! The host instills 100 years of cultivation into the blue bird. Trigger empowerment repair is a function, initiation repair is multiple extraction, initiation and repair is multiple, 13 times, the host instills 100 years of cultivation, returns 13 times, and returns 300 years of cultivation. The host's cultivation can absorb 300 years of cultivation, and the remaining 1,000 years of cultivation will be stored in the mall system. Cultivation balance, 380 years, with waves of turbulent vitality pouring into Jiang Chen's body. The aura emanating from Jiang Chen's body also became stronger and stronger. All the limbs and internal organs in the body have been warmed and nourished, and their strength has improved by leaps and bounds. The cultivation base has directly grown from a 2-star Emperor-level Beast Master to a 3-star Emperor-level Beast Master. The physical strength has really gained a firm foothold at the 5th level of the body refining state. Ding! The host instilled 100 years of cultivation into Shuechuan Ice Tiger. Trigger empowerment repair is a function, initiation repair is multiple extraction, initiation repair is a multiple, 21 times, the host instills 100 years of cultivation, 21 times the return, and returns 2,100 years of cultivation. It is detected that the host's cultivation has been saturated, and the 2,100-year cultivation base will be stored in the mall system. Cultivation balance, 480 years. At this moment, Xiaoqing's strength has reached the early stage of the monarch-level monster, and is only one step away from the middle stage. And Xiaobai has grown from the mid-stage of the commander-level monster to the late stage of the commander-level monster. Seeing the changes in Xiaoqing and Xiaobai, Jiang Chen nodded in satisfaction. At the same time, Master Turtle was shocked when he saw this scene. When it saw Xiaoqing and Xiaobai with its own eyes, Jiang Chen touched its head, and its realm jumped 1,000 miles. And Jiang Chen's cultivation has directly changed from a 2-star Emperor-level Beast Master to a 3-star Emperor-level Beast Master. This is outrageous! Jiang Chen walked slowly in front of Master Gui, and gave him a burst of empowerment without saying a word. At first, Master Guizhu wanted to resist, but soon it fell. Countless vitality poured into Master Turtle's body, instantly satisfying him. Ding! The host instilled 100 years of cultivation into the 9 heavens mysterious turtle. Trigger empowerment repair is a function, initiation repair is multiple extraction, initiation repair is multiplied, twice, the host instills 100 years of cultivation, double the return, and returns 200 years of cultivation. 200 years of repairs are stored in the mall system. Cultivation balance, 680 years. Jiang Chen looked at Master Gui in front of him with disdain. Good guy, just return twice as much as he draws. What an African! Boy Jiang Chen, what did you do to me? Master Guizhu looked at Jiang Chen with a puzzled face, and asked. When the latter told him about the empowerment and cultivation, his face was full of shock. It really can't believe that empowerment exists in the world. After Jiang Chen explained, it took a long time for the latter to recover. You just stay here. Jiang Chen opened his mouth lightly. Before Master Guizhu could speak, his figure disappeared in place. Seeing Jiang Chen disappear out of thin air, Master Gui took a breath. The lineage of beast masters is about to rise again. At this moment, Xiaoqing and Xiaobai's eyes all fell on Master Guizhu. Xiaoqing, stinky cat, look at that turtle, it's very powerful. Xiaobai, no matter how strong it is, did you beat it to lose its temper before seeing the master? Xiaoqing, do you think the two of us teamed up, can we beat him? Xiaobai, hey, try it. Ding, Blue Bird and Shuechuan Bingdu attacked Jotian Shenggui in the training space. The Blue Bird was beaten by the 9-day Black Turtle and couldn't take care of itself. Shuechuan Ice Tiger was beaten up by the 9 Heavens Black Tortoise until it ran away with its head in its arms. At this moment, Jiang Chen is standing on the shore of the East China Sea, looking at the horizon in the distance. A system beep came from the ear. Oh, what a worry-free guy. It's good to be beaten a little, lest they be rebellious. Jiang Chen opened his mouth lightly, not paying any attention to everything that happened in the cultivation space. At this moment, the vitality radiated from his whole body, and a coercion belonging to the Emperor-level Beast Master swept across the entire bank of the East China Sea in an instant. Feeling the coercion at this moment, the sea monsters that were going to come out at night all fled into the East Sea one after another, not daring to show their bodies. Jiang Chen clenched one hand into a fist, and slowly closed his eyes. Raise your hand and punch. With a punch, wrapped in countless vitality, he blasted straight towards the East China Sea in front of him. I saw a waterless land stretching hundreds of miles across the calm East China Sea in an instant. A waterless area stretches for hundreds of miles across the surface of the East China Sea. The sea monsters that were originally hiding under this water area were all blasted to pieces when Jiang Chen delivered that punch. The sea monsters that managed to save their lives all swam quickly towards the deeper depths of the East China Sea. I was afraid that I would become the next unlucky person. Jiang Chen looked at the waterless area in front of him blasted out by his punch, and his figure appeared above the East China Sea in a flash. The vitality flow under his feet allowed him to hover in midair for a short time. He looked slowly at the vast sea area under his feet, and a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. With a wave of his big sleeve, 3 pocket flying swords came out of the air. 3 sharp sword chi enveloped the waterless area in an instant. Jiang Chen looked indifferently at an area where sea monsters gathered in front of him, and his thoughts moved. The 3 pocket flying swords attacked and killed straight ahead, and a turbulent wave was rolled up in just an instant. Boom! There was a sound of explosions, and patches of scarlet seawater appeared on the surface of the East China Sea. The corpses of marine monsters slowly floated on the bloody water, and the stench filled the air. At the same time, deep in the East China Sea, in a huge cave, a giant python that has turned into a flood slowly opened its eyes full of anger. In front of him, dozens of commander-level monsters knelt on the ground, telling him what happened on the surface of the East China Sea at this time. Humanity! An extremely hoarse voice came from the giant python's mouth. A monster that can speak human words. The strength must have entered the Emperor level. And there is only one Emperor level monster in the East China Sea, and that is the overlord of the East China Sea, the Qingshan of the East China Sea. The giant python that turned into a dragon in front of him is the Qingshan of the East China Sea. Donghai Qingshan's eyes were full of murderous intent, and the coercion of the Emperor-level monsters radiated from all over his body, and immediately sent dozens of commander-level monsters flying out. Swimming out of the cave slowly, the breath on his body exploded, and he rushed straight towards the surface of the East China Sea. At the same time, the coercion that belongs to the Emperor-level monster beast spreads around. The surrounding sea monsters that were already preparing to flee, after feeling the pressure of the Qingshan of the East Sea, all followed behind him, headed straight towards the surface of the East China Sea. The number is so large, no less than sea monsters finally willing to show up. Jiang Chen held his hands behind his back, and the 3 pocket flying swords hovered beside him, looking calmly at the surface of the East China Sea that was stirring up waves below. Boom! There was only a loud sound of water breaking. Immediately afterwards, the huge body of the Qingshan of the East China Sea appeared on the surface of the East China Sea, and the coercion of an Emperor-level monster shrouded the East China Sea in an instant. Emperor-level monster late stage? Jiang Chen's face changed slightly. Originally, he thought that Donghai Qingshan was just an early-stage Emperor-level monster, and at most had no mid-stage strength. He never expected that the other party had reached the late stage. You must know that even the ancestor turtle who has survived by the ancestor of the beast master is no more than the strength of the initial stage of the Emperor-level monster. The Donghai Qingshan in front of him is actually stronger than Master Turtle. Humanity! A hoarse voice came from Donghai Qingshan's mouth. At the same time, on the surface of the East China Sea, tens of thousands of sea monsters began to surface, and surrounded Jiang Chen in an instant. The aggressiveness seemed to tear the latter into pieces. Seeing this scene, Jiang Chen sneered, "Donghai Qingshan, the legendary overlord of the East China Sea, when we meet today, his strength is mediocre." Jiang Chen's aura that belonged to the Emperor-level beast master erupted. Sensing the aura from Jiang Chen's body, the expression of Donghai Qingshan, who is the overlord of the East China Sea, changed slightly. With a hoarse voice, he spoke intermittently, "Emperor-level beast master. I didn't expect that time has passed, and hundreds of years later, I can still see the beast master reach the Emperor level." Donghai Qingshan's tone was full of surprise. "You know you're afraid?" Jiang Chen's voice was indifferent, and the 3 pocket flying swords around him exuded a particularly fierce murderous aura. Kong has the strength of an Emperor-level beast master. There's nothing to be afraid of. Donghai Qingshan spoke indifferently. Although it is quite afraid of Jiang Chen, after all, the line of beast masters is now on decline, and it is rare to see even a commander-level beast master, let alone an emperor-level beast master. But it is also extraordinarily calm. You must know that the reason why a beast master is called a beast master is that he must have a beast master. And the young man in front of him came here alone, with the cultivation base of an emperor-level beast master, so there is nothing to be afraid of. Hearing this, Jiang Chen smiled indifferently, with murderous intent in his eyes. He said coldly, "Who said that?" As soon as the words fell, an aura that also belonged to an emperor-level monster appeared on the surface of the East China Sea. "Boy Jiang Chen, Grandpa Turtle is here to save you." I saw the tortoise master appearing at Jiang Chen's feet out of thin air, and the coercion of the emperor-level monsters emanating from his body directly blasted and killed all the ocean monsters within 100 meters. Jiang Chen jumped onto Master Guizu's tortoise shell, looking calmly at Qingshan of the East Sea ahead. "Emperor-level monster?" Dong Hai Qingshan's hoarse voice sounded, and an attack wrapped in an extremely powerful and coercive attack swept towards Master Guizu. "Let's go, Jiang Chen boy, you want to kill me, Grandpa Turtle?" Only then did Master Gui realize his situation, and when he saw the Qingshan of the East China Sea not far in front of him, his face immediately turned pale. Although he is also an emperor-level monster, he is only in the early stage of an emperor-level monster. And the Dong Hai Qingshan in front of him is a terrifying existence in the later stage of the emperor-level monster. The two of them are not at the same level at all. Seeing that Dong Hai Qingshan's attack was phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme at hand, the tortoise master shrank his whole body into the tortoise shell without hesitation. Seeing this, Jiang Chen's face turned black for a moment. "Boy, is this what you call coming to save me? I've never seen someone hide in a turtle shell to save someone." Seeing Dong Hai Qingshan's attack getting closer and closer, Jiang Chen's vitality burst out, and he directly activated his physical defense, wanting to forcibly resist this blow with his physique at the 5th level of body refining realm. Dong Hai Qingshan's attack seems to be an understatement this time, but it contains an extremely powerful, terrifying coercion. Wherever they passed, even the sea monsters were accidentally injured, thousands of them, by the coercion. Boom! When Dong Hai Qingshan's attack landed on the tortoise shell of Master Guizu, there was an explosion immediately. In an instant, a water column as high as 100 feet splashed into the sky above the surface of the East China Sea. Under this blow, nearly 10,000 sea monsters that were not far from Master Turtle were killed. Blood sprayed everywhere, and a stench of blood permeated the East China Sea along with the blood. Wait until the hundreds of feet high water column slowly dissipates. I only heard an indifferent voice under the water column. But so. The soaring water column slowly dissipated. I saw Jiang Chen standing on top of the tortoise shell of the tortoise ancestor, his body remained motionless. Although Dong Hai Qingshan's previous attack was powerful and heavy, it was still not enough to face Jiang Chen's 5th level physical fitness. With his hands behind his back, Jiang Chen calmly looked at the Dong Hai Qingshan in front of him. "Boy Jiang Chen, you are still alive." At this time, Master Gui poked his head out of the turtle shell, and when he saw Jiang Chen who was unharmed, he immediately let out an exclamation. "You must know that the previous blow was issued by the Qingshan of the East China Sea. It is impossible for the physique of an ordinary human monk to resist the blow of the emperor-level monster." And Jiang Chen not only resisted it, but also remained unscathed. This really shocked me. "Can't you expect me to be okay?" Jiang Chen glared at Master Turtle. The latter knew he was guilty, so he had no choice but to keep his mouth shut. Seeing a person and a tortoise in front of him who took a blow from him but were still living in peace, Dong Hai Qingshan's face changed slightly, and the coercion of the emperor-level monster on his body was even stronger than before. I saw it slowly protruding its huge body from under the East China Sea. Since it already has the posture of turning into a dragon, there are already faint traces of dragon scales on its body. Against the background of the water waves, it really looks like a dragon. "Humans, the East China Sea is my territory. Intruder, die!" Dong Hai Qingshan roared. In an instant, several jets of water soaring into the sky appeared above the surface of the East China Sea, and not far away was a stormy sea. Tens of thousands of sea monsters seem to have received some kind of will at this time, regardless of the coercion of the emperor-level monsters emanating from the tortoise ancestor. They were all rushing towards Jiang Chen and the two in groups. Seeing this scene, Jiang Chen frowned slightly, and with a thought, the 3 pocket flying swords quickly joined the battlefield. 3 cold rays of light skimmed over the surface of the East China Sea, and countless kendo auras suppressed them. In an instant, hundreds of sea monsters were killed by the three-pocket flying swords. Naturally, Master Guizhu was not idle at the moment. Although it is not as powerful as Donghai Qingshan, it is still an emperor-level monster. Seeing so many sea monsters rushing towards him, he immediately scolded him angrily. "Don't you dare to put Grandpa Turtle in your eyes. Grandpa Turtle taught you little bastards what rules are." As soon as Master Gui's words fell, the extremely terrifying coercion of an emperor-level monster burst out of his body. In an instant, hundreds of sea monsters who were only tens of meters away from him were killed. It's just obvious that even after seeing the strength of Jiang Chen and Master Gui, this group of sea monsters have no way out. Under the order of Donghai Qingshan, they can only choose to fight to the death. There are more and more corpses of sea monsters on the surface of the East China Sea, and the scarlet blood stained a large area of the sea. Turtle Master and Jiang Chen are based in the center of the Scarlet Sea. It's like two killing gods. Dare to be fierce in the East China Sea. Court death. Donghai Qingshan suddenly let out a roar. I saw him leaping forward, his figure submerged under the East China Sea, and heading straight for the Scarlet Sea where Master Turtle lived. The speed is extremely fast, and the distance between the two is no more than 100 meters in just 2 breaths. Sensing the terrifying coercion emanating from Donghai Qingshan, Master Gui's face instantly turned pale. "Boy Jiang Chen, Grandpa Turtle, I'll take a step first." The voice fell before Jiang Chen could react. I saw the tortoise ancestor shrinking into the tortoise shell, and then went straight in one direction. In just one breath, it appeared thousands of meters away. "Old Gui, why don't you be so cowardly? You are also an emperor-level monster." Standing on the tortoise shell of the tortoise ancestor, Jiang Chen gave a loud shout. "Jiang Chen boy, you know what a fart." "Grandpa Turtle, I'm not cowardly, but judging the situation. The East China Sea Qingshan of his is the overlord of the East China Sea, and its strength has reached the late stage of the emperor-level monster. Grandpa Turtle is also very strong, but he's only in the early stages of an emperor-level monster. He's not at the same level at all." While speaking, Master Gui couldn't help speeding up a bit. Even though it is a turtle, its speed is not weaker than Donghai Qingshan who is chasing after him. Hearing Master Gui's explanation, Jiang Chen felt speechless for a while. Damn it, he really couldn't understand why such a coward would follow the Beast Master. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live/phoneme a long life. Boy Jiang Chen, quickly get off Grandpa Turtle's shell. You are on the turtle shell, Grandpa Turtle can't run fast. Seeing Donghai Qingshan who was getting closer and closer to him, Master Guizhu became flustered. His grandma, you are a turtle, why are you running away? Jiang Chen couldn't help cursing. Due to the rampage of the tortoise master, the thousands of sea monsters blocking the way ahead were all sent flying by his huge tortoise shell. For a while, there was a feeling of being in nowhere. But looking at the Donghai Qingshan who was getting closer and closer behind him, Jiang Chen knew that continuing to run was not a long-term solution at all. After all, Donghai is the territory of Donghai Qingshan, and it is basically impossible to escape from his hands. Old Gui, hold on first, I'll come as soon as I go. Jiang Chen patted the tortoise shell of the tortoise ancestor, and then with a thought, he disappeared in place. Seeing Jiang Chen disappear, Patriarch Gui's expression changed drastically. Cursing, goddamn Jiang Chen boy, you took me with you, Grandpa Turtle, if you ran away. It's over, Grandpa Turtle, I am so young, is it possible that I will ruin Donghai? It's too long. Cursing in the mouth, the speed of fleeing forward did not decrease at all. At this time, Jiang Chen's figure appeared in the cultivation space. Xiaoqing Xiaobai. After saying hello, Xiaoqing and Xiaobai rushed over. Jiang Chen looked at the two in front of him, and knew that it was impossible to resist Donghai Qingshan's attack only by relying on Master Guizhu. At this moment, a more powerful helper must be found. It is detected that the host has 2 Beast Familiar returning experience cards. Whether to use at this moment, the sound of the system sounded. Jiang Chen's face changed slightly. If it wasn't for the system's reminder, he almost forgot that he still has the rent-back experience card. Although the Beast Ancestor returning experience card is only valid for 1 hour, it can make the Beast Ancestor return 80. 0% of its blood, and its strength can reach the ancestral level for a short time. Isn't this exactly what I need? Just looking at Xiaoqing and Xiaobai in front of him, Jiang Chen hesitated. The two royal beasts in front of me both meet the requirements of the rent-back experience card, and I have to choose one of them. After some tangling, Jiang Chen called Xiaoqing to his side. It's up to you next. Chirp. Use the Beast Ancestor Returning Experience card. Successful use of the Beast Ancestor Returning Experience card. Use object, blue bird, above the East China Sea. The breath of two Emperor-level monsters, one in front and one in the back, moved forward rapidly above the sea. Master Guizhu was out of breath at the moment, and looked at Qingshan Donghai, who was getting closer and closer from time to time. Cursed secretly, Jiang Chen boy, didn't you just come when you go? Where's your grandma's? At this moment, a cry sounded in the sky. I saw a huge rock emerging from above the clouds, covering the entire sky at a glance. Old turtle. Aren't I here? Jiang Chen's voice came from the sky. What followed was an unparalleled coercion. Even Donghai Qingshan, who was closely following Master Guizhu, stopped at this moment, and looked solemnly at the Pengyao covering the sky in the sky. Boy Jiang Chen, you are finally here. Seeing that Donghai Qingshan didn't continue chasing him, Master Guizhu also breathed a sigh of relief. It's just that when it felt the coercion filling the world, its whole body trembled. With a trembling voice, immortal monster beast. No, it's stronger than the immortal class. An ancestral monster. At this moment, the tortoise master froze in place, looking at the Pengyao in the sky with a shocked expression. It followed the beast master patriarch thousands of years ago, and has seen many extremely powerful monsters. But none of the monsters can compare with the Pengyao at this moment. This is no longer an existence that can be compared with my own level. Xiaoqing, go down. Jiang Chen patted the head of Xiaoqing, who had transformed into Kuanping, and said softly. The latter nodded, and the flap of his wings immediately set off countless strong winds, and the entire East China Sea was ravaged by the strong winds in an instant. With one blow, tens of thousands of sea monsters were thrown out, and half of them were torn into pieces by the strong phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine/phoneme. Donghai Qingshan exuded coercion all over his body, and his face was particularly dignified. It has been sitting in the East China Sea for endless years, and it has never seen an existence stronger than itself. But at this moment, the strength of the Pengyao covering the sky and the sun in front of him is definitely crushing his own existence. Seeing the slowly falling Pengyao, a word flashed through Donghai Qingshan's mind. Escape. Must escape. Otherwise you will die. It was too late and then too fast. Donghai Qingshan submerged under the surface of the sea in an instant. The huge python body quickly swam towards the bottom of the East China Sea, regardless of the life and death of the tens of thousands of sea monsters above the sea. In its eyes, the life and death of these sea monsters has nothing to do with itself. As long as he is still alive, he can still rule the East China Sea. Let me go, so cowardly? Seeing Donghai Qingshan, who fled in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals desert/phoneme, Master Guizhu couldn't help but sneer. If it wasn't for Jiang Chen's voice coming from Pengyao, I believe Master Guizhu must have run faster than Donghai Qingshan. You must know that this rock is at the level of an ancestral monster, and it shouldn't exist between heaven and earth at all. The ancestral level monsters are all legendary existences. Old turtle, catch it. A loud shout came. On top of the rockbird, Jiang Chen jumped and landed on the tortoise shell of Patriarch Gui. Boy Jiang Chen, where did you invite such a great god? Master Gui looked at the pang bird hovering in midair and neighing continuously, his eyes were full of horror. You don't recognize it? Jiang Chen opened his mouth lightly. Recognized? Grandpa Turtle, if I recognize this kind of existence, why would I be chased by that anaconda? Quickly recruit Grandpa Turtle. Master Turtle glared at Jiang Chen and said in a deep voice. The latter didn't answer, but looked in the direction where Donghai Qingshan was escaping. He smiled lightly. I want to run now, it's too late. Xiaoqing, turn into a Kuan. As Jiang Chen's voice fell, countless golden lights flashed on the giant rock in the sky. The next moment, the golden light dissipated, and the giant rock had transformed into an equally huge fish. It will change. Seeing this scene, Master Gue opened his mouth wide. Thump! Before Master Guizhu could react, the koan transformed by Shaoqing landed on the East China Sea in an instant. Water splashed all over the sky, and thousands of sea monsters were shot flying. At the same time, Donghai Qingshan, who had already escaped tens of thousands of meters, looked solemn. It has traversed the East China Sea for so many years, and has never seen such a powerful existence. Even among the monsters of the immortal class, the aura emitted by them is definitely not as terrifying as that peng bird. The strength of that rock bird has definitely surpassed the immortal level. Fortunately, it's just a rock, there's no way to find me in the water. Donghai Qingshan, who escaped tens of thousands of meters, slowed down slightly and took a deep breath. Got you. The next moment, a huge koan appeared in front of it, and a terrifying coercion descended on it in an instant. An ancestral monster. Donghai Qingshan uttered in astonishment. In an instant, its entire body was suppressed, and its entire body twitched unceasingly, trying to break free. But in the face of Shaoqing, who has temporarily returned to his ancestors at this moment, it is impossible for Shaoqing's opponent to be a mere emperor-level monster in the later stage. Calm down! Shaoqing yelled angrily, and the huge fishtail slapped towards Donghai Qingshan. A huge force fell on Donghai Qingshan's body, and he was sent flying in an instant. The figure rushed towards the surface of the East China Sea rapidly, and in just one breath, its figure was shot out of the surface of the East China Sea. Jiang Chen looked at Donghai Qingshan, who had been locked in cultivation and was out of breath, and said to Master Gue, "Old Gue, are you being chased all over Donghai by such a thing?" After seeing this scene, the old turtle gasped. You must know that Donghai Qingshan is the overlord of the East China Sea, and his strength is even more terrifying in the late stage of the emperor-level monster. This kind of strength, even thousands of years ago, was an absolutely powerful existence. But it is such a powerful existence, but it is so embarrassing at the moment. At this time Shaoqing jumped out of the water, her huge body directly enveloped the sea area where Jiangchen was. Owner. Ordinary monsters, as long as they reach the realm of emperor-level monsters, can speak human words. Although Shaoqing's strength is only at the initial stage of a monarch-level monster, but relying on the Ancestral Beast Ancestral Experience card to reach the ancestral level for a short time, so he is also able to speak people's words. Jiang Chen nodded to Shaoqing, and said slowly, "Let's get rid of these ants next." The latter did not hesitate at all, his huge body rolled in the East China Sea, and a wave of murderous coercion rushed towards the surrounding sea monsters. In just a few breaths, tens of thousands of sea monsters were all killed by him. On the entire area of the East China Sea, there are piles of corpses of sea monsters floating. Scarlet and foul-smelling blood stained the entire sea area red. Hiss! Seeing Shaoqing, who was killing all kinds of people, Master Gui's eyes were full of horror. It has already known through Jiang Chen's chat with Shaoqing that Shaoqing is the blue bird who was beaten by him and couldn't take care of himself. But at this moment, the opponent's body exudes the breath of an ancestor-level monster, which is completely different from what he saw at the beginning. Boy Jiang Chen, what the hell is going on? Master Guizhu looked at Jiang Chen and asked. Now is not the time to let you know. Jiang Chen opened his mouth lightly. Looking at the half-dead Donghai Qingshan floating on the East China Sea, there was a hint of cruelty in his eyes. Old turtle, go and have a look. Jiang Chen said to Master Guizhu. What the hell, Jiang Chen boy, that is the Qingshan of the East Sea, who knows what cards it has? Grandpa Turtle, I won't go. Master Guizhu was as cowardly as ever. Hearing this, Jiang Chen was speechless for a while. No matter how awesome this Donghai Qingshan is, he is still beaten like a dead python. Besides, there is Shaoqing who is at the ancestral level sitting in the town. You are afraid of a hammer. In case that Donghai Qingshan has the whole card, if you retract into your turtle shell, will you still die? Look at your stupidity. Fortunately, at this moment, Shaoqing had already dealt with the surrounding sea monsters, and transformed into a rock, flying into the air. Signaled Jiang Chen to ride on its back. Jiang Chen naturally didn't say much, and jumped onto Shaoqing's back. The latter waved his wings and went straight to kill Qingshan of the East China Sea. At this time, Donghai Qingshan had been beaten by Xiaoqing before and couldn't take care of himself. Even if he wanted to escape, it was as difficult as climbing the sky. Seeing Xiaoqing, who had turned into a rock, rush towards him, it didn't resist at all. Fortunately, Xiaoqing just hovered in midair, and didn't really go down to kill. Jiang Chen looked at the half-dead Donghai Qingshan indifferently, and said with a sneer, "I never thought that the mighty Donghai Qingshan is now like a bereaved dog." Recalling the last life, Donghai Qingshan led tens of thousands of sea monsters in the East China Sea under his command, and directly attacked Hangzhou and several surrounding cities. Even if all the masters in the major cities come out together, it is still difficult to match them. Soon the entire east was occupied by the Qingshan of the East China Sea, and he was exiled in that catastrophe, and became a homeless person ever since. That catastrophe that almost caused the entire east to fall. Known as the first natural disaster. It's just that now that Jiang Chen has resurrected his life, after receiving the assistance of the system, his strength has improved by leaps and bounds. Even Donghai Qingshan, who was hailed as the culprit of the first natural disaster at the beginning, was not his opponent. Now I can only linger on like a bereaved dog. Humanity! Donghai Qingshan roared, as if exhausting all his strength. It looked at Xiaoqing, gritted its teeth and said, "As the most powerful atavistic monster in ancient and modern times, it has become a servant of human beings. It's really a loss of face for our monsters." Xiaoqing glanced at Donghai Qingshan, and the aura of an ancestral monster emanated from his body, causing the latter to vomit blood. Jiang Chen opened his mouth and said lightly, "I heard that the Qingshan of the East China Sea already has the appearance of turning into a dragon, and now I see that it is indeed the case. I don't know if you have conceived the blood of the dragon in your body." After Jiang Chen's words fell, the three pocket flying swords directly assassinated Donghai Qingshan. Crack! When the three pocket flying swords pierced Donghai Qingshan's body, two of them were directly shattered. Although the other pocket flying sword was not broken, the blade was also covered with cracks. Seeing this scene, Jiang Chen frowned slightly. He didn't expect Donghai Qingshan's physique to be so strong that even the three pocket flying swords that contained his own vitality couldn't pierce his skin. Looking at the three pocket flying swords that were broken into pieces, Jiang Chen simply discarded them. With a wave of his sleeve, a rusty sword appeared in his hand. It was the rusty sword that was bought at the auction back then. When Jiang Chen held the rusty sword, an extremely terrifying murderous aura erupted from the rusty sword instantly. The killing spirit overflowed, and an extremely powerful sword spirit attacked and killed the surface of the East China Sea. "Let's go, Jiang Chen boy, you are not kind. You fucking grandma wanna kill me, Grandpa Turtle." Sensing that something was wrong, Master Guizhu cursed loudly, and rushed towards the shore. It already felt that the terrifying sword energy overflowing from the rust sword threatened to kill itself. Not long after Master Guizhu escaped, the terrifying sword energy fell into the East China Sea. In an instant, the intention to kill directly permeated. "No!" Roar! Donghai Qingshan let out a roar with a look of astonishment on his face. The next moment, its huge indestructible python body was blasted into two sections by the overflowing sword energy. Under the overflowing sword energy, all monster corpses on the surface of the East China Sea were chopped into two pieces without exception. Call. It's all thanks to Grandpa Turtle that I run fast. Otherwise, I will be plagued to death by your kid. Master Guizhu, who escaped the catastrophe, panted heavily, and survived the catastrophe. Seeing this, Jiang Chen hurriedly put the rusty sword into the Myriad Realms display stand in the cultivation space, and only then barely restrained the overflowing sword energy from the rusty sword. He didn't expect that even though he was already an Emperor-level beast master, he still couldn't control the rusty sword. Where did this rusty sword come from? Jiang Chen's eyes fell on the body of Donghai Qingshan, who was cut in two below. At this moment, Donghai Qingshan was dying. It was cut into two pieces, but it was holding on with its last breath, and it was about to fall. Jiang Chen looked at it calmly. He said faintly, "It seems that you don't have the blood of the dragon in your body." Immediately, he punched out, directly killing Qingshan Donghai. Monarch-level monster. A generation of overlords of the East China Sea. The Qingshan of the East China Sea has fallen. Chirp. At this moment, the beast familiar returning experience card on Xiaoqing's body has also expired. I saw that its figure was constantly shrinking, and the aura on its body began to gradually weaken. Cough. A mouthful of blood spurted from its mouth. Seeing this, Jiang Chen's expression suddenly changed. At this moment, Master Gui also hurriedly fell into the East Sea again, and rushed towards Jiang Chen and the two. Jiang Chen stood on the tortoise shell of the tortoise master, looking at Xiaoqing, who was coughing up blood in his arms. His face was livid. A healing pill was put into Xiaoqing's mouth. When the healing pill melted away, Xiaoqing's injury was stabilized. Seeing this, Jiang Chen just let go of his heart. It seems that the beast familiar returning to ancestor experience card also has side effects. Jiang Chen murmured, and with a thought, he took Xiaoqing into the cultivation space to heal his injuries. Activate the recovery system. Recycling system is on. Recovered items, marine monster corpses, recycling value, 800 years of repair, cultivation balance, 280 years. The corpses of the sea monsters on the East China Sea dissipated instantly. Only the corpse of the East China Sea Qingshan floated on the surface of the East China Sea. Jiang Chen frowned slightly. He didn't understand why the recovery system didn't recover Donghai Qingshan's body. Looking at the huge corpse floating on the surface of the East China Sea, Jiang Chen didn't intend to let it go. After all, this is the Qingshan of the East China Sea, the emperor-level monster, and the former overlord of the East China Sea. Although it has fallen, its physical body must be different. Call out. With a wave of his sleeve, the cultivation space opens. Donghai Qingshan's body disappeared instantly, and then appeared in the training space. Boy Jiang Chen, what other secrets do you keep from Grandpa Turtle? Master Guizhu looked at Jiang Chen solemnly. The latter didn't speak, and disappeared in place in a flash. His grandma's, play with me again and disappear. Hey, you go back, take me with you. This vast East China Sea, you are not afraid that I will get lost? As soon as the words fell, Master Gui's figure appeared in the training space. Just as it was about to speak, Jiang Chen motioned for it to keep silent. Indeed, Master Guizhu had no choice but to swallow the swear words that had reached his lips back into his stomach. Looking at Jiang Chen, who was ecstatic with the corpse of Donghai Qingshan in front of him, his face was full of doubts. At this moment, Jiang Chen sat cross-legged, exuding a faint vitality from his whole body. The vitality was wrapped around the corpse of Donghai Qingshan. The next moment, Jiang Chen slowly stretched out a hand, using his fingers as a sword, and stabbed at the 7 inches of Donghai Qingshan's body. Wow! Accompanied by the sound of tearing flesh and blood. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up instantly. Only 7 inches away from Qingshan Donghai, a demon pill exuding pale golden radiance rolled down slowly. An aura belonging to an emperor-level monster emanated from this pale golden demon pill. The demon pill of an emperor-level monster. Master Guizhu exclaimed, and was about to step forward to snatch it. But Jiang Chen's gaze made him freeze in place for a moment, not daring to move. If you dare to touch this thing, I don't mind extra dishes at night. Jiang Chen opened his mouth indifferently. Master Gui hurriedly stepped aside, trembling with fright. Simply, Jiang Chen smiled lightly. Picking up the pale golden demon pill, after careful observation, he was just about to pocket it. A golden light flashed in the pet incubator next to Donghai Qingshan's corpse, and then a faint golden light emanated from it. Directly wrapped the body of Donghai Qingshan. In an instant, Donghai Qingshan's corpse began to slowly dissipate, turning into strands of vitality and sinking into the pet incubator. Seeing this scene, Jiang Chen was slightly taken aback, not knowing why. Ding! Wuhai pseudo-dragon pet egg absorbs the energy from the corpse of the emperor-level monster Donghai Qingshan, and begins to transform. Wuhai pseudo-dragon pet egg has been repaired and is about to break its shell. Please host stay away. Accompanied by a series of system prompts sounded. Jiang Chen's expression changed, and he quickly backed away. Boy Jiang Chen, why are you running? The turtle ancestor who stood there was stunned. The next moment, the pet incubator exploded directly, and a terrifying aura came towards the tortoise master. His grandma, boy Jiang Chen, you cheated on me again. Master Guizhu cursed, and quickly retracted his body into the turtle shell, so as not to be injured by the explosion. After the explosion, the pet eggs of the Wuhai pseudo-dragon began to shatter. An extremely terrifying breath emanated from it. Oh! With the shattering of the pet egg, a small black snake came out of it. Different from ordinary snakes, the body of this pitch-black little snake is covered with scales like dragon scales, and two large bulges can be vaguely seen on the snake's head. It's like a dragon horn that hasn't successfully transformed yet. Ding! Detected a bindable monster. Monster name: Wuhai pseudo-dragon. Monster qualification: mid-level commander, growable, monster beast quality, 7th grade, bloodline level, %. Seeing this scene, Zhangchen showed joy. Think back when he just got the Wuhai pseudo-dragon pet egg in his pocket, it was only of the 4th rank quality, and the bloodline level was only 1%. Now not only the quality of the monster has reached the 7th rank, but also the blood in the body has reached %. 8% of the Qinglong blood. Jiang Chen can be sure that this has absolutely something to do with absorbing the corpse of Donghai Qingshan. At this moment, the pitch-black little snake mouthed a snake letter, and looked around with great interest. The moment it saw Jiang Chen, a flash of light flashed in its eyes, and it quickly rushed towards the latter. Seeing this, the latter smiled lightly and opened his arms to hug him. Ah! In the next moment, Jiang Chen's time petrified in place. Anger slowly rose in his eyes. He's a loser. I saw the pitch-black little snake bit the pale golden demon pill in Jiang Chen's hand, and swallowed it into his belly without saying a word. Seeing that the demon pill of an emperor-level monster that he had worked so hard to get swallowed, Jiang Chen almost gave the pitch-black little snake to FA rectification on the spot. Fortunately, Master Gue rushed out and persuaded him with kind words before embracing the little pitch-black snake for his life. No way, no way. It's just a demon pill of an emperor-level monster, and there will be more in the future. Hearing this, Jiang Chen calmed down slowly, and looked at the pitch-black little snake who was blinking at him in front of him. Helplessly let out a long sigh. What is not your own is not your own after all. Even if he blocked the stinky and shameless Gue Zushi, he still couldn't escape the poisonous mouth of the pitch-black snake in front of him. Whether to bind the system beep sounded again. Without the slightest hesitation, Jiang Chen immediately chose to bind. He can't be bound. This little guy has swallowed his own emperor-level monster pill. He has worked so hard for so long, so it would be a big loss if he didn't bind it. Binding succeeded. Name of the royal beast: Wuhai pseudo-dragon. Beast master qualification: mid-level commander, growable, beast royal quality, 7th grade, bloodline level, %. Increase in the number of initiations per day, 4 times. With the sound of the system notification, Jiang Chen and the pitch-black little snake were officially bound. The pitch-black little snake blinked its big eyes, and looked at Jiang Chen innocently. Seeing this scene, Jiang Chen sighed slightly, and said slowly, "I'll forgive you." Hearing the words, the pitch-black little snake seemed to understand, and rushed towards Jiang Chen. Wrapping directly around Jiang Chen's arm, a cold touch came. Jiang Chen patted the pitch-black little snake on the head, and said with a smile, "Little guy, I'll call you Xiao Hei from now on." The latter spat out snake letters and did not refuse at all. Only then did Master Gue heave a sigh of relief, and his eyes fell on the parchment that had fallen to the ground. "Boy Jiang Chen, look at that parchment." I saw a golden light start to flash on the parchment. Jiang Chen frowned, and slowly walked forward to pick up the sheepskin scroll. The moment his hand touched the scroll, the golden light on the scroll became more intense. Directly in the parchment scroll, a punctuation point located in the East China Sea began to lose its golden halo, while at a location near the south where the mountains stretched, the golden light shone. The punctuation of the East China Sea disappears, while the punctuation of the south appears. Jiang Chen's face was solemn, and he only understood the reason after thinking for a while. Assuming that the punctuation point that disappeared in the East China Sea represents the overlord of the East China Sea, Donghai Qingshan, then does the punctuation point in the mountains in the south mean another emperor-level monster whose strength is almost the same as that of Donghai Qingshan? Jiang Chen muttered. Suddenly something flashed in his mind. He still remembered in his last life, when Hangqing fell to the first wave of natural disasters, not long after, the people in the south were also attacked by a group of monsters. Among them is the city where an emperor-level monster sits in town, leading tens of thousands of monsters under its command to attack humans. Even if there is Confucianism in the south, they can only retreat steadily in the face of the continuous wave of monsters and beasts. In the end, most of the southern territory was occupied by monsters. This time the beast tide is also known as the second wave of natural disasters. Could it be that what is marked on this parchment is the coming of natural disasters? Jiang Chen showed a look of horror. If this is the case, then wouldn't he have the ability to clearly predict natural disasters? At this time, Patriarch Gui slowly walked in front of Jiang Chen, looking at the rolling mountains marked on the parchment scroll. Xin Sheng said, 100,000 mountains. 100,000 mountains? Jiang Chen was full of doubts. Master Guizhu said slowly, it is rumored that there is an extremely powerful emperor-level monster sleeping in the mountains. Thousands of years ago, I passed by here with the ancestor of the beast master, and indeed found that there is a monster beast that is not weaker than the emperor level, Xinyan. It's just that we didn't want to disturb the sleeping emperor-level monsters at the time, so we didn't get to know them in depth. This point of light is probably referring to the emperor-level monster that sleeps in the 100,000 mountains. Hearing Master Gui's words, Jiang Chen became more and more sure of his thoughts. The sheepskin fragment in his hand is indeed a treasure that can predict the coming of natural disasters. It seems that we need to go to Shirwan Dashan. Jiang Chen opened his mouth lightly. Before that, I have to go to the Monster Beast Mountain Range. Inside the Monster Mountain Range, Jiang Chen rode on Xiaobai's body and walked slowly towards the core area of the Monster Beast Mountain Range. Along the way, countless slave-level monsters and indeed warrior-level monsters were all frightened away by the aura of commander-level monsters emanating from Xiaobai. Without the obstruction of these monsters, Jiang Chen went smoothly along the way, and soon reached the core area. The core area is different from the inner circle. There are several commanding-level monsters inhabiting here. When these commander-level monsters sensed the aura emanating from Xiaobai's body, they all stopped in front of the two of them, staring fiercely at Jiang Chen and the two with extremely fierce eyes. Looking at the several commander-level monsters in front of him, Jiang Chen looked indifferent. With a punch, several commander-level monsters in front of them instantly turned into fly ash, and even the trees behind them fell down in pieces. An extremely terrifying punch swept away, instantly frightening the monsters living in the entire Monster Mountain Range so that they dared not move at all. At the same time, in a cave in the core area of the Monster Mountain Range, a ferocious tiger crawling and sleeping in the cave slowly opened its only remaining eye, with endless killing intent in it. Roar! A roar sounded from the cave. Immediately afterwards, I saw the money tiger rush out of the cave and headed straight for the place where the terrifying fist was emanating at an extremely fast speed. It only took a few breaths, and its figure appeared in front of Jiang Chen. Monarch-level monster. Jiang Chen looked at the tiger in front of him with a calm expression and spoke indifferently. When he saw that the other party had only one eye, he instantly remembered what Master Guizhu said back then. His father, Zhang Tiandao, disappeared without a trace after a battle with the overlord of the Monster Beast Mountain Range, a monarch-level monster. And that monarch-level monster was blinded in one eye by Zhang Tiandao himself. It seems that it is undoubtedly the money tiger in front of me. Roar! The money tiger stood in front of Jiang Chen, and the aura of a monarch-level monster burst out from his body. Jiang Chen looked at it indifferently, and said lightly, "How dare a mere monarch-level monster stand in front of me?" Roar! The money tiger seemed to be ignorant of fear, and continued to growl at Jiang Chen. Attempted to drink Jiang Chen back. It's a pity that it obviously overestimated its own strength. Even the overlord of the East China Sea, a generation of emperor-level monster Donghai Qingshan, was beheaded by Jiang Chen. Not to mention a mere money tiger. The reason why Jiang Chen didn't kill it immediately was because he wanted to know his father's whereabouts from it. It's just that now, it seems that there is no reason to ask. I wanted to let you phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme one more time. Now it seems that there is no need. Jiang Chen spoke indifferently. With a punch, the extremely fierce fist intent rushed forward. Oh! An explosion sounded. Under this punch, the monarch-level monster tiger was directly killed and turned into a powder. Many warrior-level monsters around were blown away by the overflowing punches, half of them were seriously injured, and many of them were killed on the spot. Jiang Chen's gaze swept across the audience, and he saw that all the monsters around were scattered like birds and beasts, fleeing frantically. Let's go back to Hangzhou. After saying a word, Xiaobai supported Jiang Chen and walked slowly towards Hangzhou. In the Taoist Association at this moment, several extremely old veterans of the association gathered together. Lu Sanyuan, the president of the Taoist Association, sat on the leader's seat with an extremely dignified expression. I think everyone should have heard the news. The coast of the East China Sea has been extremely calm recently, and there is no such thing as the constant tide of beasts appearing like before. Lu Sanyuan looked at the several elders of the association present, and said in a deep voice. This old man has also heard about this matter. Hearing from his disciples, it seems that a senior riding on a snow-white tiger took action and killed the beast tide. A veteran of the association from the Bai family in Hangzhou spoke. It's true, but a strong man who can kill the beast tide with his own power must have surpassed the scope of the Yin God realm, and it is very likely that he is a strong man in the Golden Core realm. Lu Sanyuan nodded. He also heard about this mysterious master from among the few Taoist disciples who came back alive. It's just that no matter how hard he inquired, he couldn't find any clues about that master. The master who can quell the beast tide with his own strength must have reached the Golden Core level. Even stronger nascent soul realm. It is impossible to find such a strong person if you look at the entire Hangzhou and the surrounding cities. Only Kyoto has such a strong man sitting in town. Could it be that this person is from Kyoto? A senior member of the Lu Family Association frowned and asked. It's unlikely. This beast horde is coming very quickly, and Kyoto is far away from the coast of the East China Sea. Even if we get the news, it's impossible to arrive so quickly. The question he raised was quickly denied by the elders of the Bai Family Association. Even if the capital got the news of the beast horde on the coast of the East China Sea, the masters dispatched would have to wait 3 days before arriving. But now the beast horde was completely defeated in less than 2 days. It is absolutely impossible that Kyoto did it. For a moment, the faces of many veterans of the Taoist Association present were solemn. If it wasn't for the master from Kyoto, then who is that mysterious master? After some discussion to no avail, Lu Sanyuan dismissed the meeting. To him, the origin of the mysterious master is not important. What is important is that the coast of the East China Sea is now stable. That's what he wanted. At this moment, Jiang Chen was standing at the gate of Jiang's house, his brows were tightly furrowed. In fact, under the arrangement of Mrs. Su, Jiang Xuening had already been sent back home. Moreover, in order to protect Jiang Xuening's safety, Mrs. Su specially asked Su Tianqi to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead slash phoneme 10 foundation building masters of the Su family to stay in the Jiang family. When Jiang Chen's figure appeared in front of the Jiang family's gate, 2 foundation establishment masters rushed out from nowhere and stood in front of him. Jiang's important place, idlers are not allowed to enter. One of them looked solemn and spoke in a deep voice. Jiang Chen had already noticed that there were not only these 2 people in his room, but also 8 foundation building masters who were hiding in the dark, whose strength was almost the same as the 2 of them. And in the house, the breath of Su Tianqi, the second son of the Su family, was detected. It seems that Mr. Su really put his mind to it. Jiang Chen smiled calmly, patted the shoulder of the person in front of him, and said slowly, "This is my home." As soon as the words fell, before the Su family master could react, Jiang Chen's figure had already bypassed him and appeared in the living room. Jiang Chen. Jiang Miracle Doctor. Seeing Jiang Chen appearing suddenly, Jiang Xuening and Su Tianqi both exclaimed. At this time, the 10 Su family masters who were hiding around the Jiang family rushed into the door together, and when they saw Jiang Chen, their faces changed, and their vitality circulated. What are you doing? Seeing this, Su Tianqi's expression suddenly changed. Second master, he. This is Dr. Jiang. You all get out of here. Before the 10 masters of the Su family could explain, Su Tianqi threw them all out. Then he clasped his hands to Jiang Chen and said, "Master Jiang, these masters under his sect don't know Mount Tai, so please don't be offended by Dr. Jiang." Jiang Chen waved his hands and said calmly, second Master Su doesn't have to be like this. If it weren't for your Su family to protect my sister's safety, I wouldn't be able to do my own thing. Seeing that Jiang Chen didn't intend to blame him at all, Su Tianqi breathed a sigh of relief. One must know since Jiang Chen put Jiang Xuening in the Su family last time. Mrs. Su personally promulgated a family rule. When members of the Su family see Miracle Dr. Jiang, no matter when and where, they must treat each other as guests of honor. Jiang Chen's eyes fell on Jiang Xuening's body. At this moment, Jiang Xuening had completely absorbed the medicinal power of that healing pill. Not only the injuries on her body have been repaired, but the vitality in her body has also become extremely vigorous. It seems that after the medicinal power of the healing pill repaired the injury, it also transformed his physique. Jiang Chen. Jiang Xuening called softly. What happened? Jiang Chen frowned and looked at her. The latter hesitated for a long time, and asked, "Where have you been these 2 days?" Jiang Chen hesitated to speak, and in the end he just said, "It's all about dealing with some personal grievances." Seeing Jiang Xuening's expression of disbelief, Jiang Chen immediately said to Su Tianqi beside him, "Now I'm back, you just go back to Su's house. You tell Mr. Su that I've already settled the matter. After a while, I will go to Su's house in person and visit him." Su Tianqi nodded when he heard this. Then he said, "Master Jiang, the old man asked me to tell you one more thing." "What's up?" Jiang Chen frowned and asked. The old man said that the Confucian expert named Gongsun Buyu is indeed a disciple of divine Dr. Miao. It's just that he seems to be looking for your whereabouts. The old man asked me to ask Miracle Dr. Jiang if I need it. Su Tianqi didn't continue to speak, but put a knife on his neck with one hand. "No need." Jiang Chen shook his head. From the beginning, he just wanted to find out the identity of Gongsun Buyu. Since he is indeed Miao Shouchuan's apprentice, he is his own grandson in terms of seniority. Although I was tired of his nagging, but I wouldn't kill him because of it. After hearing Jiang Chen's answer, Su Tianqi nodded, and then took the 10 masters of the Su family to stand up and leave. Wait until the masters of the Su family leave the Jiang family. Jiang Xuening seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. Her eyes were fixed on Jiang Chen. "Jiang Chen, tell the truth, why did you go? Also, what is the deal between you and the old man of the Su family?" Facing Jiang Xuening's question, Jiang Chen just shrugged it off with a ha. He couldn't tell Jiang Xuening that his deal with Mrs. Su was to kill the monarch-level monsters in the beast tied for him. "But I accidentally killed the overlord of the East China Sea, the emperor-level monster Dong Hai Qingshan together." If Jiang Xuening knew about this, wouldn't the sky be turned upside down? After some prevarication, Jiang Xuening no longer had the intention to continue asking. She let out a long sigh, and then said, "Jiang Chen, I don't care what you do. But I want you to remember one thing, the world is too chaotic now, you have to pay attention to your safety." Hearing this, Jiang Chen smiled lightly. "I have the strength of an emperor-level beast master, looking at the whole of China, there is no danger that I can hurt myself." Facing Jiang Xuening's concern, he smiled and said, "Don't worry." Jiang Xuening nodded, and said slowly, "Next, you should prepare, the Taoist Association will send a car to pick us up tomorrow." "What are you going to do?" Jiang Chen showed doubts on his face. "Have you forgotten what you promised Master Lu at the Taoist Association?" Jiang Xuening frowned and looked at Jiang Chen. The latter thought for a moment before reacting. The secret realm of the Taoist Association. Back in the room, Jiang Chen locked the door. Immediately with a thought, the figure appeared in the cultivation space. "Boy Jiang Chen, you are here." As soon as he saw Jiang Chen appearing, Master Gue quickly ran to him. On the tail of the tortoise master, Xiao He was biting the tortoise master's tail tightly. "Old Gue, why did you provoke this guy?" Jiang Chen frowned, and managed to get Xiao He off Master Gui's tail. Looking at Xiao He who kept spitting snake letters at him, he asked Master Gue Zhu. "How the hell do I know? This little guy has a really bad temper. Grandpa Turtle, I touched its head, but it chased and bit me desperately. If it hadn't been for its small size, I would have beaten it until it couldn't take care of itself." Gue Zushi looked helpless. It just wanted to touch the two big bumps on the top of Xiaohei's head to see if they were the rumored dragon horns. Who knew that Xiaohei beat him violently, biting his own tail and not letting go? Hiss. When Xiaohei heard the words of Master Turtle, his eyes were filled with anger for a moment, and he let out a snake letter and roared. Fortunately, Jiang Chen held it in his hands, so Master Gue didn't suffer another disaster. Let's go, you little guy, why are you so arrogant? Turtle Master looked at Xiaohei, who was screaming and scolded angrily. Hearing this, the latter immediately broke free from Jiang Chen's restraint, and bit the turtle ancestor's tail. What? A piercing cry sounded. After a long while, Xiaohei Fong finally let go of his mouth after Master Guizhu begged for mercy. Okay, don't fix these useless things, it's important. Jiang Chen didn't have the heart to pay attention to the two of them, and immediately greeted Xiaoqing and Xiaobai. The two ran over in a hurry. At this moment, Xiaoqing has recovered from her injuries. Although her breath is still a little sluggish, she is much better than before. It seems that the beast familiar returning to ancestor experience card cannot be used frequently. Jiang Chen murmured. Immediately, Xiaoqing was called to the front of him, and one hand was placed on top of its head, giving him empowerment. Ding! The host instills 100 years of cultivation into the blue bird. Trigger empowerment repair is a function, initiation repair is multiple extraction, initiation and repair is a multiple, 11 times, the host instills 100 years of cultivation, returns 11 times, and returns 100 years of cultivation. 1,100 years of repairs are automatically deposited into the mole system. Cultivation balance, 380 years. Xiaoqing, who had been instilled with cultivation for 100 years, began to transform, and a simple atmosphere emanated from her body. It turned out to be exactly the same aura as the Kuanpeng who turned into after using the beast ancestor returning experience card. The name of the royal beast, blue bird, beast familiar level, sovereign level middle stage, growable, beast royal qualification, 7 stars, bloodline of royal beast, Kuanpeng, bloodline level, 1300%. Seeing the changes in Xiaoqing's body, Jiang Chen breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that as long as he persisted in giving the empowerment, Xiaoqing's blood would become more intense. Immediately afterwards, he gave initiations to Xiaobai and Master Guizhu one after another. Ding! The host instilled 100 years of cultivation into Shuechuan Ice Tiger. Trigger empowerment repair is a function, initiation repair is multiple extraction, the multiplier for the restoration of the empowerment, 20 times, the host instills 100 years of cultivation, 2000 times the return, and, years of cultivation will be returned. Repaired in 2000 and automatically stored in the mole system. Cultivation balance, 2 years. Ding! The host instilled 100 years of cultivation into the 9 heavens mysterious turtle. Trigger empowerment repair is a function, initiation repair is multiple extraction, initiation repair is multiplied, 3 times, the host instills 100 years of cultivation, 3 times the return, and 300 years of cultivation will be returned. Repaired in 300 and automatically stored in the mole system. Cultivation balance, 2 years. Jiang Chen looked at Master Gue with a dark face. His grandma's. Is this tortoise a non-chief? I've been empowering myself for so long, and I've never seen someone who keeps returning 3 times their cultivation base. Even giving Xiaobai the empowerment can be returned 20 times. How can this turtle be so wrong? If you say it, you curse it. But Jiang Chen didn't care too much. Now his physique is simply not enough to absorb such a majestic vitality, so he can store these cultivation bases in the mole system and use them when he wants to use them. It's convenient. Sigh. At this time Jiang Chen felt a burst of coldness on his arm, and saw that Xiaohei was already clinging to his arm. Spit out snake letters to yourself. Almost forgot about you, little guy. Jiang Chen smiled slightly, and gave initiation to Xiaohei. Ding! The host instills 1 year of cultivation into Wuhai Pseudo-Dragon. Trigger empowerment repair is a function, initiation repair is multiple extraction, initiation repair is a multiple, 88 times, the host instills 1 year of cultivation, 88 times the return, 88 years of cultivation will be returned. Repaired in 88 and automatically deposited into the system mall. Cultivation balance, 2 years. After the empowerment, Xiaohei slowly closed his eyes, exuding an increasingly gloomy aura. Jiang Chen slowly put it on the tortoise shell of Master Turtle. Seeing this, Master Gui didn't object. After all, although Xiaohei has a violent personality, he won't hurt himself. After the initiation was over, Jiang Chen looked at Master Gui. He said, "Old Gui, I need to go out for a while. Your identities are extremely special, and it is not suitable to appear in the public eye. At that time, I will keep all of you in the cultivation space, and you will be responsible for their daily life." Hearing this, Master Gui's face was full of black lines. "Boy Jiang Chen, you treat me as a babysitter, Grandpa Turtle?" Jiang Chen smiled lightly, "Can't you?" Master Gui Zhu lost his temper for a while, so he had no choice but to compromise. In fact, Xiaocheng and Xiaobai's diet and daily life are already regular. What it needs is to urge them both to practice, and to fight against them. Otherwise, once Xiaoqing and Xiaobai were allowed to neglect their cultivation, it would be absolutely unforgivable for Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen smiled slightly. "Open the mall system." System mall opens. Jiang Chen opened the mall system, wanting to buy a handy weapon. Now the 3-pocket flying swords I bought from Wan Wufang have been scrapped, and the rusty sword I got at the auction can't be used. So he urgently needs a weapon to defend himself. As soon as the weapon row was opened, a dazzling array of weapons appeared in front of him. 7-star bronze knife, 300 years of repair, 2-edged cyan frost sword, 300 years of cultivation, Zhangba snake spear, 800 years of cultivation, Qinglong Yenyue knife, 1000 years of cultivation, Fong Tian painting halberd, 1000 years of cultivation. After Jiang Chen made some selections, he finally saw a weapon he liked. Juke sword, 8,888 years. Jiang Chen didn't hesitate at all, and bought it directly. Deducting 880 years of cultivation, the Juk sword was successfully purchased. Cultivation balance, 880 years, a golden light flashed, and Jiang Chen had a 3-foot-long sword in his hand. Juke sword, the famous sword of the 8 desolation. Juke is blunt and heavy. Although the intention is incomplete, the sword body is indestructible. Once it is unsheathed, its sharpness is enough to break through 10,000 armors. Jiang Chen looked at the introduction of Juk sword, his face was full of joy. "I didn't feel any regret at all because I spent 880 years of cultivation." He deeply understands the power of Juk sword, and it can be said that he never expected to be able to buy this sword from the mall system. Putting the Juk sword into the scabbard, Jiang Chen thought, and his figure disappeared from the training space. Jiang Chen, who returned to the house, found that it was getting late. During this period of time, he was busy salting the beast tide in the East China Sea, and he hadn't had a good night's sleep. This time the worry was over, and immediately after washing up, he fell asleep drowsily. Early the next morning, Jiang Chen was woken up by Jiang Xuening. At this moment, Jiang Xuening was wearing a Taoist robe, exuding an aura that strangers should not enter. Beep beep. At this moment, a trumpet sounded from outside the gate of the Jiang family. When Jiang Chen opened the door, he saw that Lu Jieji had been waiting here for a long time. And behind him, several jet-black luxury cars are neatly arranged in a row, with a rather large posture. "The 2 brothers and sisters of the Jiang family, it's time to go." Master Lu slowly got down from the leading luxury car, and greeted Jiang Chen and the 2 of them. "Master Lu." Jiang Chen bypassed Lu Jieji and came to Master Lu, and greeted him. "Boy from the Jiang family, he looks even more handsome after a few days of not seeing each other. Get in the car, it's time to go." Master Lu greeted Jiang Chen and others to get into the car, and then several jet-black luxury cars started and sped away towards the outside of Hangzhou. "Boy from the Jiang family, this time, a total of 10 people from our Taoist family will participate in this secret realm. Besides the 3 of you, the 2 boys from the Bai family and the 2 little guys from the Su family will also accompany us. The remaining 3 places are all outstanding young people in our Hangzhou Taoist Association. The old man knows that you have some grievances with those 2 boys from the Bai family." In the car, Master Lu looked at Jiang Chen and spoke slowly. "Master Lu, just ask." The other party hesitated to speak. Jiang Chen hurriedly opened his mouth to signal Master Lu to continue. Cough cough. Master Lu coughed, and then said, "Those 2 boys from the Bai family were born to be the favorites of the Bai family, so they are extremely arrogant and domineering. However, due to the status of the Bai family in the Taoist Association, all the Taoist disciples are outraged and dare not speak out. It's just that this time the secret realm is isolated from the outside world, and life and death in it depend on one's destiny. Boy Jiang Chen, do you understand what this old man means? Master Lu had a smile on his face. Seeing his appearance, Jiang Chen instantly understood. Wei Wei nodded and said, life and death depend on fate, I understand. Lu Jia and Jiang Xuening, who were sitting in the back, were puzzled when they heard this. They just wanted to ask Jiang Chen, but they heard Master Lu say, little guys, you should sleep for now, we still have a long way to go before our destination. After the words fell, a sense of drowsiness rushed into my mind. Both Jiang Xuening and Lu Jia fell into a drowsy sleep. But Jiang Chen didn't feel sleepy at all. Seeing this scene, Master Lu's face changed slightly, and he frowned and asked, Boy Jiang, are you not sleepy? Jiang Chen frowned slightly, and asked back, am I going to be sleepy? After a while, he realized that he stretched himself, and then fell asleep. At this moment, Master Lu nodded and stared ahead. He murmured to himself, this time in the secret realm, I have escaped death. I don't know how many people the Taoist Association will survive in the end. The vehicle galloped all the way, and soon left the territory of Hangzhou, heading straight for a deserted wasteland. Under the yellow sand all over the sky, a very small town appeared in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals desert/phoneme. We have arrived. Master Lu called softly, and Jiang Chen and the others all came to their senses. Looking at the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals desert/phoneme around at this moment, both Lu Jia and Jiang Xuening looked puzzled in their eyes. In the subconscious of the second daughter, they just squinted their eyes for a while. Who would have thought that they would come to such a place where nothing shit happens in a blink of an eye? But Jiang Chen was different, he kept sober all the way. He knew that the luxury car he was riding in had been driven continuously for 10 hours. Grandpa, where is this? Lu Jia looked around, frowned and asked Master Lu. This is a place at the junction of Hangzhou City and Fuqing City, known as the Devil's Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals desert/phoneme. It is rumored that anyone who enters this place will lose their way and become a skeleton in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals desert/phoneme. Master Lu introduced it lightly. Bones. Lu Jia and Jiang Xuening shuddered. Jiang Chen's face was calm, he had already seen his position at a glance. Devil phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals desert/phoneme, right? It seems that the secret realm mentioned by the Taoist Association is the Seven Ghosts secret realm, and the Devil's phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals desert/phoneme. Jiang Chen secretly said in his heart. At this moment, the luxury car slowly drove into the town built in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals desert/phoneme. When the luxury car stopped, Master Lu called everyone to get out of the car. When they got out of the car, they saw waves of people coming out of the surrounding houses one after another. One of them was wearing a cassock, with a ring scar on his head, and holding a Zen staff in his hand. He was a Buddhist. There was also a scholar in a Confucian shirt walking out slowly, holding a folding fan and looking graceful. I didn't expect Master Lu to personally phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead/phoneme the team this time. An elderly monk in cassock, holding a Zen staff, slowly walked out from the crowd, and said to Master Lu. Seeing this person, Master Lu was taken aback for a moment, and then showed disdain. I thought that since Master Shiming led the Buddhist disciples out of Hangzhou last time, there would never be any intersection between you and me. I didn't expect to be able to meet Master Shiming here today. It really shocked me. Master Lu spoke lightly, his face full of arrogance. Upon hearing this, Master Shiming was taken aback for a moment, then laughed and said, that day there was a beast tide on the coast of the East China Sea, and the poor monk wanted to rush to the western regions to seek Buddhist support. Who would have thought that the Taoist Association would be so powerful, and that it would be able to quell such a large-scale beast tide? It really opened the poor monk's eyes. Upon hearing this, Master Lu snorted coldly, but did not speak to him. Buddha wants to go to the western regions to seek reinforcements? Master of Fate. Do you want face? Master Shiming, do you want face? At this moment, another voice sounded from the crowd. Everyone followed the prestige and saw a middle-aged Confucian scholar walking slowly out of a house with a folding fan in his hand. When seeing this person, Master Lu was obviously taken aback, and then a smile appeared on his face. "Boy of the Kong family, long time no see. Is your father still in good health?" With Uncle Lao Lu's concern, "My father is still in good health, but he has been trapped by some trivial matters in the south these days, so he has no time to spare. Otherwise, I will definitely go to the Lu family mansion and have a drink with Lu Jia." The middle-aged Confucian scholar fanned his folding fan lightly, and gave a slight salute to Master Lu. Jiang Chen looked at the middle-aged Confucian scholar in front of him, and recognized his identity at a glance. A member of the Confucian family in the south of the Yangtze River. "Young man of the Kong family, what do you mean by that?" What is different from Master Lu's joy is Master Shiming, who was holding a Zen stick at the moment. At this time, Master Shiming glared at the Confucian scholars of the Confucian family with murderous intent in his eyes. Why is Master Shiming so angry? Am I wrong? Listen to what my Confucian disciples said. When the East Sea beast horde came, you immediately evacuated with your Buddhist disciples. Seeing that posture, I should have already prepared to fly away. The Confucian scholar of the Confucianism spoke lightly, his eyes full of contempt. You must know that the three schools of Confucianism, Buddhism and Taoism have always been the same enemy. But when the East China Sea beast horde came, Master Shiming directly ignored the lives of many Taoist disciples of the Taoist Association who were fighting on the front line, and led his disciples to evacuate out of Hangzhou. This move is tantamount to abandoning the Taoist Association. What made him most angry was not these things, but what Master Shiming said about finding reinforcements. Looking for reinforcements? Go fucking fart. Young man of the Kong family, pay attention to your words. Even if Master Lu is here today, the poor monk is not afraid at all. If you continue to speak rudely, then the poor monk doesn't mind teaching you how to be a man with a Zen stick in his hand. Master Shiming's eyes were cold, and a murderous intent emanated from his whole body. Pity your life, old bald donkey, how dare you? Seeing this, Master Lu let out an angry roar, and breath burst out from his whole body. 7-star in God realm. Look at the poor monk dare not. Master Shiming snorted coldly. The strength of a Buddhist 6-star Zen master is fully revealed. When the two swords were on the verge of breaking out, the Confucian scholar of the Confucian family slowly retracted the folding fan in his hand. He said lightly, Master Shiming, you seem to be underestimating me. While speaking, a powerful breath burst out. Confucian 2-star benevolent realm. The three powerhouses, all of whom had stepped into the third level, confronted each other like this. At this moment, Master Shiming's face was serious. He didn't expect that the strength of the Confucian scholars of the Confucian family had already entered the realm of benevolence. Pity your life, old bald donkey, let's fight. Master Lu opened his mouth lightly, his whole body was surrounded by vitality, and the crutch in his hand was standing still, exuding aura. Count me in. The Confucian scholar of the Confucian family smiled and stood with Master Lu. No matter how conceited Master Shiming is, he knows how to measure himself in the face of two strong men whose strength is similar to his own. Immediately restraining his breath, he said in a deep voice, It is not suitable for poor monks to kill today. After saying this, Master Shiming stepped aside. The Buddhist disciples around looked at each other, and they all took a few steps back, away from the disciples of Taoism and Confucianism. Seeing this scene, Master Lu and Confucian scholars of the Confucian family smiled indifferently, their breath restrained. It's you! At this moment, there was a burst of exclamation from the crowd. I saw Bai Lianhua, the second young master of the Bai family, staring angrily at a handsome Confucian man holding a folding fan in front of him. Jiang Chen recognized this person at a glance as the man in the Confucian shirt who competed with the Bai family in Hangzhou for a folding fan of a Confucian scholar at the Wanhufang auction. What happened? At this moment, another person stepped out from the crowd. It was Bai Zhanji. Bai Lianhua told the story of the auction to Bai Zhanji, and the latter's expression became gloomy immediately after hearing about it. Dare to make fun of my Bai family in Hangzhou, I really don't know how to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme or die. Bai Zhanji snorted coldly, her whole body was filled with vitality, and the strength of the three-star foundation building was fully revealed. What about the Bai family in Hangzhou? I will be afraid of you. The man in the Confucian shirt snorted coldly, and breath burst out from his body. Three-star self-cultivation master. Seeing the two who were about to fight, everyone around them held their breaths. Jiang Chen, on the other hand, stood aside with great interest, wanting to witness a battle between the Taoist genius and the Confucian genius. Stop. At this time, two figures landed here. They were Master Lu and Confucian students of the Confucian family. Seeing Master Lu intervening with Confucian scholars, neither Bai Zhanji nor the Confucian shirt man was willing to continue the confrontation. Immediately withdrew the breath from his body and stood quietly aside. After some inquiries and understanding of the cause and effect, Master Lu and Confucian scholars of the Confucian family heaved a long sigh. Uncle Lu, this is one of the youngest talents in our Kong family, and also my eldest son, Kong Yun. The Confucian scholar of the Confucian family slightly bowed his hands to Master Lu, and then introduced the identity of the man in the Confucian shirt. Kong Yun bowed to Master Lu, extremely humble. Seeing this scene, Master Lu smiled lightly and said, I never thought that you kid would be able to give birth to an offspring with such a Confucian talent. Confucianism is truly a blessing. The Confucian scholar of the Confucian family smiled slightly when he heard the words, but did not speak. At this moment, Bai Lianhua and Bai Zhanji were standing together, their eyes were full of anger. If it wasn't for Master Lu sitting here, they would have settled their grievances with that Confucian shirt man named Kong Yun. Refining Hua, don't be annoyed, it's his death time in the Seven Ghosts Mystery Realm. Anyone who dares to let our Hangzhou Bai family suffer, don't want a phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme. Bai Zhanji's voice was low. Upon hearing this, Bai Lianhua nodded heavily. Jiang Chen listened to the words of the two of them, and looked at Kong Yun. Then he smiled calmly and said, with the strength of you two three-legged cats, you also want to attack others. When I'm in the Seven Ghosts secret realm, I'll get rid of you two first. After some trimming, 30 disciples of Confucianism, Buddhism and Taoism all gathered in the square of the town. Master Lu and Master Shiming stood on the high platform, while Confucian scholars of the Confucian family sat quietly on the benches beside them. Disciples, today the three of us will work together to open a secret realm leading to the depths of the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals desert/phoneme. This secret realm is the rumored Seven Ghosts secret realm, which contains great opportunities, but also hides great dangers. After everyone enters the secret realm, remember to pay attention to your own safety, and don't be greedy for profit. After 10 days, we will open the secret realm again, and we will bring you back at that time. As Master Lu's voice fell, all the strong men of Confucianism, Buddhism and Taoism made their moves together. The majestic vitality poured into the stone pillars on the square. Accompanied by the three masters of Confucianism, Buddhism and Taoism, the vitality was poured into the stone pillar. The originally unremarkable stone pillars began to emit wisps of faint black matter. Everyone get ready! Accompanied by an angry shout sounded. A circular portal made of pitch-black gas appeared out of nowhere in the center of the square. The moment the portal appeared, Kong Yun, one of the Confucian disciples, took the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead/phoneme and stepped into the portal in one step. Everyone who saw him disappear out of thin air was stunned for a moment, and then swarmed towards the door. Jiang Chen and Jiang Xuening looked at each other, their figures appeared in front of the portal in a flash, and they fell into the portal with one step. The surrounding scene began to change constantly, and an invisible breath separated everyone. When Jiang Chen came back to his senses, his figure appeared above a peak. At its feet, apart from the peak he was standing on, there was only an endless phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals desert/phoneme filled with yellow sand. You can vaguely see a touch of green life far away. It looks like this is the Seven Ghosts secret realm. Jiang Chen didn't leave in a hurry, instead he sat cross-legged, began to circulate the vitality in his body, and explored the situation around him. Now his strength has reached the 3-star Emperor level Beast Master. You can completely perceive everything within 100 miles of yourself. Soon he gathered his breath back, obviously he had already checked it out. My location should be at the edge of the Seven Ghosts Mystery Realm. There is a dense forest in the north of me. There are many medicinal herbs that are rarely seen in the outside world, but they are worth some money. On the east side, there is a water pool, in which many disciples of Confucianism, Buddhism and Taoism who were sent and gathered there. If I feel right, the two brothers of the Bai family should be there too. Jiang Chen muttered to himself, with a faint killing intent in his eyes. I had a grievance with the two brothers of the Bai family. I thought I would not care about those two ants before, but now it seems that it is necessary to care about it. After all, according to Master Lu's words, no matter what the cause of death is for those who died in the Seven Ghosts mystery realm, no one should be held accountable outside. What's more, even if the people of the Bai family in Hangzhou know that the two brothers of the Bai family killed themselves. Even if I stand still, the masters of the Bai family in Hangzhou may not be able to cause a little harm to myself. In the Seven Ghosts mystery realm at this time, although the two brothers of the Bai family were separated, they obviously had a treasure in their hands, and they quickly gathered together again. Standing around them were the rest of the Taoist Association's most favored sons, who were all talking about it at the moment. Brother, there is no shit in this place, is there really a chance? Bai Lianhua looked around, his eyes full of doubts. In his eyes, chances are usually in the depths of some secret realm, and it is absolutely impossible to be in such a desolate place. Bai Zhanji said lightly, what do you know? When I left the family, my ancestors gave me a treasure that allowed me to explore several treasures of opportunity in the secret realm of the Seven Ghosts. Now that we follow this treasure to this place, it proves that this place must have a chance. Bai Zhanji took out a perfectly round bead from her hand. At this time, a faint golden light radiated from the perfectly round bead, which was obviously sensed. Seeing the round bead in Bai Zhanji's hand, Bai Lianhua's face showed horror. Brother, this could not be the ancestor. There are too many people, don't talk too much. Just when Bai Lianhua was about to tell the origin of this perfectly round bead, Bai Zhanji hastily interrupted his words. Looking around, he found that the other 5 Tianjiao from the Taoist Association were staring at the two of them. Rather than staring at the two brothers of the Bai family, it would be better to say staring at the round bead in Bai Zhanji's hand. Although they don't know what the round beads are for, they are definitely not ordinary things that can be regarded as treasures by Bai Zhanji. So what do you want to do? Bai Zhanji stared at the 5 Taoist geniuses and said coldly. Why should young Master Bai be so alarmed? We are both members of the Taoist Association, so we should be blessed and suffer together. I think the bead in young Master Bai's hand is a bit extraordinary. Would you like to borrow it to have a look? Among the 5 Taoist geniuses, a slightly older one came out, pointed to the round bead in Bai Zhanji's hand, and smiled. Shu Sanqing. How dare you play my mind? Seeing this person, Bai Zhanji's face suddenly darkened. Why is young Master Bai so annoyed? We just want to borrow it, and it's not that we won't return it to you. Shu Sanqing walked forward slowly, breathing out from all over his body. 3-star foundation building. Just like Bai Zhanji. You dare! Bai Zhanji scolded angrily, and the vitality of her whole body burst out, revealing her aura. Master Bai, in the outside world, we will be afraid of you relying on the power of the Bai family behind you. But you have to be clear that you are now in the secret realm of the 7 ghosts. Presumably you also know that there are countless Tianjiao who died in the 7 ghosts secret realm, and no matter what background these dead Tianjiao are or how they died, the outside world must not investigate. Shu Sanqing smiled lightly, and the auras of the other 4 Taoist geniuses burst out behind him. Without exception, they are all 1-star foundation building masters, you. Seeing this scene, Bai Lianhua's expression changed, and anger ignited in his eyes. You must know that when you are in the outside world, these people in front of you can be said to be respectful to yourself. Now he has changed his face. Master Bai, do you think the two of you alone can keep the treasure in your hands? Shu Sanqing took a few steps forward, suppressing the breath from his body. Shu Sanqing, if you dare to attack me, don't say it's you in the outside world, even if it's your family, I will wipe it out. Bai Zhanji's eyes were cold, and there were bursts of cold air all over her body. It's already in such a situation, and you dare to threaten with harsh words. Master Bai, if you die, I can only blame you for being inferior to others. And the Bai family can't hold us accountable. Shu Sanqing didn't take Bai Zhanji seriously. You must know that there are a total of 5 people on their side. Although in the outside world, Bai Zhanji relies on the Bai family as a backer and can dominate. But after entering the 7 Ghosts mystery realm, life and death depend on each other's destiny. It is reasonable for the 2 Tianjiao of the Bai family to die here. Hearing this, Bai Zhanji's face became more and more gloomy. He never expected that he would be betrayed as soon as he came to the 7 Ghosts secret realm. Just as Shu Sanqing was pressing on, a figure appeared beside Bai Zhanji like a ghost. Slowly raise one hand and push forward gently. An extremely powerful aura instantly knocked Shu Sanqing and the others back tens of meters. Who is it? Shu Sanqing was knocked back tens of meters by the powerful aura, and managed to regain his strength. When he saw clearly the person standing in front of Bai Zhanji, his expression changed suddenly. Jiang Chen! A Taoist Tianjiao exclaimed. I saw Jiang Chen standing quietly in front of the 2 brothers of the Bai family with his hands behind his back. His whole body exuded an aura that was far superior to the few of them. Jiang Chen! Even the 2 brothers Bai Zhanji and Bai Lianhua couldn't help showing horror when they saw Jiang Chen. You must know that Shu Sanqing is a 2-star foundation building master, and even such an existence was forced back tens of meters by Jiang Chen's blow. What kind of terrifying level has Jiang Chen's strength reached? Jiang Chen looked at the 5 Taoist arrogances in front of him calmly, and said lightly, these 2 are the ones I want to kill, you can get out now. While speaking, a terrifying aura emanated from his body, and the coercion directly suppressed the 5 people in front of him. At this moment, Jiang Chen has only suppressed his own cultivation to the commanding level, but even so, it is still not something the 5 Taoist geniuses in front of him can resist. Shu Sanqing's expression changed drastically, and he wanted to break free from Jiang Chen's coercion, but found that he was like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered, unable to move at all. Jiang Chen ignored the 5 of them, but turned his head to look at the 2 brothers of the Bai family. At this time, Bai Zhanji and Bai Lianhua's expressions were heavy. They never thought that Jiang Chen, who looked ordinary on the outside, had actually reached such a terrifying level. Even the 5 arrogances of Taoism can be easily suppressed by him. This level must already be comparable to a strong Taoist ancient realm. Jiang Chen, there may be some misunderstanding between us. Bai Zhanji took a deep breath, and boldly spoke to Jiang Chen. The latter said lightly, there is no misunderstanding between us. As soon as these words came out, Bai Zhanji's expression changed drastically. Bai Lianhua beside him said coldly, Jiang Chen, I don't know what cards you have. But you have to know that standing behind us is the whole Bai family. If you kill us today, you will definitely be known by the Bai family. At that time, even if the Lu family protects you, you may not be able to withstand the anger of the Bai family. Hearing this, Jiang Chen smiled lightly. The anger of the Bai family? What is it? If I want to kill you, I will kill you, whether it is the Bai family or the Taoist Association. If someone dares to stand up for you, then I will kill them together. Regarding Bai Lianhua's threat, Jiang Chen didn't take it seriously at all. Today's own strength has reached the level of an emperor-level beast master, comparable to a Taoist nascent soul realm powerhouse. Looking at the whole city of Hangzhou, there is no one who can stand shoulder to shoulder with him. Even in Kyoto, nascent soul realm powerhouses are rare. I killed the 2 brothers of the Bai family in front of me. Even if the Bai family knew about it, so what, could they still stand up for them? Not to mention whether the Lu family and the Su family will make a move, Jiang Chen alone can make the Bai family disappear from Hangzhou Yu. Bai Lianhua was about to say something just now, but he couldn't speak anymore. I saw that Jiang Chen had already raised one hand, using his fingers as a sword, directly took Bai Lianhua's life with one finger. When he saw Bai Lianhua's body falling down slowly, his blood flowed profusely. Bai Zhanji on the side turned paler. He didn't feel at all how Jiang Chen made a move. He could be sure that Jiang Chen's strength had reached a level where it was impossible for him to escape. Jiang Chen, can the enmity between you and me be wiped out? Bai Zhanji looked at Jiang Chen with a solemn expression. A write-off? It's easy to say. Why? Jiang Chen sneered, his eyes full of disdain. He didn't kill Bai Zhanji right away, just to see what the other party would be up to. After hesitating for a long time, Bai Zhanji handed over the perfectly round bead in her hand, and said in a deep voice, "Zhang Chen, this bead is the personal treasure of my ancestor of the Bai family. The opportunity can be found in the secret realm of the 7 ghosts. If you let me phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme today, not only will I not pursue my brother's death, but I will also hand over these treasures to you." When the other 5 Taoist Tianjiao present heard that the round bead in Bai Zhanji's hand could detect the opportunity in the secret realm of the 7 ghosts, their faces changed drastically. No wonder Bai Zhanji is so phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close/phoneme to this round bead treasure. It seems that she really has a certain degree of dependence. It's kind of interesting to me. Zhang Chen slowly found out the round bead in Bai Zhanji's hand, looked it over a bit, and opened his mouth lightly. Hearing this, Bai Zhanji breathed a sigh of relief. "Only you're still going to die." After the words fell, before Bai Zhanji could react, an extremely powerful aura rushed into his body. Under the strangulation of this breath, the internal organs in the body were instantly crushed. The moment her heart was broken, Bai Zhanji stared at Zhang Chen with wide eyes. From the beginning to the end, he never thought that his life would be terminated so easily. Hiss! When seeing Bai Zhanji's body collapse like mud, the 5 Taoist geniuses all gasped. Especially Zhu Sanqing, whose complexion is pale at the moment. Although he did not deal with Bai Zhanji, he even threatened to let Bai Zhanji die here. But this is just a mouthful. If he really does this, it will definitely cause the Bai family to chase him down. At that time, unless the Taoist Association takes action to protect him, he will undoubtedly die. So he will never really kill Bai Zhanji, at most he wants to take away the round bead in her hand. It's just that he never expected that Zhang Chen's move would be a killer move. Even if Bai Zhanji is willing to hand over the perfectly round beads and not pursue Bai Lianoa's death to save her own life, it is still difficult to escape death. Could it be that Zhang Chen is not afraid of being hunted down by the Bai family in Hangzhou? For a while, Zhu Sanqing was stunned. With a big wave of his hand, Zhang Chen took away the Qiankuan bags on Bai Zhanji and Bai Lianoa's body, checked some of the contents inside, and nodded in satisfaction. "I didn't expect to come to the secret realm to explore, and I brought a lot of treasures with me. Unfortunately, these will all become my spoils of war." Zhang Chen opened his mouth lightly. At this time, he turned around slowly, looking at the 5 Taoist geniuses who were suppressed in place by his coercion. "Excuse me, what did you see just now?" Zhang Chen spoke indifferently, and looked at the 5 Tianjiao in front of him expressionlessly. Sensing the cold aura emanating from Zhang Chen's body, Zhu Sanqing hurriedly shook his head and said, "No, we didn't see anything." "Correct. I just went blind and can't see anything." "We didn't see anything." The 5 Taoist geniuses spoke one after another, their voices trembling. Facing Zhang Chen, who could easily kill the 2 brothers of the Bai family, they felt fear from the bottom of their hearts. Zhang Chen glanced over the 5 of them, with his hands behind his back, his expression calm. "Since you didn't see anything, you can go away." As soon as Zhang Chen's words fell, the coercion that had descended on the 5 Taoist geniuses dissipated instantly. Without the slightest hesitation, Zhu Sanqing took the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead/phoneme and rushing in one direction, wanting to quickly escape from this place of right and wrong. Seeing this, the rest of them followed suit and left quickly. Looking at the 5 Tianjiao who fled in all directions, Zhang Chen shook his head slightly, and slowly said, "Let you go. I'm not telling you to run away. Since you don't listen to me, go to hell then." Zhang Chen's tone was cold, and the next moment, he punched in the direction where the few people were fleeing. With one punch, the 5 Taoist geniuses turned into ashes one after another before they even had time to say a word. Before Zhu Sanqing saw the indifferent look on Zhang Chen's face before he died, he knew that the 5 of them were nothing in the eyes of the other party. With one punch, 5 people died. Zhang Chen calmly looked at the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals desert/phoneme that was raised to the ground by his punch, and said lightly, "Cut the grass without removing the roots, and the spring breeze will regenerate. You have come to the present state step by step. Why do you still believe what others say to let you go? How naive." Zhang Chen shook his head slightly, then took out the round bead he brought from Bai Zhanji, looked it over carefully and then smiled. "It looks like this is indeed a baby. Since there is such a thing to help, then the seven ghosts' secret realm. Jiang Chen didn't continue to speak, but his figure flashed, and he disappeared in place in an instant. Seven Ghosts Mystery Realm. Jungle. Amitba, the poor monk did not provoke the benefactor. Why did the benefactor block the way of the poor monk? A young monk in a cassock and holding a Zen stick clasped his hands together, looking puzzled at the man in a Confucian shirt standing in front of him. There's no reason, it's just that you're unhappy. Kong Yunyun opened his mouth lightly, waving the folding fan lightly in his hand, exuding a Confucian aura from his body. Sir, what does this mean? Could it be that you really think the poor monk is easy to bully? The young monk's face changed, and he stood still with the Zen stick in his hand. His voice was cold. If I remember correctly, you are the direct disciple of the old bald donkey who cherishes his life. You little bald donkey was the most active when we evacuated from Hangzhou. Now that I heard that the beast tide in the East China Sea is over, I came to the Seven Ghosts' secret realm to join in the fun. I'm really curious, are you Buddhists so shameless? Kong Yun spoke lightly, his words were full of contempt. As soon as this remark came out, the young monk immediately became dissatisfied. The latter was enveloped in a Buddhist aura, clasped his hands together and said in a deep voice, "The benefactor needs to talk nonsense. The benefactor knows that there are gods 3 feet above his head." Our Buddhist sect withdrew from Hangzhou that day to go to the western regions to find support, and it was definitely not defecting to Hangzhou as the benefactor said. As soon as these words came out, Kong Yunyun laughed out loud for a moment. Little bald donkey, do you believe what you say? It really echoes that old saying. Buddhist sect closes mountains in troubled times, and collects wealth in prosperous times. Taoism retreats in prosperous times, and goes down the mountain in troubled times. While the two were arguing endlessly, the rest of the Buddhists and the rest of the Confucian masters also gathered here. It's just that there is nothing they can do about the two who criticize them verbally and in writing. You must know that the young monk is a direct disciple of Master Ximing, and he is the most respected person among the few Buddhist disciples present. And Kong Yun is a member of the Confucian family, and he is also the eldest son of a Confucian student of the Confucian family, and his status is definitely above that of the young monk. For a moment, everyone was at a loss. Although the poor monk has a good temper, he can't allow the benefactor to slander my Buddhist reputation. In the fierce battle of swords and swords, the young monk was the first to lose, with an extremely ugly face. Little bald donkey, don't let people talk about it? Aren't the things you Buddhists did dirty enough? If you went to the East China Sea together with the Taoist Association to wipe out the beast tide in the East China Sea, I wouldn't say anything against Buddhism. Unfortunately, what you have done is too disappointing. The victorious Kong Yunyun was not willing to let it go. He continued to narrate. Too deceiving. The young monk yelled angrily, and smashed his Zen staff on the ground heavily, and a powerful Buddhist aura erupted. This person has actually stepped into the 3-star mage realm of Buddhism. Too deceiving? That has to be a talent. Kong Yun didn't show any signs of backing down. He folded a fan in his hand, and his whole body was enveloped by the atmosphere of Confucianism. The 3-star self-cultivation realm is fully revealed. When the two people who were at war with each other showed their cultivation, the rest of the Buddhist and Confucian disciples also burst out their vitality one after another. For a while, the two sides were almost the same, and confronted each other. At this moment, in the bushes on the side, Lu Jejia and Zhang Xuening were watching the two opposing forces with bated breath. The two of them had come here a long time ago, but they didn't show up because they saw Kong Yin start a scolding fight with the young monk. Now seeing the confrontation between Buddhist disciples and Confucian disciples, they feel more and more that it was the right choice for them not to go out. I didn't expect that little bald donkey from Buddhism to be so breathless. Lu Jejia looked at the angry young monk, and whispered to Zhang Xuening who was beside her. The strength of the young monk is almost the same as that of Kong Yunyun, and he should not be able to fight for a while. Zhang Xuening kept her eyes on the battlefield, and said softly at this moment. If you want me to say, it's better to fight. The harder they fight, the more the strength of Buddhism and Confucianism will be wiped out. When they finish fighting, we can reap the benefits of the fishermen. Lu Jejia looked at Zhang Xuening with a smile on her face, and said her plan. Relying on the cultivation of the two of us, I'm afraid Xian. Jiang Xuening spoke calmly. The strength of the two of them has just stepped into the foundation establishment realm, and Lu Jiajia's cultivation has been improved by relying on the Lu family's secret technique. The breath is vain and uncertain, and its strength is far from being comparable to that of a real foundation-building master. Even if the Buddhist disciples and the Confucian disciples in front of them were both wounded in the fight, it would be absolutely impossible for the two of them to reap the benefits of fishing. On the battlefield at this time, Kong Yun confronted the young monk. One person is holding a Zen stick, and the whole body is filled with the charm of Buddhism. One person gently shakes the folding fan, exuding a Confucian aura. Little bald donkey. Little bald donkey. Presumptuous. Accompanied by Kong Yun's words. The young monk who had already endured to the limit couldn't sit still at this moment. Immediately, the Zen stick that was about to stand on the ground lay across in front of him, charging towards Kong Yun. An extremely ferocious Buddhist aura rushed towards Kong Yun's face, with an extremely ferocious aura, as if trying to forcibly transform people with a Zen stick in his hand. Kong Yun looked at the young monk's ferocious Zen stick, with a look of disdain on his face. With a big wave of his hand, the folding fan in his hand was thrown out suddenly, and it landed directly in front of the young monk. As the folding fan slowly opened, the characters on it emerged. Amnesty. A mere Buddhist sect, dare to save me. Kong Yun snorted coldly, and the Confucian aura shot up from his body, and he went straight to attack and kill the young monk. For a while, the two sides also fought together. In the whole forest, there is an atmosphere of Buddhism and Confucianism in an instant. The fight between the young monk and Kong Yun can be described as the top confrontation of the younger generation. One of the two has the charm of Buddhism in his body, and his gestures are like a Buddhist eminent monk visiting the battlefield in person. And Kong Yun has the blood of the Confucian family, and the folding fan in his hand is all Confucian luck. As soon as the two fought against each other, they fought fiercely with dozens of moves, regardless of the outcome. On the other hand, the rest of the Buddhist and Confucian young arrogances at this moment stopped their battles one after another and turned their attention to the fierce battle between the two. A look of shock on his face. Senior brother Yin is full of Buddhist aura in every gesture. He is indeed a direct disciple of Master Ximing. Who says no? Brother Yin was born in the western regions, and he came here to practice with Master Ximing. I heard that senior brother Yin is only 20 years old now, and a 20-year-old 3-star mage-level powerhouse will definitely be able to enter the Great Layin Temple in the western regions in the future. Seeing the young monk constantly making moves, all the Buddhist disciples present showed horror. It's just a little bald donkey, it's impossible to compare with senior brother Kong. That's right, senior brother Kong is a member of the Confucian family. He was once hailed as a Confucian talent that can be compared to the supreme power of a Confucian gentleman. Don't look at that little bald donkey who can still withstand brother Kong's attack. Once senior brother Kong really gets serious, this little bald donkey will definitely die. Compared with the horror of the Buddhist disciples, the faces of the Confucian disciples are full of calm. They believed in Kong Yun for no reason. How could a mere Buddhist little bald donkey stop Kong Yun's footsteps? At this moment, Monk Yin suddenly stretched out the Zen stick in his hand, and went straight to Kong Yun's chest. A unique Buddhist aura emanated at this moment, lingering on the Zen staff he handed out. Feeling the opponent's murderous intent, Kong Yun snorted coldly. Roll! With a loud shout, the word forgiveness on the folding fan in his hand suddenly burst into golden light. Under the golden light, a golden figure appeared on his body, which directly blocked the Zen staff containing the Buddhist aura. With a wave of the golden figure's hand, Monk Yin and his Zen staff both flew upside down. It fell heavily on the ground. Put! A mouthful of scarlet blood spewed out from Monk Yin's mouth. You actually have such a baby. Monk Yin stabilized the disordered aura in his body, reluctantly opened his mouth, and glared. At this moment, the golden figure in front of Kong Yin slowly dissipated, turning into golden light again and sinking into the folding fan in his hand. It's just that the word forgiveness that was originally shining golden on the folding fan is now dimmed. Kong Yun hurriedly put away the folding fan, looked around, and after making sure that no one noticed the strangeness of the folding fan in his hand, he breathed a sigh of relief. Little bald donkey, have you seen how powerful I am? With his hands behind his back, Kong Yun looked at the pale-faced monk Yin with a proud face. The latter snorted coldly and did not speak. The expressions of the other Buddhist disciples beside him changed drastically, and they all stepped forward to block Kong Yun's body. Keep him away from monk Yin. Regarding this, Kong Yun smiled lightly, and said to himself, I thought you were really as powerful as the rumors said. What is the so-called reincarnation of the Buddhist King Kong? Now it seems that those are just rumors. You're just an ordinary little bald donkey. When Kong Yun's voice fell, the faces of the Buddhist disciples all around showed serious expressions. They thought that monk Yin would be able to defeat Kong Yun, and at worst, both sides would be able to share the prize equally. Who would have thought that monk Yin would be beaten so embarrassingly after only a short fight? Kong Yun. Monk Yin clenched his teeth, and anger rose in his eyes. If it weren't for the unstable breath in his body now, he would have to fight Kong Yun again. What do you want your grandpa to do? Kong Yun sneered, turned around slowly and found a shaded place to sit down. The Confucian disciples beside him stood beside him, crossing their arms and looking at the Buddhist disciples with disdain. At this moment, Lu Jiejia and Zhang Xuening, who were hiding in the dark, both gasped. They thought that the battle between monk Yin and Kong Yun would be very anxious. After all, both of them are leaders of the younger generation of Buddhism and Confucianism here. The battle between the two means the strongest battle between Buddhism and the younger generation of Confucianism, and it should be shocking and weeping ghosts and gods. But who would have thought that monk Yin would be directly defeated in front of Kong Yun's golden figure that came from nowhere? This was beyond the expectations of their two daughters. The two beauties who are hiding in the dark can show up now. Suddenly, Kong Yun, who was sitting on the ground, looked at the bushes where Lu Jiejia and Zhang Xuening were hiding, with a smile on his face. How did he find us? Lu Jiejia's complexion changed. You must know that she and Zhang Xuening were hiding their aura. Generally speaking, if you don't check carefully, you can't find them at all. Zhang Xuening's face was solemn, and at some point there was a 3-foot-long sword in her hand, and the vitality in her body was circulating. The two beauties haven't come out yet. Do you want me to personally invite you? Seeing that Lu Jiejia and Zhang Xuening were still unwilling to show up, Kong Yun's voice sounded again, and he stood up slowly, walking towards the two girls with his hands behind his back. Young Master Kong, please stay safe. In a flash, Lu Jiejia appeared in front of Kong Yun. Zhang Xuening followed closely behind, but the 3-foot-long sword in the latter's hand had been slightly unsheathed, and a Taoist aura lingered on her body. Miss Lu, the two of you must be tired after watching it for so long. Master Kong, what do you mean? Lu Jiejia frowned, realizing that things were not simple. Kong Yun smiled slightly, and said slowly, I have no other intentions. I just want to know, doesn't Miss Lu want to teach that little bald donkey a lesson? Okay? Hearing Kong Yun's words, Lu Jiejia was slightly taken aback. Obviously, he did not expect the other party to say such words. Is Miss Lu not interested? You have to know, when your Taoist association was desperately resisting the beast tide on the coast of the East China Sea. These little bald donkeys have all fled from Hangzhou to other places. Kong Yun continued to speak. Just when Lu Jiejia and Zhang Xuening were wondering. Borrowing a knife to kill people is not very clever. I only heard a voice from behind the two, and then I saw a figure riding on a snow-white tiger, walking slowly towards this place. Everyone present frowned, looking behind the two girls. I saw Jiang Chen riding on Xiaobai's body, leisurely coming towards this place. Jiang Chen. Seeing Jiang Chen's arrival, Zhang Xuening and Lu Jiejia were overjoyed. The strength of the two of them faced Kong Yun and others, and they had no strength at all. And Jiang Chen's appearance was tantamount to giving the two of them peace of mind. Seeing Jiang Chen's arrival, Kong Yun's expression changed slightly. He tapped the folding fan on the back of his hand, and said lightly, if I remember correctly, Your Excellency is the one who followed Master Lu earlier. Kong Yun's memory is excellent, and he recognized at a glance when Jiang Chen came with Master Lu when he was in the small town. Are you two okay? Facing Kong Yunyun's questioning, Jiang Chen didn't pay attention to it, instead he cared about the situation of the second daughter. Fine. Lu Jiajia and Jiang Xuening spoke together. Jiang Chen heaved a sigh of relief when he heard this. He sensed that there was a battle here earlier, so he summoned Xiaobai to hurry. As soon as they came, they saw Buddhist disciples confronting Confucian disciples, while Jiang Xuening and Lu Jiajia looked at a loss. So I thought something happened to the second daughter. Is Your Excellency a little arrogant? Kong Yunyun stared at Jiang Chen and asked word by word. While speaking, the Confucian aura exuded from his body, giving people an unrivaled feeling. Correct. Jiang Chen answered indifferently. It's just that when his words came out, Kong Yunyun, who was about to launch an offensive against him, was obviously taken aback. He never expected that the other party would directly admit that he was defiant. This seems to be a bit beyond my expectations. Boy of the Confucian family, don't oppress people with Confucianism at every turn, it's not good. Jiang Chen opened his mouth lightly. I saw him wave his hand, and a strong murderous aura emanated from his body. It directly wiped away the Confucian aura that Kong Yun rushed to his face. A killing intent filled the entire space. The faces of everyone who sensed Jiang Chen's murderous aura changed. You must know that the strength Jiang Chen showed is just a one-star foundation building stage of Taoism, and it can't stand on the stage at all. And the murderous aura emanating at this moment, even Kong Yunyun, who has the strength of 3-star self-cultivation, can feel the fear from the bottom of his heart. It's as if the other party can end his life anytime, anywhere. Jiang Chen, your strength. Lu Jiajia and Jiang Xuening cried out in shock. Especially Jiang Xuening, as Jiang Chen's younger sister, she was with Jiang Chen basically every day. Although she knew that Jiang Chen was hiding some things from her, she never expected that the other party would be so powerful. Jiang Chen lightly stroked Xiaobai's head under his crotch. His eyes swept over everyone present, and he said slowly, everyone present, whether they are Buddhist disciples or Confucian disciples, please listen to me. From now on, I will take over this forest. If you don't want to die, just stay with me and don't cause trouble. If not. Jiang Chen didn't continue talking, but patted Xiaobai on the head. The latter immediately understood. The coercion that belonged to the late stage of the commander-level monster radiated out, and directly knocked out more than 10 towering trees around it. Commander-level monster. The crowd who were originally dissatisfied with Jiang Chen's words, felt the aura of a commander-level monster on Xiaobai. Everyone was shocked. They never imagined that the snow-white tiger that Jiang Chen used as a mount was actually a commander-level monster. You must know that the commander-level monster is enough to rival the Taoist Yin God Realm powerhouse. In this world, even the monkey Nian of Buddhism, or Kong Yun of Confucianism. Strength is nothing more than 3-star mage realm and 3-star self-cultivation realm. Even if they join forces, it is impossible to be the opponent of the commander-level monster. If someone doesn't listen to me, don't blame me for not giving Buddhism and Confucianism face. I heard that people who died in the secret realm of the 7 ghosts will not be held accountable by the outside world. I just killed those 2 blind guys from the Bai family, and I don't mind letting your Buddhism and Confucianism be wiped out here. Jiang Chen's tone was calm. When his words came out, there was an uproar immediately. The 2 brothers of the Bai family are dead. For a moment, everyone was at a loss. You must know that both Bai Zhanji and Bai Lianhua are outstanding figures of the younger generation of the Bai family in Hangzhou, and the former is even favored by the ancestors of the Bai family and regarded as the future successor of the Bai family. But the 2 brothers of the Bai family who had the Bai family as their backing died in Jiang Chen's hands. Isn't the latter afraid of revenge from the Bai family in Hangzhou? Suddenly their eyes fell on Xiaobai, and they understood it instantly. His damn Jiang Chen can even use a commander-level monster as a mount, so he's afraid he'll be a fart to the Bai family. Even if the Bai family came out in full force, they might not be Jiang Chen's opponent today. Thinking of this, everyone gasped. Kong Yun's face turned even paler. He originally thought that by virtue of his own strength, entering the 7 Ghosts' secret realm could be said to be unimpeded. Who would have thought that Jiang Chen would appear with such unfathomable strength? Even the commander-level monsters can only be reduced to his mounts. That's the end of the story. As for whether you believe it or not, you can give it a try. It's nothing more than a few more people dying. Jiang Chen looked around and said lightly. Now that he has entered the Seven Ghosts' secret realm, he has nothing to hide. After all, no one from the outside can find out what happened in the Seven Ghosts' mystery realm. Even if one's true strength is exposed, it doesn't matter at all. After all, the dead will not tell their own affairs. As for Lu Jiajia, if she is ignorant of current affairs, I can only choose to let her shut up. After Jiang Chen's words fell, he waved his big hand, removing the murderous aura that enveloped everyone. At this moment, everyone present breathed a sigh of relief. It's just that the eyes they looked at Jiang Chen were full of fear. At the same time, Monkey Nian, who had mostly recovered, stood up slowly. Holding his Zen staff, he staggered towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen benefactor. Monkey Nian came in front of Jiang Chen, folded his hands together and performed a Buddha ceremony. What's up? The latter looked at him calmly. Monkey Nian hesitated to speak. He hesitated for a moment and then said, Benefactor Jiang Chen, although the poor monk doesn't know why you look murderous. But Buddhism has a saying, put down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha immediately. If you are willing to let go of your killing intent and enter my Buddhist gate. Before he finished speaking, a 3-foot-long sword appeared in front of him. I saw Jiang Chen holding the giant sword in his hand, and said coldly, Little bald donkey. I want to take the opportunity to save me and convert me to Buddhism. I think you seem to use the wrong person for this wishful thinking. With a cold snort, a majestic sword intent went directly towards Monkey Nian's eyebrows. The latter's face changed drastically, and he held the Zen stick in front of him, barely blocking the blow. Just when he was about to speak again, only the indifference appeared in Jiang Chen's eyes. If you don't want to die, get out of here. After the words fell, Monkey Nian deserved to leave quickly, for fear that the latter would really kill him. Kong Yan smiled when he saw this scene, and he felt particularly happy to see Monkey Nian deflated. Jiang Chen found a place to sit down, and then took out the perfectly round beads he got from Mai Zhanji. Seeing the perfectly round beads blooming with golden light at this moment, it is obvious that there is a good opportunity here. He looked around and found that the Buddhist disciples and the Confucian disciples had found a place to rest at the moment. For a while, there was a kind of tripartite confrontation here. And Xiaobai quietly prostrated beside Jiang Chen, looking at the crowd from time to time, exuding a faint coercion from his body. Xiaobai, I'll go out for a while, and I'll leave this place to you. Remember, don't let anyone out of your sight. Jiang Chen stood up slowly, and said to Xiaobai beside him. Hearing this, the latter nodded immediately. Seeing Jiang Chen get up, Lu Jiajia and Zhang Xuening had to follow. You two stay here. Jiang Chen didn't have any plans with the two of them, he immediately left them here. Immediately, his figure flashed and disappeared in place. When seeing Jiang Chen disappear, Monkey Nian and Kong Yunyun stood up at the same time, wanting to follow. It's just that when they were about to act, a terrifying coercion descended on them. I saw Xiaobai staring at the two of them viciously, his eyes full of killing intent. Jiang Chen told it not to let anyone leave this place, then it would absolutely not allow anyone to leave its sight. Boy Jiang Chen, you can be regarded as letting Grandpa Turtle out. At the same time, Jiang Chen, who left the place where everyone gathered together, summoned Master Guizu from the cultivation space. As soon as he came out, Master Gui began to talk. Old Turtle, look at this. Jiang Chen handed the perfectly round beads obtained from Mai Zhanji to Master Guizu. I don't recognize this thing, but Master Gui is well informed, so it may not be unrecognizable. Sure enough, the moment the latter saw the round beads, his face changed suddenly. Boy Jiang Chen, where did you get this thing? Master Turtle asked. Kill the guy who didn't have long eyes. Jiang Chen opened his mouth lightly, as if to say another trivial thing. Upon hearing this, Master Turtle nodded. He opened his mouth and said, Jiang Chen boy, this thing is the legendary treasure hunting orb. Thousands of years ago it could be said to be a one-of-a-kind treasure. It's just that due to the changes of the times, this thing has gradually disappeared, and it has appeared very rarely in the past 100 years. Over the years, Grandpa Turtle, I have seen this thing a few times. Hearing this, Jiang Chen was slightly taken aback. Thousands of years ago, everyone had one? He obviously didn't expect this thing to be so cheap. Why does Bai Zhanji regard it as a treasure when everyone has one thing? Are you stupid, kid? Grandpa Turtle, I said that it was thousands of years ago, and now this thing is very rare. It's good luck that you can get this thing. Master Guizhu hurriedly spoke. Now that this treasure hunt is a masterpiece of golden light, it is obvious that there is a treasure here. If you look for it, you might be able to find an unexpected treasure. As soon as these words came out, Jiang Chen suddenly smiled. Old Turtle, I will trouble you then. What do you mean? Just when Master Gui was puzzled, Jiang Chen's claws had already reached out to him. I saw a tortoise carrying a boy on its back, shuttling back and forth in the woods. The speed was extremely fast, and a burst of smoke and dust was rolled up. Boy, that's right there. Suddenly, Master Gui stopped and stared straight at the waterfall in front of him. Jiang Chen jumped off Master Gui's back, looked at the waterfall in front of him, thoughtful. He also felt that there was a different aura in that waterfall, but this aura appeared and disappeared from time to time, and he couldn't feel it clearly. But fortunately, the treasure hunting odd bead in his hand had already become golden, which made him more sure that the treasure was behind the waterfall. Old Turtle, do it. Jiang Chen opened his mouth slowly. Master Guizhu sighed slightly, a breath emanated from its body, and rushed towards the waterfall in front of it. After the waterfall that flew straight down came into contact with that breath, it was cut in half in an instant. A dark hole appeared in the center of the waterfall. You can vaguely feel a faint cold breath from it, go. Jiang Chen didn't hesitate at all, the vitality burst out from his body, and he jumped and landed in front of the cave entrance. Gui Zushi flashed his figure and followed closely behind. Feeling the gusts of phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme emanating from the cave entrance, Jiang Chen's face showed excitement. Although he didn't know what treasure was hidden in this cave, but something that could be hidden so deep in the Seven Ghosts mystery realm certainly couldn't be something mortal. Old Turtle, go explore the way first. Jiang Chen patted the tortoise shell of the tortoise ancestor and said with a smile. The latter was slightly taken aback and immediately scolded his mother, I'll go. Boy Jiang Chen, you have to be ashamed. I usually ignore Grandpa Turtle. At a time like this, I will demand everything from Grandpa Turtle. I'm also a bitch, so I just listened to your slander and signed a contract with you. You wait, when I boil you to death, I will be free. Although the tortoise master was cursing, but facing Jiang Chen's coercion and temptation, it still had no choice but to walk towards the depths of the cave. Jiang Chen looked at Master Gui, who was walking deeper and deeper, and followed closely behind him in a flash. One person and one turtle walked slowly towards the depths of the cave, and the further they went, the more humid it became. Jiang Chen could clearly feel that the cold atmosphere around him was still eroding his vitality even though he exuded vitality to resist it. Boy Jiang Chen, something is wrong. Suddenly, Master Gui in front stopped and spoke to Jiang Chen. Hearing these words, Jiang Chen stopped, breathed out and moved forward. If you don't check, you don't know, if you check, you will be shocked. I saw that in the depths of this cave, there were actually the skeletons of two monsters. The two monster skeletons exuded a menacing aura. Even though he had stepped into the ranks of Emperor-level beast masters, facing these two skeletons, he still felt palpitating. Old Turtle, what's going on? Jiang Chen quickly walked to Master Gui's side, frowned and asked. The latter looked solemn, and said in a deep voice, I don't know the specific situation, but there is a barrier ahead, and even I may not be able to break through this barrier. The reason why the aura we felt before was faintly visible is because of this barrier. Jiang Chen looked at the barrier ahead, and he could clearly feel that behind this barrier was his destination. And those two monster beast skeletons were definitely extremely powerful existences before they were alive. Even the Qingshan of the East China Sea that I met on the East China Sea, the aura exuding from his body was far inferior to those two monster skeletons. Is there any way to break the barrier? Jiang Chen looked at Master Gui, and asked a question. After pondering for a moment, the latter said slowly, this barrier should be laid by the two monster skeletons deep in the cave in front of him. It is very likely that it contains all the power of the two monster bones during their lifetime. I am afraid that if we want to break it, it will be difficult for us alone. Master Guizhu analyzed it and immediately gave the answer. As soon as the words fell, Jiang Chen was seen slowly walking to the front of the barrier. One hand has been clenched into a fist, and the vigorous vitality is constantly gathering towards the fist. Seeing this scene, Master Gui said, "Boy Jiang Chen, don't act recklessly, you may cause this place to collapse directly if you do so." What Master Guizhu said is not unreasonable. After all, once Jiang Chen uses the 5 elements Liuha fist, it will definitely destroy the whole area. One must know that Jiang Chen has a physique comparable to that of a Taoist nascent soul realm powerhouse, and his all-out attack can be described as earth-shattering. They come, the security. Old turtle, if you are afraid of death, hide in the turtle shell. Jiang Chen didn't pay attention to old Gui, and saw that one hand was clenched into a fist, and the vitality in his body was continuously gathering. Immediately afterwards, he swung out a fist, and thousands of vitality were wrapped in the surging fist strength. Boom! At this moment, the entire cave began to tremble, and stones continued to fall from the tops of both of them. Madman! Upon seeing this, Master Guizhu cursed loudly. Without saying a word, he retracted his body into the turtle shell to avoid the falling stones around him. Jiang Chen didn't pay attention to Master Gui, but just waved his fist towards the barrier in front of him. As he punched more and more times, the vitality consumption in his body became more and more fierce. "Break it for me!" With such a powerful punch, the ground began to tremble. "Boy Jiang Chen, you are courting death." Master Guizhu's complexion changed drastically. "Oh!" At this moment, a crisp sound sounded. I saw that the barrier that originally blocked the two's footsteps was smashed under this powerful punch. Two extremely terrifying auras rushed towards the face. Even the tortoise ancestor who had shrunk into the tortoise shell showed a look of panic at this moment. Boom! The surrounding stones are still falling down. It is obvious that this place is about to collapse. But fortunately, after Jiang Chen smashed the barrier, he never continued to attack, otherwise, this place might not be able to resist his next punch at all. "Come in!" Master Guizhu let out a loud shout, ignoring the two skeletons of monster beasts exuding a terrifying aura within the barrier, and rushed in directly. Jiang Chen didn't hesitate when he saw this, and appeared in the depths of the cave in a flash. Boom! The moment the two of them fell to the ground, stones kept falling from the area behind them. In an instant, the entire passage was submerged in stones, leaving no place to step. So phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close / phoneme. Master Guizhu breathed a sigh of relief. If it moves one step slower, it will definitely be submerged in the passage. Jiang Chen looked around, and found that this place is actually a naturally formed space. And this space is actually immune to outside influences. Even if the outside is collapsed, this place will not be affected. At this time, Jiang Chen's eyes fell on the most core area of this space. I saw two monster skeletons lying quietly on the ground. Due to the erosion of the years, only the white bones remained in the skeletons of the two monsters, and the flesh on their bodies had already disappeared in the long river of history. Even so, the breath emanating from the two skeletons still suffocated him. Jiang Chen can be sure that if these two monster beast skeletons are alive monster beasts, their strength must definitely be higher than that of Guizushi or even Donghai Qingshan. It is very likely that it has surpassed the emperor-level monsters and reached the legendary ancient level. You must know that ancient monsters, even if they were placed in the natural disasters of their last life, are extremely powerful existences. There used to be more than a dozen Taoist nascent soul realm powerhouses who wanted to kill the ancient monsters in the natural disaster, but they were bombarded by the opponent. If the two monster skeletons in front of me were ancient monsters, it would be an extremely terrifying thing. At this moment, Master Gui's eyes also fell on the two monster skeletons, with complicated expressions in his eyes. If I'm not mistaken, these two monster skeletons have reached the ancient level. Master Turtle said in a deep voice. It's just that ancient monsters never traveled together, and there must be secrets hidden in the skeletons of two ancient monsters here. Old Gui, you said that the skeletons of two ancient monsters appeared in the Seven Ghosts Mystery Realm. What happened? Furthermore, according to the rumors, the ancient monsters all have atavistic bloodlines and have extremely long lifespans. It is simply impossible for them to die so easily. Jiang Chen opened his mouth slowly, with a dignified expression. You must know that monsters have always had extremely long lifespans, and many of them have lived for hundreds of thousands of years. For example, Donghai Qingshan, the overlord of the East China Sea, relied on his long lifespan to forcibly reach the realm of an emperor-level monster. If he succeeds in transforming into a dragon, he might not be able to awaken the blood in his body and step into the ranks of ancient monsters. Boy Jiang Chen, look at the bodies of these two monster skeletons, there are many wounds. Obviously suffered severe injuries during his lifetime. I'm really curious now, what kind of existence is capable of severely injuring two ancient monsters, and even killing them? Master Gue pointed to the wound on the skeleton of the monster beast, with a serious expression on his face. Suddenly it looked at Jiang Chen. Dominator-level monster. Dominator-level monster. Jiang Chen and Master Guizhu spoke together. What kind of existence can there be besides a master-level monster that can push two ancient-level monsters into a desperate situation? Boy Jiang Chen, tell me what kind of heavy injuries these two monster beast skeletons must have suffered in front of them. Master Gue looked at the two monster skeletons in front of him with a solemn expression. You must know that the injuries that can kill the ancient monsters must be extremely serious. I don't know. Jiang Chen shook his head. At this moment, his eyes fell on the arm of one of the ancient monster skeletons, and he saw a stone token hanging on that arm. He walked forward slowly and picked up the stone token. I saw a word written on the top. Phoenix, Phoenix? At this moment, Patriarch Gue leaned in front of Jiang Chen, looking at the phoenix token in his hand, with a solemn expression. It seems that the identities of these two ancient monsters are not ordinary. Master Turtle muttered to himself. Then he opened his mouth and said, It is rumored that in ancient times, when the vitality of the world was abundant, there were many powerful races in the world besides the human race. Among them, the dragon and phoenix clans are the most powerful. The human race has always lived under the shadow of the dragon and phoenix race, and it is difficult to have a bright future. Later, for unknown reasons, the dragon and phoenix clans who were at their peak suddenly disappeared from the world, and even some powerful ancient races disappeared together. The human race took advantage of the situation at this time and became the ruler of the world in one fell swoop. The monsters we can see today are all offshoots of those ancient races. For example, the Qingshan of the East China Sea we met on the coast of the East China Sea earlier has a thin dragon blood. Hearing this, Jiang Chen nodded slightly. He stared straight at the skeletons of the two ancient monsters in front of him. He opened his mouth and said, It seems that these two monsters are very likely to belong to the Feng clan. It's just that they don't look like birds, but rather look like apes. It seems that it is very likely to be an ancient race under the command of the Feng clan. Having said that, Jiang Chen didn't continue talking. He knew more or less about things in the ancient times, but it was not much different from what Master Guizhu knew. Ding, recyclable items detected, 2 ancient monster corpses, worth 10 years of cultivation. Just when Jiang Chen didn't know how to deal with the corpses of these 2 ancient monster beasts, the notification sound of the recovery system sounded at this moment. The corpses of 2 ancient monster beasts are worth, cultivation bases. Jiang Chen revealed a look of surprise, and recovered the corpses of the 2 ancient monsters without saying a word. Successful recovery, cultivation balance, 11 years, ding, upgrade of empowerment system, the host can instill cultivation into the race. A puzzled look appeared on Jiang Chen's face. Instill cultivation into the people? I'll go, Jiang Chen kid, what did you do? Just when Jiang Chen was puzzled, Master Guizhu who was beside him let out an exclamation. It watched the skeletons of the 2 ancient monsters disappear out of thin air, and immediately understood that it was Jiang Chen who made the move. Jiang Chen looked at Master Gue, and said lightly, it seems to be in the way, but it's a good thing anyway, don't want it for nothing. Upon hearing this, Master Gue nodded, expressing his affirmation of Jiang Chen's actions. As expected of Grandpa Turtle, the person I chose, he really is extraordinary. Let's not talk nonsense, since this place has the bones of these 2 ancient monsters, there must be other things, let's look for them quickly. Jiang Chen urged Master Gue. The latter looked around and saw that there was nothing in this space except for the corpses of the two ancient monsters. You can have a panoramic view of the entire space at a glance. Boy Jiang Chen, this place is bare, are you sure there are other good things? Master Gue frowned and asked Jiang Chen. The latter said lightly, those two ancient monsters desperately want to guard this space, do you think they are picking a grave for themselves? Hearing Jiang Chen's words, Master Gue murmured, the ghost knows what these two ancient monsters are thinking. What if they want to use this place as their own graveyard? Although Master Guizu's voice was extremely low, the echo in this space was exceptionally good. Jiang Chen stopped, turned around slowly, and met Master Gui's eyes. Boy Jiang Chen. You, what are you going to do? Don't come here, don't come here. I was wrong, I'm going to find baby now. Late. Jiang Chen opened his mouth lightly, and punched Master Gue Patriarch's tortoise shell with his fist. The latter flew upside down in an instant, and embedded heavily into the wall beside him. Fortunately, when Jiang Chen's punch landed, it completely retracted its body into the turtle shell, so it didn't cause itself to die under this punch. In fact, Jiang Chen had already withheld this punch. If he really wants to argue with Master Guizu, this punch of his is enough to send it to the west. After blasting Master Gue to the stone wall with one punch, Jiang Chen went looking for the treasure on his own, without any appearance of trying to rescue him from the stone wall. Seeing this scene, Patriarch Gue scolded his mother immediately, Boy Jiang Chen, your grandma should rescue me from here first. Hey, don't make a fist. Come on, I don't want you to save me. You are late. Facing Master Gui's begging for mercy, Jiang Chen had already swung his fist. An extremely ferocious fist blasted directly towards Master Guizu. Feeling the majestic vitality in it, the tortoise master suddenly turned pale. I never thought that Grandpa Turtle would end up here at such a young age. The lineage of the beast master is not a good thing. As the voice fell, Jiang Chen's fist had already landed on its turtle shell. Crack! Only a crackling sound was heard. Turtle Master's body was actually rushing towards the rear, very fast. I didn't expect there to be another cave here. Jiang Chen looked at the gap in the turtle shell pattern on the stone wall in front of him, and his frown slowly relaxed, boom! With several punches in succession, the stone wall in front of him instantly shattered into pieces. The space behind the stone wall was also displayed in front of him at this moment. Behind the stone wall, stone pillars rose from the ground, directly connecting the space above the head with the ground. At this time, Master Guizu fell to the ground with his feet in the air, looking quite embarrassed. Is constantly shouting. Boy Jiang Chen, hurry up and help Grandpa Turtle up. Why do I feel like the world is spinning for a while? I can't do it, I'm going to vomit. Vomit. With the sound of nausea, Jiang Chen appeared in front of Master Gue. Old Gue, this time your talk has played a role. With a big wave of Jiang Chen's hand, he straightened the turtle ancestor who was on his back in an instant. If it wasn't for Master Gui's lack of mouth, he wouldn't even want to attack him again. If he didn't shoot at it, the stone wall blocking this space would not be shattered by his punch. In the final analysis, Master Guizu contributed a lot this time. Cough cough cough. Returning to normal, Master Gue coughed a few times, and finally regained his composure. It looked around, with a look of joy on its face. Let's go, his grandma's place is full of good things. I saw his figure flashed and appeared in a puddle. His eyes were fixed on a small puddle in front of him, and his face was full of shock. It takes 100 years to form a single drop of ambergris. Let me go, there is such a puddle in this place, how much is it worth? Seeing the puddle full of ambergris in front of him, Master Gue clicked his lips. This is the rare 9-leaf fire phoenix grass. There is also the legendary Raksha god iron. Seeing more and more treasures of heaven and earth in front of him, Master Gue's eyes straightened. I can't wait to put all these treasures into my turtle shell. Jiang Chen looked around, seeing so many treasures, he was startled at first, but soon relieved. Although it takes 100 years for ambergris Tianlu to conceive a single drop, this space existed in ancient times. The corpses of those two ancient monsters alone are enough to prove that this place has existed for a long time. I'm afraid this space has already gone through tens of thousands of hours, so it's not surprising that such a small puddle of ambergris was formed. Although the 9-leaf fire phoenix grass is rare in the outside world, it was not considered a rare object in ancient times. As for Rakshasa iron, Jiang Chen slowly walked to the side of that piece of Rakshasa iron, bent down to pick it up, weighed it in his hand, and showed a satisfied expression. Good stuff. Without the slightest hesitation, he directly collected the Rakshasa iron into the training space. Together with the Rakshasa divine iron, most of the natural materials and earthly treasures in this place were taken away by him. These treasures are all of great value, and taking out one casually and placing it in the outside world is enough to cause a sensation in the whole of China. For Jiang Chen, now is the time when he needs these treasures of heaven and earth. Even if he can't use them, he can still use them to feed Xiaoqing and Xiaobai. Presumably, after eating these treasures of heaven and earth, their physiques can also change, and maybe they can be reborn. Seeing the treasures of heaven, material and earth in front of him disappearing continuously, Master Gui's face became even more livid. It appeared in front of Jiang Chen in a flash. Stretched out a hand to the ladder and said, "Jiang Chen boy, those who see it will have a share. Although Grandpa Turtle is your imperial beast now, I also have the right to be a turtle. No matter what, you can't take all the treasures to yourself. Leave some for Grandpa Turtle anyway, don't want too much, just give me the ambergris Tianlu in that puddle, and I won't care about it." Looking at Master Guizhu, who was begging for ambergris Tianlu in front of him, Jiang Chen's face was calm. One hand was clenched into a fist, and a faint fisting intent radiated out. "Are you dissatisfied?" Jiang Chen's tone was calm, his body filled with killing intent. Seeing Jiang Chen's clenched fist again, Master Guizhu trembled for a moment. He quickly shook his head and said, No opinion. Although it really wants the ambergris in that puddle. But compared to his own life, ambergris Tianlu is nothing. Seeing Master Gui's understanding, Jiang Chen's clenched fists were slowly loosened, and the killing intent on his body dissipated in an instant. Feeling that the killing intent dissipated, Master Gui heaved a sigh of relief. "Boy Jiang Chen, what do you think that is?" Suddenly, Master Gui's gaze was attracted by a high platform in the distance. Jiang Chen was slightly taken aback, and looked in the direction that Master Gui pointed, and saw a high platform hovering in midair without any contact with the ground. Seeing such a spectacle, Jiang Chen suddenly became interested. His intuition told him that there must be something good on that high platform. "Why are you standing still? Keep up." Jiang Chen called softly, and before Master Gui could react, he rushed straight towards the high platform in midair. Seeing this scene, Master Gui at the side scolded immediately, "His grandma, wait for me. If you have good things, don't just keep them in your pockets. At least let Grandpa Turtle have my eye addiction." Following Master Gui's words, Jiang Chen jumped onto the high platform. When he saw the scene in front of him, he froze in place for a moment. I saw a resplendent platform above the high platform, and on that platform, a fiery red monster egg just hovered in midair. A jet-black copper pot was placed under the fiery red monster egg. A phoenix pattern that has been soaring can be vaguely seen on the copper pot. This is? Jiang Chen looked at the fiery red monster egg in front of him with a solemn expression. At this time, Master Turtle also came here, and when his eyes fell on the fiery red monster egg, he was instantly terrified. Staggering, almost falling from the high platform. "Old Turtle, what's the matter?" With sharp eyes and quick hands, Jiang Chen supported Master Guizhu, so that the latter did not fall. Master Guizhu took a deep breath, pointed at the fiery red monster egg hovering in midair, and said, "Boy Jiang Chen, that monster egg is not ordinary. What nonsense are you talking about? Hey, this thing appears here, can it be an ordinary monster egg?" Hearing Master Gui's words, Jiang Chen was speechless for a while. "This is talking nonsense. You must know that this is a space that existed in ancient times, and this fiery red monster egg obviously already existed in this space. In terms of time, at least tens of thousands of years have passed. How could it be Fan Pin? No. Boy Jiang Chen, you may not understand what I mean. I mean this monster egg has a coercion that even I have to submit to. This coercion comes from the blood of this monster egg, its blood is afraid." Turtle Master didn't continue talking, it already felt a sense of suffocation coming towards itself. This is the coercion from the depths of the blood. Even if its strength has reached the initial stage of the emperor-level monster, it is still impossible to resist this coercion. Seeing this scene, Jiang Chen's face changed slightly. He didn't expect Master Guizhu to show such a frightened look. Not to mention Master Gui's cultivation, just the awakened Xuanwu blood in Master Gui's body, it is difficult to overwhelm the fiery red monster egg in front of him. It can be seen that this fiery red monster egg is extraordinary. Jiang Chen looked at the fiery red monster egg in front of him with a solemn expression. In any case, this fiery red monster egg is absolutely impossible to be an ordinary thing. Boy Jiang Chen, you can take it easy. Grandpa Turtle, I can't take it anymore, I'll withdraw first. Suddenly, only the voice of Master Guizhu could be heard. When Jiang Chen turned his head, Patriarch Gui had already disappeared in a hurry. Seeing this scene, Jiang Chen slightly sighed, I'm so cowardly. He stared fixedly at the fiery red monster egg in front of him, and said in a deep voice, System. Ding, monster name, Sacred Flame Suzaku, monster level, ancient level mid-stage, growable, monster qualification, 9th grade, ancestral bloodline, Suzaku, bloodline level, 50-00%. With the sound of the system notification, Jiang Chen's eyes were full of horror. Although he had already guessed that the fiery red monster egg in front of him was definitely related to Phoenix or Suzaku. After all, it is absolutely impossible for someone to be able to suppress the turtle patriarch with Xuanwu bloodline to be an ordinary person. It's just that he never thought that the monster egg in front of him was actually the Holy Flame Suzaku. And it's still the Holy Flame Suzaku who awakened 50.0% of Suzaku's bloodline. This dam is completely equivalent to a divine beast. Jiang Chen finally understood why Patriarch Gui would choose to flee like a mouse. He's not at the same level at all. It looks like I'm going to add another strong general. Different from Master Gui's panic, Jiang Chen's face showed a smile. Facing the unhatched Sacred Flame Suzaku monster egg, he was extremely excited. If he hatched the Holy Fire Suzaku and then bound it, then he would get a Holy Fire Suzaku with 50.0% of the blood of Suzaku. At that time, even if a natural disaster strikes, he will definitely have the ability to protect himself. Even if one's own strength is discovered by Huaxia's high level, there are so many guardian beasts. Presumably, Huaxia's top management is also helpless against themselves. As soon as he thought of this, Jiang Chen couldn't wait to get the monster egg of the Holy Flame Suzaku into his bag. When one of his hands reached out to the Holy Fire Suzaku monster egg, a flame emanated directly from the jet-black copper pot below it. An extremely hot flame rushed towards Jiang Chen's hand, as if to melt it. Feeling something was wrong, Jiang Chen hastily retracted his hand, only then managed to dodge the flame. He could clearly feel that if the flame fell on his hand, he might choose to give up this hand to save his life. It seems that if you want to get the pet egg of the Holy Flame Suzaku, the most urgent thing to do is to solve this broken jar. Jiang Chen's eyes fell on the jet-black copper pot. Although the copper pot looks ordinary on the surface, after a previous trial, he can be sure that this copper pot is not ordinary. Just ask what mortal can erupt such a terrifying flame. Even though Jiang Chen's strength has now entered the ranks of Emperor-level beast masters, he still has to choose to temporarily avoid the edge. When Jiang Chen's eyes fell on the copper pot, he suddenly realized. I saw a flame exuding a fiery aura contained in the pitch-black copper pot. The flame that attacked Jiang Chen before was separated from this group of flames. The fire of Nirvana? Jiang Chen frowned, guessing the origin of this flame. I'll go, Jiang Chen boy, you are so brave. At some point, Master Gui's figure reappeared beside Jiang Chen. At this time the latter is constantly sending out sincere admiration. Old Gui, you seem to know a lot. Jiang Chen looked at Master Gui, and said calmly. Boy Jiang Chen, if you want me to tell you, you should give up the idea of killing this monster egg. This thing is simply not something you and I can get our hands on. The latter looked dignified at the moment, kindly reminded. You don't have to worry about other things, you just need to tell me how you dare to crack this broken jar. Jiang Chen said slowly. This after hesitating for a moment, Master Gui finally let out a long sigh. Forget it, I'm unlucky to have a beast master like you. I really don't know what happened to your lineage of beast masters, each of you is really not afraid of death. Hearing this, Zhangchen smiled lightly and said, "Speak." Master Turtle took a deep breath and spoke eloquently. If I'm not mistaken, this pitch-black copper jar is not a treasure in itself, but it's just been contaminated with a bit of divinity by getting along with the monster egg of the holy flame Suzaku for so many years. And what is contained in this jet-black copper pot is most likely the fire of nirvana left after the holy fire Suzaku nirvana. This fire is used by the Suzaku nirvana, and it can burn away all evil spirits in the world. Fortunately, you boy retracted your hand early just now, otherwise this hand might be useless. Hearing these words, Jiang Chen nodded slightly. It seemed that my guess was correct, the flame contained in the pitch-black copper pot was indeed not a mortal thing. Nirvana fire? Really, baby? Old Turtle, is there any way you can get this jet-black copper pot away? Jiang Chen looked at Master Gue and asked. After pondering for a moment, the latter shook his head. This copper jar contains the fire of nirvana. This fire will never be extinguished. It is difficult for me to get phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to it, let alone get rid of it. Hearing this, Jiang Chen immediately didn't intend to put his hope on Master Gue. He closed his eyes and began to think about countermeasures. Suddenly he opened his eyes, and there was a golden light in them. Immediately after seeing him wave his hand, the jet-black copper pot on the ground disappeared in an instant. Disappearing with it is the monster egg of the holy flame Suzaku hovering in mid-air. Seeing this scene, Master Gue was slightly taken aback, and said for no reason, "Boy Jiang Chen, what have you done?" Jiang Chen said lightly, "Since we have no way to get this jet-black copper pot away, then we might as well just put the rest of the sacred flame Suzaku's monster beast eggs into the cultivation space together. Anyway, the space in the cultivation space is huge enough to put these two things down." As soon as these words came out, Master Gue immediately reacted. "It turns out that you can still do this." With a thought in Jiang Chen's mind, he disappeared and placed together with Master Guizhu. When it reappeared, it was already in the cultivation space. At this moment, the cultivation space has become a mess. Xiaocheng and Xiaohei stared fixedly at the sudden appearance of the holy fire Suzaku monster egg, eyes full of fear. "Xiaoqing, Black Loach, what is this?" "Xiaohei, fuck you Black Loach, if you call me that again, I won't beat you up." "Xiaoqing, you hit me? You sure?" Hearing this, Xiaohei's eyes dodged, and then he stared closely at the holy fire Suzaku monster egg, exuding a cold aura all over his body. Just when many imperial beasts were puzzled by the sudden appearance of the holy flame Suzaku monster egg, the figures of Jiang Chen and Master Gue have appeared beside them. Seeing the sacred flame vermilion bird monster egg occupying the center of the entire training space in front of him, Jiang Chen's expression obviously changed. Originally, he wanted to put the holy fire Suzaku monster egg in a corner, so that the fire of nirvana would not burn the imperial beasts present. But who would have thought that it would be placed directly in the core area, and it could not be moved at all? Crackling. At this time, there was the sound of flames burning in the pitch-black copper tank. A stream of hot flames rose from it. Seeing this, Jiang Chen immediately opened the system mall, and bought a Myriad Realms display stand from it. Put the holy flame Suzaku monster egg together with the jet-black copper pot with the fire of nirvana into the 10,000 Realms display stand, in order to offset the threat of nirvana's fire to the beast. Successful purchase of Wanjia display stand, cultivation balance, 11 years. After placing the holy flame Suzaku demon beast egg, Jiang Chen began to empower the imperial beast under him. Ding! The host instills 100 years of cultivation into the blue bird. Trigger empowerment repair is a function, initiation repair is multiple extraction, initiation repair is a multiple, 41 times, the host instills 100 years of cultivation, returns 41 times, and returns 100 years of cultivation. Repair has been stored in the mall system since, cultivation balance, 11 years, after instilling Xiaoqing's cultivation base, I saw a faint blue light emitting from Xiaoqing's body. A quaint aura emanated from his body, enveloping him. Seeing this scene, Jiang Chen waved his hand, and directly placed Xiaoqing in a corner of the cultivation space. According to his experience, Xiaoqing is very likely to make another breakthrough. Seeing Xiaoqing's scene, Master Gui immediately ran over in a panic. Boy Jiangchen, don't favor one person over another. While talking, I saw that Master Gui was lying obediently on the ground, waiting for the empowerment. Yunnan Chief. Jiangchen felt speechless when he thought of the cultivation level that Master Gui brought back. Which one of the times is he not this guy the least? But after all, it is also his own imperial beast. Jiangchen immediately gave initiation to Master Gui. Ding! The host instilled 100 years of cultivation into the nine heavens mysterious turtle. Trigger empowerment repair is a function, initiation repair is multiple extraction, initiation repair is multiplied, twice, the host instills 100 years of cultivation, double the return, and returns 200 years of cultivation, repair has been automatically stored in the mole system, cultivation balance, 11 years, African Emirates. Jiangchen was speechless for a while. As expected, he really did as he expected, there is no good thing to do for Master Guizhu. But fortunately, it is not a loss. Guizushi, who had received the 100-year cultivation base empowerment, ran aside and began to study the monster egg of the sacred flame Suzaku. Xiaohei, come here. Jiangchen looked at Xiaohei who was staring at the holy flame Suzaku monster egg, and called out to him softly. Xiaohei came back to his senses, and quickly wrapped his arms around Jiangchen's shoulders. Initiation. Jiangchen empowered him. Ding! The host instilled 10 years of cultivation into Wuhai Pseudo-Dragon. Trigger empowerment repair is a function, initiation repair is multiple extraction, initiation repair is a multiple, 38 times, the host has cultivated for 10 years, 38 times will be returned, and 380 years of cultivation will be returned. Repair has been automatically stored in the mole system, cultivation balance, 11 years, after the empowerment was completed, faint dragon scales began to appear on Xiaohei's body, and a cold aura filled his body. Even Jiangchen felt a slight coolness at this moment. After Xiaohei got rid of his arm, he quickly came to the holy fire Suzaku monster egg, staring at the latter as before. Jiangchen, who saw this scene, didn't know why, but now he has put the holy fire Suzaku monster egg in the black copper pot containing the fire of nirvana into the 10,000 realms display stand. None of these things pose a threat to his beast master, so he can feel relieved. Old turtle, I'll leave it to you next. Jiangchen greeted Master Gui. The latter nodded. I saw Jiangchen's figure flashed, escaped from the cultivation space, and appeared on the original high platform. Looking at the empty space around, Jiangchen showed a smile on his face. Since there is nothing left, let me practice my hands. As the words fell, a strong fist phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals win-win slash phoneme blasted towards the surroundings. Boom! There was only a sound of broken stone walls, and then the whole space began to tremble violently. Countless stones fell from the top of the head, and even the stone pillars standing on the ground collapsed one after another. Jiangchen swung several punches one after another, directly punching the entire space riddled with holes. One must know that his current strength has reached the 3-star Emperor-level Beast Master. Terrible. After a few punches fell, the whole space began to tremble violently, apparently on the verge of collapse. Seeing this, Jiangchen didn't hesitate at all, directly circulated the vitality in his body, and punched hard forward. Boom! A punch fell, and the entire space began to collapse. Jiangchen's figure flashed, and he appeared outside the cave. I saw that the cave where he stood in was constantly collapsing at this moment, and even the waterfall that was flowing down began to tremble violently. The next moment, the entire cave collapsed directly, and the water of the waterfall became more and more fierce, as if it had the posture of a mountain and river under pressure. Seeing this scene, Jiangchen smiled slightly, and cut off most of the mountain in front of him with a wave of his big hand. Then he walked slowly in the direction he came from. But at this moment, the treasure-hunting odd orb hanging around his waist suddenly shattered. Is it so useless? Jiangchen looked at the broken treasure-hunting orb, and shook his head slightly. But he didn't care about it, after all, this treasure-hunting odd bead led him to find the holy flame Suzaku monster egg, which was already a great achievement. Jiangchen untied the broken treasure-hunting orb, casually threw it on the ground, and strode forward. At the same time in the mountains, Xiaobai stood with his head held high in a wide field, and beside him stood Jiang Xuening and Lu Jejia, two peerless twins. "Little bald donkey, have you figured out how to escape from here?" Kong Yun came to Monkey Nian and asked softly to the latter. The latter looked dignified, shook his head and said, "The monster in front of me is at the commander level. Even if you and I join forces, it is impossible to be its opponent." "Aren't you stupid, little bald donkey? Let you find a way to escape. Why do you want to confront this guy head-on? Are you a little bald donkey?" Kong Yunyun looked at Monkey Nian and spoke with hatred for iron. The latter snorted coldly, and plunged his Zen stick into the ground heavily. After feeling the Buddhist aura emanating from his body, Kong Yunyun's expression changed suddenly. "Little bald donkey, don't you really want to fight that guy?" Faced with Kong Yunyun's questioning, Monkey Nian remained unmoved, but said in a deep voice to the other Buddhist disciples beside him, "Everyone, get ready, I'm going to die." All the Buddhist disciples who heard this shuddered, and looked at Monkey Nian in astonishment, not understanding the meaning of his words. "Next, I will try my best to hold back this commander-level monster in front of me with the secret method of Buddhism. When the time comes, you will take advantage of the chaos and run away. Don't come back here." Monkey Nian's voice was dull and his face was extremely serious. As soon as these words came out, the faces of many Buddhist disciples changed drastically. "Brother Nian, absolutely not. That's right, you are the rare arrogance of Buddhism in our Buddhism, you must not be buried here. Brother Nian, there must be another way, if it doesn't work, let's beg for mercy." Facing Monkey Nian's resolute appearance, all the Buddhist disciples present gave advice. "You must know that Master Shiming told them before they entered this place that they are fine if these Buddhist arrogances die, and the Buddhist sect will give them shelter in their homes. But the premise is that Monkey Nian must get out of the Seven Ghosts secret realm alive. If Monkey Nian died here, even if all the Buddhist disciples present were safe, they would have to face the wrath from Buddhism. Little bald donkey, you really impress me." Kong Yun, who also heard Monkey Nian's words, was taken aback for a moment, then laughed. "If you don't want your Confucian disciples to die here, you'd better advance and retreat with me." Monkey Nian looked at Kong Yunyun calmly, and said in a deep voice, "What do you mean?" The latter frowned, not knowing why. "The lips are dead and the teeth are cold. Don't look at that. Jiang Chen is not attacking us now, but you have to know that even those arrogances from the Taoist Association were beheaded mercilessly by him. If we Buddhists challenge His Majesty, do you think you Confucian disciples can get out alive? Stop dreaming. From the very beginning, we were fish on a sticky board, and we had no right to phoneme alphabet equals IPA equals live/phoneme. Monkey Nian sees clearly. From the first time Jiang Chen made a move, he knew that most of his people were going to be here. After all, Jiang Chen's strength is so strong, but his reputation is not obvious to the outside world. Obviously he doesn't want his secret to be discovered by others. And these people present, except for Lu Jejia and Jiang Xuening, the rest belong to outsiders to Jiang Chen. Since Jiang Chen doesn't want his true strength to be exposed, then there is only one way. That is cutting weeds and roots. Only the dead will not tell the secret. The many arrogances of the Taoist Association who died at his hands must have been murdered by the latter because they knew Jiang Chen's secret. As soon as these words came out, Kong Yunyun's face suddenly changed. Although he had already expected that Jiang Chen would not easily spare them, but he never thought that the other party would choose to cut grass and root out. After all, the relationship between Confucianism and Taoism is extremely delicate, which is different from Buddhism, which has a gap between the two. Kong Yun, right? If you don't want the group of Confucian disciples behind you to die here, I think you have no choice. Monkey Nian put his palms together, and the Buddhist aura radiated from his body. A faint Buddhist rhyme swept towards Kong Yun. Wrong. Little bald donkey, you fuck me. Kong Yunyun's face changed suddenly, and he passed the folding fan forward in his hand, strangling all the Buddhist aura that swept towards him. He looked at Monkey Nian and glared. When he communicated with the latter earlier, Monkey Nian had intentionally or unintentionally started to use the breath of Buddhism to influence his judgment. Seeing that his method had failed, Monkey Nian did not continue to hide. He said directly, Kong Yunyun, you have no choice. As soon as he finished speaking, a figure descended from the sky and landed in front of him. I heard you are very brave. With his hands behind his back, Jiang Chen calmly looked at Monkey Nian, who put his palms together in front of him. A faint murderous aura emanated from his body, covering the latter. Monkey Nian was frightened out of his wits by the sudden scene. He staggered back a few steps, and managed to stand still under the support of several Buddhist disciples. At this moment, he was trembling all over, and a sense of powerlessness came to his heart. The moment Kong Yunyun saw Jiang Chen, he also felt a burst of trepidation. He couldn't believe that someone could appear in his perception without making a sound. Jiang Chen looked at Monkey Nian calmly. With a wave of his hand, a majestic breath directly suppressed the latter. Buddhist golden body. Monkey Nian sensed that it was not good, and immediately circulated the vitality in his body and forcibly performed the secret method of Buddhism. It's a pity that in his opinion, the Buddha's golden body, which can withstand the full-strength attack of a foundation establishment master, is like a piece of paper in front of Jiang Chen. Crack! Only a crash was heard. Monkey Nian had already collapsed on the ground, his whole body began to twitch crazily, blood spewed out of his mouth, and his breath was weak. Naturally, the Buddhist disciples beside him were not much better. Facing the coercion emanating from Jiang Chen, they didn't even have the ability to resist, and were instantly suppressed to the ground, unable to move. Seeing this scene, Kong Yunyun and the Confucian disciples both gasped. Especially Kong Yunyun, he was extremely thankful that he hadn't been bewitched by Monkey Nian just now. If he had agreed to join forces with Monkey Nian, then there must have been one more person who was suppressed on the ground now. I said don't make trouble. Since you want to die, then I will fulfill you. Jiang Chen looked at Monkey Nian, who was lying on the ground indifferently. The giant sword on his back was suddenly unsheathed, and a majestic sword energy directly enveloped the world. Feeling the approaching death, Monkey Nian's face changed drastically. He wanted to resist, but he was not Jiang Chen's opponent at all. No! Do not kill me! Monkey Nian let go of his arrogance as a Buddhist arrogance, and begged for mercy at this moment. Facing Monkey Nian's begging for mercy, Jiang Chen simply turned a deaf ear to it. Kill! 2 words slowly spit out from the mouth. The next moment, the juk sword hovering in midair directly pierced Monkey Nian's chest. A column of blood soared into the sky, and the latter never even had the chance to speak. What? Accompanied by one after another hoarse screams sounded. The entire forest was dyed scarlet. Hiss! Seeing the fallen corpses of Buddhist disciples one after another, all the Confucian disciples present gasped. Clang! Accompanied by a sword cry, the last standing Buddhist disciple also fell heavily in a pool of blood. The juk sword was put into the scabbard, and the sword energy that enveloped the world also dissipated at this moment. You almost died just now. Jiang Chen looked at Kong Yunyun with a calm tone. The latter was extremely shocked at this moment. He didn't question Jiang Chen's words at all. You must know that even the Buddhist monk Yi Nian died under his sword. If he and the Yi Nian monk were in the same boat, it would be a dead end. At this moment, he was very thankful that he did not embark on the road to death. Xiao Bai, the corpses of these bald donkeys will be handed over to you. Jiang Chen patted Xiao Bai's head. The latter nodded, and then walked towards the 10 corpses lying on the ground. Roar! Oh! There was a roar, followed by an explosion. The body of a Buddhist disciple on the ground was directly torn apart and turned into pieces of flesh. The smell of blood disperses, making people nauseous. Kong Yun, who witnessed all this with his own eyes, turned pale. He originally thought that it would be fine for Jiang Chen to kill these Buddhist disciples. Who would have thought that the latter would not even leave the whole body for them? It's really a ruthless method. The corpses of 10 Buddhist disciples exploded one after another, including the corpse of monk Yi Nian. It's just that when the corpse of monk Yi Nian exploded, in the Dalian temple in the western regions, a purple golden lotus flower that was about to bloom actually withered directly. The expressions of the Buddhist disciples guarding this place changed drastically, and they hurriedly called several eminent Buddhist monks. When several Buddhist eminent monks saw the withered purple gold lotus, their hearts trembled. What the hell is going on here? An eminent Buddhist monk, Vajra, glared at him and smashed his Zen staff on the ground, directly smashing a deep hole in the ground. Inyan Zijin lotus has withered, which means he. Another Buddhist eminent monk looked dignified and thoughtful. Come here, thoroughly investigate this matter. No matter what, we must find out the reason for Inyan's death. If someone kills it, then it is disrespectful to our Buddhism. The Buddhist eminent monk who spoke earlier had a low voice, and a terrifying Buddhist aura exuded from his body. He was actually a strong Buddhist who had stepped into the realm of Buddhist ascetics. The aura of another Buddhist eminent monk is not inferior to the former one at all, and he is obviously also in the realm of a Buddhist ascetic monk. Two Buddhist ascetic monks gathered here, and they all issued the same order. Thoroughly investigate the cause of Monk Inyan's death. At the same time, in the Seven Ghosts secret realm, it was getting late, and the Confucian disciples had already lit a bonfire. Jiang Chen and Kong Yunyun sat facing each other. The former seemed very casual, while the latter was extraordinarily reserved. Jiang Chen, Lu Jejia and Jiang Xuening were sitting on phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme side of Jiang Chen, both with their heads down. Don't say too much, I know it in my heart. Facing Lu Jejia's soft call, Jiang Chen's expression remained the same. Master Jiang Jiang. Kong Yunyun bravely spoke to Jiang Chen. Say. The latter raised his head slightly, meeting his eyes. I understand that today's incident involves a wide range of aspects. But I can assure you that I will never tell what I saw today. Kong Yun thought for a moment, then said immediately. How do you want me to trust you? Jiang Chen's voice was indifferent. Kong Yun was at a loss for words for a while. Yes, I have no friendship with the other party, so why would the other party believe in me? In my eyes, there is only one kind of person who can keep a secret. Who? Dead. When Jiang Chen uttered these two words, all the Confucian disciples present trembled and involuntarily stepped back a few steps. Seeing everyone's appearance like this, Jiang Chen rarely showed a smile on his face. I saw him standing up slowly, his eyes swept over everyone present. Then he opened his mouth and said, "So afraid of death?" All the Confucian disciples present nodded their heads. Is it shameful to be afraid of death? He's not afraid of running out of firewood if he keeps the green hills. They are young, so they don't want to confess here so early. Seeing everyone nodding their heads like pounding garlic, Jiang Chen smiled indifferently. Then he asked, "But you already know my secret." In my opinion, no one can keep a secret except the dead. Jiang Chen's words immediately made all the Confucian disciples feel a chill from the bottom of their hearts. Master Jiang Jiang. What happened? There must be another way, right? Kong Yunyun hurriedly stood up at this time. His face was already pale. Obviously he was quite frightened by Jiang Chen's previous words. A way? I still have a choice. After Jiang Chen thought for a moment, he nodded. Any solution? When Kong Yun heard that there were other ways, his eyes lit up immediately. Can phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live slash phoneme, who the hell would want to die? Jiang Chen smiled lightly, and directly opened the mall system secretly. Mall system upgrade inflation, beast familiar returning to ancestor experience card, 10 years of cultivation, limited to one purchase, healing pill, extreme grade 100 years of cultivation base, puppet goo worm, 100 years of cultivation base. Jiang Chen's face suddenly changed. Hey, the shopping mall system has been upgraded, so the prices have gone up. Did his grandma think that it was easy for her to earn and cultivate recently, and deliberately deceived herself? Sure enough, it is still a black heart system. Jiang Chen was speechless for a while. But at this moment, he still placed an order for 10 puppet goo worms. Purchased successfully, cultivation balance, 11 years, with a thought, 10 puppet goo worms appeared in his palm. Seeing this scene, Kong Yun's expression changed, and his brows were frowned, not knowing why. Jiang Chen handed him a puppet goo worm, and then said, "If you don't want to die, then give me this thing to eat." Young Master Jiang, this is. Seeing the wriggling puppet goo worm in his hand, Kong Yunyun only felt nausea. Is this something people can eat? Jiang Chen's face was calm. This is a puppet worm. If you are unfaithful to me after eating it, then this worm will poison you to death within a short time. I can warmly remind you all, don't think about relying on external force to take out the puppet goo worm. As long as the puppet goo worm feels danger, then you will be killed on the spot. Kong Yun trembled when he heard this, and his eyes became extremely shocked when he looked at the squirming puppet goo worm in his hand. He never imagined that such a small bug could actually take his own life within a breath. Jiang Chen quickly distributed the puppet goo worms in his hands. The Confucian disciples present were all at a loss when they saw the wriggling worm in their hands. Young Master Kong, as the leader of the Confucian disciples, you can't take the phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals lead slash phoneme? Looking at the Confucian people in front of them who have not seen any action for a long time, Jiang Chen fixed his eyes on Kong Yun, who was the leader. Kong Yun, who was still hesitant at first, only hesitated for a moment after hearing Jiang Chen's name, and then directly swallowed the puppet goo worm into his stomach. When the puppet goo worm entered the mouth, a sense of vomiting swept over it. Fortunately, he survived and successfully subdued the puppet goo worm. Seeing this scene, the Confucian disciples looked at each other, gritted their teeth and stomped their feet, and forcibly swallowed the wriggling puppet goo. Vomit. For a while, the sound of retching came one after another. Seeing that all the Confucian disciples had subdued the puppet goo, Jiang Chen smiled slightly. Since the big guys have swallowed the puppet goo worms, then I won't make it difficult for the big guy. It's just that if there are people who don't choose what to say, then life and death have nothing to do with me. If anyone doesn't believe it, they can try it now. Just as Jiang Chen's words fell, the figure of a Confucianist disciple fell heavily to the ground. Another Confucian disciple beside him had a look of astonishment. It seems that some people do not believe in evil. Seeing the body of the Confucian disciple who was foaming at the mouth and out of breath, Jiang Chen spoke calmly. Sai Kongyun gasped, he never expected to die so quickly from the poison. After learning from the past, the Confucian disciples present expressed that they would keep their mouths shut. In fact, Jiang Chen would not continue to embarrass them without their expressing. After all, in the face of life and death, these scholars must know which is more important. After one night, Jiang Chen parted ways with the Confucian disciples led by Kong Yun. By the way, Jiang Xuening and Lu Zhejia's 2 daughters were handed over to Kong Yun, and asked him to take them out of the 7 Ghosts' secret realm safely. Regarding this, Kong Yun immediately stated that he would never let the second daughter suffer any harm. It's just that both Lu Zhejia and Jiang Xuening were unwilling to leave Jiang Chen, but the latter's attitude was very clear. Even though the 2 daughters were talking about it, they still didn't waver at all. Jiang Chen, we are waiting for you outside. After saying goodbye, Jiang Chen walked towards the deeper part of the 7 Ghosts Mystery Realm alone. The reason why the 7 Ghosts Mystery Realm is called the 7 Ghosts Mystery Realm is because there were 7 demons who were suppressed here at the beginning, but unfortunately, with the changes of the years, the 7 demons have long since died. And some of the treasures they left behind have been sealed in the deepest part of the 7 Ghosts Mystery Realm. Xiaoqing, pay attention to the bottom. Jiang Chen summoned Xiaoqing, and at this moment, after Xiaoqing absorbed the empowerment, her body became much bigger, enough to carry Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen sat on Xiaoqing's back and walked all the way to the depths of the 7 Ghosts secret realm. Compared to Xiaobai and Old Gui, Jiang Chen trusted Xiaoqing more. After all, no matter how you say it, this is the first beast that I have in this life, so I naturally want to get closer. Shhhhhhh. Xiaoqing's wings fluttered, and her figure hurried forward, and there were sounds of piercing through the air. Jiang Chen circulated vitality to offset the oncoming gust of phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals wind wine slash phoneme. 1 person and 1 bird flew towards the deepest point like this. Xiaoqing, descend. Seeing the misty mountain stream ahead, Jiang Chen patted Xiaoqing's head lightly, signaling it to descend. After landing, Jiang Chen looked at the pitch blackness in front of him, and it was difficult to see the misty mountain stream clearly. His face showed joy. In the last life, I only heard that there was a great opportunity in the depths of the 7 Ghosts secret realm, but it is a pity that the strength is low and I have never stepped into it. Since I have met you this time, these opportunities will naturally be in my pocket. Jiang Chen opened his mouth lightly, and with a flash of his figure, he led Xiaoqing to perform the secret technique of shrinking the ground to inches. Shrinking the ground to an inch is actually not easy to perform, and the conditions for performing it are extremely harsh. It is necessary to have an accurate destination in order to be able to drive vitality to arrive. If you don't even know where you want to go, then there is no way to use it. In just a few breaths, Jiang Chen and Xiaoqing appeared in front of the misty mountain stream. Looking at the foggy area in front of him that was covered by layers of fog, and he couldn't see his fingers at all, Jiang Chen didn't feel the slightest bit of fear. Instead, his face was full of excitement. Chirp! At this moment, Xiaoqing looked at the layers of fog in front of her with a solemn expression, and let out a cry. Immediately afterwards, several phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme blades condensed from its body, and shot straight into the pitch-black mist. SHHHHHH. A piercing sound rang in Jiang Chen's ears. It's just that when these phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme blades fell into the pitch-black mist, there was no sound of rock breaking as Jiang Chen expected. On the contrary, it is like a stone falling into the sea, without causing any waves. Interesting. Looking at the silent, pitch-black mist, Jiang Chen became very interested in it. It was once rumored that there is a great opportunity in the Seven Ghosts secret realm, but this great opportunity needs to be exchanged for life. It doesn't look like it's all fake. Jiang Chen opened his mouth lightly, and then the giant sword on his back suddenly came out of its sheath. A monstrous sword, intense soared into the sky, which actually pushed back the layers of mist in front of him for several meters, revealing the scene hidden under the pitch-black mist. Return! Jiang Chen called softly, and the juk sword was put back into the scabbard. He said to Xiaoqing beside him, "Next, you go back to the cultivation space, and just leave the matter here to me." Before the latter could answer, Jiang Chen sent Xiaoqing back to the cultivation space with a thought. Xiaoqing, who returned to the training space, was speechless for a while. Good guy, I became a mount myself. Jiang Chen looked at the mist that was forced back several meters by the sword energy of the juk sword, and strode forward. Soon, his entire body was completely submerged in the pitch-black mist. The moment he walked into the pitch-black mist, the mist that had been forced back by the sword energy of the juk sword shrouded the outside again, and soon returned to its original state. At this time, outside the Seven Ghosts secret realm, the three masters of Confucianism, Buddhism and Taoism stood facing each other with extremely dignified expressions. Just now there is news from Buddhism that the purple gold lotus of Yin Yan, the direct disciple of the poor monk, has withered. Master Shiming's eyes gleamed with anger, glaring at the two in front of him. The same news came from the Bai family in Hangzhou. The natal soul lamps of the two little guys in the Bai family have been extinguished. Master Lu looked at Master Shiming calmly, and said lightly. Compared to the latter's anger, Master Lu appeared extremely calm. In fact, he knew from the very beginning that the two brothers of the Bai family who entered the secret realm of the Seven Ghosts would be in danger, but he never expected that the two brothers of the Bai family would die so quickly. You must know that although Bai Lianua's strength is not good, Bai Zhanji, the eldest son of the Bai family, is the out-and-out arrogance of the Taoist association, and his strength is the strongest among the many Taoist disciples. But at this moment, the two brothers of the Bai family died shortly after entering the Seven Ghosts secret realm, which really shocked Master Lu. Compared with Master Shiming and Master Lu, Confucian scholars of the Confucian family are much more indifferent. He was still worried about Kong Yan's safety, but so far, there has been no bad news from the Confucian side. It also relieved him. That guy Yin Yan was the Buddhist arrogance who was favored by Dalian Temple. Do you know what his death means? Master Shiming stared fiercely at the two people in front of him, and said angrily. I don't care what force is standing behind him. I just want to tell you that after entering the Seven Ghosts mystery realm, life and death will depend on their destiny. If you Buddhists have any objections, you can come to trouble us. At that time, my Taoist association will definitely accompany me. Facing the threat of Master Shiming, Master Lu showed no signs of fear. Behind the former is the Dalian Temple where Buddhist eminent monks sit in town, and behind him is the Taoist association backed by Taoist sages. If there is a real fight, it is unknown who will win the battle. So what about Dalian Temple? Could it be that my Kong family will be afraid? The Confucian student of the Confucian family snorted coldly, and met Master Shiming's eyes. The Confucian family is the pillar of Confucianism, and there are several ancestors in the Confucian family, even facing the Buddhist Dalian temple, they are not afraid at all. Looking at the domineering two people in front of him, Master Shiming's eyes became even more angry. It is good. Don't regret it then. After saying a word, Master Shiming stepped out of the gate with a Zen stick in his hand. Now that the Buddhist disciples are all dead, there is no need for him to stay here. Walk slowly without sending. 7 Ghosts Mystery Realm. Foggy space. Zhangchen was standing in front of a huge stone gate at the moment, looking at the words carved on the stone walls on both sides of the stone gate. Taoist bastards, when this seat is broken, your Taoist ancestral family will be wiped out. The dead bald donkey of the Buddhist sect, I will definitely step on the Dalian temple one day and cut off the vitality of your Buddhist purple gold lotus. A scholar of Confucianism? The books of sages are nothing. Looking at the words insulting the 3 religions in front of him, Zhangchen frowned slightly. It seems that the 7 monsters trapped here all have great resentment. Zhangchen opened his mouth lightly. He originally wanted to smash the Sherman in front of him, but when he punched out, the Sherman remained motionless. You must know that his physique alone is comparable to the strong nascent soul realm of Taoism. Even if such a strong man is placed in the outside world, it is enough to stomp his feet and make the world tremble. But facing the stone gate in front of him, there is no way to do it. After punching several times in succession, Sherman remained firm, standing motionless on the spot. Seeing this scene, Zhangchen felt a headache. Just when he was at his wit's end, the phoenix token around his waist, which had always been dim, shone with a golden halo. A fiery breath emanated from it, directly dispelling the surrounding dark mist. Okay? Zhangchen held the phoenix token in his hand, and found that the phoenix character on the top was shining with golden light at this moment. The next moment, a golden beam of light shot out from it, and it landed on the center of the indestructible stone gate in front of you. The black mist above the stone gate dissipated in an instant, revealing the original appearance of the stone gate. Boom! Accompanied by a sound came. The ground began to tremble violently. Under the urging of the golden beam of light, the stone door that was originally closed was slowly opened a crack. An ancient breath emanated from it, accompanied by a thicker pitch-black mist. Call out! Seeing that the stone gate was wide open, Zhangchen did not hesitate at all, and his whole body circulated vitality. In a flash, he rushed into the stone gate. Boom! When Zhangchen rushed into the stone gate, the original golden beam of light slowly dissipated, and the stone gate began to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme slowly. In just a few breaths, Sherman returned to its original state, and was once again covered with an indistinct pitch-black mist. Zhangchen, who entered the Sherman, looked at the reclosed Sherman, frowning slightly. It seems that if you want to go out, you have to find another way out. Zhangchen murmured. At this moment, a golden light appeared on the phoenix token in his hand. The golden light extended in one direction, and the dark fog in front dissipated one after another the moment it touched the golden light. A road appeared in front of Zhangchen. It seems that this phoenix token is really a good thing. Zhangchen held the phoenix token in his hand, and went straight towards the direction guided by the golden light ahead. Now that I have entered this place at this moment, don't think about going back. The most important thing is to get the so-called opportunity first. Following the guidance of the golden light, Zhangchen soon came to a dark and damp prison. The golden light dissipated when Zhangchen approached the prison. Zhangchen looked at the prison in front of him, and frowned slightly. Crack! Taking a step forward, I only heard the sound of bones breaking under my feet. Looking down, he gasped instantly. At his feet, a skeleton wearing Taoist service fell to the ground, and what I stepped on was the chest of this Taoist skeleton. And in front of this skeleton, countless skeletons fell to the ground in disorder. Some are dressed in Taoist service like him, some are dressed in cassocks, and some are dressed as scholars in Confucian shirts. At a glance, they are all the bones of people from the 3 religions. What happened here? Zhangchen looked at everything in front of him, showing a look of horror. Judging from the clothes on these corpses, none of them belong to the modern 3 religions. Thousands, even tens of thousands, of the skeletons of people from the 3 religions are scattered all over the place. What happened to this battlefield before this? No one knows. Jiang Chen walked forward slowly, every step he took could hear the sound of bones breaking. Along the way, Jiang Chen saw more and more bones in front of him, even in some places, the bones had piled up into mountains. It was somewhat similar to the scene when he faced the last wave of natural disasters in his previous life. Could this be caused by a natural disaster? Jiang Chen murmured, but soon he dispelled his guess. You must know that the natural disaster is the most recent thing, and the bones in front of you are obviously dead for hundreds of years, so it is absolutely impossible for them to be caused by natural disasters. Since it was not caused by natural disasters, what kind of tragic battle was it that allowed so many members of the three religions to die here? There is no documented record of what happened to the outside world. Just when Jiang Chen was puzzled, a cold breath came from deeper. Boom! Boom! A cold breath came from a deeper place, followed by a tremor of the earth. Jiang Chen looked at the depths of the prison, and vaguely felt something awakened. When he came back to his senses, there were roars in the dark mist in the distance. Immediately afterwards, the ground began to tremble, and the bones of people from the three religions all over the ground were shattered by an invisible coercion. Jiang Chen's face was solemn, he held the juk sword on his back in his hand, his whole body was running with vitality, and his eyes were fixed on the prison in front of him. Time has passed, and the ants of the human race dare to come here to shout. At this moment, a dull old voice sounded, "Demon." Jiang Chen immediately thought of this word in his mind. It was rumored that 7 monsters were suppressed in the 7 Ghosts Mystery Realm, and now it is not one of the monsters who spoke, but who else? Jiang Chen's expression was stern, one hand was clenched into a fist, and he didn't dare to relax at all. You must know that according to historical records, the 7 monsters suppressed here are most likely to be ancient monsters. These monsters have awakened their supernatural powers, and their strength has already reached heaven and earth. It took countless manpower and material resources for the members of the three religions to block the 7 demons to this point. I want to completely obliterate them with the power of time. But now, just as Jiang Chen was deep in thought, an extremely terrifying aura appeared in front of him. I saw the outline of an extremely burly figure appearing not far in front of Jiang Chen in the mist that filled the sky. Giant K sword. Jiang Chen snorted coldly, and stood in front of him with the juk sword, resisting the coercion from that monster. After all, the juk sword is a famous sword in ancient and modern times, and it is also known as the first defense. Even in the face of the coercion of ancient monsters, it can still resist. The ants of the human race dare to come here. It seems that the ants I killed back then were not enough. The old voice sounded again, and with a gust of evil phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme, the pitch black mist around Jiang Chen dissipated. At this moment, Jiang Chen had just seen clearly the face of that burly figure in the prison. It is a monster with the head of a man and the body of a cow. It's just a monster that was suppressed here. I really think that I can make some waves. Jiang Chen snorted coldly, and the aura of an emperor-level beast master erupted from his body. With a thought, Master Guizhu appeared beside him. Boy Jiang Chen, I want Grandpa Turtle to save you again. As soon as Master Guizhu appeared, he spoke to Jiang Chen very conceitedly. Seeing that Jiang Chen didn't speak, it frowned slightly, and then looked into the prison. When it saw the bull-headed monster in the prison, its whole body trembled uncontrollably. Without saying a word, he retracted his body into the turtle shell. Old turtle, you are also an emperor-level monster, why do you shrink into the turtle shell as soon as you come out? Seeing Master Gui's appearance like this, Jiang Chen was speechless for a while. Jiang Chen boy, you fucking killed me, Grandpa Turtle. His grandma's place is a forbidden place in the 7 Ghosts Mystery Realm. If my guess is correct, that ugly guy is most likely an ancient monster that has been suppressed here for thousands of years. The Bullhead Demon King. Master Guizhu was trembling, and at this moment he cursed at Jiang Chen. The Bullhead Demon King? Jiang Chen was taken aback when he heard Master Gui's words, and then his face became more serious. He clearly remembered that during the last few waves of natural disasters last time, several ancient monsters were born. Among them, the most powerful one is the Bullhead Demon King. It is heard that even several Taoists who are strong in the Yang God realm are not the enemy of the Bullhead Demon King. Some people even said that the bull-headed demon king is only one step away from the master-level monster. If there is no strong Taoist who has reached the tribulation realm, it is impossible to compete with him. The strength of the bull-head demon king. Horror. I didn't expect you, a bastard, to have some knowledge. At the same time, the dull voice of the bull-headed demon king in the prison sounded. Accompanied by the ravages of monster winds, the surrounding dark fog was blown away. Jiang Chen met his eyes, and there was only a prison between them. In the prison, the bull-headed demon king sat cross-legged, with his hands flat in front of his body, and looked at Jiang Chen in front of him with great interest. I didn't expect that after so many years, there are still descendants in the line of beast masters. In the past, the beast master controlled all beasts. It was rumored that the beast master used his own power to suppress the turmoil. I didn't believe it at first, but now it seems that the beast master's lineage is really good. You little guy is only 20 years old at most, and you have the strength of an emperor-level beast master at the age of 20, which is really amazing. The bull-headed demon king opened his mouth lightly, but he didn't directly choose to attack Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, who was already ready to go, ready to fight to the death with him, frowned slightly. He couldn't believe that the bull-headed demon king would actually talk to him. Seeing the puzzled look on Jiang Chen's face, the bull-headed demon king said indifferently, "Boy, beast master, you don't need to be surprised why I didn't kill you. I have been trapped in this place for at least 1,000 years. In the beginning, there were people from the 3 religions to accompany me to relieve my boredom. It is a pity that no one has set foot here in the past 100 years. Even the other 6 monsters who rebelled together with this seat died one after another under the erosion of time. Now I just want to find someone to relieve my boredom." Hearing these words, Jiang Chen's face changed slightly. People from the 3 religions to accompany you to relieve boredom? His eyes looked at the corpses everywhere, and his face became more and more solemn. Damn, this is the so-called boredom relief? Are you sure it wasn't for you to be slaughtered as an ant? But at this moment, Jiang Chen is convinced that he is not the opponent of the bull-headed demon king in front of him, and the escape phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals route/phoneme here has also been blocked. Even if he wants to go, it is impossible to find the way out for a while. Since the other party wants to chat with me, I can also learn some secrets of the year from its mouth. Seeing the two who had already chatted, Master Gue frowned slightly. Looking at Jiang Chen with disbelief on his face, "Boy Jiang Chen, you are so fucking crazy. That guy is a monster that slaughters the world, do you still expect it not to kill you? His grandma's running now is the right way." Compared to Jiang Chen's calmness, Master Guizhu wanted to run away immediately. After all, in the face of such a powerful monster, he had already felt timid. "Little bastard, I recognize you. The bastard who followed the beast master back then, right? This seat advises you to keep your mouth shut, otherwise, your tortoise shell may not be able to withstand this seat's blow." At this moment, the deep voice of the bull-headed demon king in the prison sounded. As soon as the words of the bull-headed demon king came out, Master Guizhu shut his mouth immediately. Although its strength has entered the early stage of the emperor-level monster, its courage is extremely small. "Since you want to chat with me, then I will chat with you." With a big wave of Jiang Chen's hand, there was an extra set of tables and chairs in front of him. Various tea sets are placed on the tables and chairs, which is quite leisurely. These are all obtained by Jiang Chen from the universe bags of the 2 brothers of the Bai family who were beheaded by him. As for why the 2 brothers of the Bai family brought these things with them when they went out, he didn't know. Seeing Jiang Chen's complete affairs, the bullhead demon king was slightly taken aback, and then laughed loudly. "You little brat is really interesting. Aren't you afraid of me?" Jiang Chen looked at the bullhead demon king calmly, and said lightly, "Why are you afraid? Anyway, I'm going to die anyway, so why should I be a coward?" In fact, facing the bull-headed demon king, Jiang Chen still has the last card in his hole, and that is the beast familiar returning experience card that he left behind. It's just that the side effects of this experience card are too powerful. Jiang Chen is unwilling to use it lightly. But if the bullhead demon king really wanted to take his own life, then he wouldn't care about anything else. Ha 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 ha. It's really a brave little guy, it suits my appetite. The bull-headed Demon King smiled and looked directly at Jiang Chen, who had already sat down to drink tea. Then a dull voice sounded, "Little guy, what's your name?" "Jiang Chen." If I remember correctly, the ancestor of the Beastmaster also seemed to be surnamed Jiang. "Are you his descendant?" "Exactly." Jiang Chen nodded, never concealing his background at all. "Boy of the Jiang family, the life of the Beastmaster is not easy now," the bull-headed Demon King said without reason. As soon as these words came out, Jiang Chen frowned, and he slowly raised his head to look at the former. "Concentrated, what do you mean? Boy of the Jiang family, don't you know the reason why your line of Beastmasters has declined?" The bull-headed Demon King was taken aback for a moment, and then he spoke. Seeing Jiang Chen shaking his head, it immediately sneered and said, "It seems that these little bastards of the three sects are really strict, and they didn't reveal the first battle to the outside world. Boy of the Jiang family, if you want to know what happened thousands of years ago, and why the lineage of Beastmasters fell, you just need to kowtow 3 times, and I will tell you." Hearing this, Jiang Chen smiled lightly. "You deserve it too." While speaking, the Juk sword was inserted into the ground, and a strong sword energy shot up into the sky, as if to suppress this world. "Boy of the Jiang family, you are really brave." The bull-headed Demon King snorted coldly when he saw this, and with a movement of his huge body, a coercion of an ancient monster emanated from his body, directly dispersing the sword energy condensed by the giant sword in midair. "Sword!" Jiang Chen suddenly stood up from the chair, sword intent radiated from his whole body. The Juk sword inserted into the ground rose from the ground, hovering in the midair, and the pressure of an extremely sharp sword path filled the world. "Boy from the Jiang family, don't you just kowtow 3 times? As for that?" Seeing the ever-spreading coercion of the sword, the face of the bull-headed Demon King, who was sitting cross-legged in the prison, changed slightly. The coercion of the ancient monsters emanating from its body became stronger and stronger, instantly suppressing the coercion of swordsmanship emanating from Jiang Chen. "Get up!" Jiang Chen roared angrily, and the sword energy all over the sky condensed again. Seeing this scene, the bullhead Demon King snorted coldly, "Jiang family boy, you really think that this seat is made of mud?" While speaking, the bull-headed Demon King raised one hand, and waved a palm towards the place where Jiang Chen was. An aura that seemed to come from ancient times immediately suppressed Jiang Chen. "Boy Jiang Chen, I'm here to save you." At this moment, the tortoise master retracted his whole body into the tortoise shell, and the tortoise shell spun and rushed towards Jiang Chen. Boom! Only a loud explosion was heard. "Oh, I have to endure another 100 years of loneliness." The bull-headed Demon King calmly glanced at the smoky battlefield, and spoke lightly. Then he stood up slowly, ready to leave towards the depths of the prison. "Is that all? You're not like that phoneme alphabet equals IPA equals ir either/phoneme." At this moment, a voice of indifference came from behind the bullhead Demon King. "Okay?" When it turned around, it only saw Jiang Chen standing on the spot and scathed. Even Master Guizu beside him didn't get hurt at all. Soon the bullhead Demon King discovered the clues. I saw Jiang Chen tightly holding a token with the word Phoenix in his hand. The word Phoenix on the token was shining brightly, and a faint breath enveloped the bodies of both of them. The blow I had earlier didn't hit Jiang Chen and the two at all, but was completely blocked by the Phoenix token. Phoenix breath. Looking at the Phoenix token in Jiang Chen's hand, the bull-headed Demon King rarely showed a hint of shock on his face. "Jiang family boy, where did you get this token?" it asked Jiang Chen with a solemn expression. The latter looked at him calmly, then looked at the Phoenix token in his hand, with a sneer on his face. "It looks like you can't help me." Jiang Chen could clearly feel that the bullhead Demon King was extremely afraid of the Phoenix token in his hand. Hearing this, the bullhead Demon King said in a deep voice, "Boy of the Jiang family, what is the relationship between you and the Feng family?" "Don't tell you." Jiang Chen slowly sat back on the chair, and looked at the bullhead Demon King indifferently. Court death. The latter's complexion changed, and the aura of ancient monsters burst out from all over his body. Go directly towards Jiang Chen to suppress. Just when the coercion was about to fall, the Phoenix token in Jiang Chen's hand glowed with golden light, and a faint golden light enveloped him and Master Turtle. Even if the bull-headed Demon King launches an offensive like this, it will not cause the slightest harm to the two of them. Seeing that he would not be harmed by the turtle ancestor, he immediately gained confidence. I saw it straighten up, and proudly said to the huge bull-headed Demon King in front of it, "Little trash, I really think that Grandpa Turtle is afraid of you. If you have the ability, beat Grandpa Turtle to death. His grandma's, even being trapped in the prison, is restless. I really think that I am still the bull-headed Demon King who shocked the world back then." Seeing Master Gui's arrogant appearance, even Jiang Chen couldn't help but want to kick him out of the protective umbrella built by the Phoenix token. It's really too much to beat. Boom. Several attacks fell in succession, but none of them hurt Jiang Chen at all. Seeing that his offensive was useless, the bull-headed Demon King slowly stopped what he was doing, panting and looking at the man and turtle in front of him. Especially the way it looked at Master Turtle was full of killing intent. "It's just that I want to make the latter stew soup on the spot. Give up?" Looking at the bull-headed Demon King who was sitting cross-legged again, Jiang Chen asked with great interest. "Boy of the Jiang family, I admit that there is nothing I can do to get you here. But if you have been hiding under the protection of that token, you can't help me." The bull-headed Demon King looked at Jiang Chen and said in a deep voice, "So what? This seat wants to negotiate a deal with you. I don't want to talk to you. Don't you want to know what the deal is?" "Do not want to." You facing Jiang Chen's calm answer, the bullhead Demon King lost his temper. It is very clear that as long as Jiang Chen hides under the protection of the Phoenix token, then no matter what, it is impossible for him to do anything to him. What's more, now that I am trapped in the prison, there is no way to get out of the trap, and I can't stop the other party from leaving. Boy from the Jiang family, don't you want to know the reason for the decline of your lineage of beast masters? If you want to know, you don't need to bow 3 times and kowtow 9 times, you just need to agree to one request of this seat. Seeing the bull-headed Demon King who was not willing to accept the other party's reluctance, he immediately threw out his final trump card. "Say." Jiang Chen opened his mouth lightly. "You just need to enter this place on the night of the full moon in 3 years' time and bring boundless water." The bullhead Demon King said slowly. "The night of the full moon, boundless water?" Jiang Chen frowned slightly. If he remembers correctly, 3 years later will be the time period for the last few natural disasters, and the night of the full moon will be the day when the ancient monsters were born. Jiang Chen's expression suddenly changed. It seems that the birth of the ancient monster was not an accident. But someone deliberately did it. Bringing the boundless water to this place on the night of the full moon, it must be able to break the restriction here, and thus free the bull-headed Demon King whose strength has reached the half-step dominance level monster beast. As for who did this, Jiang Chen had several candidates in mind. "Jiang family boy, how are you?" The bull-headed Demon King looked at the pensive Jiang Chen and asked. "You say it." The latter had a calm face and an indifferent tone. "Anyway, I just agreed verbally. When I get the answer I want, who cares about your 3-year agreement?" Although the bull-headed Demon King still has doubts in his heart, he can only choose to trust Jiang Chen at this moment. "In that case, I will tell you what happened back then." Back then, all the races in the world were divided into the world. Among the human races, there were the 3 religions of Confucianism, Buddhism and Taoism, and a lineage of beast masters who were beyond the 3 religions of Confucianism, Buddhism and Taoism. And among my monsters, there are also several master-level monsters, and there are even signs of the birth of immortal-level monsters. The people in the 3 religions are afraid that my monsters will wreak havoc in the world, and they are dissatisfied that the lineage of the Beastmaster is above them. They designed to introduce masters from the lineage of the Beastmaster and the Beastmaster to the place where the immortal monsters from my monster clan were born. It caused a big battle between our demon clan and the Beastmasters, and they chose to sit on the mountain and watch the tiger fight, so as to gain the benefits of being a fisherman. In that battle, almost all the beast masters were killed, and some members of the 3 religions feared that our demon clan would threaten the safety of the human race, so they sent masters to join the battlefield. As for what's next, the bull-headed Demon King didn't hold back at all, and directly told everything he knew. It's just that it also concealed a crucial matter from it. This matter is related to the big plan of the demon clan. It will not tell Jiang Chen about it. After learning the truth of the matter, Jiang Chen's expression was normal, and he didn't look angry at all to seek revenge from members of the three religions as the bullhead demon king had expected. That's all? Jiang Chen looked at the bullhead demon king and asked indifferently. The latter obviously did not expect the former to be so calm, and immediately did not know how to speak. Boy Jiang Chen, I feel something is wrong. On the side, Gizushi, who heard the whole story clearly, looked stern, and realized that the matter was not as simple as what the bull-headed demon king said. Although it didn't participate in that battle at the beginning, it was left behind by the Beast Master to keep its bloodline stable. But after so many years of exploration, it also knows some secrets more or less. Although people from the three religions are indeed not a good thing, especially those from the Buddhist sect, they even chose to turn against the water at critical moments, which led to the Taoist and Confucian masters who wanted to support the lineage of the Beast Master. But it knows that during that great battle, the demon clan hid a huge secret. Jiang Chen nodded, and looked at the bullhead demon king calmly. Standing up slowly, with a big wave of his hand, he brought the set of tables and chairs into the training space. Immediately, he jumped onto the tortoise shell of the tortoise ancestor, and the phoenix character token in his hand shone with golden light, shooting a golden line towards the direction when he came. Let's go. Jiang Chen opened his mouth softly, and the figure of Master Guizhu below him flashed, appearing 100 meters away. Seeing this scene, the face of the bullhead demon king changed drastically, and he shouted, Jiang family boy, don't forget what you promised me. On the night of the full moon 3 years later, remember to bring the boundless water. When its voice fell, the figures of Jiang Chen and Master Gui had already disappeared. Following the guidance of the Phoenix token, Jiang Chen and Master Gui soon came to the huge stone gate. With the lessons learned from the past, Jiang Chen opened the stone gate with ease, and then led Master Gui to leave this forbidden area surrounded by pitch-black mist. One person and one tortoise who returned to the seven ghosts found an open place to rest. Master Guizhu looked at Jiang Chen, hesitated for a long time and then asked, Boy Jiang Chen, you promised the bullhead demon king to come here with boundless water on the night of the full moon in 3 years' time. Is this the truth? Although it believes that it is impossible for Jiang Chen to do such a thing, after all, the reason why the two of them are not afraid of the bull-headed demon king now is because of the protection of the Phoenix token. In addition, the current bull-headed demon king is trapped in the prison, unable to exert his full strength. But if the bull-headed demon king is really released, the consequences will be unimaginable. Let me ask you, the birth of a bull-headed monster whose strength has reached the half-step dominance level will inevitably have a huge impact on the entire China, and even the entire world. Jiang Chen met Master Gui's eyes, and said lightly, when did I agree to it? Then you were before. I just let it talk, I didn't promise it anything. Hearing this, Master Gui suddenly showed an expression that I understand. Boy Jiang Chen, I didn't expect you to be more scheming than Grandpa Turtle. Jiang Chen looked at Master Gui, and said lightly, let's go, it's getting late. The exit of the Seven Ghosts Mystery Realm. A group of Confucian disciples stood neatly in a row. Kong Yunyun looked at Lu Jejia and Zhang Xuening in front of him, and asked, now that the exit of the Seven Ghosts Secret Realm has been opened, why hasn't Mr. Jiang come out? Lu Jejia and Zhang Xuening looked at each other and shook their heads. Regarding Jiang Chen's behavior, the two of them have always been very incomprehensible. Kong Yun looked at the gradually darkening sky, and his face became more and more anxious. Master Kong, if you are in a hurry, why don't you take the Confucian disciples out first? Zhang Xuening, who saw Kong Yun's anxious look, spoke to the former at this time. Kong Yun hesitated for a moment, but finally shook his head. Although he wanted to go out early, he didn't dare. One must know that this group of people have all swallowed Jiang Chen's puppet goo. What if they go out without the other party's permission, and die? The youngest Tianzhou of his dignified Confucian family, he can't hate the Northwest as soon as he leaves the secret realm. It is better to wait for Jiang Chen to arrive now. At the same time, outside the Seven Ghosts Secret Realm, Master Lu and Confucian scholars stood facing each other. They all frowned and looked at the open portal of the Seven Ghosts Secret Realm, wondering why it had been so long and no one had come out of it. Uncle Lu, do you think something went wrong? The Confucian student who was originally calm could not help becoming anxious at this moment. You must know that it is his own son who entered the Seven Ghosts' secret realm this time, and he is the future pillar of his Kong family. Can't make a mistake. Upon hearing this, Master Lu shook his head and said, there must be some delay. Even if it's delayed, it shouldn't be delayed for so long. We must know that it is difficult to maintain the entrance and exit of the Seven Ghosts mystery realm. Now that the bald donkey of Buddhism is gone, it is already extremely difficult for us to keep the exits of the Seven Ghosts mystery realm from collapsing. If they can't come out within an hour, then the exit of the Seven Ghosts secret realm will be closed. Confucian scholars of the Confucian family looked dignified and anxious. Ugh! Master Lu let out a long sigh, and his eyes fell on the exit of the Seven Ghosts secret realm. He muttered to himself, what the hell happened? Old turtle, can you hurry up? Looking at the increasingly late sky, Jiang Chun urged Master Gui. After they entered the forbidden area shrouded in darkness and mist, they were very far away from the exit of the Seven Ghosts mystery realm. Now there is only 1 hour left before the complete closure of the Seven Ghosts secret realm, and he must rush to the exit to meet Jiang Xuening and the others within 1 hour. Boy Jiang Chen, don't rush. You can't shrink the ground into an inch, why can't you use it? Hearing Jiang Chen's urging words, Master Guizhu immediately retorted. Shrinking the ground into an inch requires certain conditions to be met. If it wasn't because the specific conditions could not be met, do you think I would be happy to let you carry it? Jiang Chen patted Master Gui on the head, and spoke angrily. After the latter received this slap, he immediately became more honest. Although he was still resentful in his heart, his mouth was extremely strict. Fortunately, Master Guizhu was not slow, and arrived at the meeting place in less than half an hour. When he was about to reach the meeting place, Jiang Chen directly brought Master Gui into the training space. After all, the aura on Master Gui's body could no longer be concealed, and anyone could feel the coercion of an emperor-level monster on him. Although Jiang Chen exposed some of his cultivation, he didn't want to expose Master Gui to everyone's sight. Every man is innocent of his guilt. An emperor-level monster is phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme by. If it gets out, it will definitely cause an uproar. This is not what Jiang Chen wants to see. After returning to the training space, Master Guizhu was taken aback for a moment. Then he cursed loudly, Jiang Chen boy, can't you afford to play with his grandma? Grandpa Turtle, I have been carrying you for so long, and you just abandoned me like this. You little trash. Hey! The sound of cursing resounded throughout the cultivation space. Xiaoqing, Xiaobai, and Xiuhei looked at the tortoise master who was constantly swearing, and they all retreated to the side, fearing that they would be affected by the fish in the pond if they had any relationship with it. Fortunately, Jiang Chen didn't pay attention to everything that happened in the cultivation space. At this moment, he had already landed on the ground and rushed towards everyone. It's Jiang Chen. Jiang Xuening was the first to discover Jiang Chen's arrival, and immediately spoke to everyone present. It's coming. Seeing Jiang Chen, Kong Yun was slightly relieved. If Jiang Chen didn't rush over again, he might not be able to stand it anymore. It's late. Jiang Chen cupped his fist slightly towards the crowd. Young Master Jiang doesn't have to be like this. Since young Master Jiang is here, we should go out too. Kong Yun bowed to him and said in a low voice. Let's go. Following Jiang Chen's words, everyone followed behind Jiang Chen, heading straight for the exit not far away. Outside the exit, Master Lu and Confucian scholars of the Confucian family looked at the exit of the secret realm where people were faintly visible, and the worry on their faces gradually faded away. After Jiang Chen and the others walked out of the Seven Ghosts mystery realm one after another, the two of them breathed a sigh of relief. I met Master Lu. Jiang Chen brought Jiang Xuening and Lu Jejia to Master Lu. Looking at the three people in front of him, Master Lu knew that the rest of the Taoist disciples would not appear again. He is well aware of Jiang Chen's temperament. Since he wants to cut the grass, he will definitely get rid of the roots. There is an inexplicable relationship between those Taoist disciples and the two brothers of the Bai family. When Jiang Chen solves the two brothers of the Bai family, he will definitely solve the rest of them as well. It's fine. Seeing the three unscathed, Master Lu smiled slightly. The life and death of the two brothers of the Bai family has nothing to do with him, as long as his precious granddaughter lives. Compared with the Taoist association with only 3 people left, there are still 9 people left on the Confucian side this time. The Confucian scholar of the Confucian family looked at Kong Yun in front of him, and asked with a smile, "Yun Yun, how is your harvest?" "It's quite rewarding. After a period of retreat, you should be able to improve." Kong Yun bowed, with a complicated expression on his face. Although he gained something in the 7 Ghosts secret realm, but at the same time he also subdued the puppet Guworm and became Jiang Chen's matchmaking puppet. The gains and losses in it are beyond words. It is good. Confucian students of the Confucian family didn't know this. When he heard that Kong Yun was expected to break through, he was overjoyed immediately. "If you can break through before the Southern Grand Competition, then I will take you to the Southern Grand Competition to see the world." Hearing this, Kong Yun was taken aback for a moment, then nodded heavily. At this moment, several black luxury cars drove into the town one after another. A white-haired old man in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead/phoneme walked out, looking around at everyone present. "Who killed me by Gyerlang? Who killed me by Gyerlang?" The white-haired old man's voice was cold, and he exuded a menacing aura from his whole body. After the words fell, several people came out of the other jet-black luxury cars one after another, who exuded a faint coercion. Except for the white-haired old man, more than a dozen masters of the Bai family present have all stepped into the Foundation establishment realm. "God Bai Feng." Seeing the white-haired old man, Master Lu's face suddenly changed, and he muttered, "Grandpa, isn't Bai Fengshen the elder of the Bai family in the Taoist association?" When hearing the word Baifengtian, Lu Jia couldn't help showing surprise. It seems that Bai Fengshen, an old and immortal thing, had to come forward after receiving the news that the 2 brothers of the Bai family died in the 7 Ghosts secret realm. Master Lu stuck the crutch heavily into the ground, and exuded an aura that was not inferior to that of Bai Fengshen. "Old man Lu, I advise you not to meddle in your own business." Sensing the aura emanating from Master Lu, Bai Fengshen, who was already furious, shouted angrily. A more powerful aura erupted from his body. 8-star In God Realm. Master Lu's expression suddenly changed. "I didn't expect this old and immortal guy to step into the 8-star In God Realm in one step." Master Lu's face was solemn, and he stood in place without retreating the slightest. Confucian scholars of the Confucian family looked at Bai Fengshen, the patriarch of the Bai family, and frowned. "Old man Bai, you should know that people who die in the 7 Ghosts secret realm, no matter the cause of death, the outside world must not interfere." Master Lu faced God Baifeng and said in a deep voice, "Fuck your motherfucker." The latter cursed angrily. "His grandma's rotten girl from your Lu family is alive, so of course you say so. The 2 younger generations of my Bai family both died here inexplicably. There must be something strange about this matter. As long as my Bai family does not find out the cause of death of the 2 younger generations of the Bai family today, you will not be allowed to leave this place today." Bai Feng's mythical voice fell, and more than a dozen masters of the Bai family behind them looked at each other, all exuding majestic murderous aura. The figure scattered towards the surroundings, besieging everyone present. "Old man Bai, what do you mean by that?" Seeing this situation, Master Lu angrily reprimanded. The Confucian students on the side also sensed that something was wrong, and the aura of the 2-star Confucian scholar burst out from all over his body, and walked slowly towards Baifengtian. In his hand is a gold thread folding fan, and an ancient Confucian atmosphere emanates from the gold thread folding fan. "My Confucian disciple wants to leave today, how dare you stop me?" The Confucian scholar of the Confucian family looked at Bai Fengshen in front of him calmly, and spoke word by word. "What about Confucianism? As long as I don't find out the cause of death today, none of you will leave this place." Even in the face of the Kong family who overshadowed the sky in the south of the Yangtze River, Bai Fengshen was still not afraid at all. 2 rising stars of his Bai family died in the 7 Ghosts secret realm for no reason. This matter involved so much that even he might not be able to handle it. Now even if the Kong family puts pressure on him, he doesn't care about anything else. Hearing these words, Confucian scholars of the Confucian family changed their complexions and shouted angrily, "How dare you? See if the old man dares." The th Taibao of the Bai family set up the formation. Following Bai Fengxian's order, 13 masters of the Bai family scattered all over the place made their moves together. The aura of foundation building realm shot straight into the sky, imprisoning this place unexpectedly. Heaven and earth net array. God Baifeng, you are crazy. Seeing the formation formed by the masters of the Bai family, Master Lu's eyes flashed with anger. He didn't expect Bai Fengxian to be so unscrupulous that he wanted to forcibly imprison them. Old man Lu, shut up! Bai Fengxian shouted angrily. Looking across the crowd present, he said coldly, "Today, anyone who doesn't want to die, just tell me the cause of my death, Bai Jirelang. As long as you tell who killed me, Bai Jirelang, then the old man will let him phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme." After hearing this, Lu Jiejia and Zhang Xuening couldn't help looking at Jiang Chen. They were naturally clear about the cause of the death of the two brothers of the Bai family. The Confucian disciples who were present also knew more or less, but because of the puppet goo worms in their bodies, they had to keep silent.